5 years ago, Momo saved the empire's wealthiest man and was forced into pregnancy. 5 years later, she returned with countless disguises, commanding respect from numerous powerful figures who knelt before her, pleading for mercy. Please, esteemed father, spare us. It is our fault for not recognizing her worth. Little did they know, the empire's richest man personally assisted her, saying, My Momo is delicate and timid, do not bully her. Chapter 1. A Forceful Return. Please, no, a deep male voice enveloped her, and Momo's eyes glistened with tears as she clutched the silk blanket tightly. The man's husky voice echoed in her ear, Good girl, help me I and the pitch-black night. A hint of brilliance sparkled in her clear eyes. Her mother had jumped from a building, the company her mother held had gone bankrupt, and she had lost her most precious home. Yet, this stranger, whom she had met by chance, provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. She did not understand where this sense of security came from, but at that moment, her only thought was to save him. As she felt her body gradually relax, the man noticed it clearly, his eyes filled with a warm smile. Even in the dark, he could sense her obedience, which endeared her to him immensely. He was on the brink of explosion, yet he endured, making an important promise. I swear, in this life, I will never touch another woman besides you. I will take full responsibility, cherishing and pampering you for a lifetime, alright? Despite the discomfort of restraining himself, he still sought Momo's consent. A storm of emotions surged within her. Her family regarded her as worthless, while this stranger, even in a dire situation, treated her with respect. The contrast was truly ironic. Her throat tightened slightly. Her soft voice successfully pleased the man. Li Zhanting could not help but chuckle, gently caressing her smooth cheek and carefully kissing her. Good girl, tell me, what is your name? His voice and actions were so tender that Momo involuntarily tensed. She bit her lip and finally spoke. Lulid, Li Zhanting's lips curved into a gentle arc. Good girl, I will make you comfortable. No sooner had he spoken than his kisses rained down on her neck. When Momo awoke, she felt as if her entire body had been crushed. She looked at the man beside her and was instantly captivated by his handsome features. His facial structure was exquisite, with sensual thin lips and strikingly beautiful features, as if he were the most perfect work of art from the heavens. Was this the man from last night? Yet, she felt a sense of familiarity with his face. After dressing, she glanced back at the sleeping man and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to leave him a note, clearly stating her real name and the reason she called herself Liuli, before swiftly making her way towards the door. Just as she stepped out, urgent voices from her family echoed in the corridor. There she is. Quick, catch her, don't let her escape. Momo quickly turned, intending to flee to Li Zhanting's room, but was abruptly silenced by her family. You shameless girl. Finally caught you. How dare you sleep with Master Ting? Come with me. Momo struggled fiercely, her eyes fixed on the direction of Li Zhanting's room. Save me, please. Save me. 5 years later, in the capital city, a luxurious 113-story commercial building rose in the most prosperous tech park of the capital. This was the branch of SK Group in the capital, and even as a branch, its market value exceeded hundreds of billions. The headquarters of SK Group ranked first among global corporations, possessing immense wealth. The identity of the president behind SK Group remained a mystery. In the office atop the 113th floor, Momo rummaged through drawers searching for her son. Jingxing, where have you run off to again?
Come out now.
Barely 2 seconds after her words, a handsome boy, delicate and well-formed, dashed over to her. This was her son, Jingxing, born 5 years ago. His ebony eyes sparkled as he sweetly clung to Momo's leg, coaxing her, Mommy, please don't be angry. We just arrived at the Kyoto branch. I was just getting familiar with the surroundings. The little one was so soft and adorable that Momo's heart melted. After that fateful night 5 years ago, she had become pregnant. And the past 5 years, she had tirelessly searched abroad for her daughter's whereabouts. Yet, all her inquiries led her to find that her daughter had been taken to Li Zhanting and was being raised by him. She knelt down and ruffled Jingxing's hair. You little rascal, you are your mother's son. How could your mother not know you? Stay close and don't wander off. The environment here in the capital can be complex, and we must always be wary of bad people. Understood? Got it, Mommy. Jingxing grinned, his eyes sparkling, irresistibly charming. However, he found it puzzling he and Mommy were doing just fine abroad. Why did Mommy choose to open a branch in the capital? Momo playfully patted Jingxing's nose. You little rascal, how many times must I tell you? Your father has passed away, do not dwell on him, alright? For the past 5 years, the child had become her everything, leaving no room for any other emotions to be shared with anyone else. She certainly did not want that man to take her precious child away. Jingxing tilted his head, pondering for a moment, and quickly agreed. He and Mommy had money and status. What use was an absent father? Having an unnecessary father would only cause disputes over inheritance with Mommy. At that moment, an assistant knocked and entered. President Gu, The eldest daughter of the Gu family has come to our company and wishes to see you. It must be said, the president was indeed astute. 2 days prior, the president had purchased the land reserved by the Gu family at a high price, leaving them without any land to use. It would be strange if the Gu family did not come seeking his help. Momo's heart skipped a beat. Gu Shanshan is here. If Gu Shanshan was here, she would have a way to discover her daughter's whereabouts. Chapter 2. She is expecting quadruplets. She deliberately acquired the land reserved by the Gu group, intending to compel the Gu family to seek her out. To her surprise, Gu Shanshan arrived sooner than she had anticipated. A sly smile curled at her lips. Very well, I shall meet Gu Shanshan now. Please take good care of Jingxing. Gu Momo turned and made her way to the reception area of SK Group. As she walked into the corridor leading to the reception, she overheard Gu Shanshan's complaints echoing from within. What a pretentious display from the president of SK Group. Just arrived in the capital and already snatched our territory at a high price, and yet has the audacity to keep me waiting for so long? No one from Li Group would dare treat me this way. The Gu Group had spent a considerable sum merely to secure connections for that land. Coupled with the preliminary investments made by the Gu Group, the total had surpassed several hundred million. Beside her, Gu Xinting was growing increasingly impatient with Gu Shanshan's outburst. Be quiet. Do you think you can bear the consequences if you provoke the president of SK Group? Gu Shanshan, already irritable, found it impossible to contain her anger after being reprimanded by her own father. Dad, I fail to understand. What is so remarkable about the president of SK Group? Why should we bow down to them? Our Gu Group is renowned in the capital. Who doesn't he know of our prestige? Moreover, she was now a benefactor of the Li family. 5 years ago, she had intended to claim Gu Momo's child as her own. But who could have predicted that Li Zhanting would see through her deceit so easily? Li Zhanting had expended countless resources over 5 years searching for the child, yet to no avail. Although he recognized her ill intentions, the elders of the Li family remained grateful to her. She was a benefactor of the Li family, and that alone was sufficient. As for Li Zhanting, she had all the time in the world to win him over. Gu Zhanting gritted his teeth in frustration. Were it not for his hopes of her marrying Li Zhanting, he might have slapped her. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and explain, Shanshan. Your father did not mean to yell. However, you must pay attention to business matters. SK Group is a global multinational corporation with interests in jewelry, film, and entertainment, reportedly earning billions every hour. Their industry is even more formidable than that of the Li Group. Gu Shanshan's delicate features paled slightly, a sense of unwelcome apprehension washing over her. She hadn't realized the president of SK Group was so formidable. Suddenly, a memory struck her. She recalled eavesdropping on a conversation between Li Zhanting and his subordinates, where Li Zhanting had been striving to secure a partnership with none other than SK Group. Gu Shanshan's heart began to race. Oh no, surely this reception area isn't under surveillance? Just then, Gu Momo pushed the door open and entered. Dressed in a pristine and tailored pencil skirt suit, her chestnut curls elegantly pinned up, the luxurious attire accentuated her flawless silhouette. She exuded an air of refined elegance, akin to a sharp sword emerging from its sheath. She tossed the documents onto the table with a dismissive gesture, leaned back against the chair, and crossed her legs. The Gu Group truly was formidable, daring to insult the president of the SK Group even within our territory. Gu Shanshan and Gu Zhanting stared in astonishment. Gu Momo? How could this vile woman be at the SK Group? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? 5 years ago, she had snatched away the child that Gu Momo carried, ensuring that a doctor left a child in her womb, hoping to torment Gu Momo to death with it. This detestable woman had not perished. Gu Momo, how did you end up here? Gu Shanshan's face twisted in rage as she frantically glanced around. Seeing no one, she raised her hand and struck Gu Momo's face. I see. With your fine attire, you must have procured it from some cheap stall, seeking to climb into the beds of the SK elite. You shameless harlot. Certainly, that was the case. Otherwise, how could Gu Shanshan afford to be at the SK Group dressed so well? She aimed to ruin Gu Momo's face, preventing her from seducing any more men. A glint of cold ferocity flashed in Gu Momo's eyes as she swiftly rose, seized Gu Shanshan's wrist, and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Gu Shanshan's had collided with the floor, pain causing tears to well in her eyes. Liemo, the male assistant following Gu Momo, adjusted his glasses in shock, silently applauding his boss's impressive display. The adeptness of her combat skills was evidently on the rise. Chapter 3. Meeting her beloved daughter Gu Zhanting was nearly fuming with rage, tenderly lifting his precious daughter. Shanshan, are you alright? Does it hurt? His disappointment in his ex-wife's daughter was profound. Not only had she never measured up to Shanshan, but her shamelessness had also tarnished the family's reputation. Li Mo could hardly contain his laughter at this absurdity. Did this father-daughter duo's brains consist of tofu? A harlot? Gu Momo chuckled. Behold. This was her scoundrel of a father, who had relied on her mother to rise to prominence. Once he became successful, he cast her mother aside, only to embrace his beloved while fathering Gu Shanshan, who was nearly the same age as Gu Momo. He had always cherished Gu Shanshan as his princess, while Gu Momo, through her own endeavors, had built a career only to be labeled a harlot by him. Li Mo, it seems you haven't practiced your skills in a while. I'm rather tired of these two. Take action. Li Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a delightful task. As he flexed his fists, he grinned broadly. My apologies. But this command to strike comes directly from the president of SK Group. I must comply.
What?
Both Gu Shanshan and Gu Momo were taken aback. Gu Momo could relay messages for the president of SK Group?
Ah.
Gu Momo, how dare you? Before she could finish her retort, Li Mo's fist connected with her. The VIP area boasted excellent soundproofing, muffling the cries and commotion from within. Meanwhile, the corridor outside bustled with people of various hues, completely oblivious to the chaos inside. Gu Mo, do you know who I am? I am now the wife of the Empire's wealthiest man, Li Zhanting. Behind me stands the most formidable man in the Empire, and you dare to strike me?
Indeed.
This is how she proclaimed herself to outsiders, while sheltered by Li Zhanting. After all, he would eventually belong to her. Gu Shanshan touched her nose, blood trickling down, nearly causing her to faint. This was her most treasured asset, her beauty. Li Zhanting had never favored her, and now that her face bore such marks, what could she use to entice him? Gu Mo casually exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Yes. Precisely because you claim to be Li Zhanting's wife, it makes me all the more eager to strike you. By the way, let me remind you, should you continue to stir trouble, you might very well provoke the president's ire. What are you waiting for? Comport yourselves properly. Gu Zhanting, being astute, could see through this. Although Gu Mo ascended through dubious means, she was now capable of relaying messages for the president of SK, father. Gu Shanshan could hardly accept the situation. Gu Zhanting slapped her, commanding, I told you to be quiet. It seemed he had indeed spoiled Gu Shanshan. Should they offend the president of SK Group entirely, the Gu family would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the capital henceforth. Gu Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. Her father, who usually doted on her, was now striking her for Gu Mo's sake? Gu Zhanting struggled to maintain a smile, respectfully addressing Gu Mo. Mo, I understand you have found success and a position at SK Group. Although I divorced your mother early on, I am still your father, am I not? That piece of land is vital to the Gu family, so I ask you to convey our request to the president to return it to us. Gu Shanshan's face turned purple with rage. She was her father's prized possession. How could he lower himself before Gu Mo? A sly smile curved Gu Mo's lips. Her father was quite the actor. Just moments ago, he had been so domineering. Yet now he was bowing for the sake of profit. This man, for the sake of gain, would cast aside all notions of propriety and dignity. She idly spun in the president's chair, a playful smile gracing her features. If you wish for my assistance in pleading on your behalf, I certainly can. But I have a condition. Tell me the whereabouts of my daughter. Gu Shanshan and Gu Zhanting's faces contorted in rage, nearly choking on their fury.
Ah.
This wretched woman has finally revealed her true nature. She seeks to expose me before Li Zhanting.
Gu Shanshan shouted menacingly at Gu Montag. Gu Montag.
You will not succeed. Ling Er is my precious child, and I will never relinquish her to you. You shall not take Ling Er away from me. Though Gu Shanshan spoke with bravado, a hint of insecurity underlined her words. Li Zhanting and Ling Er scarcely spared her a glance. Yet her desire to marry Li Zhanting was so fervent that she could only claim to the world that she was Ling Er's mother.
Gu Zhanting hastily implored.
Indeed, Mo, 5 years have elapsed. Ling Er no longer shares any blood ties with you, and she cannot bear to be separated from Shanshan. If you were to snatch Ling Er away now, you would be nothing short of a trafficker, depriving her of maternal love.
Ah, Gu Montag.
In a fit of rage, responded with a bitter laugh. How splendid that I have become a trafficker. How marvelous that I am accused of robbing Ling Er of her mother's love. It is they who have stripped me of my right to be a mother. Yet I am portrayed as the eternal villain who steals the happiness of others. Her expression turned icy. Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. This is my domain now, and should I choose to harm you, the outside world would remain oblivious. Wouldn't you agree? With a menacing gesture, she frightened both Gu Shanshan and Gu Zhanting into a state of terror. In a trembling voice, they exclaimed, Please don't. Mo, I will tell you. Ling Er is attending the auction tonight with Li Zhanting, and she will be there. But let me make it clear, Gu Mo. Ling heir belongs to me, and you shall not take her away. Indeed, she intentionally misled Gu Mo into believing that Li Ting had wed her. This wretched girl had already infiltrated SK Group. If Li Ting were also lured away by her, it would be a catastrophic loss for her. Moreover, tonight's auction was the most prestigious in the capital, and given Gu Mo's status, it would be quite a feat for her to gain entry. Chapter 4. Another son. As the Gu father and daughter departed, Li Mo quickly followed Gu Mo Gu Zong. Are you aware of the identity of Xiao Jingxing's biological father? Gu Mo had never divulged her family matters to Li Mo, yet now, without explanation, he understood. A glimmer of profound insight crossed Gu Mo's eyes as she smiled subtly. 5 years ago, I merely felt a sense of familiarity without knowing his identity.
Now,
However, I am fully aware of who that person is. Li Mo. So you. Li Mo. Alright, I understand. Gu Zong now held the reins of global commerce. What man could possibly be worthy of her? That evening, Gu Mo arrived as anticipated at the Imperial Capital auction. Renowned worldwide, the auction attracted countless financial magnates from the capital each time. It was said to be backed by a mysterious figure whose status overshadowed even the most powerful tycoons in the city, thereby dissuading these elite from causing any disturbances. Garbed in a simple, ethereal white gown, her chestnut curls cascading softly over her shoulders, Gu Mo exuded an aura of purity reminiscent of a celestial being. Fresh and transcendent. She entered through the VIP entrance, producing a specially crafted token for the guard. The guard was immediately taken aback, his voice trembling with astonishment. Gu Zong. It's you. What brings you here? Gu Mo gestured for silence. I am merely here to find someone and wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. So please do not reveal my identity. Understood? The guard nodded vigorously. Yes. Gu Zong, we shall keep it confidential. For your safety, I will call Director Chen to accompany you immediately. Gu Mo entered the room with an air of indifference, following the clues provided by her subordinates in search of her daughter's whereabouts. Her subordinates had discovered that her daughter was named Li Qingling, a girl of remarkable intelligence from a young age. For the past 5 years, the world had known that Li Ting had a daughter. Yet he seemed to revel in his single status, evading women at all costs. Gu Shanshan had played the role of an ardent admirer for 5 years, yet had failed to catch Li Ting's eye. Fortunately, her subordinates had reported that Li Ting had treated Li Qingling well during these years. At the auction venue, Gu Shanshan donned a striking off-shoulder gown, the vivid crimson fabric accentuating her smooth skin. Her composed and elegant smile immediately captured the attention of the elite young gentlemen of the capital. Miss Shanshan, are you here to visit Master Ting? I believe you also wish to pay a call on Director Chen, a renowned jewelry expert. It is said that Director Chen holds you in high regard due to your remarkable proficiency in jewelry design, one admirer remarked. Feeling somewhat buoyed by the compliments, Gu Shanshan replied with a delicate smile, You flatter me. Director Chen and I are merely acquaintances. Beside her, a refined young lady with an exquisite visage chimed in. Sister Shanshan, you are far too modest. Director Chen is a prominent figure in the capital. We would be fortunate to even catch a glimpse of him. This elegantly dressed woman was Lin Heir, the daughter of the second master of the Lin family. For years, she had aspired to marry Li Ting's brother, Li Feng, but he had remained indifferent to her affections. Thus, she sought to ingratiate herself with Gu Shanshan, hoping to leverage their friendship to win favor with Li Feng. As Gu Shanshan reveled in the attention, her gaze suddenly fell upon Gu Mo striding towards the VIP area, her complexion instantly paling to a shade akin to that of liver. It had taken Gu Shanshan considerable connections to gain entry to this auction, and she could not fathom how Gu Mo had managed to enter. That wretched woman dared to approach the VIP area? Li Ting and her daughter were over there.
Gu Montag.
Gu Shanshan's voice rose sharply. Noticing the odd glances from the crowd, she quickly gritted her teeth, adopting a facade of gentleness as she addressed Gu Mo. A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Mo's eyes as she deftly grasped Lin Heir's hand. With a swift motion, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Lin Heir crashing to the ground, her cries of distress echoing through the hall.
Ah!
Gu Mo, you vile creature. How dare you strike me? Someone, please. It's a matter of life and death. Being a daughter of the capital's elite, Lin Heir had the crowd's support. As they absorbed Lin Heir's earlier words, it dawned on them that Gu Mo had been embroiled in scandal years prior, having been taken advantage of and left pregnant. Was she now attempting to seduce the CEO again? Heavens! Not only was she resorting to violence, but she had also intruded upon the auction. How shameless! Furthermore, she had become a social pariah, with her family's company having gone bankrupt. What right did she have to attend such an event? Surely, she must have leveraged unsavory connections to gain this access. How revolting. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Gu Shanshan felt a surge of satisfaction. Gu Mo, so what if you came here by seducing men? You are still a disgrace. Countless curses and insults rained down upon Gu Momo, yet she wore a beguiling smile at the corners of her lips, her serene face exuding an air of calmness. If I can prove that I entered based on my own merits, what will you, who slander me as relying on connections, do? Will you kneel and lick my shoes? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wana laughed more fiercely than anyone else, exclaiming, "This is simply laughable. Does this woman even comprehend the high standards of the imperial capital auction? How dare she claim she can enter based on her abilities?" Gu Momo's eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she casually flicked her chestnut curls. "Since you find this so amusing, if I can prove my worth later, you will clean the soles of my shoes for everyone. How does that sound?" Lin Wana was nearly doubled over with laughter, having never encountered such shamelessness. The audacity was astronomical, flaunting a facade while clearly lacking substance. Lin Wana was utterly unconvinced that Gu Momo possessed such capabilities, raising an eyebrow and saying, "All right then. If I lose, I shall indeed lick your shoe soles. But if no one can assist you in proving your worth, you must lick mine. And do not forget about Sister Shanshan's as well. You will clean both of our shoe soles." Gu Momo readily agreed. "Very well."
With that,
She took out her phone and called Director Chen. "Director Chen, where are you?"
not yet.
As the crowd listened to her conversation, a chill ran down their spines. Director Chen was a highly esteemed figure in the imperial capital auction, someone whom even the elite rarely had the opportunity to meet. How could Gu Momo be calling him? Moreover, her tone seemed to suggest a superior addressing a subordinate. Lin Wana burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "And you dare say you didn't rely on connections? You can't possibly have shared a bed with Director Chen, could you?"
Ha ha ha.
The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Yet at that moment, they failed to notice a strikingly handsome boy in the VIP area nearby, gazing intently at Gu Momo. Chapter 5. Sun Li Zixiao. The boy possessed exquisite features. With strikingly handsome eyes. Clad in a finely tailored black suit, he sat quietly, exuding an air of icy detachment, as if the world around him were entirely irrelevant. His small figure stood tall, yet appeared profoundly lonely. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Gu Momo's son, Gu Jingxing. Butler Li observed the boy's solitary demeanor from a distance, his heart heavy with sorrow. He understood that the young master must feel profoundly alone. The young master, named Li Zixiao, was the cherished son of the Li family, their treasured gem, loved dearly. However, since childhood, he had suffered from a congenital brain tumor, leading to a reclusive and desolate personality. The doctor had advised that he must cultivate a relaxed state of mind to alleviate the pain caused by the tumor. Otherwise, the condition could worsen at any moment. Yet, regrettably, the young master had grown up without companionship, lacking even a mother to comfort him. The young master is still quite small and inevitably requires companionship. Over time, what shall be done about this? He let out a soft sigh, gently draping a plush coat over the boy's shoulders, his aged voice imbued with warmth. "Young master, do you hold a fondness for Miss Gu Momo?" The steward, Li, had noticed that the moment Miss Gu entered, the young master's gaze was fixed upon her. Li Zixiao's eyes sparkled with the clarity of crystal. "Grandfather steward, do you think she could be my mother? She is truly beautiful and kind, resembling a fairy." He continued, "Indeed, she must be a mother sent by the divine." A fairy mother. A flicker of surprise brightened the steward's eyes. Had he truly heard correctly? The young master had spoken. Overjoyed, the steward's eyes crinkled in delight. He wished to speak candidly, yet ultimately said, "If the young master favors Miss Gu Momo, I shall inform Master Li to invite her to our villa frequently to visit you, shall I?" A subtle shift occurred in Li Zixiao's previously indifferent gaze, but then he appeared to recall something, and the light within his eyes dimmed. Slowly, he rose and turned to enter the VIP room. Never mind, he thought. The doctor has said, I may not live past 7. If the fairy mother were to live with him, her kindness would surely prevent her from wanting to part ways. If I were to pass on, she would be heartbroken. He cherished the fairy mother and wished to spare her from sorrow, not wanting her to witness his departure from this world. If she were indeed a fairy, then let her remain free, soaring through the skies. Unbeknownst to the young master, the steward was uncertain which of his words had troubled Li Zixiao and hurriedly closed the window, following after him. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner believed her scheme had succeeded, laughing maniacally as she forced Gu Momo to lick the shoe sole. Gu Momo, a loss is a loss. Hurry, lick the shoe. However, before she could finish her taunt, a sharp voice echoed from nearby, who claimed she entered through connections. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his demeanor austere and commanding. With an air of authority that could easily overwhelm the crowd, he approached. The assembly straightened at once. It was Director Chen, Gu Shanshan, and Lin Wanner. Oblivious to the true nature of Director Chen's words, mistakenly believed he was coming to their aid and rushed toward him. Director Chen, it is this woman. She bullies Shanshan and seeks to seduce masterly. Without sparing Lin Wanner glance, Director Chen approached Gu Momo, inclining his upper body in a respectful bow. Miss Gu, I apologize for my tardiness. Are you well? A collective gasp swept through the crowd. What sort of connections did Gu Momo possess to elicit such deference from Director Chen? Under the weight of their scrutiny, Gu Momo remained composed, casting a fleeting glance at Director Chen before locking her icy gaze upon Lin Wanner and Gu Shanshan. Director Chen, is this auction now allowing any sort of riffraff to enter? Faced with her inquiries, Director Chen dared not utter a single breath. He retrieved a handkerchief from his suit pocket, dabbed the sweat from his forehead, and bowed his head in apology, expressing his sincere regrets. Miss Gu, it is indeed my oversight. Lin Wanner discerned the sarcasm directed at her and felt her face flush with rage. Gu Momo, who are you referring to? Do not presume that by aligning yourself with a man of esteemed status, you have transformed into a phoenix. Let me assure you, a wild chicken remains a wild chicken. Before Lin Wanner could finish her tirade, a resounding slap left her momentarily dazed. Her head turned to the side as she covered her swollen face, incredulously gazing at her assailant. Director Chen, having delivered the blow, shook the hand that struck her, now reddened from the force, and exclaimed, Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The lady before you, Miss Gu, is a platinum member of our charity auction. Should she utter a word, you all shall be expelled. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A platinum membership, after all, necessitated a verification of assets exceeding 100 billion to be bestowed. Furthermore, it was said that platinum members possessed absolute authority and special privileges at the charity event, which elucidated Director Chen's profound respect for her.
Yet,
Had Gu Momo not been expelled from the Gu family long ago? How could she possibly possess such wealth? Standing quietly to the side, Gu Shanshan listened to the murmurs, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Gu Momo. A platinum member?
how can that be?
The charity auction in the capital does indeed categorize its members. Ordinary members may attend, but only those who attain gold membership can bid on the auction's grand prize. The most elusive, however, is the platinum membership. Only Li Zhanting could possibly reach such heights. She thought to herself, Gu Momo is merely a woman who has risen through dubious means. How could she obtain a platinum membership? Could it be? Is her benefactor Li Zhanting?
No.
This is impossible. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Wanner began to panic. Yet with so many eyes upon her, she was unwilling to concede easily and suddenly erupted into laughter. Even at death's door, you remain stubborn. Director Chen scoffed and clapped his hands, prompting the platinum membership certificate, personally issued by the auction, to be displayed in succession across all electronic screens in the venue. The certificate boldly proclaimed the name Gu Momo. Lin Wanner gaped at the screen, utterly bewildered.
How can this be?
Now, do you have anything left to say? Director Chen's voice was cold as he turned to Gu Momo, bowing once more. Miss Gu, the fate of these two individuals lies in your hands, and I shall fully cooperate with any requests you have. Gu Shanshan bit her lip in humiliation, anger, and resentment flooding her being. Gu Momo, what have you done during these years abroad? Surely, you have made a fortune selling your body and attached yourself to some unknown magnate. This wretch, just like 5 years ago, all she knows is to peddle her flesh. Observing Gu Shanshan's ashen face, Gu Momo understood that animosity was brewing within her. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. For now, however, she needed to address the meddlesome Lin Wanner. As the saying goes, one must kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Gu Mo summoned a servant to bring over a chair, lifted her skirt, and gracefully seated herself. Her legs elegantly crossed. The slit of her long dress instantly revealed her fair and slender legs, while her silver high heels tilted slightly. Unhurried, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes narrowing with a playful glint as she remarked, Who was it just now that said the loser must lick the shoe soles? With the outcome now determined, and Gu Mo being a platinum member, there would be a plethora of ordinary members in this room who would seek her assistance in the future. Consequently, everyone chimed in, Indeed, Miss Lin, did you not just say that the loser should lick the shoe soles? We all heard you. Surely, the Lin family cannot go back on their word. Yes. Hurry up and do it. Stop dragging your feet. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner's legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor, retreating in fear while murmuring, No.
I don't want to.
Observing her cowardice, Gu Mo set her long legs down, rose, and seized a handful of Lin Wan-er's hair, dragging her before her. Lin Wan-er, unable to resist, found herself thrown to the ground, and as she attempted to rise, Gu Mo placed her foot firmly on Lin Wan-er's shoulder. The tip of her high heel pressed against the right side of Lin Wan-er's face, causing her to wince in pain, crying out incessantly, "Ah, it hurts." With the pressure on her shoulder increasing, Lin Wan-er ultimately collapsed in a humiliating position, her nose hitting the floor and blood gushing into her mouth. "Will you lick or not?" Gu Mo pressed the sole of her shoe against Lin Wan-er's face, distorting her features. Having been spoiled all her life, Lin Wan-er could hardly withstand such treatment and cried out, "I'll lick. I'll lick." Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she extended her tongue and hesitantly licked the bottom of Gu Mo's shoe a few times.
Gu Montag frownet, clearly dissatisfied.
"It seems Miss Lin finds my shoe soles rather bland." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon some phlegm that had just been spat onto the floor. One shoe was poised to tread upon it, adding a little extra flavor. "No, please. I want a do-over. I want a do-over." This time, Lin Wan-er crawled and rolled her way to Gu Mo's feet, showing no signs of reluctance. She lifted Gu Mo's foot and cleaned the sole thoroughly with her tongue. Haha, Lin Wan-er really licked Gu Mo's shoe. This is the daughter of an esteemed family in the capital. What utter shame. Indeed, Gu Mo is truly ruthless. After such an ordeal, who would dare oppose her in the future? Today has been spectacular. This ticket was worth every penny. I must document this moment. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, prompting everyone to pull out their phones and capture the humiliating scene of Lin Wan-er. No, don't film me. Lin Wan-er knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by a barrage of flashes, desperately using her hair to shield her face, burying her head into her chest.
Gu Shan, witnessing Lin Wan-er's torment,
felt immense resentment, but dared not confront Gu Mo directly. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Mo's attention was fixated on punishing Lin Wan-er, she plotted her escape. However, Gu Mo had been watching everything closely and had no intention of allowing Gu Shan to slip away easily. "Director Chen? What are the entry standards for the charity auction?" Upon hearing those words, Gu Shan felt an overwhelming sense of panic, causing her to halt instinctively. "So, this young lady, is she the one?" Gu Momo asked with a mischievous smile, pointing at Gu Shan. Director Chen grasped her implication, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "This young lady has entered under a false identity." Indeed, Gu Shan had not received an invitation to the auction. Her presence was the result of acquiring someone else's invitation. She swallowed hard, turning around to force a smile. "Director Chen, what are you saying? How could I possibly be impersonating someone? I am Gu Shan." She emphasized her name, believing that in this imperial city, the Gu family's reputation would instill a sense of caution in Director Chen. However, in Chen's eyes, apart from the poised Gu Momo and the yet-to-appear Li Zhanting, he regarded no one else with any significance. Thus, he produced the invitation Gu Shan had presented upon entry, which bore her photograph, but the name was not hers. What else could this be but impersonation? No, that is certainly a forgery. Gu Shan, fearing exposure, hastily reached for it. Director Chen swiftly withdrew his hand, causing her to lose her balance and fall unceremoniously. Ha. This Miss Gu seems quite flustered. Who would have thought that the esteemed daughter of the Gu family isn't even a regular member of the auction, resorting to such means to gain entry? The surrounding laughter intensified, leaving Gu Shan seething with rage. She had submitted her credentials to the auction numerous times, only to be rejected each time. Now, she finally understood the reason. With a fierce glare, she directed her animosity at the composed Gu Momo seated before her. Director Chen, having received his cue, gestured, and 4 or 5 security guards in black suits swiftly emerged from a corner, escorting Lin Wan-er and Gu Shan out of the auction venue. At last, the atmosphere returned to tranquility, with the previously mocking crowd retreating into corners, fearful of becoming the next target of Gu Momo's ire. However, Gu Momo held no interest in those individuals. Her sole purpose for attending the auction was to reunite with her daughter. The thought of her daughter filled her with both anxiety and anticipation. Noticing Gu Momo leaning against the armrest of her chair, appearing slightly bored, Director Chen leaned forward and suggested, "Miss Gu, I apologize for the disturbance today. Shall I escort you to the auction venue now?" Gu Momo lifted her eyelids but remained silent, leaving Director Chen frozen in place. Everyone present was captivated by her formidable presence, too intimidated to make a sound. After a considerable pause, Gu Momo finally rose to her feet. Director Chen promptly bowed and moved ahead to lead her, saying, "This way, please." The area where Gu Momo had been seated was the front hall of the auction, while the main venue was located in the rear hall of the hotel, accessible through a long corridor. As Director Chen accompanied her, cautioning her about slippery spots and clearing the path ahead, a small pink figure suddenly darted out from a corner, colliding directly with Gu Momo's thigh. The impact sent the little one tumbling to the ground. Ouch! The voice of the little girl was soft and full of innocence as she stretched her legs and sat on the ground, gazing at Gu Momo with a look of pitiful longing. Chapter 7. Is it alright if I call you mommy?
Oh, dear.
The little girl's voice was gentle and imbued with childlike innocence, her legs stretched out as she sat on the ground, looking up at Gu Momo with a heart-wrenching gaze. Wow, this auntie is so beautiful, like a fairy. Whose child is this? Where are the adults to take care of her? Chairman Chen was quite startled and, forgetting about the child, hurriedly asked Gu Momo with concern, Miss Gu, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? However, Gu Momo's attention was solely focused on the child before her. The little girl had a delicate fringe, soft hair, and skin as translucent and radiant as freshly fallen snow, with a pair of bright, grape-like eyes fixated on her. Gu Momo felt as though her heart was melting. Little one, did you hurt yourself? She bent down to lift her up, brushing off the dust from her dress and straightening her pink princess gown. Pretty auntie. You're so beautiful. Just like a fairy auntie. Seemingly oblivious to her question, Li Qingling's eyes remained glued to Gu Momo. Chairman Chen, who had previously ignored the little girl, suddenly felt embarrassed. He could see that Gu Momo seemed quite fond of this little creature. Thus, he quickly inquired, little friend, where are your parents? Why are you here all alone? Li Qingling glanced at Chairman Chen with a frown of discontent, completely disregarding his presence. Recognizing the cue, Chairman Chen promptly fell silent. Li Qingling turned to Gu Momo, nuzzling her small face against the back of Gu Momo's hand, and said, Pretty auntie. My name is Li Qingling. My father is the exceptionally famous Li Zhanting from the capital. Today, I came with him to auction the pain relief medicine from the ghost hand divine doctor. Gu Momo was taken aback. Li Zhanting? Li Qingling? Could this child before her be the daughter she had lost 5 years ago, taken away by Gu Shanshan? For 5 years. She had tirelessly searched for her daughter's face and whereabouts, but Li Zhanting had protected her so well that her subordinates could find no leads. Thus, this was the first time in 5 years she had laid eyes on her precious daughter. She fought back tears, reaching out cautiously to touch her daughter's cheek, her eyes glistening with emotion. Li Qingling was unaware of what had transpired, yet she relished the sudden affection from the beautiful aunt. Her tiny hand covering Gu Momo's hand, her cheek rubbing against the direction of Gu Momo's caress, delighting in the warmth. Pretty auntie, your palm is so warm. Seeing her daughter grow up to be so lively and adorable filled Gu Momo's heart with immense joy. But the 5 years of absence weighed heavily on her with a lingering sense of regret. Unable to suppress a gentle laugh, she remarked, Linger is truly adorable. By the way, can I call you Linger? Linger's large, dark eyes sparkled with joy. Of course. You can call me Linger. But only people I like can call me that. So you're someone I like, pretty auntie. Gu Momo was charmed by Linger's sweet demeanor, and she squatted down to ask, Are you happy living with the Li family? How does your father treat you? Such inquiries were never meant to be posed to a child. Yet, upon seeing Linger, she found herself irresistibly compelled to know more about her, unable to suppress her curiosity. Linger's sparkling eyes brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Beautiful auntie, I am very happy living in the Li family. Daddy treats me so well. By the way, beautiful auntie, do you like my daddy? If you do, I can introduce him to you, would that be alright? That old witch, Gu Shanshan, was always scheming to entice Daddy, and it troubled Linger greatly. Fortunately, Daddy was astute enough not to fall for her tricks. Mr. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at such a charming attempt to play matchmaker for her father. Linger shot a fierce glance at Mr. Chen, as if to challenge his disbelief. How could that old witch Gu Shanshan possibly compare to the beautiful auntie? Mr. Chen replied, I apologize, little ancestor, it was my mistake. Gu Momo chuckled lightly, so, it seems Linger really likes your daddy? Without hesitation, Linger affirmed, Of course. I absolutely adore Daddy. But honestly, with that stubborn look of his, I wonder if he truly deserves such a beautiful auntie. If beautiful auntie were to marry Daddy, would it be unfair to her? Gu Momo felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. Given Linger's affection for Li Zhanting, if she were to take Linger away directly, would it not be a different form of cruelty? Thus, she needed to devise a foolproof plan. Linger. A voice called out, interrupting Gu Momo's thoughts. The group turned towards the source of the sound. A man clad in a perfectly tailored black suit approached, accentuating his broad shoulders and slender waist. His right hand casually tucked into his trousers, exuding an air of aloof elegance. As he drew closer, Momo recognized that remarkably familiar face, one she could never forget. 5 years prior, when she was ensnared by the Gu family, she had longed for this man to rescue her. During that time, she had lost everything, and he was the only person she could trust. She waited and waited, but even as the Gu family tormented her to the brink of death, he never came. Over the past 5 years, she had fought through countless struggles and tribulations alone, having long set aside romantic notions. She did not wish to entrust her fate to a man. Her destiny was hers alone to dictate, and she would find a way to take her daughter with her. Li Zhanting's cool, piercing gaze fell upon Gu Momo's hand as she caressed Li Qingling's head, his brow furrowing slightly. The woman before him possessed smooth, radiant skin, lively eyes, and an innate charm that was pleasing to behold. Yet, like many others, she seemed intent on winning his daughter as favor to draw closer to him. He looked down at Linger, his expression softening in an instant, his large hand gently resting on Li Qingling's little head. Linger, has Daddy told you not to wander off? Before going anywhere, you must let Daddy know first. Though the words were reproachful, they lacked any real admonition, filled instead with affection. Gu Momo scoffed inwardly. Considering his decent treatment of Linger, she decided to momentarily overlook past grievances. However, she was determined to devise a means to take her precious daughter away. Chapter 8. Mr. Li, are you the narcissist? Upon seeing her father, Li Qingling's little mind sparked with inspiration, and she dashed to Gu Momo's side, grasping her hand and pulling her before Li Zhanting. Daddy, you're not young anymore. It's high time you found a wife and settled down. If you wait any longer, beautiful aunties might lose interest in you. Besides, once married, the family won't pressure you, and that old witch won't trouble you anymore. Gu Momo thought the words sounded reminiscent of an elderly person urging her to marry. Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Gu Momo. Though Linger was lively, she was not amiable to everyone. It had only been 10 minutes since she left the auction venue, and in such a brief span, she had taken such an interest in a stranger? Linger, given this, shouldn't I have a private conversation with this auntie? Li Zhanting suggested, dismissing Li Qingling. Believing her father was indeed interested in the beautiful auntie, Linger joyfully nodded and skipped away. Before Director Chen could react, he was already being led into the auction hall by Li Qingling. Oh, our children today is so mature. They even know how to play matchmaker. In the narrow corridor, only Gu Momo and Li Zhanting remained. Gu Momo recognized that Li Zhanting had deliberately sent Linger away. She was acutely aware of his scrutinizing and unfriendly gaze. Before he could speak, she took the initiative. Mr. Li, you didn't send your daughter away just to indulge in romantic notions with me, did you? One couldn't deny that this man possessed even more masculine charm than 5 years prior. Yet, she was no longer that naive girl who only sought to rely on him. Li Zhanting's brows furrowed tightly, an air of palpable tension surrounding him. You went to great lengths to orchestrate this encounter. Merely to use my daughter as a means to get closer to me? Gu Momo found his paranoia amusing. It seemed Li Zhanting was afflicted with a severe case of victim mentality. Over the years, his beloved son and daughter had become his heart's treasures. No matter the sacrifices he made, he would cradle his children dearly. This woman dared to set her sights on his daughter. Gu Momo began to understand that Li Zhanting truly suffered from paranoia, and quite severely at that. She let out a scoff, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Mr. Li, don't assume that just because you have a bit of money, every woman will flock to you. Narcissist. I, Gu Momo, have no interest in you whatsoever. However, her last sentiment about his children, no, rather, her children, she kept to herself. Yet, the first 2 remarks alone left Li Zhanting feeling quite displeased. In the entirety of the capital, the number of women wishing to marry him was countless. Yet this woman dared to label him a narcissist and claimed to have no interest in him? Li Zhanting was filled with intense fury. Yet he found himself at a loss for an outlet, ultimately suppressing his anger and coldly stating, I hope to never see you again. Gu Momo gazed at his resolute figure, her mind involuntarily drifting back to that fateful night. Back then, this man had exuded a tenderness that now seemed utterly absent. Why did he appear so frigid now? Was his warmth reserved solely for the bedroom? The thought made her shiver slightly, and she followed him into the auction hall. Due to the auction's special regulations, only guests with a gold membership or higher could participate in the bidding for the final item, resulting in a noticeable reduction in attendees. On the stage, the host was presenting and introducing the purpose of Li Zhanting's presence, a pain relief medication developed by the renowned ghost hand Saint Doctor. This remedy had been personally crafted by the esteemed physician, capable of alleviating all forms of pain with astonishing speed. Once ingested, it could provide relief within a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, take note. This is not merely a conventional pain reliever, but a true remedy. It is clear why this medicine has been selected as the piece de resistance for today's auction. The host continued his fervent introduction. while Li Jianting could hardly contain his eagerness. Before the starting bid was announced, he raised his paddle, declaring 1 billion. His voice was strong and resonant, imbued with unwavering determination. The host was momentarily taken aback by the exorbitant offer, but quickly regained composure, excitedly exclaiming, "Mr. Li has bid 1 billion. This auction item has a starting price of 50 million. Mr. Li has multiplied it by 20. Is there any bid higher than Mr. Li's?" The host's question was purely a reflex of his profession. It was not merely a matter of whether anyone dared to challenge Li Jianting. Who in their right mind would spend 1 billion on a pain medication? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. The host shouted passionately. 1 billion three. 15 billion. Just as the host raised the auction hammer, Momo casually lifted her paddle and called out an even higher bid. The host was momentarily stunned, and Li Jianting followed the direction of the paddle. She was seated languidly, her chestnut hair casually pinned up, with a few loose strands cascading against her graceful neck, exuding both sensuality and elegance. She had chosen a small corner to sit in, and had it not been for this bidding, no one, including Li Jianting, would have noticed her presence. Seeing the woman he had just chastised boldly competing against him at the auction, Li Jianting's expression darkened, casting a shadow over his demeanor. She had claimed to have no interest in him, yet here she was, willing to go to great lengths to vie for a mere pain medication. This was clearly a ploy to capture his attention. Unfortunately for her, her cunning would prove futile. His heart belonged solely to the memories of that night years ago, and no other woman could dare to aspire for his affection. Momo unabashedly met his furious gaze, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, as if to say, "I concede." In truth, she had not intended to bid. It was the memory of Li Jianting's earlier words that had ignited her anger further. The more she pondered, the more stifled she felt, so she resolved to confront him head-on. She intended to make Li Jianting aware that not all women are meek and submissive. Sitting beside him, utterly bored and twirling a pen, Li Qingling's ears perked up at Momo's voice, instantly invigorated as if electrified, exclaiming, "Wow, it's the beautiful aunt. Who knew the beautiful aunt was so wealthy?" Chapter 9. Beautiful Aunt. Linger adores you. Li Jianting's expression darkened ominously, his hand gripping the bidding card tightly, knuckles white with tension. Under the host's bewildered gaze, he raised the card, his voice low and menacing. 2 billion. 2 billion. Mr. Li bids 2 billion. The host's tone had lost its earlier fervor. It was evident to all present that the atmosphere was charged with tension, enough to render the entire hotel to ruins. This was no ordinary auction. Glancing towards Li Jianting, Momo's strikingly cold eyes sparkled with determination. 25 billion. While there were others present, most had entered the venue early and had not witnessed Momo's confrontation with Lin Wanner, thus unaware of her background. As they observed her audacious defiance against Li Jianting, murmurs of skepticism arose. Who is this woman? How dare she openly challenge the esteemed Mr. Ting? And to bid 15 billion? Can she even afford such an amount? Is she just speaking nonsense? Let's hope she isn't some insignificant mistress of a lesser-known executive. Beside them, Director Chen was drenched in sweat, wishing he could silence the ignorant spectators immediately. They had no idea that the petite, seemingly fragile woman before them could single-handedly alter the course of the capital. Crushing them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Fortunately, Momo remained unfazed by their chatter, her gaze keenly fixed on Li Jianting. She watched as he, consumed by fury, raised his card, pushing the bid to 30 billion. 30 billion. What a staggering figure. An ordinary person could toil for a century without ever reaching such earnings. The value of this painkiller had long surpassed its worth. Each subsequent bid was merely Li Jianting's way of challenging her. With an air of composure, she raised her card again. 35 billion. The host pinched himself, realizing this was perhaps the most terrifying auction of his career. Starting at 8 million, the bid had skyrocketed nearly 50-fold. He yearned to be dismissed by the association to escape the pressure of the conflict between Momo and the unrivaled Li Jianting. Director Chen's face turned as pale as a ghost. The handkerchief he had just used to wipe his brow could nearly wring out water. Li Jianting's reputation in the capital was unparalleled. Everyone had to show him respect. Yet, in contrast, he understood the true nature of the situation. Momo was the real powerhouse, one could not afford to offend. Even Li Jianting, upon learning her true identity, would undoubtedly strive to win her favor. After much internal conflict, he retrieved his phone to consult with the association, which promptly ordered him to terminate the auction. Everything must prioritize Miss Gu's interests. He stumbled onto the stage, snatched the microphone from the host's grip, his voice trembling as he nearly fell to his knees before Momo. "Miss Gu, you need not spend so much." The association is gifting you this medicine free of charge. Is that agreeable? Please, do not further distress us. Upon hearing this, Li Zhanting's handsome features could no longer be described as merely troubled. Who exactly was this Gu Momo? That Chairman Chen would set aside such significant interest to present her with the auction item? Did she not fear offending him at all? The individuals who had just questioned Gu Momo were now left agape in astonishment. Who would have thought she was a concealed powerhouse? Or perhaps this woman had a man behind her capable of rivaling Li Zhanting. It is essential to note that the primary charity auctions organizing committee is a civilian entity, free from any external influence or control. Not even Li Zhanting held the authority to intervene. Yet it appeared they placed considerable importance on Gu Momo. Seeing that she remained silent, Chairman Chen assumed her acquiescence and promptly instructed his subordinates to unlock the glass safe. Retrieving the meticulously carved wooden box containing the pills and presenting it to Gu Momo with both hands. Miss Gu, this is a token of appreciation from the association. Please accept it. Sitting beside Li Zhanting, Li Qingling resembled an enamored young girl, gazing at her beautiful aunt with admiration, completely forgetting her original purpose for being there. Her stunning aunt was simply too impressive, radiant in beauty and stature, garnering such respect. Even things that her father needed to purchase could be acquired for free by her. Why couldn't this beautiful aunt be her mother? With such thoughts, Li Qingling rested her chin on her hand, pouting in a way that was heart-wrenching. Gu Momo glanced at the box, her interest rather lukewarm. She merely wished to temper Li Zhanting's arrogance. However, since Chairman Chen offered it, she was more than capable of accepting the gift. Rising, she noticed Li Qingling's dejected demeanor and mistakenly thought she was upset over losing the pills. She quickly waved to Qingling, her voice sweet and inviting. Linger, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing her beautiful aunt call her name, Li Qingling's mind buzzed, instantly rejuvenating. Her beautiful aunt was calling for her. She scampered off the chair, her little legs carrying her swiftly, the pink hem of her dress fluttering with each step, utterly adorable. Just before reaching Gu Momo, she accelerated, launching herself into her embrace. Gu Momo instinctively crouched to catch her, wrapping her arms around the girl, a smile blooming in her eyes that radiated like a captivating flower. You little one are quite heavy, Gu Momo remarked, playfully tapping Li Qingling's nose. Like a bashful young maiden whose secrets had been unveiled, Li Qingling buried her head into Gu Momo's chest. While one arm held her close, Gu Momo extended her other hand to accept the pills from Chairman Chen. You mentioned that you came specifically for this. Auntie never takes away someone's joy, especially not from someone as adorable as you. Therefore, I shall bestow this gift upon you. Li Qingling's bright, round eyes blinked in disbelief. Beautiful auntie? Were you just praising Linga? It was her remark about how cute she was. With a tender gesture, she affectionately ruffled the child's hair, affirming, without a doubt, you are the most charming little fairy. Li Qingling finally grasped the situation, her tiny hands clutching the box to her chest, her little feet bouncing with excitement. Beautiful auntie, you are not only lovely, but you are also exceedingly kind. Linger is a little fairy, so that beautiful auntie must be a grand fairy. Little fairies absolutely adore grand fairies. She used the word super thrice, feeling it inadequate, and then wrapped her pudgy arms around Gu Momo's neck, pouting her lips to plant a sweet kiss. Chapter 10. Sneaking back to find Mama. The soft, tender lips of the child, imbued with a hint of milk fragrance, instantly melted Gu Momo's heart, as if she had landed on a fluffy cloud, surrounded by warmth. How could her little cotton jacket be so heartwarming and delightful? Not far away, Li Zhanting watched as a strange woman embraced his daughter and even received a kiss from her. The jealousy within him erupted. Throughout her life, Linger had never shown such affection to anyone, not even to him. What was it about this woman that captivated his daughter so profoundly? Meanwhile, Gu Momo observed her daughter's diminishing figure, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotions. Linger, just wait a moment. Mama will reunite with you soon. Inside the Maybach, Linger excitedly handed the wooden box to Li Zhanting, her sparkling eyes brimming with pride. Daddy, look. This is a gift from the beautiful auntie. She emphasized the word you, seemingly crafting a favorable image of Gu Momo. Li Zhanting accepted the box, remaining silent. His purpose in coming here was to acquire the pain relief medicine from the legendary doctor, Ghost Hand, and he was certain that Gu Momo had seen through him, deliberately opposing him to attract his attention. A gift? Had she not interfered, he could have effortlessly secured this treasure. His assistant, gripping the steering wheel, cautiously inquired, Sir, the medicine from Ghost Hand is indeed extraordinarily expensive. Li Zhanting shot him a cold glare, causing the assistant to instinctively cover his mouth in fear. Send someone to the black market to investigate the origins of Ghost Hand. Furthermore, ensure we obtain his photograph and contact details. Only he can perform the surgery for the young master. Li Zhanting issued his orders bluntly, then gazed out the window, a hint of melancholy evident in his deep-set eyes. I want all her information. The assistant was well aware of the young master's condition. Having been by Li Zhanting's side for many years, he had amassed countless records of renowned physicians. Yet, every doctor who examined the young master's reports would only sigh and shake their heads in dismay. However, they were not entirely without purpose. At least, one by one, after the young master had expressed his anger, they timidly mentioned that in this world, only the renowned ghost hand doctor could ensure the absolute success of a surgery. The ghost hand doctor is a mysterious figure who has risen to prominence in recent years. It is said that he does not have a fixed hospital affiliation, and no one knows his true identity. He moves like a living bodhisattva, appearing in places beyond the reach of human foresight and expectation. To encounter him, one must rely solely on fate, unless he chooses to seek you out. His fame stems from a war on the border of a certain country, where a military leader, wounded by a bullet perilously close to his heart valve, found himself in dire circumstances. No doctor dared to guarantee that they could extract the bullet without a ventilator in such adverse surgical conditions, ensuring the leader's survival. The physicians were at a loss, and the soldiers' morale plummeted. Then, in that moment of despair, the ghost hand doctor emerged. He not only successfully extracted the bullet without inflicting any harm to the patient, but also discovered early signs of myocardial infarction and treated the leader's heart condition in the process. Initially, this was simply a tale of a doctor saving a patient. However, upon awakening, the leader issued a global call for the doctor, offering an exorbitant reward in hopes of personally expressing his gratitude. Yet, the ghost hand doctor seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. Since then, he has become a godlike figure, with countless afflicted patients yearning to find him, yet all their efforts have been in vain. Li Zhanting, of course, understood that locating him and requesting his assistance in treating his son would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, he was determined to find a way to try. His child was everything to him. As long as they could grow up healthy and happy, he would spare no effort or expense. On the silent road, the sky turned ominous, and suddenly a thunderstorm erupted. Torrential raindrops poured in through the open window, crashing down with a resounding noise. Li Qingling sat in the back seat of the car, watching the rain intensify outside, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. The beautiful lady seemed to have ventured out alone. She might not have an umbrella and could get drenched. Daddy, Linger needs to go to the restroom. I can't hold it anymore.
Linger er suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt.
Leaned over the front passenger seat and frowned. Boss, there's a public restroom just ahead. We'll be there shortly. The assistant parked the car and immediately retrieved an umbrella from the trunk, preparing to escort Linger to the restroom. Li Zhanting unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out of the car without hesitation, holding the umbrella with one hand. He opened the car door and effortlessly lifted Li Qingling into his arms, striding purposefully towards the public restroom. Daddy, hurry up. Li Zhanting gently set her down, fearful that the rain would dampen her delicate pink dress and black shoes. He quickly bent down, positioning the umbrella over her head.
Aunt.
Linger nodded eagerly. Li Zhanting handed her the umbrella, lightly patting her shoulder. Go on quickly. Linger, with her petite frame, held the umbrella, glancing anxiously at her father. Daddy, what will you do? You'll get soaked. It's fine. I'm an adult. A little rain won't hurt, he reassured her. Reluctantly, Linger turned her thoughts to her beautiful aunt, leaving her father's concerns behind as she stepped inside. Linger, is it dark in there? Are you scared? Li Zhanting stood at the door, worry etched on his face.
Linger?
Are you all right? He called again. Almost done. If there had been onlookers, they would have noticed the deep furrow in his brows and the worry in his penetrating gaze. A quintessential doting father. Minutes passed in silence, and he called out again, Linger? Linger? After waiting half a minute without a response, a sense of unease washed over him. Disregarding all decorum, he rushed into the women's restroom. Fortunately, the place was deserted, and he knocked on each stall door. When he reached the last one, he was taken aback. Behind that dilapidated door was a gaping hole, just the right size for Linger to slip through.
Montag feng.
Gather all your men immediately, and ensure that the young lady is found within the next half hour. Chapter 11. Gu Mo takes Linger away. The umbrella gifted by Li Zhanting was large, and as Linger carried it, her arms began to ache. Her black shoes had soaked up water, and her white socks bore muddy specks. She rubbed at them with her fingertips, frowning when they wouldn't come off. Surely, her beautiful aunt wouldn't mind a little dirt on Linger, would she? Just then, an unwelcome figure emerged from the elevator, Gu Shanshan, a person Linger loathed. As Gu Shanshan stepped out, her face, previously masked with feigned affection, lit up with a disingenuous smile as she approached, her heels clicking on the floor. After being escorted out by security earlier, she had noticed one of her expensive earrings had fallen off during the scuffle, a precious piece worth millions. Charged to Li Zhanting's account. Linger was still here, clearly waiting for her. Don't come any closer. I hate you. I won't let you touch me. Linger protested, holding her umbrella defensively. Gu Shanshan froze, the smile fading from her face. Though irritation bubbled within her, she managed to feign a polite smile. What are you talking about? Linga? I'm going to be your mother soon. How can you be distant from me? As she took a step closer, Linger, filled with revulsion, dashed out of the hotel. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, a cascade resembling a string of pearls, veiling the sky and the city in a thick mist. Gu Shanshan followed, her irritation mounting. She couldn't comprehend why Linger and Li Zixiao, these two little brats, resisted her so vehemently. Was it truly the case that they were impervious to her attempts? Linger, ever the spirited child, made a face at her. You think you can marry my daddy? Let me tell you, my beautiful aunt is my real mommy. I came specifically to deliver an umbrella for her. The beautiful lady must not be exposed to even a drop of rain. Beautiful lady? Gu Shanshan cautiously surveyed her surroundings, wondering who this beautiful lady could be. My beautiful lady also shares the surname Gu. They all refer to her as Miss Gu. But rest assured, it is certainly not you. Linger lifted her chin, her lively eyes shimmering as she mentioned Gu Momo. Miss Gu? Could it be Gu Momo? The mere thought of her made Gu Shanshan's teeth clench in frustration. That wretched Gu Momo not only exposed her false identity at the auction but also conspired with Director Chen to oust her, leaving her utterly humiliated. And now, she had the audacity to secretly meet her own daughter and charm her completely? Fuming, she stormed up to Li Qingling and seized the umbrella, attempting to snatch it away. Who permitted you to deliver an umbrella to another woman? Help! Someone is bullying a child. They are stealing a little girl's umbrella. Li Qingling refused to let go, tugging at Gu Shanshan while shouting loudly. Gu Shanshan dared not use too much force, fearing she might hurt her. It wasn't that she was unwilling. Rather, if Li Qingling were to get hurt, Li Zhanting might very well devour her alive. Cough, cough.
Linger clutched her throat, coughing violently.
Her fair face quickly turned an alarming shade of purple. Upon witnessing this, Gu Shanshan was instantly thrown into a panic. Li Qingling suffered from congenital asthma. She could not withstand any stimulation or chill. The previous struggle over the umbrella had inadvertently pushed her into the rain, and now she was undoubtedly catching a cold. Gu Shanshan hastily dropped the umbrella and rushed over.
Linger, how are you?
Li Qingling felt unwell, but she had no desire for the witch Gu Shanshan's concern. Where is the beautiful lady? Beautiful lady, where are you? Linger misses you so much. Linger needs you. President Gu, the organization received a task today, issued by Li Zhanting, the president of Li Corporation, which involves gathering all information on the Ghost Hand Divine Doctor. On the other end of the line, a subordinate reported in a formal tone. Ghost Hand Divine Doctor? Gu Momo frowned.
Decline.
Without a second thought, she issued her command. Understood, President Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Momo closed her eyes again, preparing to rest a while longer. However, Li Mo caught sight of the adult and child entangled outside. The adult resembling the young woman he had fiercely confronted at Gu Corporation. He muttered, President Gu, it seems Gu Shanshan is outside. And she is tugging at a little girl. Upon hearing this, Gu Momo lifted her eyelids and sat up straight without a moment's hesitation. She removed her sunglasses and rolled down the car window. Indeed, she witnessed Gu Shanshan forcefully dragging Linger towards a taxi. If anything were to happen to that little one, Li Zhanting would undoubtedly strangle her. Linger was coughing violently, yet her small, pale hands clung stubbornly to the car door, refusing to board the vehicle no matter what. Just as Gu Shanshan was about to exert more strength, she was suddenly seized by a powerful grip on the back of her collar, her whole being, along with the child, yanked down from the car. Li Mo! Gu Momo shouted. Li Mo swiftly caught the nearly fallen Li Qingling from Gu Shanshan's grasp and hurried to the shelter of the rain-free platform. Seeing the child safe, Gu Momo's restraint evaporated. With her fingers entwined in Gu Shanshan's hair, she forced her face to confront her own and delivered a sharp slap. Gu Shanshan staggered back, stars dancing in her vision, as vivid red imprints blossomed on her cheek. Upon realizing it was Gu Momo who struck her, disbelief washed over her as she clutched her face. Gu Momo, how dare you hit me?
What?
Have I not struck you before? Or was last time's punishment too lenient? Did it not instill any lasting memory? Gu Momo's cold gaze brimmed with fury, each word seeping through gritted teeth. How dare Gu Shanshan, emboldened by audacity, treat her daughter with such rudeness? Were it not for her concern for Ling, Gu Gu Momo would have relished the thought of reducing Gu Shanshan to a state of utter helplessness. Li Mo, take Ling, to the car. Gu Shanshan in a frenzy, charged at Li Mo, stop. You will not take Ling away. She is the daughter that John Ting and I are to raise. Before she could advance further, Gu Momo delivered a forceful kick to her back. With a thud, Gu Shanshan fell into a puddle of murky water, her mouth landing in the filth. Coughing violently, she wiped her face, her delicate makeup now a muddied mess. Gu Shanshan, you had better pray that Ling remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure you repay this debt tenfold. Gu Momo, unwilling to waste further time, turned and entered the vehicle. Chapter 12. Mama, Ling misses you so much. By the time Gu Shanshan regained her senses, the sedan had already started, speeding away with a swift acceleration. Gu Momo, catching a glimpse of her disheveled appearance in the rearview mirror, hugged her unconscious daughter tightly, anxiety etched across her face. Inside the Maybach, the rain continued its relentless descent outside. A chill emanated from the air conditioning vents as Li Zhanting sat in the back seat, resembling a massive ice sculpture, exuding an oppressive low pressure that rivaled the cooling system. His assistant, Mo Phone, involuntarily shivered, trembling as he clutched the phone he had just hung up, hesitant to speak. The search teams had scoured a radius of several kilometers, yet the little miss remained elusive. Faced with the dark clouds gathering on the young master's face, he found himself at a loss for words. Where is Ling? Have you found her? Li Zhanting evidently had no intention of granting him respite. His piercing gaze fixed upon him, the urgency and worry in his tone unmistakable. The young master, usually inscrutable in demeanor, prioritized matters concerning his little master and little miss above all else. A pack of useless fools, Li Zhanting cursed, flinging open the car door, preparing to search for her himself when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, the name Gu Shanshan flashed, causing his brow to furrow in displeasure. What is it?
Speak.
Li Zhanting's voice betrayed a hint of impatience.
Something, Ling
Ling has been taken by my sister. Years ago, when I found Ling, it was evident that our destinies were intertwined. If Ling were to be taken from me, I would not wish to live. On the other end of the line, Gu Shanshan feigned desperation, her cries mingling with the sound of relentless rain. Over the past 5 years, Li Zhanting had long harbored suspicions that she had taken Ling away. Several times, he sought to investigate the whereabouts of Ling's mother through her. However, when she snatched the child from Gu Momo, she left no evidence behind. No matter how much Li Zhanting suspected her, without concrete proof, he could not take any action against her. Thus, for these 5 years, she could only leverage the fact that she had brought the child to the Li family to maintain a semblance of closeness with them. Your sister? Yes. Her name is Gu Momo. You have never met her. Many years ago, she was expelled from our home by my father due to her scandalous behavior. Li Zhanting furrowed his brow.
Gu Montag?
It is she. Noticing the silence on the other end of the call, Gu Shanshan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Li Zhanting might uncover something. Zhanting, you must quickly search for our daughter. My sister has never liked me. After learning of my close bond with Ling, she intends to use her as leverage against me. I am genuinely worried she might retaliate against Ling. This was the only scheme she could devise. Knowing that Li Zhanting remained oblivious to her past encounters with Li Qingling, as long as she denied everything and insisted that any harm to Ling was due to Gu Momo, she would be safe. On Li Zhanting's end, the call had already been disconnected. His stern visage was shrouded in shadows, yet he found himself inexplicably relieved to hear that Ling was with Gu Momo. He had an instinctive belief that Gu Momo would not harm her. The Li family stood atop the wealth rankings in the capital, and he had encountered numerous women willing to sacrifice their dignity for money. Gu Momo's proximity to Ling raised his suspicions. Logically, he ought to dismiss Gu Momo like he had done with other women. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to her. This sensation was perplexing. Li Zhanting pinched the bridge of his nose, casting aside these uninvited thoughts, and promptly instructed his co-pilot Mo Phone, conduct a citywide search for Gu Momo's residence. Ensure that we locate the young lady before dawn. The Lincoln sped into the prestigious Jiupina Yuan in the capital. The spacious flat, equipped with floor-to-ceiling windows, a private garden, and a swimming pool, offered an unobstructed view of the city's skyline and coastal scenery. The entire complex consisted of only 88 residences, and to reside here, one needed not only wealth but also power, identity, and social standing. Even among the homeowners, a strict hierarchy was maintained. After parking in the garage, Gu Momo carefully lifted Ling and took the elevator to the 22nd floor. The decor of Jiupina Yuan was uniformly opulent and elegant, characterized by modern black, white, and gray tones. Upon entering the room, Momo promptly called out to the air, "Turn on the air conditioning." Soon, a mechanical yet gentle voice responded, "The air conditioning has been adjusted to the most comfortable temperature based on your body heat. Master, the little one in your arms is experiencing an asthma attack, and her condition is critically rated at 3 stars. It is advised to administer the special medication promptly." With that said, a cabinet in the living room opened automatically. This was Limo's first visit to Momo's home, and he was utterly astonished by this anthropomorphized high-tech product. "What are you standing there for? Help me retrieve the medication from the cabinet. It's on the 3rd shelf, the asthma remedy." Mo chided him sternly upon noticing his daze. Mo finally snapped to attention and hurriedly dashed to the cabinet, searching frantically. Mo did not relish giving orders. Rather, the little one in her embrace had been clutching her pinky finger with her icy little hand since she was placed in the car, unwilling to let go. Both she and Ling Er had been caught in the rain, and now she could only use a dry towel to repeatedly dab at her daughter's soft hair. Fortunately, the air conditioning in the room was warm enough, and it quickly dried. It was only at this moment that Mo had the chance to properly admire her daughter's features. Sleeping soundly, Li Qingling's lashes resembled delicate brushes, casting shadows beneath her eyes. Due to her illness, her complexion was pallid, and her cherry-like lips quivered slightly. This fragile appearance tugged at Momo's heart. She gently caressed her daughter's pale little face with her free hand. The slumbering girl seemed to sense her mother's touch, her tiny lips parting and murmuring in a babyish tone, "Mommy, Ling Er misses you." Chapter 13. The Scent of Mother. Upon hearing her daughter's unconscious utterance of "Mommy," Momo's eyes instantly welled with tears. "President Gu, the medicine has arrived." Mo brought forth the specially formulated medication as per the instructions. He, too, was taken aback by the rare treasures hidden in Momo's cabinet, items that even the wealthiest could not procure. Mo turned her face, discreetly wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes before accepting the pills from his hand. This particular medication was effective in alleviating any sudden respiratory ailments. Once ingested, symptoms would significantly ease within minutes. Mo herself abhorred taking medicine. Hence her specially concocted pills were coated with a sugar shell, rendering them palatable. She carefully brought the medication to Li Qingling's lips, softly encouraging, "Sweetheart, be good. Take your medicine, and you'll feel better." Ling Er pouted slightly, but upon tasting the sweetness, she willingly opened her little mouth and swallowed the pill.
Li Montag.
Standing by, inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. The effects of the special medication manifested swiftly. Ling Er's brows, once furrowed in discomfort, gradually relaxed, and color slowly returned to her cheeks. Clad in a pure white outfit adorned with little strawberry patterns, she looked delightful. All these garments had been prepared by Mo years ago, when Gu Shanshan had taken her child away. She had never forgotten her daughter for a single moment. Each time she purchased clothes for Jingxing, passing by the girls' stores, she could not help but stop and buy a set for her daughter, whom she had never met. Unbeknownst to her, these outfits gradually filled half of her wardrobe. In the late hours of the night, Li Qingling's lashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. As she gazed upon the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of eerie familiarity enveloped her. Turning her head, she beheld a beautiful lady resting beside her bed, her head nestled upon her own arm, deeply asleep. With a gentle motion, she extended her small hand to brush aside the stray strands of hair from the lady's forehead, yearning for a clearer glimpse of her. This subtle gesture, however, roused Momo, who is usually a light sleeper. "Ling Er, you're awake? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Momo inquired, rising to check the temperature of her forehead. Her asthma had alleviated after taking the special medication, but due to the rain, she had developed a slight fever. Momo had been bustling about, caring for her throughout the night, and fatigue had finally overtaken her, leading to an unintended slumber. Fortunately, the fever had subsided, and after a brief rest, the child's spirits appeared markedly improved. The child resembled an especially clingy kitten, her voice soft and melodious, effortlessly reaching the tenderest corners of one's heart. Had she not coincidentally encountered her today, she would have remained oblivious to the troubles her daughter faced. Did that man truly care for her precious Linga? Li Qingling, however, was unperturbed, her large, glistening eyes gazing at her with a lively tone. "I came to bring the beautiful lady an umbrella. It's raining, and Linger was worried you might not have one." Touched, Momo felt a wave of warmth in her heart, realizing how much her daughter truly cared for her. "You mustn't do that again. It's dangerous. Do you understand?" She admonished gently, affectionately ruffling the child's hair. "I understand, but Linger worries about the beautiful lady. I want the beautiful lady to be happy." If the beautiful lady doesn't want Linger to run around like this, would you marry my daddy and be my mommy? This was the second time Linger had expressed such a sentiment. Of course, Momo longed to be her mother, dreaming of it night and day. Yet, she had no desire to maintain any connection with Li Zhanting. Marrying him was an impossibility. Noticing her silence, Li Qingling sensed her reluctance and cleverly shifted her approach. Beautiful lady, did you see that old witch today who wants to be my mommy? She wishes to marry my daddy and become my stepmother. At the mention of Gu Shanshan, Gu Momo's expression darkened instantly, her voice cold as she retorted, "She is unworthy of being your mother." Realizing that the beautiful lady shared her disdain for the old witch, Li Qingling's spirits lifted considerably. With a playful squint, she declared, "Beautiful lady, I like you much more than her." Gu Momo understood the underlying message in her words, yet she was acutely aware of her ultimate intention. She would inevitably take her daughter away and did not wish to offer her any false hope. "All right, dear. You should rest now. We shall discuss this matter later." She tucked the blanket around her and hastily concluded the conversation. Just as Gu Momo was about to rise, Linger grasped her fingertips, shaking them pitifully. "Beautiful lady, could you please stay with Linger tonight? I'm afraid of the dark and can't sleep alone." In truth, Gu Momo too yearned to share a bed with her daughter. Over the years, she had envisioned countless times the comfort of snuggling together under the covers, listening to the gentle rhythm of Linger's breathing as she drifted into slumber. After Linger expressed a request, she readily agreed, without a second thought. How delightful! Linger could now sleep with the beautiful aunt. The little one reclined on the bed, her tiny feet playfully swinging beneath the covers, nearly bursting with joy. Gu Momo chuckled, pulling back the quilt to snuggle in beside her, resting her hand on the little one's head. Linger clutched her arm, pressing closer to her chest, her soft hair brushing against Gu Momo's heart like delicate feathers. "Beautiful aunt, you smell so lovely." Linger inhaled deeply, as if trying to capture the scent and preserve it within her for eternity. Gu Momo smiled softly. "Is that so? What does it smell like?" Linger pondered for a moment before confidently declaring, "Like mommy." A sudden rigidity coursed through Gu Momo's back, as if something within her had exploded. To suppress the swell of emotion, she leaned down, placing a gentle goodnight kiss between her daughter's brows. "Good girl, now sleep tight." "Beautiful aunt, can you sing a lullaby for Linger?" "Of course." Gu Momo cleared her throat lightly. "The rain will come, and the rain will cease. Such is the unchanging truth." Her melodious voice flowed beautifully as she sang, rhythmically patting her daughter's back. Before long, the gentle sounds of slumber emanated from her embrace. She gazed down at her daughter, peacefully asleep, a scene that had graced her dreams countless times. Today, it had finally come to fruition. Chapter 14. Daddy comes knocking. After Gu Shanshan reported to Li Zhanting, she attempted to call him again, but her calls went unanswered. She worried that if she did not accompany him to find the child, Gu Momo might turn the tables on her, sealing her fate. Upon arriving at Jupin Mingyuan, she approached the entrance, only to be halted by security.
Miss.
"Please present your owner's certificate." Gu Shanshan felt a wave of embarrassment. She was not a resident of this community and had no such certificate. Yet, she vaguely remembered that Li Zhanting had purchased a property here. Maintaining her composure, she said, "My fiancé is Li Zhanting from the capital. You must have heard of him. He owns a property here, so let me in." However, the security guard was not easily swayed. Everyone residing here was of notable stature. They only recognized credentials, not individuals. "I'm sorry, miss, but without an owner's certificate and no prior notice from the owner of a visitor, I cannot allow you entry." This was the first time Gu Shanshan had been denied access by a security guard, and she furiously pointed at him, saying, "Let me tell you, I am Li Zhanting's future wife. If you dare to offend me, I'll make sure you can't survive in the capital." Infuriated, she was suddenly drawn to a sleek black Maybach approaching the vehicle passage. That license plate belonged to Li Zhanting. Overjoyed, she dashed forward and knocked on the window. "Zhanting. Zhanting. It's me. It's Shanshan." Inside the car, Li Zhanting had searched for their daughter all night and finally managed to ascertain Gu Momo's address. Seizing the opportunity to rest during the drive, he was awakened by the commotion outside, his dissatisfaction palpable. He rolled down the car window, a hint of fatigue etched upon his features. "What brings you here?" Gu Shanshan pressed her hand against her chest, squeezing out a tear. "I am worried about Ling, I called you several times, yet you did not answer. Upon discovering that my sister resides here, I rushed over, only to be stopped at the community gate by an ungrateful security guard." Such matters were indeed difficult for her to articulate. Li Zhanting was reluctant to take her along. Yet he understood that Gu Shanshan was tenacious in her pursuits. The last time he had declined a request, she had sprawled across the hood of his car, which had consequently attracted the attention of the traffic police. Thus, He instructed Mo Feng to unlock the car door. Get in. Gu Shanshan's face lit up with joy as she immediately opened the door and took a seat. Mo Feng, in the driver's seat, noticed her expression and frowned slightly. He had witnessed her being barred from entry earlier, and now that she was in Gu's vehicle, she began to flaunt her triumph. This Gu Shanshan truly lacked the grace expected in high society. That morning, after waking, Gu Momo prepared a light vegetable porridge in the kitchen. Ling had a fever the night before, and her palate would surely be bland. A sprinkle of salt in the vegetable porridge might stimulate her appetite. Ling, having caught a whiff of the fragrant rice, dashed out barefoot from her bedroom. Wow, beautiful auntie, you can cook too? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at the sight of the porridge already served on the table. Why are you barefoot? What if you catch a chill? Gu Momo feigned annoyance as she gently pinched her little face, her tone laced with rare affection. The porridge prepared by the beautiful auntie was simply too enticing. And Ling momentarily forgot her worries. Report to the owner. 2 unfamiliar visitors have entered the elevator. Approaching destination. Shall we terminate passage? A nervous mechanical voice echoed from above in the living room. Immediately, the television flickered to life, revealing the images of Li Zhanting and Gu Shanshan. Upon seeing her father, Ling's eyes sparkled, but they soon dimmed at the sight of Gu Shanshan beside him. Yet, her face brightened once again as she nodded vigorously. Out of selfishness, Gu Momo was reluctant to return her daughter to them. However, she recognized that it was not yet the time to part with Ling. After all, having lived with Li Zhanting for so long, the little girl needed time to adjust. Let them in, Gu Momo instructed the system. This system had been designed by her son, Jingxing, enabling surveillance and control over everything within the house and elevator. Naturally, when it came to matters of personal privacy, the system would automatically enter sleep mode. Upon her consent, once Li Zhanting and Gu Shanshan reached the designated floor, the system would automatically unlock the door, granting them entry. Gu Momo was disinclined to engage with them, as the thought of her daughter potentially being taken away by Li Zhanting made her cherish their time alone even more. She turned to her daughter with tenderness, saying, "Shall auntie feed you some porridge?" "Yes, yes. Beautiful auntie feeding Ling, the exuberant Ling Qingling exclaimed, dancing with delight. Gu Momo sat at the dining table, cradling her daughter in her arms, and carefully lifted a small spoonful of the warmed porridge, bringing it gently to her lips. Linger was quite cooperative, opening her mouth and swallowing the porridge in one go. "Auntie, the porridge you made is truly delicious. If it's tasty, then drink more." Gu Momo ladled another spoonful. Meanwhile, Li Zhanting and Gu Shanshan entered the room. The man stood at the entrance, observing his daughter being held tenderly by Gu Momo. Her demeanor obedient and gentle, causing him to stiffen momentarily. What on earth had this woman done to earn such compliance from his daughter? Moreover, Linger had always been averse to close contact with others. Since the age of 3, she had slept alone. Now, she had spent an entire night with this woman? Initially, a flicker of warmth had touched his heart, but upon seeing Linger clad in a perfectly fitting nightgown, which seemed to have been prepared long in advance, his brow furrowed, and a chill crept over his handsome features. He had underestimated her. It appeared that this woman had long intended to ensnare his daughter. Gu Shanshan, witnessing the scene, was infuriated, pointing at Gu Momo and exclaiming, "What on earth are you feeding Linger?" Chapter 15. Linger wants mommy, not daddy. Gu Shanshan was at a loss for words, retreating behind Li Zhanting in indignation. However, Li Zhanting, watching his daughter eat so obediently, could not bear to interrupt. Standing rigidly in place until Gu Momo had fed the final spoonful of porridge. A headache throbbed in his temples. What kind of a lord did this woman possess? It was imperative that he hasten to find Lu Li, lest Linger no longer recognize her as her mother in the future. He bent down gently, coaxing Linger, "Do you not want daddy anymore?" Linger pouted proudly, "I would rather have mommy than daddy." Li Zhanting felt his paternal dignity dwindling to nothing. Gu Shanshan stepped forward, embellishing her words, "Sister, I know you dislike me, but I have watched Linger grow since childhood. She is my precious darling. When you took her away yesterday, you left her in the rain, causing her asthma to flare up. Do you have any idea you nearly harmed her? Though you are my sister, if you dare to hurt Linger in any way, I will fight you." Unable to contain herself, Gu Momo scoffed. "What an absurd accusation.
Now,
You attribute all of this to me?" Before she could refute, Li Qingling, overhearing Gu Shanshan's slander against the beautiful aunt, immediately expressed her discontent. Li Zhanting felt a twinge of jealousy. Linger had never defended him so fiercely. Gu Shanshan, feigning great grievance, asked Linger, "Do you even know what you're saying? Your aunt has watched you grow. How can you side with a stranger?" "I like the beautiful aunt. I want the beautiful aunt to be my mommy," Li Qingling declared without hesitation. "Linger, dear, You mustn't speak carelessly, Li Zhanting gently reminded her. Linger's mother could only be Lu Li, no matter the cost. He was determined to find Lu Li, fearing that Li Zhanting might let Gu Momo off the hook. Gu Shanshan quickly added, Zhanting, regardless of the circumstances. It is a fact that Gu Momo took Linger away. Hearing this, Gu Momo could not help but laugh. You repeatedly accuse me of having taken Linger away. Yet why do you not clarify the reasons behind my actions? Gu Mo raised her eyelids, her seemingly nonchalant inquiry rendering Gu Shanshan's complexion ashen. Stammering, she responded, what is there to discuss? Isn't it merely because you are envious of me? With a playful arch of her brow, Gu Mo inquired calmly. Jealous of you? What could I possibly envy? You envy my connections with the Li family and that I am on good terms with Linger and the Li family. Whereas you do not possess such fortune. Gu Shanshan retorted. At that moment, the smile in Gu Mo's eyes froze, her gaze, once radiant like the stars, now chilled to the bone, piercing Gu Shanshan's cheeks with a frosty glare. Have I shown you any favor? Gu Shanshan stood there, momentarily stunned, her expression morphing into one of indescribable distress. The elders of the Li family regarded her as a benefactor solely because she had once brought Li Qingling and Li Zixiao into their fold. It could be said that her fortune stemmed from the act of stealing Gu Mo's child. This was an opportunity for President Li to thoroughly comprehend her true nature. Gu Mo refrained from broadcasting the video on the television screen to spare her daughter any further trauma. Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes, taking the phone, accustomed to silencing the volume since having a daughter, and pressed play. In the video, Gu Shanshan appeared as a frenzied lunatic, desperately dragging Linger towards the car. Linger's pale visage was etched with resistance, her small frame trembling, coughing in agony. Li Zhanting's heart felt as though it were ensnared by a noose, rendering him breathless. Before the video concluded, he could no longer bear to watch. He let his hand holding the phone drop to his thigh. His gaze towards Gu Shanshan sharp as a blade, the inky depths of his eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent. Though Gu Shanshan was oblivious to the video's content, witnessing Li Zhanting's fury, she surmised it must be connected to yesterday's events. Hastily, she stepped forward, grasping the cuff of his suit, pleading humbly, Zhanting, believe me, I truly did not harm Linger. Li Zhanting's expression was ice-cold, instilling fear. Gu Shanshan, regardless of how the elders of the Li family regard you, I have already compensated you, and the past is settled. Should you reappear before my daughter, regardless of the elders' favor towards you, I will ensure you face dire consequences. His voice was frostbitten and piercing, leaving Gu Shanshan reeling as if struck by lightning. For 5 years, Li Zhanting had harbored doubts about her, but lacked evidence. With tonight's incident, his suspicions would only deepen. Zhanting, do not say such things. If I truly wished to harm Linger, I would not have risked my life to rescue her from her biological mother. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Li Zhanting's expression turned ominously stern. His hawk-like black eyes were chillingly fierce. Gu Shanshan was taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp which of her words had been amiss. Li Zhanting's entire demeanor radiated an icy fury. Linger's mother would never be a person who disregards her child's life. This is the last time I wish to hear such words from you. Otherwise, not even the esteemed ancestors of the Li family can protect you. His words momentarily stunned Gu Momo. Did he truly place such trust in her? Li Zhanting extended his hand, disdainfully brushing away her grip on his clothing, and moved to Linger's side. Gu Shanshan felt her heart sink, collapsing onto the ground.
Linger, no.
Linger wants to stay with the beautiful aunt. Daddy, please let Linger stay with the beautiful aunt for a few days. Li Qingling buried her head in Gu Momo's chest, clinging to her obstinately. Chapter 16. Daddy. You've been played. Li Zhanting dared not continue to persuade her. Linger's asthma could not withstand any form of stress. Yet, he could not fathom why Linger had developed such a strong attachment to Gu Momo. Just as the situation reached an impasse, Gu Momo's phone suddenly rang. She turned her head to read the message, her pupils narrowing in shock. Ms. Gu, Li Zhanting's hacker team has located the ghost hand holy doctor. This news will soon reach him. Please exercise caution. Gu Momo had not anticipated Li Zhanting's swift actions. Looking at the little bundle in her arms, she felt an overwhelming reluctance, but the urgency of the matter left her no choice but to disengage from their stalemate. She gently lifted Linger by the armpits and turned her to face her. Initially stubborn, Li Qingling furrowed her brow upon hearing the beautiful aunt's words. Though reluctant, the thought of leaving a favorable impression on the beautiful aunt, to be seen as a good child, softened her resolve. Li Zhanting, who had been frowning, was further dismayed to see Gu Momo so effortlessly pacify Linger. How could his own daughter disregard his words in favor of an outsider? He felt a mix of helplessness and anger. The little one turned away from her father, bidding a heartfelt farewell. Beautiful aunt. Linger will miss you. Aunt will miss Linger too.
Goodbye.
Seeing this, Gu Shanshan quickly rose from the ground and chased after them, casting a fierce glare at Gu Momo as she left. Indeed, within her bag, she discovered a tracking device. This bag was a limited edition acquired through a friend overseas after much effort. When her friend fell ill, Gu Momo had saved her, leading the friend to learn of her identity as the ghost hand holy doctor. Although they had not met since, they maintained an online friendship. It must have been Li Zhongting's hackers who traced the delivery clues and placed the tracker in this bag to pinpoint the ghost hand holy doctor's identity. As Li Zhongting, holding his daughter, approached the elevator, Gu Shanshan emerged in pursuit.
Zhongting. Zhongting.
Wait for me.
Please. Li Zhongting pausa.
Not out of consideration for her, but rather to wait for the elevator. She ran, breathless, clutching her chest to catch her breath. Zhongting, may I ride with you? Linger's earnest declaration completely dispelled Gu Shanshan's thought. Li Zhongting coldly replied, "Did you hear that clearly?" As the elevator reached its destination, Li Zhongting stepped inside, cradling his daughter, completely disregarding the stunned Gu Shanshan, and promptly closed the elevator door. Gu Shanshan watched in seething frustration as the floor indicator descended on the screen. It was all Gu Momo's fault. Surely, she must have said something that caused Li Qingling to be so resistant towards her. Turning her gaze towards the firmly shut door, her clenched nails nearly pierced her flesh. Upon exiting the elevator, Li Zhongting was about to enter his car when Mo Feng hurriedly approached from the driver's seat, visibly agitated. "President Li, the hacker team has just informed us that they have pinpointed the location of the ghost hand Saint Doctor, and it's within this very building." Mo Feng continued, clutching a tablet as he trailed closely behind. "Currently, the tracker is moving. I believe the ghost hand Saint Doctor has sensed something amiss. However, by following his trajectory, we will certainly be able to locate him." As Mo Feng spoke, he took the lead, guiding the way. Within the surveillance system, the small red was moving erratically, darting this way and that, yet fortunately, it remained within the confines of the community. The trio followed the map to the children's recreational area in Jupin Minuan, where swings, slides, and seesaws were scattered about for the children to enjoy. Upon seeing these playthings, Linger radiated joy, squirming in Li Zhongting's embrace, eager to join the other children. With a sigh, Li Zhongting gently reassured her, "Sweetheart, let us play next time. Daddy has something important to attend to right now." Linger, disappointed, lowered her little head. Mo Feng began to scrutinize the personnel present based on the information displayed on the tablet, growing increasingly exasperated with each passing moment. Suddenly, the tablet emitted an alert, indicating that the ghost hand Saint Doctor was less than 3 meters away from them. Li Zhongting heard the sound as well, but upon surveying the surroundings, he saw only a group of children. Could it be that the ghost hand Saint Doctor was merely a child? Just as they were at a loss, Li Qingling suddenly spotted a husky amidst the flower bushes, marking its territory. A small square device, flashing a red, was attached to its collar. "Daddy, look. That dog is glowing." Li Zhongting followed her gaze and immediately recognized the tracker on the husky, his handsome face darkening. Mo Feng also noticed and rushed forward for confirmation. As he approached, the tablet emitted an even more frantic alarm. "Well, no need for confirmation now. It's the very one we placed in the ghost hand Saint Doctor's bag. But how did it end up on a dog? Presently, it seems we have been deceived." Li Zhongting's expression darkened, clearly conveying his irritation as if to say, "I know this already. No need for reminders." Chapter 17. A father's affection for his own daughter. Linger gleefully chimed in, "Daddy, you've been tricked. You're so silly." Li Zhongting sighed, resigned, for who could resist indulging their precious daughter? His stern visage softened immediately, and in a gentle tone, he admitted, "Yes, Daddy was wrong. Daddy is a big fool. I shall not make the same mistake again." Mo Feng's lips twitched slightly, a surge of envy and resentment bubbling within him. Oh dear, is this the sensation of being favored by the president? He too longs to be cherished by Master Ting. One cannot help but note that Master Ting is truly hypocritical. In the SK Group president's office, Gu Jingxing awoke in the small cubicle at the back. Upon stepping out, he found the office eerily deserted. Growing increasingly anxious, he hurried to Gu Momo's desk, removed his shoes, and clambered onto the office chair, leaning forward to access the home surveillance system. By a stroke of fate, the system was capturing Gu Shanshan's furtive actions at their doorstep. Frowning, he zoomed in on the footage, observing her stealthily stuffing something beneath the carpet. While cursing under her breath, Gu Shanshan grabbed a handful of pushpins from a box at her feet, meticulously hiding them beneath the welcome mat. "This time, I shall ensure you experience the pain I endured that day." Gu Shanshan chuckled coldly. Unbeknownst to her, This scene had already been vividly recorded by Gu Jingxing, who was watching intently from the surveillance feed. The audacity of this woman, laying such a trap at the front door to harm their mother, confirmed that those whom mother despises are indeed not virtuous souls. An idea sparked in Gu Jingxing's mind. His fingers danced across the keyboard, resolutely deciding to teach this wicked woman a lesson on behalf of his mother. Once Gu Shanshan had placed all the pushpins, she tossed the empty box into the trash and casually stepped into the elevator. Standing inside, the reflective elevator doors showcased her exquisite features. Her lashes had become slightly disheveled from her earlier sobbing to Li Zhanting. Adjusting her position, she leaned closer to the door, meticulously fixing her makeup. The thought of Gu Momo stepping out tomorrow to be pricked by the scattered pushpins filled her with a strange thrill, causing her lips to curve into a manic smile. Suddenly, the lights in the elevator flickered, startling her. As she was arranging her lashes, her hand trembled, and she inadvertently yanked off her right eye's false eyelash. Ah! The pain. It hurts so much, she whimpered, raising her head in fury to glare at the now steady lights above. Little did she know, this was merely an appetizer prepared by Gu Jingxing for her. In the next moment, the elevator, which had been functioning normally, plummeted rapidly, the lights flickering ominously like a scene from a horror film. The sensation of freefall gripped Gu Shanshan's heart, making it feel as though it might leap from her chest. She grasped the handrail nearby and screamed desperately, "Help! Help!" Before long, the elevator came to an abrupt halt on the 15th floor, as if nothing had transpired. Gu Shanshan, thoroughly terrified, collapsed to the ground. After catching her breath, she scrambled to her feet, pounding on the elevator doors, calling out, "Is anyone there? Help me! The elevator is malfunctioning. Help!" After a while with no response, she suddenly remembered the emergency call button. Just as she was about to press it, a thud echoed through the air, and the cold mechanical voice announced that the elevator was moving upwards once more. "Ah!" she shrieked in sheer panic. The incessantly shaking elevator rendered her utterly unstable. She was jostled first to the left and then to the right, soon becoming bruised all over her body. Meanwhile, at the computer, Gu Jingxing watched the terrified Gu Shanshan on the screen, chuckling with amusement. After several repetitions of this spectacle, Gu Jingxing began to find it somewhat tedious, pouting slightly before shutting down the computer. However, the program he had set in motion did not cease. On the first floor of the Jupin Mingyuan, a couple of pairs were queuing for the elevator, observing the numbers above the doors fluctuate erratically. They assumed it was merely a prank by mischievous children upstairs and hastily contacted the property management. The staff hurried over, inspected the elevator, and promptly cut off its power supply. With a loud clang, the elevator reverted to its default settings, halting at the first floor. The workers, employing various tools, finally pried the elevator doors open. Gu Shanshan crawled out of the elevator, her hair in disarray, half of her double eyelid tape still stuck on her face. Her makeup completely ruined, and it was impossible to discern whether the viscous liquid on her face was tears or saliva. She appeared akin to a ghostly figure, causing onlookers to either recoil in fright or burst into laughter. "Ah, darling, how can there be a ghost in the elevator?" Her husband gently embraced her, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, my dear. You've probably just lost your mind. Ha ha ha, look at this ghostly woman in such disarray. One might think she crawled out of some filthy pit." Gu Shanshan's face turned a shade of fury. "You are the real ghosts. Mark my words, I am the future wife of Li Zhanting. Dare to mock me, and I shall have him tear your mouths apart." Unbeknownst to her, the crowd erupted into further laughter. Ha ha, so she truly has lost her mind. Who doesn't know that President Li is not fond of women? She must be delusional. Fuming with a mixture of humiliation and anger, Gu Shanshan could only scramble to her feet and flee the community. This cycle seemed endless. She dreamt of marrying Li Zhanting, yet he was relentlessly searching for the woman from that fateful night years ago. If Li Zhanting were to discover that the woman from years ago was Gu Mo, all her hopes would be dashed. Chapter 18. The grand double standard of Master Ting perched atop a mountain that offered sweeping views of the capital, where luxurious mansions proliferated. The higher one ascended, the more exorbitant the property prices became. Li Zhanting's residence stood as the pinnacle of opulence. The entrance featured a grand black iron gate, leading down a wide avenue flanked by sycamore trees. In autumn, their leaves turned a golden hue, carpeting the ground in a delicate yellow, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The enormous sculptural fountain at the entrance served as a symbol of wealth. Cars parked before the immaculate white marble steps, where the butler stood, polished and attentive, ready to welcome guests. As Mo Feng exited the car and opened the door, Li Zhanting, cradling his daughter, strode confidently towards the villa's entrance. Young Master Xiao has arrived and is awaiting you in the hall," the the butler informed respectfully as he hurried to keep pace. Li Zhanting's eyelids fluttered slightly. Xiao Yifeng?
Indeed.
Young master. Xiao Yifeng was the sole companion of Li Zhanting during their university years, and he could be considered his closest friend. Their acquaintance stemmed entirely from Xiao Yifeng's innate playful nature. Back in the day, Li Zhanting was the campus heartthrob, the object of admiration and envy among female students throughout the city. Yet, outwardly, no one dared to confront him. This was not the case for Xiao Yifeng, who became the first and only person to challenge him. This audacity arose after he experienced his first crush, only to face rejection. It was from the lips of this girl that he first heard Li Zhanting's name. Fueled by the spirit of rivalry, he mustered the courage to confront Li Zhanting at the school gate, but tripped on a banana peel and fell embarrassingly at his feet.
Li Zhanting,
Possessing an inherently aloof demeanor, paid no heed to the groaning Xiao Yifeng as he simply bypassed him and entered the luxurious Rolls-Royce that had come to pick him up. If Li Zhanting was a king, then Xiao Yifeng was undoubtedly his playful jester.
indeed.
Xiao Yifeng's criteria for companionship could easily align with those of a character like Wei Xiaobao. As Li Zhanting carried his daughter into the hall, Xiao Yifeng, sporting a head of bleached hair and clad in a distressed white t-shirt paired with tattered jeans, resembled a youthful hip-hop enthusiast. "Ah, little Lingling, have you missed your brother?" From a distance, upon spotting the father-son duo, Xiao Yifeng immediately set down his soda and rushed over. Linger instinctively burrowed into Li Zhanting's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy. That silly uncle is so annoying." As the exuberant Xiao Yifeng approached, hearing Linger's words shattered his heart. He clutched his chest, feigning agony as he turned his head aside. "My dear Lingling, do you not realize you have wounded my heart?" Li Qingling, with her pair of sparkling eyes, regarded him disdainfully, as if he were a fool. "If you wish to be his brother, you must call me uncle. We cannot disrupt the hierarchy," Li Zhanting remarked seriously, ignoring Xiao Yifeng as he ascended the stairs with his daughter. Xiao Yifeng's expression fell immediately, mimicking a classic line from a TVB drama. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. You know I refuse to grow old." Li Zhanting set Linger down, approached the dining table, retrieved a cup, and poured mineral water from a bottle into it before handing it to Linger. "Be good, drink some water." Linger obediently cradled the cup in both hands and drank eagerly. Watching this entirely unnecessary ritual unfold, Xiao Yifeng scoffed. "You wealthy folks, even drinking water is such a formal affair? Would it be fatal to simply drink from the bottle?" Li Zhanting shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes seemingly conveying a message. "Do not berate yourself." Although Xiao Yifeng appeared carefree and untroubled by worldly matters, he hailed from a well-to-do family. While not as affluent as the Li family, his lineage was respectable in the capital. "Speak. What brings you here? Is it business or personal?" As he spoke, the butler presented a freshly brewed cup of coffee to Li Zhanting. Settling into the sofa, he casually crossed his legs while the steam from the coffee cup wafted warmly into the air. "This fellow always carries himself with an air of superiority. It truly vexes me," Xiao Yifeng grumbled to himself, gritting his teeth. Yet, after his musings, he dutifully conveyed the necessary information, considering it merely a formality. He couldn't help but admire him. From the very first glance, he sensed an undeniable charisma emanating from this man. While women may come and go, a friendship like this is one to cherish. Li Zhanting rose, smoothing the non-existent wrinkles from his attire, and declared, "Let us go." He had always preferred to conduct business outside the confines of his home, a fact well known to all who had ever collaborated with him. "Let us go, let us go." Xiao Yifeng waved his hand and stepped out first. The two made their way to the underground garage, where an array of luxurious vehicles filled the expansive parking lot, resembling an unprecedented auto exhibition. Xiao Yifeng had visited the Li family garage before, yet he was still awestruck by the spectacle before him. After all, in this world, one must never neglect the allure of sports cars and beautiful women. "Li Zhanting, when will you gift me one of these splendid cars to drive?" Xiao Yifeng approached a McLaren Senna, reverently caressing its surface. He skillfully unlocked the vehicle, and as the headlights illuminated, his heart soared with joy. "Brother, you truly understand me." The vehicle roared along the winding mountain paths of Beihuan, the thunderous engine reverberating through the serene forest. It was at this moment that Li Zhanting's phone buzzed with a text message. His strikingly composed demeanor remained unruffled. He merely glanced at it before irritably tossing the phone aside. In the driver's seat, Xiao Yifeng craned his neck, catching a glimpse of the message and the pitiful image that accompanied it. Noticing Xiao's persistent glances at the screen, Li Zhanting, without diverting his gaze from the road, coolly reminded him, "This car is worth 20 million. Gu Shanshan is pursuing you to the point of madness, and yet you remain indifferent?
Li Zhanting,
Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Xiao Yifeng quipped, feigning surprise. He laughed innocently, continuing, "Tell me, why do you insist on seeking out that woman from years ago? Though she bore you a son and a daughter, consider this, she was callous enough to abandon them. What good can you expect from such a woman? Indeed, what kind of woman could be so heartless as to forsake her own children? Moreover, to abandon both a son and a daughter at that." Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the elders of the Lee family to disapprove of their biological mother. Chapter 19. Mr. Lee, your company has been hacked, yet throughout it all, his piercing gaze shimmered with an unwavering resolve. What concerns me more is the possibility that she has encountered misfortune. For if something had befallen her, it would explain her absence, leading to their forced separation. Consequently, he had spent the years steeped in guilt, yearning to find her and dedicate the remainder of his life to atoning for her suffering. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to fathom what had transpired in her life all those years ago. As he contemplated this, a heavy weight settled in his chest, as if a boulder had been placed upon him, rendering him breathless. Xiao Yifeng, noticing his reluctance to discuss the matter further, refrained from pressing him and seamlessly transitioned the conversation. "Oh, I am preparing to introduce you to a hacker. His name is Kay. I met him during my studies in the United Kingdom. You have no idea, this guy is absolutely remarkable." The mere mention of this hacker, Kay, lit up Xiao Yifeng's eyes with admiration. He even pulled over to the side of the road, eager to elaborate on this intriguing figure to Li Zhanting. Xiao Yifeng spoke with earnestness, his tone fluctuating dramatically, effortlessly immersing his listener in a sense of suspense. However, the criminal suspect was exceptionally astute. He refrained from using identification or making phone calls. The police plastered wanted posters throughout the city, but he remained exceedingly cautious, revealing no information for an entire month. Can you guess how he was ultimately apprehended? Upon hearing this, Li Zhanting's interest was piqued, and he responded with an affirmative hum. It was this hacker, Kay. Xiao Yifeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. He hacked into the network systems of every internet cafe in the UK and pinpointed the suspect's location based on keyword searches. Truly astonishing. This fellow possesses not only top-notch hacking skills, but also remarkable intellect. He deduced that the suspect was online simply because someone had been repeatedly searching for information on the C University murder case and closely monitoring the developments. Such reasoning and logic were indeed extraordinary. How did you come to know someone so impressive? Li Zhanting regarded Xiao Yifeng's account with skepticism, recognizing that he had a penchant for embellishing tales. Why wouldn't I know him? During my time in the UK, I was acquainted with the socialite known as the Prince of Networking at C University. Xiao Yifeng proudly patted his chest. However, he soon realized that Li Zhanting was questioning his credibility, which made him quite displeased. All right, Li Zhanting.
You doubt me.
I will message Kay right now to prove it. Saying this, he promptly composed a message and sent it to Kay. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of SK Group, Gu Jingxing was so bored that he began twirling a pen. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up, and he picked it up with wide eyes, initially thinking it was a message from his mother. However, upon seeing the name Nanfeng on the screen, his expression fell, and he apathetically opened the message. Nanfeng was someone Gu Jingxing had met on a hacking forum. By chance, he had overheard his mother mention that Li Zhanting, the president of Li Group, was a scoundrel. Suspecting that this unscrupulous man had once wronged his mother, he harbored a grudge and devised an elaborate plan for revenge. After lurking on the forum for several days, he aimed to extract the URL of Li Group's financial system. And Nanfeng was the informant who agreed to provide him with the address. They exchanged contact information, and Nanfeng requested no reward. His sole wish was to meet Kay in person. Gu Jingxing, of course, had no intention of granting that wish, but to achieve his objectives, he needed to placate this online acquaintance named Nanfeng. In the McLaren, Xiao Yifeng's phone chimed. He triumphantly waved his phone, boasting, "See, I am not lying. I truly know this hacker." He chuckled as he opened the text message, but upon reading its contents, the smile on his face instantly froze. And he instinctively glanced in the direction of Li Zhanting. Would this fellow, if he knew that he had lured this hacker with the financial database link of the Li Corporation, consider him worthy of a fatal reprisal? Nothing much. I just mentioned that I've been busy lately and cannot meet. Xiao Yifeng forced an awkward smile to mask his guilt. Subsequently, he fabricated an excuse to step away for a moment, sending the financial database link to Kay. This was his sole opportunity to meet his idol. If he let it slip away, it would be an irretrievable loss. Though uncertain of K's intentions with the address, one could only assume that Li Zhanting's hacking team, renowned for its unparalleled prowess, would be more than capable of handling a mere K, right? He assured himself that once he laid eyes on Kay, he would promptly confess and urge Li Zhanting to bolster his defenses. On the drive, Xiao Yifeng incessantly murmured to himself, attempting to soothe his racing heart, which was aflutter with guilt. What sort of expression is that? Have you gone bankrupt? He teased with a half-smirk. What the hell? No way. Xiao Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 20. Masterly requests his son's intervention. Xiao Yifeng hastily accelerated his vehicle toward the Li Corporation, where, at the towering edifice, 2 rows of high-ranking company officials were lined up, their faces etched with anxiety and concern over the unfolding crisis. Mo Feng immediately recognized the license plate, rushing down the steps to respectfully open the car door. Due to his guilt, Xiao Yifeng discreetly slipped away after seeing off Li Zhanting. He had no inkling that K.'s request for the Li Corporation's financial database address was motivated by monetary gain. Yet one would ponder, how could a hacker of such caliber possibly be in want of funds? Unbeknownst to him, Gu Jingxing had painstakingly pilfered 10 million from the Gu Corporation, merely to teach the Li family a lesson, while also intending to use the money to adequately compensate his mother. Li Zhanting strode into the lobby with an imposing presence, flanked by a throng of senior executives, with Mo Feng closely shadowing him to provide updates. Presently, the situation is quite intricate. The funds were transferred by a hacker just an hour ago. Our hacking team has promptly traced the perpetrator's IP address and is currently in the process of cracking and locking it down. We anticipate results by tonight. Li Zhanting abruptly halted, an aura of chilling severity enveloping him like a blade, instilling fear in every individual present. Su Jia and all the executives behind him instinctively paused, holding their breath in anticipation of an impending tempest of reprimand. If the culprit is not identified tonight, you will all vanish along with that 10 million. The senior executives of the Li Corporation endured a night fraught with tension and dread. The following morning, the hacker team delivered disheartening news. They had failed. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. They had seemingly seized the optimal window of opportunity, identifying the suspect's account within the first minute of the theft. However, upon tracing it back, they discovered that it was, in fact, their own company's IP address. This was clearly a trap set by the adversary. After a sleepless night at the company, Li Zhanting was incensed upon hearing the news. He opened his computer and traced the perpetrator's bank account, only to discover that the account receiving the transfer was merely an overseas dummy account, entirely unregistered under a real name. For Li Zhanting, the loss of 10 million was a trivial matter. What truly concerned him was the hacker's alarming prowess, capable of extracting such a substantial sum from the formidable network of the Li Corporation within a remarkably short span, leaving no trace behind, and even outmaneuvering his own hacking team. Such an individual posed an undeniable threat. If today they could siphon off 10 million from the corporate treasury and vanish without a trace, then tomorrow, they could just as easily purloin the most sensitive information from the business database and sell it to the highest bidder. This would be the most fatal blow to any enterprise. Mo Feng, observing Li Zhanting's evident dismay, realized that even he might be at a loss regarding this matter. Cautiously, he suggested, President Li, should we enlist the young master as assistants? Perhaps only he can resolve this predicament. Li Zhanting's thick brows furrowed, a glint of danger flashing in his sharp gaze, causing Mo Feng to hold his tongue. The young master, Li Zixiao, was a prodigious hacker, capable of dismantling and assembling computers at the tender age of 3, effortlessly navigating various foundational codes. By the age of 4, he had already secured a position among the world's top 5 hackers. 6 months prior, the robot he invented and constructed even won first prize at a technological competition. If he were to intervene, Li Zhanting was confident the thief who absconded with the corporation's funds would be apprehended swiftly. Mo Feng held this conviction firmly, and Li Zhanting was even more acutely aware of it. However, Zixiao's demeanor mirrored that of his own childhood, displaying an indifferent attitude towards everything around him, devoid of joy or sorrow. Despite being merely 5 years old, he seemed to have transcended the mundane world, remaining unperturbed. Even towards his father, he exhibited little warmth. It was uncertain whether Li Zhanting could persuade his son to engage in resolving this issue. This situation was extraordinary, if not addressed promptly. It could become a ticking time bomb for the Li Corporation. After much internal conflict, he finally stepped through the door. Inside the room, his son, Li Zixiao, sat alone on the carpet in a plain dark gray robe, engrossed in tinkering with his robot. With his small hands, he disassembled and reassembled the device repeatedly, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Li Zixiao glanced up at his father and then at the robot that had been adjusted by him. Without hesitation, he removed the newly attached arm, disdain evident in his voice. It's uglier than you. Li Zhanting thought to himself, what a wonderful son he had. Clearing his throat, he settled into the nearby sofa, his long legs casually crossed. The room, not designed for adult proportions, felt somewhat constricted. Father wishes to discuss a matter with you. he began. However, Li Zhanting was aware that he was being listened to, and thus continued. Today, the group suffered a theft of 10 million by a hacker. While the amount is trivial, security is paramount. His father, Li Zixiao, comprehended his implication and raised his head, a faint disdain flickering in his otherwise unassuming eyes. Are the individuals your company employs merely idlers? Li Zixiao remarked, his expression indifferent. Moreover, father, if money can be stolen so easily, are you a fool?
Li Zhanting, resignat.
Acknowledged the inevitable outcome. I am off to bed, Li Zixiao declared, swiftly rising from the floor and darting into the warmth of his blankets. His refusal was evident, prompting Li Zhanting to rise and exit the room. If there were someone capable of repeatedly evoking a sense of defeat in the esteemed master of the capital, it would undoubtedly be his son, Li Zixiao. The following day, Li Zhanting intentionally paused his work, ushering the chefs out of the kitchen, closing the door, and donning an apron to prepare breakfast for his daughter and son. He was averse to grease, plagued by a compulsive cleanliness. Yet, his daughter, Li Qingling, often lamented to him that other children enjoyed meals prepared by their parents, while she did not. Although his son, Li Zixiao, remained silent, Li Zhanting was aware he harbored the same sentiment. After completing his morning routine, Li Zixiao descended the stairs, encountering a group of chefs and assistants standing timidly at the door with their hands tucked into their pockets, while the kitchen doors remained tightly shut. Coldly, he inquired, "Who is inside?" Li Zixiao furrowed his brow, harboring suspicions that the Li family's kitchen might soon ignite. "Pour me a glass of milk," he instructed casually, before seizing the laptop from the living room and climbing onto a child-sized dining chair at the table. His fingers, still retaining the softness of childhood, hinted that these delicate, fair hands would surely blossom into beauty in the future. Much like his father, Li Zhanting, Li Zixiao possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart. He appeared indifferent to everything, yet within, he understood precisely who mattered most to him. After typing a series of codes on the computer screen, he swiftly located the hacker's IP address that had infiltrated the Li Corporation the previous day, successfully breaching their virtual facade and intercepting their signal. Who has intercepted my signal?" he exclaimed, a mix of anger and curiosity propelling him to the computer, where he began to engage with the intruder. After several exchanges, he realized that the opponent's skills were on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing them. "Who are you? Why are you intercepting my signal?" He could no longer contain himself and confronted the hacker. The hacker, bypassing his question, retaliated with inquiries of his own, which left Gu Jingxing grinding his teeth in frustration. "If you have the capability, come and take it yourself." Childish. Am I childish?
How old are you?
Age does not determine a person's ability. Others may have failed to locate you, but I have succeeded. This may very well be the longest sentence ever uttered by Li Zixiao. Each word exudes an unmistakable aura of confidence and authority. "Do not speak to me as if you were an immature child." Li Zixiao, undeterred, found himself increasingly intrigued by Li Zhanting. He never anticipated that such a formidable individual among Li Zhanting's subordinates could intercept his signals. Yet, he was acutely aware that this person could not possibly belong to the Li group. For if he had been present yesterday, the theft of 10 million from the financial vault would not have occurred so effortlessly. After Gu Jingxing shut down his computer, he was drawn to the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen and hopped inside with excitement. Gu Momo, clad in a white shirt and khaki trousers, her hair hastily pinned up with chopsticks, was busily preparing soup. Since Gu Jingxing could remember, at least one meal a day had always been lovingly crafted by his mother. No matter how busy she would always make time to brew him a bowl of soup. Sometimes, he felt as though his mother were a superhero, capable not only of managing the company so adeptly but also finding time to care for him. Truly, a child of such a mother was exceedingly fortunate. As he pondered this, a wave of emotion washed over him. With a little leap, he rushed to his mother's side, hugging her leg. "Mommy, do you need any help?" Gu Momo, feeling the weight at her feet, glanced down to see her son. She quickly set down her ladle and affectionately ruffled his hair. "No need, dear. Run along and wait a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly."
All right.
Gu Jingxing obediently scampered back outside. 20 minutes later, Gu Momo emerged with a freshly made deer antler and ginseng soup alongside sautéed organic vegetables. Just as she placed the soup on the table, her phone rang, displaying Li Mo's name. She answered, "President Gu, we have news about Uncle Fu, whom you have been searching for." Gu Momo's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing the spoon to slip from her grasp. Uncle Fu had once been the steward of her mother's family. When her mother married her father, Gu Jinting, he had accompanied her to the Gu household. He had watched her and Gu Momo grow up. To Gu Momo, he was akin to family. "Where is he?" Her tone was unusually urgent. "At the central hospital in the capital." Li Mo hesitated momentarily, and Gu Momo's heart began to race with apprehension. "Is he ill?" Is the situation dire? Yes, President Gu. It seems that only you can save Uncle Fu now. Gu Momo inhaled deeply. As a renowned healer, she was sought after by many. And it was unwise for her to appear at such a conspicuous location as the Central Hospital. However, she had long regarded Uncle Fu as family. After her mother's passing and the subsequent betrayal that forced her to leave the capital for 5 years, she had never ceased her quest to find him. Now that she had finally located him, only to discover him on the brink of death, she could not turn a blind eye to his plight. I will make arrangements for the hospital. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to treat Uncle Fu. But President Li, there are concerns regarding Mr. Li's search for you. Li Emo voiced his apprehensions. Seeing the boss's unwavering determination, Li Emo refrained from further protest. After hanging up the phone, he began to reach out to the hospital director to prepare for the next steps. At the North Ring Manor, Li Zhanting donned a black loungewear outfit. Standing by the dining table like a proud lion showcasing his freshly caught lunch to 2 curious cubs. Li Zixiao and Li Qingling gazed at the table filled with charred and burnt dishes, their expressions contorted in disbelief. Daddy, what is this? Li Qingling asked, pointing at a dish that had become unrecognizable, her face filled with distaste. Where's the molten center? Where are the double yolks? I'm sorry, but all I see is a pile of charred remnants. With a pained grimace, Li Qingling shook her head vehemently, retreating as if she had seen a ghost.
Daddy.
Your cooking is pitch black and utterly inedible, unlike the beautiful aunt's meals, which are both appealing and delicious. Upon hearing his daughter's mention of Gu Momo, his expression darkened considerably. His feelings toward her were not simply negative. Rather, they were tinged with jealousy that threatened to consume him. Why did it seem that his daughter was always drawn to Gu Momo? Chapter 22. The Master of the Storm loses favor before his children helpless. Being the father of his beloved daughter, Li Zhanting could only crouch down and gently coax her. Linger, darling, please don't mention that woman in front of Daddy. She is a bad influence who wishes to take you away. Isn't it true? She competes with me for your affection. How could she not be a bad person? Li Qingling's face immediately fell, her large, round eyes quickly glossing over with tears. Daddy, why do you speak ill of the beautiful aunt? She is so wonderful, both lovely and kind, yet you call her a bad influence. Clearly, you are the one who is the bad one. Li Zhanting? How did he become the villain? He was utterly unprepared for his daughter's dramatic reaction and could only respond softly. Linger. T Daddy still more important than your beautiful aunt? Daddy, do you have the beauty of the aunt? Do you have her wealth? Do you possess her kindness? Can you cook like her? Li Zhanting felt as though he had been struck to the core. It was evident that he paled in comparison to this beautiful aunt. Why did he still harbor such confidence? Realization dawned upon him, piercing his heart deeply. No wonder he failed to appreciate such an exceptional woman. Perhaps he really ought to have his eyesight checked, and while he was at it, his brain too. If his foolishness were to be inherited by Linger, the beautiful aunt might come to resent her. Li Zhanting, tears welled up, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, bleeding profusely. The cold-faced king of the imperial business realm was now being scorned by his own daughter. What a disgrace that would be if it got out. Foolish daddy. Stay away from Linger. You might pass your foolishness to her. Linger swiftly slid down from her children's chair and scampered upstairs with her little legs. Li Zhanting felt a throbbing at his temples. It was over. He had lost his daughter's favor. That woman, Gu Momo, had completely eclipsed him in the eyes of his daughter. Li Zixiao was perplexed by the current situation and was unaware of the identity of the beautiful aunt mentioned by Linger. However, when Linger spoke of her, an image of the enchanting lady he had glimpsed at the auction abruptly surfaced in his mind. The fairy-like woman was truly captivating, and he yearned for another opportunity to encounter her. Yet, in such a vast imperial city, the likelihood of a serendipitous reunion seemed exceedingly slim. Contemplating this, Li Zixiao's spirits inexplicably sank. Li Zhanting, noticing his daughter's displeasure, turned his gaze towards his son. Yet, Li Zixiao reciprocated with a disdainful glance before swiftly vacating the scene. Was Li Zhanting truly so inept that both his son and daughter harbored disdain for him? Half an hour later, Li Zhanting emerged from the bathroom, his lower body wrapped in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to his skin. As he nonchalantly dried his dripping hair with a towel, he approached the incessantly vibrating phone. Since he had entered the bedroom to freshen up, the device had not ceased its relentless ringing. A fleeting glance at the screen revealed the name Xiao Yifeng, causing his brow to furrow in irritation as he reluctantly answered the call. Hello? His voice was deep and hoarse.
Li Zhanting.
I bring good news. You were searching for the ghost hand saint doctor, but to no avail, correct? I just received word that tomorrow he will appear at the Imperial Central Hospital to perform surgery on someone named Wang Dafu. The irritation in Li Zhanting's expression dissipated as he absorbed this information, as if a fog had been lifted to reveal clarity. Is the news reliable? Absolutely. I would not lie to you. I swear, I would rather bear a son without an anus. Xiao Yifeng swore vehemently. His certainty stemmed from a friend who worked in logistics at the Imperial Central Hospital. This significant figure was none other than the ghost hand saint doctor. His friend had overheard a conversation between the hospital director and the doctor, which confirmed the news. Seeing Xiao Yifeng's fervent oath, Li Zhanting became convinced of the news's authenticity. If this proves true, you may choose any car from my garage. Li Zhanting, you're so generous. No wonder you're the commercial leader of the capital. The benchmark of wealth, the pinnacle of affluence. In the entire imperial city, you are the most masculine, the most generous, the one who treats money as mere refuse. Xiao Yifeng showered him with compliments, yet his earlier elation faded as he recalled the incident where Li's company had suffered a theft of 10 million. He cleared his throat. On second thought, let us forget about that. Such a valuable gift is beyond my means. Li Zhanting scoffed at his words. Are you telling me there's something you, Xiao Yifeng, cannot accept? Have you done something morally dubious that makes you reluctant to accept? By heaven's conscience, our bond, forged through life and death experiences, is unbreakable. Would I ever do anything to betray you? That is preposterous. I assure you, even if someone held a gun to my head, I would never betray you. Xiao Yifeng hastily affirmed. When did I ever say that morally questionable actions equate to betrayal? Li Zhanting inquired in a low voice. Though separated by the phone line, Xiao Yifeng could sense the weight of Li Zhanting's formidable presence. He chuckled lightly. Ah, I was startled by you. Ah, Li, the essence of friendship lies in mutual trust. Listening to his incessant rambling akin to that of a monk, Li Zhanting decisively ended the call. The following day, after preparing breakfast for Gu Jingxing, Gu Momo hurriedly drove to the central hospital in the capital. The night prior, she had stayed up late poring over the examination report sent by the hospital. The surgery was indeed quite complex, yet not entirely devoid of hope. Utilizing her expertise, she devised a surgical plan, which she entrusted to Li Mo to forward to the hospital's director in preparation. However, before proceeding, she desired to visit the ward as Gu Momo to see Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was in the neurosurgery department, and Gu Momo took the elevator to the 16th floor of the inpatient unit. Just as she located Uncle Fu's room number, a woman suddenly appeared. Dressed in a fuchsia skirt, the woman was not overweight, but age had brought a slight softness to her waist. From her silhouette, she appeared to be around 40. As Gu Momo speculated on her identity, the woman turned, speaking on the phone while approaching her. It was her lifelong nemesis, Dong Qingrun. She was the biological mother of Gu Shanshan and the childhood sweetheart whom Gu Jinting married immediately after divorcing Gu Momo's mother. Were it not for her interference in the marriage between Gu Momo's mother and Gu Jinting, perhaps none of this would have unfolded as it did today. Seeing her approach, Gu Momo hurriedly concealed herself in the corner. Unaware, Dong Qingrun walked past her, engrossed in her phone conversation. Oh, don't worry. That old fool is on his last legs, barely coherent. The hospital has long since issued a critical illness notice. It's just a matter of days. Once the hospital quiets down tonight, I'll sneak in with a prepared transfer contract and have that old man sign it. Humph. That wretched woman has been dead for so many years, yet she still dreams of leaving that little money to her daughter? What a pipe dream. In the corner, Gu Momo clenched her teeth, her delicate nails turning white from the pressure. The wretched woman Dong Qingrun spoke of was her own mother. If not for the imminent surgery Uncle Fu was about to undergo, she would not have restrained herself. But this score, Gu Momo would remember. Soon, Gu Momo found herself in Uncle Fu's room. There, he lay quietly in bed, his silver hair now reaching his ears, his skin waxen, eyes sunken, and age spots dotting his prominent cheekbones. In Gu Momo's memory, Uncle Fu had always been vibrant. Even at 60, he had maintained good habits. His slick silver hair, upright posture, and tailored black suit reflected a man who managed every detail of the sprawling villa with meticulous care, exuding a sense of vigor in his old age. Yet, after 5 years compounded by the ravages of illness, he now appeared frail and emaciated, a shadow of his former self. Witnessing Uncle Fu in such a state inexplicably twisted Gu Momo's heart. She treaded softly to the bedside, gently grasping his pale, withered hand within her own. Years of labor had rendered Uncle Fu's hands calloused, each finger unable to straighten, their texture reminiscent of coarse tree bark. Uncle Fu, I am so sorry for arriving late and subjecting you to so much suffering. It seemed that in his state of unconsciousness, Uncle Fu sensed her touch. His fingertips twitched slightly, as if to hold her fingers. Surprised, Gu Momo lifted her gaze, noticing what appeared to be tears escaping from Uncle Fu's tightly shut eyes. Uncle Fu, do you have something to say to me? She inquired, rising to lean closer, when suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air at the doorway. Gu Momo. What are you doing here? What do you intend to do to Uncle Fu? Turning at the sound, Gu Momo beheld Dong Qingrun, hastily entering with a handbag in hand. Do I need to account for my whereabouts to you? Gu Momo replied lazily, raising her eyelids, her deep-set eyes slightly arched, exuding an unspoken aura of intimidation as she squinted. Chapter 24. Can you heal?
What do you mean by that?
I am, after all, your stepmother. Dong Qingruan's tone faltered under Gu Momo's scrutinizing gaze. How can you speak to your mother like that? Mother? Gu Momo scoffed. Do you even deserve that title? Dong Qingruan's face flushed with embarrassment from the derision, anxious that Uncle Fu might awaken to see Gu Momo, jeopardizing her plans. She hastily urged, What are you doing here? You should leave at once. Uncle Fu is the steward of my family. He is ill, and I have come to visit him. When did I need your approval for that? Upon hearing Gu Momo refer to Uncle Fu as part of her family, Dong Qingrun smirked, realizing Gu Momo must be after the money left to Uncle Fu by her mother. Gu Momo, I knew it. You're here only for the money your mother bequeathed to Uncle Fu. Do you even have a conscience? That was supposed to be his retirement fund. She exclaimed vehemently. Uncle Fu devoted his entire life to your family, remaining unmarried, and now lies sick in bed with no one to care for him. While you come here with your eyes on his money. It's utterly revolting. Dong Qingruan's tirade echoed loudly, attracting the attention of several other patients' families passing by. Among them was Li Zhanting, who had just arrived following a message from Xiao Yifeng. Amidst the curious onlookers, his tall stature, impeccably tailored suit, and strikingly handsome features set him apart. Meanwhile, within the ward, Dong Qingruan's voice continued to reverberate. Gu Momo, do you have no heart? Look at him. You only think of money. I feel embarrassed for your father. Have you gone completely mad? She hurled accusations relentlessly, while Gu Momo remained silent, expressionless beside the hospital bed, reflecting on how shameful the entire family of Gu Jinting had become. She incessantly claims that she is not human, that she is merely fixated on Uncle Fu's wealth. Yet, behind the scenes, she has already begun to devise plans to seize the money that Uncle Fu possesses for her own gain. This family of mercenary wolves and tigers has not only devoured all of the Su family's assets, but now refuses to relinquish even the money that mother left for Uncle Fu. The truly repugnant individuals are they. She lacks for nothing and has never been concerned about this sum. However, she will never permit it to fall into the hands of anyone from the Gu family. The onlookers outside shook their heads in disapproval, condemning Gu Momo for her apparent disregard for her kin. Li Zhanting, not one to heed the idle chatter of others, couldn't help but furrow his brow upon catching a glimpse of Gu Momo's indifferent expression. Was her aloof demeanor a reflection of her disdain for her family? Or was it truly about the money? The thought that Gu Momo might be drawn to him solely for financial gains stirred a sudden surge of agitation within him. Irritated, he tugged at his tie, deciding it best to leave in search of the ghostly hand healer. However, the farcical scene in the hospital room was far from over. Step aside. I need to take Uncle Fu into the operating room, Gu Momo asserted, pressing the call button at the bedside. Her gaze icy as it fell upon Dong Wenrun, who obstructed her path. Dong Wenrun, unyielding, scoffed at Gu Momo's intent to operate on Uncle Fu. Do you even know who you are? Are you aware of Uncle Fu's condition? A brain tumor. A malignant one at that. Do you think it's as simple as wanting to save him? I've said it before. You're only after his money. You, who have never studied medicine, wish to save a life. You are clearly plotting murder. Gu Momo raised her hand, glancing at her watch. Time was of the essence. If Dong Wenrun intended to continue her obstruction, Gu Momo was more than willing to treat her as she had treated Gu Shanshan, entering upright, yet leaving horizontally. I shall say this once more, step aside. This time, her tone was markedly colder than before. Gu Momo had no time to waste on her. And just as she prepared to grasp Dong Wenrun's wrist and push her aside, another person burst through the door. Lin Wanner strode in, her 7-centimeter heels clicking with authority. After the previous incident, she harbored an intense hatred for Gu Momo. Upon seeing her, she erupted like a rabid dog. Gu Momo, are you out of your mind? With your capabilities, you dare to operate on Uncle Fu? Don't embarrass yourself. Wanna, you're here. Perfect timing. You're the professional. Please enlighten this ignorant person about Uncle Fu's condition, Dong Wenrun exclaimed, emboldened by the arrival of her ally. She casually dragged over a chair and plopped down, blocking Gu Momo's exit from the hospital room completely. Lin Wanner was a fourth-year student at the Imperial Capital Medical University, specializing in neurosurgery. Dong Wenrun felt a surge of confidence. This was the opportunity she needed to seize Uncle Fu's 10 billion. When discussing her strengths, Lin Wanner immediately felt a surge of confidence. With her chin raised, she lightly cleared her throat and proclaimed, "Let me tell you, Momo. Uncle Fu is afflicted with a brain tumor specifically located between the cerebellum and the spine, medically referred to as the foramen magnum. Given its precarious position, any error by the lead surgeon could result in either complete paralysis or a transition into a vegetative state. And you, someone who has never studied medicine, think you can save him? How utterly laughable." Although Dong Qingrun did not grasp the medical terminology, she found Lin Wanni's retort immensely satisfying. "By the way, Wanner, I heard you excelled in your studies at university, and this hospital was recommended for your internship, correct? The renowned ghost hand saint doctor? Is he the mysterious physician that so many seek for treatment?" "Indeed, it is he." Lin Wanner feigned modesty with a nod. "Oh, Wanner, you are truly exceptional. Auntie is proud of old Master Lin." Dong Qingrun exclaimed, then cast a sidelong glance at Momo, contrasting her with those who feel compelled to maintain a facade. Momo observed their theatrical exchange, caught between embarrassment and amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. She had never intended to accept as a disciple someone who had previously demeaned herself before her. Just as Momo contemplated a forceful resolution to the situation, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Turning her head, she discovered that Uncle Fu had regained consciousness. The previously self-satisfied Dong Qingrun and Lin Wanner instantly transformed into embodiments of anxiety. Momo turned to grasp Uncle Fu's hand, her tone softening. "Uncle Fu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "Young miss." Uncle Fu struggled to rise, his forehead veins bulging with excitement. Suddenly, as if he could not catch his breath, he fainted. The monitor beside the bed emitted a red alert, drawing a swarm of nurses. As several nurses rushed in, they found Momo already engaged in resuscitation efforts. "Patient's blood pressure is rising, heart rate is dropping. Administer adrenaline immediately. Additionally, notify the operating room and inform them that the surgery arranged with the director yesterday can commence." Momo orchestrated the unfolding procedures methodically, each word exuding absolute professionalism and composure. The nurses, albeit bewildered, found themselves following her directives, wheeling the bed toward the operating room. Lin Wanner, a medical student, observed Momo's series of actions and her calm rationality in the face of an emergency, qualities that even a physician with 3 to 4 years of experience might struggle to exhibit. By the time they arrived, Momo had already taken Uncle Fu into the operating room. The two anxiously lingered outside the door. Just in time to see Director He of the Central Hospital, clad in a white coat, hurriedly making his way toward the operating room. Lin Wanner quickly stepped forward and intercepted him just as he was about to enter. "Who are you?" Director He was forced to halt, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed toward the interior of the operating room. "Greetings, Director He. I am a student from the neurosurgery department of the Imperial Capital Medical University. A few days ago, we met when I came to the hospital to sign my internship agreement. I just saw a patient being wheeled in who happens to be a relative of mine. Would you be so kind as to allow me to accompany you inside?"
Lin Wanner ernst Epsilon implort, Feigning Konzern.
"Absolutely not. Today, there is only this one surgery in the entire neurosurgery department, which is of utmost importance. The lead surgeon inside is the renowned ghost hand saint physician. Even I am merely assisting him. How could you possibly enter?" Director He resolutely declined. Yesterday, he had arranged for less critical surgeries from the neurosurgery department to be conducted in other operating rooms, all to ensure the highest quality service for this particular operation. Upon hearing that the ghost hand saint physician would be present, Lin Wanna's desire to enter intensified. Every medical student aspires to attain at least a fraction of the prowess of the ghost hand saint physician. He is the idol of all medical students. If she could assist him in any capacity, even just handing him a towel or water, it would be a tale worthy of a lifetime of boasting. Director He, is this truly the case? Then I must implore you, even more, to let me in. It is the ghost hand saint physician. Please, allow me to accompany you. Lin Wanner clasped her hands together, fervently rubbing them. Dong Qingrun chimed in. "Yes, Director, we beseech you. I am Dong Qingrun, the wife of a prominent figure from the Gu family, and this is Lin Wanner, the daughter of the Lin patriarch. If you permit her entry this time, our families shall certainly contribute to the hospital's medical equipment in the future." Having navigated the social elite for years, she understood that money often speaks louder than words. However, for Director He, nothing was more significant than the ghost hand saint physician. "Enough. I will not take you inside," he declared with unwavering conviction. Lin Wanner, having been rebuffed, felt a surge of jealousy and helplessness at the thought that Momo had managed to sneak in and meet the ghost hand saint physician. In a fit of indignation, she pointed toward the operating room and exclaimed, "What about Momo? Just a moment ago, a woman with no medical training at all went into the operating room with the patient. Director He, why did you not expel her?" Are you referring to Miss Momo? Director, he was taken aback. Her connection to the ghost hand saint physician was extraordinary. What you say may not concern me. But should she hear it and take offense, you may find her future in the medical field severely jeopardized. Director, he cautioned, and seeing that Momo had already entered, he was disinclined to waste any further time with the two before him and hurried inside. Lin Wanner stood helplessly at the surgery's entrance, staring at the tightly shut doors, nearly biting her teeth until they bled.
Why?
Why could Momo enter while I cannot? Even someone of the stature of the ghost hand saint physician was within her reach. Inside the operating room, Momo donned surgical attire, complete with a surgical cap and mask, leaving only her piercing eyes visible. During this surgical procedure, Director, he adhered to Li Mo's arrangements, enlisting only trusted veteran staff from the hospital, ensuring that no information regarding the ghost hand divine doctor would be easily disclosed. With all preparations complete, Momo extended her hand and instructed the nearby surgical nurse to hand her the scalpel. Chapter 26. The identity of the divine doctor is unveiled. The risks associated with a craniotomy are exceptionally high, compounded by the challenging location of Uncle Fu's tumor. Even a mere 0.01 millimeter deviation during excision could result in dire consequences. Momo successfully located the tumor. Director, he observed the chaotic tangle of nerves intertwined with the tumor, his back rigid with tension. Should this tumor grow any larger, there might not even be space to accommodate the scalpel. This was undoubtedly one of the most intricate brain surgeries he had ever undertaken. Momo steadied her breath, meticulously maneuvering around various blood vessels and the nervous system, employing a high-frequency electrosurgical knife to separate and coagulate the tissue. She delicately dissected the tumor at the junction of the cerebellum and the spine. The doctors and nurses, initially drenched in anxiety, found solace in the sight of Momo's hands, which remained remarkably steady, exhibiting almost no tremor. Outside the operating room, Lin Wanner, still unwilling to accept her circumstances, paced restlessly at the door, attempting to slip in behind other nurses, only to be thwarted once again. What are you doing? Why don't you summon that Momo out? She has no medical training. By what right does she accompany the ghost hand divine doctor in this operation?
Lin Wanner shouted in fury.
Those nearby, upon hearing the name of the ghost hand divine doctor from her lips, were taken aback. What did you say? The ghost hand divine doctor is in this hospital? My heavens! My child is saved. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. A living deity has appeared here. This is simply wonderful. In this ward, most patients were terminally ill. Their families prayed daily for death to postpone its arrival, beseeching the deities for just one more day of life, and at this moment, the ghost hand divine doctor represented their hope. Soon, news of the ghost hand divine doctor performing surgery at the central hospital of the imperial capital spread throughout the facility. Outside the operating room, a throng of family members gathered, each yearning for a moment with the divine doctor to plead for the salvation of their loved ones. Li Zhanting sat in a caregiver's chair at the hospital, giving instructions. You must immediately investigate who else, besides the ghost hand divine doctor, participated in the surgery. Additionally, station someone at the other exits of the operating room. I fear that once the surgery concludes, the ghost hand divine doctor will depart prematurely. Mo Feng nodded. Understood. I will attend to it at once. Several hours later, Momo finally emerged from the operating room. Patients quickly surrounded her, yet Lin Wanner continued to stir the pot. That us her. She shamelessly entered the operating room with the ghost hand divine doctor. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, Li Zhanting's eyes narrowed upon hearing that Momo had entered the operating room alongside the ghost hand divine doctor. What secrets did Momo harbor? There were too many people outside the operating room, so Momo signaled for them to transport Uncle Fu to the intensive care unit while she remained behind. I am Momo. She removed her medical mask and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed the crowd. The revered saint of medicine has exited the hospital through another passage. You need not wait any longer. The moment her words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. In a corner, Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at Momo, who was encircled by the throng. Beside him, Mo Feng presented the information he had just gathered, reporting, Mr. Li, to my knowledge, this surgery was conducted entirely by the hospital's seasoned staff, and the original architectural plans for this hospital were managed by our affiliated design firm. The message we received was unequivocal. This operating room has no other exits. Li Zhanting's suspicion towards Momo deepened. How could someone who is not a medical professional breach the hospital's security and access the operating room? Moreover, how could she misrepresent the true whereabouts of the saint of medicine? With a swift motion of his hand, a contingent of security personnel clad in black suits quickly surrounded Momo and the relatives of the patients, effectively isolating them. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Momo couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Mr. Li, What is the meaning of this? Li Zhanting, unfazed, rose from his seat, impeccably dressed, with one hand casually inserted into his trousers. His associates parted to create a pathway as he approached. Gu Momo remained inside, while he stood outside, and their gazes clashed. Charged with tension, Dong Qingrun and Lin Wana, upon seeing Li Zhanting, seethed with jealousy, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How could he possibly seek out Gu Momo? Li Zhanting's brow furrowed tightly. The operating room has no other exits. You are the only unauthorized person present. Are you unaware of how the saint of medicine departed? He appeared nonchalant, yet his penetrating gaze was firmly fixed on Gu Momo. Gu Momo maintained her composure, meeting his gaze without flinching, a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. With a light laugh, she replied, "You ought to ask him. After all, I did not accompany him. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave with my people, as this is a hospital and the atmosphere is inappropriate." As she spoke, she gestured to her subordinates, Li Mo. "Have them step back, leaving 2 individuals stationed outside Uncle Fu's room. No one is to approach, aside from myself and the hospital's medical staff." Gu Momo took a step forward, and the wall of bodyguards immediately parted to allow her passage as she hurried towards Uncle Fu's room.
Li Zhanting,
Overhearing her instructions to her subordinates, let out a cold laugh. She claimed ignorance? He had come to realize that this woman was deceiving him. Mo Fong promptly leaned closer to Li Zhanting. "What should we do now, Mr. Li? You have invested so much over the years in the search for the saint of medicine. This is the closest opportunity we have encountered, and we cannot afford to let it slip away." Li Zhanting's deep-set eyes glinted with a dangerous light. "Keep a close watch on Gu Momo and uncover her background." "Understood, Mr. Li." Upon arriving at the hospital room and assessing Uncle Fu's condition, Gu Momo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Gu, Uncle Fu is all right, isn't he?" Li Mo inquired, concerned as he gazed at Uncle Fu lying on the hospital bed. "He is stabilized and is no longer in life-threatening danger. We can only hope that this malignant tumor does not metastasize." Gu Mo sighed, recalling Li Zhanting's earlier words, which suggested he had begun to harbor suspicions about her. Her decision to appear at the hospital was made in haste, yet for Uncle Fu's sake, she had no alternative. With Li Zhanting now fixated on her, the only course of action was to act contrarily, thereby dispelling his doubts entirely.
Li Montag,
Immediately disseminate some fabricated information about the ghost hand saint doctor within the organization. Ensure it is false. Understood. Meanwhile, Gu Mo remained unaware that her beloved son, Gu Jingxing, had stealthily infiltrated the hospital surveillance room. Last night, he had overheard his mother's phone call. Learning she intended to appear at the hospital under the guise of the ghost hand saint doctor. Concerned for her safety, he had followed her to the hospital. His chubby little fingers tapped a few times on the enormous screen, and the footage began to cycle through everything that transpired upon her arrival. His attention was drawn to Lin Wan and Dong Qingrun. Having studied some spoken language, he could decipher their dialogue through their lip movements, even in the absence of sound. Clearly, Lin Wan and Dong Qingrun were making things difficult and mocking his mother. His small hand slammed down on the table in frustration, a glint of mischief flickering in his bright, youthful eyes. Chapter 27. Master Ting discovers little Jingxing. Gu Jingxing's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and the system promptly connected to his subordinate's phone line. "Hello, young master? How may I assist you?" Gu Jingxing's eyes sparkled like dark grapes as he replied, "Lin Wan and Dong Qingrun have just arrived at the hospital elevator. Please intercept them. I have a splendid surprise in store for them." The subordinate's lips twitched involuntarily. What the young master referred to as a splendid surprise was, in fact, more akin to a dirge. At that moment, Lin Wan and Dong Qingrun entered the elevator, both wearing dejected expressions. As the elevator reached the ground floor, they prepared to exit when a man stepped in ahead of them, closing the doors once more. "Hey, what are you doing? We haven't exited yet."
Lin Wan,
already in a foul mood, snapped in irritation. The man, however, maintained a commendable demeanor, bowing quickly. "My apologies, Miss Lin Wan. I am the assistant to the ghost hand saint doctor. He is eager to meet you. Would you be so kind as to accompany me?" "The ghost hand saint doctor? Is this for real? What are we waiting for? Take us to him, at once." Lin Wan exclaimed, her impatience palpable. The opportunity to meet the ghost hand saint doctor privately was an immense honor, especially since he had expressed a desire to see her. The mere thought of potentially being accepted as his disciple sent waves of excitement coursing through her. "Yes, please follow me." Unbeknownst to them, the elevator had descended to the basement level, and the man led the way as he exited. Dong Qingrun followed Lin Wan out of the elevator. But with each step, a chill crept down her spine. The basement of the hospital seemed to skimp on lighting, aside from a few green safety exit signs. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. As she ventured further ahead, a growing sense of trepidation enveloped her, gripping tightly onto Lin Wanu's hand. Waner, why does this place feel so eerie? Is the ghost hand saint doctor truly here? Perhaps. Lin Waner's voice quivered with a hint of suppressed fear. After all, they were in a hospital where countless souls departed daily. From a feng shui perspective, it was inherently unsettling. During her time at medical school, tasks such as moving corpses were always left to the men, and she had never found herself in a place so steeped in yin energy. Dear friends, there is no need for alarm. It is simply because this location is somewhat less frequented that the teacher chose to meet here, the man leading them gently reassured. He suddenly halted before a white door. Ladies, this is the place. The ghost hand saint doctor awaits you inside. Lin Waner cleared her throat, steeling her resolve as she pushed the door open and ushered Dong Qingrun in with her. Bathed in the moonlight, the bodies on the gurneys were draped in white cloth, with beams of light filtering through the small windows, rendering even the floating dust particles visible. At that moment, Lin Waner felt deceived and turned to leave, only to find that the door behind them had slammed shut with a resounding thud, locked from the outside. Dong Qingrun, gripped by fear, dashed to the door, pounding on it desperately. Is anyone there? Open the door. Help. I don't wish to remain in this ghastly place. Let me out. She screamed, her voice echoing, when suddenly she felt a chilling weight at her feet. Looking down, she saw a pair of icy hands, blue with frost, clutching her ankle. The owner of these hands, bare from the waist up and adorned with a hospital wristband, spoke in a hauntingly ethereal tone. Come, let us play together.
Ah.
A ghost. A ghost. Dong Qingrun shrieked, leaping as if her feet were on fire, frantically running and slapping at her ankle where she had been grasped. Lin Waner, initially intent on dismissing the fear, thought to herself that they were merely corpses. What was there to fear? But then, she caught sight of a head-covered corpse beside her, its left hand rolling forth unexpectedly. The individual had likely perished in a car accident. Their hand, crushed and limp, appeared as if devoid of bones, grotesquely falling before Lin Waner.
Ghost.
Lin Waner thought to scream but found herself paralyzed, her face drained of color. She could not catch her breath and fainted. Meanwhile, Dong Qingrun had already succumbed to unconsciousness in the corner. Little master, these two are rather fragile, a voice remarked as the lights in the mortuary abruptly illuminated. The man and woman who had previously frightened Lin Waner and Dong Qingrun began to shed their disguises. Gu Jingxing sat up from one of the morgue drawers, shaking his limp left hand. Find someone to dispose of them. They truly lack resilience. Gu Jingxing's charming face broke into a radiant smile. Their courage is exceedingly small. Shall we assist them in fortifying their bravery next time? His subordinate couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Little master, what you propose isn't merely helping them build courage. It might as well be sending them off to the afterlife. Outside the hospital, Li Zhanting, surrounded by bodyguards, prepared to step into his vehicle. A subordinate rushed from the elevator, leaned close to Mo Feng's ear to whisper a few words before retreating. Mo Feng deliberated for a while before approaching Li Zhanting, who sat within the vehicle. Hesitantly, he spoke. Mr. Li, I have just received a report from my subordinates indicating that 2 individuals were discovered in the corridor of the hospital's basement level. One is Lin Waner, the esteemed granddaughter of old Master Lin, and the other is Ms. Gu Shanshan's mother, Dong Qingrun. It appears they were startled and fainted. The basement levels 1 and 2 are both morgues. How could they possibly be found there? A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Li Zhanting's otherwise impassive face. Yet it was quickly replaced by the image of Dong Qingrun and Gu Mo arguing in the hospital room. His intuition told him that this incident was undoubtedly linked to Gu Mo Feng. Retrieve the surveillance footage for me, he commanded in a low tone. Mo Feng promptly produced a small tablet, connecting it to the hospital's computer surveillance system, and handed it to him. On the screen, at the stairway entrance of the second-floor morgue, moments ago, 3 figures, 2 adults clad in Dr. S attire, were seen stealthily transporting a body into the morgue. The body, scarcely measuring a meter from head to toe, distinctly resembled that of a child. The surveillance footage appeared tampered with, rendering the image somewhat unclear, even obscuring the faces of the individuals involved. However, the silhouette of the child struck a familiar chord within him, vaguely reminiscent of his son, Li Zixiao. Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes and immediately ordered, seal off all exits of the hospital at once. Mo Feng, accompany me to the second-floor morgue. Chapter 28. Jingxing returns home with father inside the morgue. Gu Jingxing had just changed into his attire, preparing to leave. He remained unperturbed, using his small hands to support himself as he hopped down from the mortuary table. You may go ahead, he announced nonchalantly. Young master, what about you? If Mr. Gu discovers your absence, I fear that you and I would not survive the consequences. The female bodyguard exchanged concerned glances with her male counterpart, Hiyu. I shall stay. I am quite curious to meet him, Gu Jingxing replied with a half-smile, glancing towards the doorway, intrigued by the hacker accompanying Li Zhanting. Young master. That is not advisable. Li Zhanting is unpredictable. What if he were to harm you? Indeed, we cannot compromise your safety, even if we find ourselves unable to escape. The two bodyguards pledged earnestly to Gu Jingxing. Gu Jingxing cast them an exasperated look. You are quite bothersome. Hurry and leave. What wrath could Li Zhanting harbor towards a mere 5-year-old? He felt quite confident in this regard. The two bodyguards, caught in a dilemma, were hesitant. Yet seeing the young master's resolute demeanor, they dared not linger further. They decided to depart and ensure his safety from a distance. As soon as they vacated, Li Zhanting, accompanied by Mo Feng and several subordinates, rushed in. Young master? What are you doing here? Mo Feng exclaimed, astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Surely this cannot be, he thought, unable to fathom how the young master had ended up in such a predicament. Hearing this, Li Zhanting swiftly pushed past Mo Feng and strode forward with urgency. Upon seeing Gu Jingxing's youthful and charming visage, a fleeting look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Zishao? The apprehended Gu Jingxing mused, are these two individuals afflicted with some grave ailment? Even their own child can be mistaken? Li Zhanting's deep-set eyes registered profound surprise, which soon melted into a tender gaze as he crouched down to meet Gu Jingxing's eyes at eye level. Zishao, what brings you out today? For Li Zhanting, this was no ordinary delight. His son Li Zixiao had always been averse to venturing outside and socializing. At the tender age of 3, when he was supposed to be attending preschool, he vehemently refused. Since then, his world was confined to the opulent confines of the Li family villa. Li Zhanting had often contemplated taking his son out, concerned that prolonged seclusion might lead to detrimental consequences, yet his attempts had repeatedly ended in futility. To his astonishment, however, his son had unexpectedly appeared here today. Gu Jingxing exclaimed, could it be? Does he truly resemble Li Zhanting's son to such an extent that even Li Zhanting himself could be mistaken? With sparkling eyes, Gu Jingxing jested, Uncle, are you foolish? If you can mistake your own son, surely that is a sign of folly. Mo Feng, observing the charming child's playful banter, was left in disbelief. Could this delightful boy truly be the young master of his household? Li Zhanting's lips twitched. It was the first time he had witnessed his son speaking so joyfully. Yet, the words spoken were indeed piercing. Li Zhanting had always been patient with his son. My dear, tell daddy, did you come here alone? The mistakenly identified Gu Jingxing thought, oh no. It seems this misunderstanding is quite significant. Just then, Gu Shanshan burst through the door. Zhanting, I heard my mother has fainted. How is she now? Upon hearing her voice, Li Zhanting's brow furrowed, and his gaze immediately shifted to Gu Jingxing, knowing well that his son detested Gu Shanshan. Whenever she was present, he would be overwhelmed with discomfort. Thus, he positioned himself between them, coldly inquiring, what are you doing here? Gu Shanshan, met with a frosty reception, lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. I was merely concerned. Gu Jingxing, incensed by the woman's words, felt a surge of anger. Li Zhanting stiffened, glancing down to see his son's eyes sparkling with joy as he looked up at him. He nearly believed he was witnessing an illusion. How had this child suddenly become so affectionate? Although surprised, Li Zhanting felt an overwhelming joy at his son's unexpected warmth. He promptly crouched down and enveloped Gu Jingxing in his embrace. Even Gu Shanshan, who knew little of Li Zixiao, stood frozen in astonishment.
Zixiao.
How could this happen so suddenly? Li Zhanting gazed at his son, who was intently fixated on Gu Shanshan, distinctly different from his usual explosive reaction to her presence. Gu Jingxing turned around, his hand resting upon Li Zhanting's neck, seemingly boasting to Gu Shanshan, why do you concern yourself so much? I hold a close bond with my father, which is entirely natural, yet I find myself unwilling to draw near to you. That wicked woman. Gu Shanshan's complexion shifted between hues of green and red. When did this little brat, Li Zixiao, become so eloquent? However, on the surface, she dared not utter a word of complaint. Li Zhanting was utterly indulgent towards his sickly son, at times. Even when he was met with a cold shoulder from his beloved child, he had to endure it silently, let alone her. Thus, she forced a couple of awkward chuckles and attempted to placate him. Zixiao, I am Aunt Shanshan. How can you speak to Aunt Shanshan in such a manner? It is perfectly fine to be close to your father, but Aunt Shanshan wishes to get closer to you too. A warm current surged within Li Zhanting's heart, filling him with unexpected delight. He suppressed his excitement and gently took Gu Jingxing's little hand, saying, Sweetheart, ignore her. Let daddy take you away, shall we? Gu Jingxing's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, yes. We can take care of this wicked woman when we get back. How thrilling that would be.
Li Zhanting smila tenderly.
Affectionately ruffling Gu Jingxing's hair as he led him outside. Gu Shanshan hurried to follow. Zhanting, may I ride in your car? From the mortuary on the second basement level to the hospital entrance, Gu Shanshan chattered incessantly, nearly causing Li Zhanting's ears to develop calluses. He suddenly halted, and Gu Shanshan collided directly with his shoulder. Gu Jingxing pushed her back with a hand, sending Gu Shanshan tumbling to the ground. Chapter 29 Farewell. Fairy and Gu Shanshan found herself pushed down and shot an angry glare at Gu Jingxing. In an instant, as Li Zhanting turned his head, she swiftly donned a pitiful expression, supporting herself on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Zhanting Zixiao, this matter is for you to decide. Li Zhanting spoke gently, gazing at his son. Gu Shanshan's heart sank completely. Asking this sickly child was pointless. Gu Jingxing's eyes rolled mischievously. Originally, he had intended to teach Gu Shanshan a lesson by pretending to be Li Zhanting's son. If she couldn't even board the Li family's car, how could he possibly manage to deal with her? Upon hearing this, Gu Shanshan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to trust her ears. Li Zhanting, too, wore a look of astonishment. Gu Shanshan was utterly delighted. This little rascal not only sought her out but also wanted her to live with him. Li Zhanting frowned. Aside from Lu Li, he had no desire for any other woman to step into his villa. Gu Jingxing playfully shook Li Zhanting's hand. Daddy, be nice, okay? You love me the most, right, Daddy? Li Zhanting replied, I truly wish to refuse, but this is my precious son. And it is the first time he is being so affectionate. Helplessly, he surrendered to his son. But we agree, only this once, and your mommy is Lu Li. Not anyone else, remember that, okay? Little Jingxing nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Gu Shanshan was overjoyed, her heart soaring. This was her first time entering the Li family's villa. It seemed her marriage to Li Zhanting was just around the corner. Gu Momo remained at the hospital until evening, while Li Mo went to the garage to fetch the car. As they passed the corner of the hospital, they heard intermittent sounds of a quarrel emanating from a nearby alley. Look, isn't that our mute young master? A socially awkward fool, always pretending to be aloof. Don't you prefer to stay at home? Why venture out? Such individuals truly deserve their lack of friends. Not only friendless, but without a mother as well. It is said that his mother abandoned him during his childhood. What a little demon. A group of children around 5 or 6 years old had surrounded Li Zixiao, forcing him into a corner. The leader, a boy clad in a small black suit, appeared to be the ringleader of this unruly bunch, incessantly poking Li Zixiao in the chest with his finger. Despite being backed against the wall with no escape, Li Zixiao remained silent and unresponsive, his face betraying no emotion, as if these tormenting children were merely figments of the air. Unexpectedly, while he had ventured out alone, he encountered a few affluent young masters. Having grown up beside Li Zhanting, he had always remained unflustered and composed, gazing at these privileged children as if they were merely simpletons. Gu Momo approached and, upon witnessing the bullying of a child, immediately admonished, "What are you doing?" The rowdy children, who had been gleefully teasing Li Zixiao, upon seeing an adult, panicked, fearing she was from the Li family, and hurriedly fled. After they departed, Li Zixiao did not rise immediately. The capital had experienced a rain shower in the afternoon, leaving the ground still damp. Cornered by the children, he sat half on the ground, his backside and back stained with mud, chillingly cold. He stared blankly at a nearby trash bin, the words of one of the tormentors echoing in his mind, not only friendless, but also abandoned by his mother. Yes, he was indeed a little demon that even his mother had forsaken. The alley was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a solitary, dim streetlight above. As Gu Momo drew closer, she recognized the boy's face. It was her son, Gu Jingxing. Overwhelmed with concern, she rushed to his side, lifting him from the ground and anxiously inspecting his body. "My dear, what are you doing here? Why did you allow them to bully you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Gu Momo couldn't comprehend why her son, known for his stubbornness and penchant for retaliation, would allow himself to be tormented by his peers in such a manner. Anger and heartache welled up within her as she observed the mud stains on him. Li Zixiao stood dazed, gazing at the suddenly appeared fairy-like ant, his heart racing with surprise and delight. It seemed that even in a metropolis of millions, he still had the chance to reunite with a fairy-like figure. However, the fairy ant had just affectionately called him baby, and this was their first meeting. Why did she seem as though she already knew him? Gu Momo, thinking her precious child was frightened, gently coaxed. "What's wrong, darling? Are you scared?" Li Zixiao felt his heart swell with warmth, his calm eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. The fairy ant was so tender, as if she were a celestial being sent to rescue him. Unable to contain the fluttering in his heart, Li Zixiao wrapped his small, soft hands tightly around Gu Momo, completely lost in the moment. The fairy ant felt so soft, evoking a maternal sensation within him. Noticing something amiss with her son, Gu Momo anxiously stroked his head, asking, "Sweetheart, aren't you usually so lively? Why are you silent today?" Li Zixiao wanted to shake his head. No, he was merely afraid that speaking would reveal to the fairy ant that she had mistaken him for someone else. He cherished her gentleness and did not wish to part from her. Observing her son's demeanor, Gu Momo genuinely believed he was frightened. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the alley. Moments later, a man in a black suit hurriedly entered. "Mr. Gu, what happened to the young master?" Gu Momo checked her son from head to toe, relieved to find that he was merely dirty and unhurt. It seemed he had encountered some mischievous children. Thankfully, he was unharmed, though likely startled. It was only then that Li Zixiao realized the fairy ant had mistaken him for her son. But did he truly resemble her child so closely? Gazing at the fairy ant, her gentle voice enveloped him like a soft cotton candy, and he found himself ensnared, desiring to remain in her presence a little longer, even if it meant ultimately losing her. He obediently nodded. Gu Momo smiled softly, ruffling his hair. "Come on, let us get in the car." Chapter 30. Enamored by the fairy ant's tenderness, the voice of the system was not as mechanical as one would expect. Rather, it carried a hint of emotion. The individual who designed this system must possess remarkable skills in computer software and hacking. She furrowed her brow, pondering her son's unusual reaction today. Had he truly been frightened by those mischievous children? With this thought, Gu Momo felt even more guilt and quickly walked to his side, touching his head. "What are you thinking, darling? You designed this. Why are you still surprised?" Li Zixiao lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, but in a mere second, he reverted to his usual calm demeanor. The fairy ant's son was equally impressive and of the same age as him. This thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within him for her son, who could monopolize the fairy ant's affection. Meanwhile, Li Zixiao stood in the center of the living room, his eyes fixed on the steaming bowl of soup on the table. Gu Momo, thinking he was hungry, approached him softly, saying, "Be good, wait to drink that. First, let us go take a bath." Li Zixiao exhibited a degree of reluctance as he was led by Gu Momo into the bathroom. Standing motionless by the edge of the bathtub, he seemed almost frozen. Throughout his life, he had always preferred solitude, shunning the intrusion of others into his personal sphere. By the tender age of 2, he had already mastered the art of washing his face, brushing his teeth, and bathing independently. His room was a sanctuary, accessible only to Li Zhanting and his beloved nanny, who had raised him. Now, faced with the prospect of undressing and bathing in front of the enchanting lady, he felt a twinge of resistance. Noticing his hesitation, Gu Momo, with a teasing smile, inquired, "What's the matter? Do you still want your mommy to help you bathe? At your age, it's time to learn a bit of independence." On ordinary occasions, Gu Jingxing would have resorted to charming antics, relishing the moments when Gu Momo assisted him in bathing, as it allowed him to frolic in the water with his mother. Yet, the child before her was not Gu Jingxing, he was Li Zixiao. "Mommy," Li Zixiao called out cautiously, as if still grappling with the situation. "Could you please turn around?" Gu Momo nearly doubted her hearing. "What did you say?" "Turn around," he reiterated. It was only then that Gu Momo realized she had not misheard, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her son, who often clung to her for bathing assistance, was now exhibiting shyness, a rare occurrence indeed. Though perplexed, Gu Momo complied. "The blue bottle is the body wash, and the pale yellow one is for your hair. You remember, right?" She reminded him, concerned he might struggle to find them, as she usually completed the task herself. "You wash up first. Mommy will go take care of your dirty clothes." Grabbing his discarded garments, she exited the bathroom. In another washroom, as Gu Momo scrubbed the clothes, her mind wandered, increasingly intrigued by her son's newfound maturity. How had he suddenly become so obedient and understanding? Once she finished washing and hanging the clothes, Li Zixiao emerged, clad in his little bathrobe, his hair still damp and dripping, resembling a small dumpling. "Look at you. Your hair is still wet." Gu Momo laughed, hastily setting down the clothes she had intended to hang, and gently took a clean towel to dry his hair. Li Zixiao stood there obediently, allowing her to tend to him as she playfully shook his head from side to side. The gentle motions of the fairy-like lady felt so tender. "Oh, Daddy is gentle too," he thought, but not as substantial as the fairy lady. Standing before the mirror, he peered through his damp bangs, greedily watching Gu Momo. The fairy lady was truly beautiful. Unlike the strikingly glamorous figure he had first seen at the auction, this version of her, dressed in casual attire, exuded a peculiar warmth. The scent of milk enveloped her, and as her smooth fingers caressed his wet scalp, it felt as if she were tickling his heart. This sensation was utterly delightful, He longed to lay down and snuggle into the embrace of the fairy lady. Momo, sensing her son's intense gaze upon her, glanced at her reflection in the mirror and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on mommy's face?" Li Zixiao shook his head and simply uttered two words, "Good-looking." Momo was amused by him. The usually taciturn Gu Jingxing was unexpectedly comedic. Li Zixiao obediently lay down on the bed, but as soon as he settled in, he felt quite uncomfortable. The night stretched on endlessly. Could he perhaps sleep alongside the fairy ant? The thought of sharing a bed with Momo stirred excitement within him, prompting him to swiftly rise from the bed. Momo emerged from the bedroom clad in a bathrobe and was taken aback to find a small figure by her bedside. Li Zixiao, clutching a child-sized pillow he had brought from his room, sat by the bed with his clean, handsome face subtly displaying anticipation, resembling a delightful little treasure. Momo couldn't help but chuckle at his adorable demeanor. "What's the matter? Aren't you always insisting that a man should be independent? Suddenly want to sleep with mommy tonight?" It seemed this little fellow had indeed been quite frightened. The boy who loved to sleep alone had brought his own pillow to request companionship. Li Zixiao replied, "Yes, he really wants to sleep with the fairy ant." Momo approached, pinched his nose, and playfully tossed him into the blankets. "Be good, don't be afraid. Mommy is here with you." Leaning against Momo's shoulder, he could distinctly sense the warmth of her presence, reminiscent of sunlight blended with a hint of cotton blossom. This comforting sensation felt akin to that of a mother. With this thought, Li Zixiao instinctively tightened his grip on the corner of Momo's nightgown. Chapter 31. The desire to steal his sister home. Li Qingling noticed that her father and brother were both absent from home that day and not feeling sleepy. She sat on the living room carpet playing with her doll, engaging in imaginative play. Hearing a commotion at the entrance, she promptly set down her doll, rose from the carpet, and rushed to greet the newcomers. Gu Shanshan forced a pleasing smile. "Linger, Aunt Shanshan has come to visit. Aren't you happy? Why did you come here?" "You're the annoying one trying to win over Daddy," Li Qingling questioned, her gaze quickly shifting to Li Zhanting and Gu Jingxing. It was the first time Gu Jingxing had seen Linger, and he found the little girl to be quite enchanting, her skin resembling jelly, appearing delightfully plump and irresistible to pinch. Gu Shanshan smiled and said, "It was your brother who invited me." Linger looked incredulous at her brother, her delicate face reflecting disappointment from feeling betrayed. "You're a bad person. Why did you allow her to enter our home?" At that moment, he genuinely wished to kick Gu Shanshan out. "Daddy, don't worry. I'll cheer up my sister." Gu Jingxing confidently patted his chest, assuring that she would surely calm down. "Oh, such a soft and adorable little sister. How could I miss the chance to play with her?" It seemed his usually oblivious son had suddenly become so considerate. Gu Jingxing picked up the doll from the floor and skipped upstairs. In the bedroom, Li Qingling sat at her tiny vanity holding a teddy bear, mumbling to herself. "Brother is a bad egg. He clearly said he hated that wicked woman." However, to her astonishment, he agreed to let her through the gates of the Leaf family's villa. "Little bear, from now on, we will only have each other," she declared. "No matter what, we must drive that wicked woman away from our home." Just as Gu Jingxing reached the entrance, he overheard Li Lingqing's words, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Who would have thought that this adorable little sister would also harbor such disdain for Gu Shanshan? He cracked the door open slightly, inserting Li Qingling's doll, and in a hushed tone, he said, "Linger, Linger, please do not be upset. I am here to comfort you on behalf of Dad and brother." The voice was unmistakably that of her brother. Yet, could her brother truly engage in such antics? The doll began to nod and speak. "Oh no. Oh no. I am Linger's good friend, here specifically to play with her. Please don't send me away. You are not my good friend." A true friend would never allow that detestable woman into the Li household. Just as he was consumed by confusion, the door was flung open, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Linger, gripping the doorknob, caught sight of her brother's comical expression and could no longer contain her irritation, bursting into laughter. Upon seeing her smile, Gu Jingxing felt his anger dissipate and joined in her mirth. "Rest assured, I Gu Jingxing guarantee." He suddenly realized he nearly let the cat out of the bag and quickly amended, "I am your brother. When have I ever gone back on my word?" Only then did Linger feel reassured, her gaze shifting to her radiant brother, whose eyes sparkled like stars. Unable to resist, she gazed at him intently and remarked, "Brother, you seem quite different now. Do I?" Gu Jingxing replied nonchalantly. "Yes, you aren't as aloof as before," Linger said, her sweet smile illuminating her face. She could not quite pinpoint the reason for her brother's sudden transformation, but found this version of him utterly charming. Gu Jingxing could not help but pout, casting a disdainful glance at Li Zhanting's son. Truly, he was Li Zhanting's son, just as dull as his father. With such an adorable little sister at home, how could he remain as cold as his father? Blissfully unaware of his fortune. The following morning, upon waking, Gu Jingxing rushed to the kitchen, instructing all chefs and servants to vacate the premises. The staff found this unexpected request from the young master utterly bewildering. Typically, he treated them as if they were invisible, seldom speaking to them except when issuing commands. What could have caused such a drastic change in him? Please take a break. Today, I will take charge. And someone has come to replace your duties, Gu Jingxing declared, ushering everyone out. Although the staff were utterly perplexed, they dared not defy him, dispersing soon after. Gu Shanshan descended from the second floor just as Li Zhanting was coming down from his bedroom. Zhanting, good morning, she greeted, her excitement from having gained access to the Li villa keeping her awake almost all night. Li Zhanting glanced at her without a word and continued down the stairs. Following closely behind, Gu Shanshan noticed the dining table was completely empty, causing her brow to furrow in discontent. Gu Jingxing rose from the sofa, peering curiously. Shouldn't you be the one doing these tasks? What? Gu Shanshan was taken aback for a few seconds. Xiao Er, what are you talking about? Isn't there staff at the Li household? Moreover, since she is here, she is a guest. How dare this impudent boy suggest she cook? Jumping down from the sofa, Gu Jingxing clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an elder's posture as he approached Gu Shanshan. You are rather peculiar. Although the Li family is substantial, it is not a haven for idleness. Everyone who enters the Li villa, aside from my sister, my father, and me, are all servants who take care of us. When I saw your eagerness to join the Li family, I kindly took you in as a servant. So, are you refusing to do the work of these servants? Do you aspire to become the mistress of the Li family? As he spoke, his cherubic face broke into a mischievous smile. You wouldn't wish to replace my mommy as the lady of the house, would you? Li Zhanting's deep black eyes flickered with astonishment, a wave of uncontainable excitement swelling within him. Could this articulate child truly be his beloved son? Gu Shanshan was struck dumb. Replace his mother? That was a taboo for Li Zhanting. Chapter 32. You are not my son, who are you? She hastily glanced at Li Zhanting, only to meet the icy gaze of his penetrating eyes. Gu Shanshan's heart lurched in fear as she trembled. Zhanting, I didn't mean it that way. You didn't mean it? So you intend to work as a servant in the Li household? Gu Jingxing feigned ignorance, raising his eyelids. Hurry up, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Gu Shanshan's complexion grew increasingly grim, yet she hesitated to take a step forward. Gu Jingxing, however, was relentless, his eyes sparkling like the cosmos, eagerly looking at Li Zhanting. This was a gaze Li Zhanting had never witnessed from his son before. It felt as if something had exploded within him. If Gu Jingxing desired the moon, he would procure a spaceship to fetch it for him. Did you not hear what Xiao Er said? Li Zhanting commanded in a steady voice. Once Li Zhanting spoke, even with 1,000 reservations, Gu Shanshan could only acquiesce. All right. Wait, here is my menu. Gu Jingxing reclined on the sofa, casually propping his legs up as he retrieved a menu from his pocket. Steamed base, spicy field frogs, crispy rabbit legs, liangshan chicken, all meat. A glint of cunning sparkled in Gu Jingxing's eyes. Our family servants are on a trial basis, and there is no salary during this period. I require fresh ingredients, which are in the kitchen. You can fetch them yourself. Gu Shanshan felt on the verge of tears. She was destined to become the mistress of the Li family. Yet now she had been reduced to a free servant. Pouting, Gu Jingxing immediately glanced at Li Zhanting. Father, I'm hungry. Li Zhanting raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why did he have the sense that his precious son was concocting some mischievous scheme? A tender smile graced the corners of his lips. Deliberately indulging his son's whim, the Li family has never sheltered the inept. If you cannot even handle this trivial matter, I kindly ask you to vacate the Li family villa immediately. Gu Shanshan, terrified of being cast out, gritted her teeth and steeled herself as she made her way to the kitchen. Almost instantly, a blood-curdling scream reminiscent of a slaughterhouse echoed from within. Li Zhanting hurried over, only to find her head adored with feathers, several bullfrogs leaping about her, and a bass flopping desperately at her feet, gasping for water.
Meanwhile,
a winged chicken scurried around the room, clucking incessantly. Frozen in place, she spotted Li Zhanting and immediately cried out for assistance. Zhanting, please help me. Get them off me. I beg you. Li Zhanting, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly, could almost ascertain that this was merely his son's prank. Yet, had his cherished child ever been this mischievous before? Although he was taken aback, he found the situation quite amusing. Was it not said that the young mistress of the Li family must possess both virtue and talent? How could she aspire to be my mother when she cannot even manage the ingredients? Such shame. Even preschoolers possess more self-awareness. Gu Shanshan was taken aback. To say she is no better than a preschooler? Li Zhanting, already harboring disdain for Gu Shanshan, felt his heart soften further upon witnessing his son's laughter. His son's sudden display of cleverness brought him both surprise and delight. Gu Jingxing tugged at Li Zhanting's hand, feigning innocence as he said, "Father, I had the chef prepare a grand feast. It's delicious. Shall we go eat together?" "Very well, as long as you are happy." Li Zhanting replied with a smile, completely disregarding Gu Shanshan as he followed his son outside. Gu Shanshan was left in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Jingxing, blissfully unaware, sat on the carpet, captivated by the robot he had crafted under the guidance of Li Zixiao. The construction was impeccable, utterly flawless in its design. He had long desired to humanize the home system, yet had struggled to conceive a robot style distinct from those available on the market. But it aligned perfectly with his vision. Could it be that this was invented by Li Zixiao's son? How surprising. He had initially thought that with such a dim-witted father, the offspring would be equally foolish. Yet, it turned out the child was quite astute. At that moment, Li Zhanting produced a medication intended to inhibit the growth of his son's brain tumor and presented it to him. "Zixiao, here, take your medicine." Gu Jingxing regarded the pill with deep disdain. He felt perfectly well. Why should I take medicine? He shot Li Zhanting an exasperated glance and quickly switched to a charming demeanor, eagerly shaking his father's arm. "Daddy, can we skip the medicine? It's so bitter. And look at me now, I'm perfectly fine." The little one's clear eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving Li Zhanting momentarily stunned. Zixiao had never been one to display such affection towards him before. Could it be that his brain had been affected? Worry etched across his face as he gently touched Gu Jingxing's forehead. "My dear, let me check if your condition has worsened." "Gu Jingxing, does he really appear to be unwell?" As he touched the little one's forehead, Li Zhanting furrowed his brow. It was peculiar. Why did it seem that his son was no different from a healthy child? Could it be that he was so gravely ill that even his immune system could not respond? Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes, grasping Gu Jingxing's small hand and hastening away. "Shower, be good. Daddy will take you to the hospital right away." Gu Jingxing thought to himself, is this father of mine a bit foolish? In an effort to successfully deceive him, he pretended to take the medicine. "Father, how about we play a game?" It was the first time Li Zhanting's son had requested interaction, and naturally, he was delighted to accept. "What game?" "I will hide the medicine in my palm. If you guess correctly, I will take it. If not, I want to take my medicine for the entire day." How does that sound? Li Zhanting initially intended to refuse. But seeing his son's sudden change in attitude, he felt a pang of reluctance and reluctantly nodded, "All right." After all, he did not believe his precious child could conjure up any tricks. He knew his son too well. Gu Jingxing immediately concealed the pill behind his back, feigning indecision for a long moment before extending his fist. "Here, father, take a guess. If you guess correctly, I will eat it." Li Zhanting squinted, scrutinizing his two hands. If he was not mistaken, there should be none in both hands. The game of words had no stated rules, leaving much room for possibility. Thus, with confidence, he crossed his arms and pointed to the right hand, then to the left, declaring, "Open up, there's nothing in either hand." Gu Jingxing flashed a mischievous smile and released both hands, allowing a small black pill to roll out from his right hand, coming to a stop at Li Zhanting's feet. A look of disbelief crossed Li Zhanting's handsome face. Who had taught his son such clever tricks? "Father, you guessed wrong. Now the medicine is dirty. So, I don't have to take it." Gu Jingxing smirked, clapping his hands together. In truth, he had a plan, having learned some magic tricks. He had placed the pill in the cuff of his right sleeve. If Li Zhanting guessed left, he would leave it untouched. If he guessed right, he would let the pill slide from the sleeve. No matter what he guessed, Gu Jingxing had a way to avoid taking the medicine. Li Zhanting felt a throbbing in his forehead. He had been so certain that his darling would not play any tricks, which was why he had agreed so confidently. Yet, in the end, he had been outsmarted by his own son? Countless questions raced through Li Zhanting's mind, and finally, his gaze settled on his son's face. "You are not my son. Who are you?" Chapter 33. The son resembles Li Zhanting. Gu Jingxing. Is it possible that foolish daddy has finally wised up? As soon as Li Zhanting spoke, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. This little treasure. Who else could he be but his own son? It seemed he had truly become muddled due to Gu Shanshan's arrival, uttering such nonsense. He quickly reassured his son. "Daddy was just talking nonsense. You be a good boy and go to sleep. If you need anything, remember to call for Daddy at any time." Gu Jingxing narrowed his eyes playfully and said, "Good night, Daddy." Li Zhanting momentarily lost his focus, captivated by his son's charming smile. It seemed he was the one in need of a doctor, for he mistakenly believed that this was his other son. Upon leaving his son's bedroom and closing the door, he noticed a small, fluffy white figure gazing up at him. Li Qingling, donned in a pristine white nightgown adorned with a lace butterfly at the chest, looked like a petite radish with her wavy hem. He paused and patiently inquired, "Why do you like that woman so much?" Linger pressed her finger against his lips and replied, "Daddy, it's not that woman. It's the beautiful aunt." "Ah, the beautiful aunt. Li Zhanting coughed lightly, acquiescing to her words.
Then,
Why do you like the beautiful aunt so much? Linger was at a loss as well. She simply thought the beautiful aunt was lovely, and whenever she felt unwell, the beautiful aunt would care for her and give her sweet, delectable candies that made her feel instantly better. Candies? Li Zhanting frowned, perplexed. What kind of candies could possibly alleviate her asthma? Given that Linger's condition was congenital, no candy could suppress her symptoms, unless, of course, Momo had given her some form of medication. What kind of medicine could relieve her discomfort so swiftly? Li Zhanting was puzzled. Yet he found himself intrigued by Momo's ability to manage Linger's asthma. In the morning light, the sun shone brightly, with mischievous rays filtering through the white gauze curtains and cascading onto the soft, plush bed. Li Zixiao awoke, resembling a languid cat. The bedside was empty. He did not see the fairy aunt and hurriedly got out of bed, forgetting to put on his shoes. Momo, hearing the commotion, quickly emerged from the bathroom. Darling, you're awake. Li Zixiao rubbed his eyes, momentarily mesmerized by the fairy aunt. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, her fair skin seemingly glowing, and her softly curled hair cascading down her back, clad in a crisp white suit that exuded professionalism. Mommy, you look wonderful, Li Zixiao praised sincerely, his words concise yet heartfelt. Hearing her son's early morning compliment inexplicably lifted her spirits. Thank you, sweetheart. Mommy has an important matter to attend to today. Come with me and wait in the car while I take care of it. Once I'm done, I'll take you to the amusement park. How does that sound? Li Zixiao mentally repeated the words amusement park, his expression reflecting strong reluctance. He despised crowded places, but being with the fairy aunt made it different. All right, he agreed without hesitation. After Momo finished her makeup and changed clothes, she intended to help her son get ready, only to find him already washed and sitting patiently at the dining table. She was somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound punctuality from Gu Jingxing, who typically required her reminders. However, noticing that he was still in his pajamas, she realized that the task of changing clothes was still hers to manage. To visit the amusement park, one must certainly dress in a charming manner. Momo rummaged through her wardrobe and selected a blue striped t-shirt, pairing it with white overalls, exuding youthfulness and vitality. Darling, what do you think of this outfit? Momo presented her ensemble to Li Zixiao. Observing the vibrant colors, Li Zixiao shook his head with a hint of reluctance. He preferred the simplicity of black, white, and gray. The more unembellished the clothing, the better. This preference mirrored that of Li Zhanting. Not to your liking? Momo glanced at her chosen attire, a look of confusion crossing her face. Shouldn't it be? Isn't this the color that Gu Jingxing adores the most? Do you wish to wear this?
Li Zixiao nudda.
With a sigh of resignation, Momo removed the outfit and handed it to him to change into. Is there something your mother needs to attend to? Do you require assistance? Li Zixiao inquired regarding the clothing change. It's nothing significant. Just a little mischief I wish to stir, Momo replied, fastening the last button for him. All right, let us be off. The matter Momo intended to address was located at the Gu Group. As she drove towards the Gu Group, she received a call from Li Mo. President Gu Zhenting and Gu Shanshan have requested to meet you several times, and this time they even sent gifts worth millions. Should we accept them? A seductive smile graced Momo's lips. Of course, we would be foolish not to accept what they offer. Li Mo added, so, does this mean you agree to return that piece of land to the Gu Group? He couldn't help but shake his shoulders, acknowledging the tormenting nature of their president's tactics. Well then, President Gu, enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave. Years ago, Gu Zhenting had seized the inheritance from Momo's mother, consuming all her wealth, allowing the Gu Group to ascend from a modest business to one of the top 10 enterprises in the capital. The rumor of Gu Zhenting rising through the ranks by relying on women and living off them has persisted over the years. Consequently, numerous shareholders harbor resentment towards his presidency. Now, due to his poor decision-making, the company had lost a crucial resource, prompting dissent among shareholders during meetings. We absolutely cannot afford to lose that land. Consider the immense manpower, resources, and finances we invested initially. Should it fall into the hands of others, the loss would be catastrophic. President Gu, how have you and your daughter managed this situation? I heard you sought an audience with the president of SK Group a few days ago. What was the outcome? Another shareholder pressed. Indeed, it would be prudent to disclose something for everyone's peace of mind, he continued. Faced with the shareholders' inquiries, Gu Zhenting found himself unable to voice the humiliating truth of how he and his daughter had been confined and beaten in an office. Instead, he could only smile awkwardly and offer an excuse, stating, the president was unavailable that day. We did not meet. Chapter 34. Wishing to meet the president? You must beg me. A distinctly charismatic voice resonated from the doorway of the conference room, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Before them stood Gu Momo, adorned in a pristine white suit, her chestnut locks cascading over her shoulders like seaweed, swaying gently with her every movement. Beneath her meticulously crafted visage, her deep, cool eyes sparkled with mirth, rendering the onlookers momentarily speechless. Her beauty was not one to be savored delicately. It struck directly at the heart with an undeniable force. Yet, after that initial impact, one found themselves yearning for more, rather than feeling overwhelmed. However, recalling that this was a shareholders' meeting, she stifled her anger and feigned a congenial demeanor, addressing her sister. "What brings you here? This is the Gu Group Shareholders Assembly, and everyone present is either a shareholder or an executive. This is not a place for frivolity." She endeavored to maintain her elegant and noble image, while beside her, Gu Jinting could no longer contain himself. He coldly reprimanded, "Gu Mo. What nonsense are you up to? Get out of here at once. I warn you, do not cause a disturbance." "How do you know I am here to cause trouble?" Gu Mo retorted with a scoff. "If memory serves me right, my mother held a 20% stake in the Gu Group, and since you are divorced from her, legally, I am the primary heir, am I not?" At the mention of shares, Gu Jinting's expression darkened significantly. Everyone was aware that his position as president had been acquired through dubious means, though none dared to speak of it. With Gu Momo's words, he felt an urgent desire to expel her from the premises. "Do not presume that just because you are Gu Jinting's daughter, I will refrain from acting against you. 5 years ago, I severed our father-daughter relationship. If I speak to you kindly today, and you refuse to listen, do not blame me for being rude." His gaze was fierce, and after delivering his harsh words, he turned to his secretary, commanding, "Call security immediately." Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan were taken aback, and even the shareholders who had been watching the spectacle could no longer remain passive. Indeed, when the door is closed, we are all family, and we are here for the development of the Gu Group. The shareholders began to voice their support for a more neutral stance. Gu Shanshan's participation in the assembly was motivated by her desire to achieve something noteworthy, to demonstrate to Li Zhanting that she too could conquer the world alongside him. If Gu Momo were to disrupt this, how could she maintain her standing in high society? Unable to contain her fury, she exclaimed, "Gu Momo, do not embarrass yourself at this meeting. What can you possibly do? You rely solely on trading your body for fleeting affection from men. Do you not feel shame bringing such matters here?"
Gu Shanshan.
Gu Momo called her name softly, her eyes suddenly turning cold. "Do you think everyone is like you?" At her words, Gu Shanshan's expression changed, but she quickly regained her composure. "Gu Momo, do not compare yourself to me. I am destined to marry Li Zhanting, and it will be a legitimate union. Unlike you, who engages in unspeakable dealings." "Enough." Gu Jinting, who had remained silent until now, slammed his hand on the table. "This is a shareholders' meeting, not a venue for you sisters to bicker."
"Dad."
Gu Shanshan reluctantly opened her mouth, yet before she could utter a word, a mere glance from Gu Jinting silenced her. She was taken aback to realize that even her father could be swayed by the deceitful words of that woman, believing she possessed a means to rescue the Gu Corporation. For Gu Jinting, however, the identity of the savior mattered little. What was paramount was the resolution of the crisis at hand. Gu Momo had long seen through Gu Jinting's profit-driven nature, and she gestured toward the entrance, where her attorney entered, carrying a sleek black briefcase. With an impassive expression, the lawyer produced a contract from the briefcase. "Mr. Gu, Miss Gu Momo can procure that parcel of land from SK Group. However, there is a stipulation. Upon acquisition, the position of chief designer at Gu Corporation must be granted to Miss Gu Momo. If you find this agreeable, please sign here." Gu Shanshan erupted in protest. "What? Gu Momo, how dare you usurp my position?" The design director's role was pivotal, with over half of the corporation's shares tied to the design sector. Gu Momo smiled serenely. "Is this truly an act of usurpation? We are both shareholders of Gu Corporation and thus entitled to equal rights. Let us compete and see who can secure a partnership with SK Group. Is that not the essence of fair competition?" "You." Gu Shanshan seethed, her teeth clenched. "Fair competition. Indeed." Gu Momo could relay messages to the president of SK Group, yet she had never even laid eyes on him. The shareholders, sensing a potential profit, quickly chimed in, "Yes, I assent to this fair competition. Miss Shanshan is so capable. Surely she has met with the president of SK Group." Gu Shanshan's cheeks flushed with indignation, her anger simmering beneath the surface. To refuse now would be to admit her inability to even meet with the president of SK Group. Observing Gu Shanshan's distress, Gu Momo felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. How dismal her expression appeared now. What would it be like in the future? Gu Jinting swiftly signed the contract. With her lawyer in tow, Gu Momo strutted out of Gu Corporation. Gu Shanshan hastily tugged at her father's sleeve. Dad. How could you? Gu Jinting quickly reassured her. If she wishes to obtain the chief designer position, she must first convince the president of SK Group. I have good news. The president has just accepted our gift. Really? Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled. Gu Jinting beamed. This is a splendid opportunity. You must win the favor of the SK Group president before Gu Momo does. If you succeed where she fails, it will be a triumph for both of us. With this revelation, Gu Shanshan finally grasped her father's intentions and nodded vigorously. Gu Jinting produced a design proposal. In a few days, it will be my birthday banquet. You shall personally pen an invitation to the president of SK Group and include Gu Momo. At that event, we shall show her what it truly means to feel embarrassed. I understand, father. Chapter 35. Amusement Park Exchange. As Gu Momo exited the lobby of the Gu Group, she caught sight of her son gazing blankly from the lowered window of a Lincoln parked by the roadside. The moment he spotted her, Li Zixiao's previously indifferent eyes sparkled with life. Darling, have you been waiting long? I apologize for the delay, Gu Momo exclaimed, swiftly entering the car. She lifted her head, and though she remained silent, her eyes conveyed that he could continue speaking. It was Gu Zenting who invited the SK Group to his birthday party. Scheduled for 3 days from now. Should we attend? Of course. Why wouldn't we? There will be plenty of fun at the banquet, and if we don't go, we would miss out on so many exciting experiences. Gu Momo's mood was unusually buoyant, her tone considerably lighter. However, for now, I must take my darling to the amusement park. We can discuss other matters later. Li Mo responded enthusiastically. Yes, Ms. Gu. To be honest, even Li Mo could not suppress a smile. The audacity of the Gu family to invite Ms. Gu to their birthday celebration would undoubtedly render Gu Zenting's birthday an unforgettable occasion. Inside the Maybach, Gu Jingxing sat in a child safety seat, groggily yawning. Li Zhanting, steering the wheel, noticed his son's evident fatigue and reached for a bottle of milk with one hand. Drink something. You seem terribly tired today and haven't had breakfast. Gu Jingxing rubbed his eyes, feeling irked at the mention of breakfast. He couldn't fathom why Li Zhanting had insisted on dragging him out of bed at 10 o'clock in the morning to visit the amusement park. He detested such places and saw no appeal in the dizzying rides. Dad, could you please stop treating me like a 3-year-old? What is there to enjoy at an amusement park? Gu Jingxing yawned and complained. Li Zhanting reduced the car's speed but offered no response. He had deliberately cancelled all his appointments, hoping to take his son out in the hope that the outing might alter his disposition, allowing him to relax and engage more with the outside world. After an undetermined period, Gu Jingxing was jolted awake by a cacophony of screams and cheers. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal Ferris wheel, roller coasters racing through the sky, and a drop tower that ascended and descended. Knock, knock. The car window echoed twice as Li Zhanting stood outside, obscuring most of Gu Jingxing's view. Zixiao, time to get out. With an expression of utter disinterest, Gu Jingxing opened the door, resembling a deflated balloon. Li Zhanting observed the impatience etched across his son's face, unsure whether to laugh or feel frustrated. He pulled out a card and offered it to his son. Here's an all-access pass. You can enjoy any ride you wish. Gu Jingxing glanced at it, but did not take it. I don't want to do anything, Dad. Do you really find this enjoyable? Li Zhanting cast a look at the Ferris wheel behind him. Truthfully, he found it rather dull as well. However, he had read online that visiting an amusement park could uplift one's spirits, which was why he had brought his son along. Thus, he forced himself to say, "It's quite fun. It's lively when there are many people." Dad, how can you be so childish? Gu Jingxing retorted. Li Zhanting, isn't it all for you, dear? Gu Jingxing is indeed a lively person, but his vivacity hinges on the condition that he must be well rested. Last night, he clandestinely delved into the study of his son Gu Zhanting's small robot until the wee hours, scarcely catching a few hours of sleep, only to be dragged up by Li Zhanting, plunging his mood into utter despair. Moreover, having been absent for 2 consecutive days, it seemed that his mother was not the slightest bit concerned about his disappearance. His phone lay silent, devoid of any messages, which genuinely saddened him. Li Zhanting appeared unfazed by his son's grievances, leading him towards the center of the amusement park instead. Simultaneously, Gu Momo had brought Li Zixiao into the amusement park. Darling, look at this. It's so lovely. Mommy will buy you one. From a distance, Gu Momo spotted a cluster of stalls selling balloons and headbands, pulling Li Zixiao over to select a pair of Mickey Mouse ears. Li Zixiao frowned, his handsome, cool visage marred by disdain. The fairy ant's son is so childish. However, as the headband was chosen by the fairy ant, he swallowed his discomfort, standing obediently as she tried various headbands on him. This one looks great. Gu Momo admired the Mickey Mouse ears she had selected, decisively declaring, "This is the one." Li Zixiao wished fervently to be rid of it, feeling that wearing such an accessory severely impaired his intellect. Gu Momo was thoroughly pleased with the Mickey Mouse ears. Darling, just a moment, mommy will go pay. As she turned to make the payment, an electronic device in Li Zixiao's bag suddenly beeped. He pulled out the miniature gadget and observed a small, moving within a 500-meter radius of himself on the screen. To prevent his father from discovering his clandestine escape, he had discreetly installed a miniature tracker on Li Zhanting. The tracker would emit an alert whenever his father approached. Li Zixiao's handsome face was etched with concern. If his father found him near the beautiful aunt, he might misunderstand her intentions. On the other hand, after being forcibly dragged onto a carousel by Li Zhanting, Gu Jingxing could no longer muster the enthusiasm to continue playing. He excused himself to the restroom, where he concealed himself for half an hour. Only after his legs felt nearly numb did he reluctantly step outside. Jingxing, where have you been? As soon as Gu Jingxing emerged from the restroom, he was met by Gu Momo, her eyes filled with anxiety. She had merely stepped away to pay for the headband, and her son had vanished without a trace. She searched frantically, nearly contacting the amusement park's management to raise an alarm. Upon finally spotting her precious son, Gu Momo quickly crouched down. Mommy has been looking everywhere for you. Were you trying to scare me to death? Gu Jingxing, taken aback, wondered, why is mommy here at the amusement park? Unable to comprehend the coincidence, he promptly shook her arm reassuringly. Mommy, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. Being out for 2 days is no problem. Little Jingxing is already a proper young man who can take care of himself. Gu Mo could not help but pinch his ear. You mischievous little rascal. Are you planning to run away for another 2 days? Your audacity seems to be growing by the day, doesn't it? She had noticed her son's gloomy demeanor over the past few days and worried he might be suffocating under the weight of his emotions, which is why she had brought him to the amusement park for a change of scenery. Yet this little imp was actually contemplating an escape? Gu Jingxing. He was merely apologizing for his previous unannounced departure. Why on earth would mommy think he wished to flee now? Chapter 36. Has my son's condition improved? Gu Jingxing blinked his bright eyes. Mommy, have you not been worried about Jingxing these past couple of days? He felt that something was amiss. Gu Mo smiled brightly as she affectionately rubbed his handsome cheek. Of course, mommy has been worried. Look at how sullen you've been. I thought you were going to fall ill from being cooped up. It nearly drove me to despair. But thank goodness you are all right now. Gu Jingxing. What on earth? Who has been impersonating him these past 2 days? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zixiao, after parting from Gu Mo, followed the GPS to find his father, Li Zhanting. However, this sense of relief lasted merely 3 seconds. Li Zhanting. Why did he perceive a hint of disdain in his son's eyes? Maintaining his composure, Li Zhanting gently coaxed, Xiao heir, how about we try that Ferris wheel again? You see, other children love playing with their daddies. Would you like daddy to carry you as well? Li Zixiao frowned slightly, lifting his strikingly handsome and cool face. Daddy, have you caught a touch of foolishness from someone? What to do? Suddenly, he missed the lively and adorable version of his little rascal.
Li Zong.
Mo phone produced a thick stack of documents. Li Zong, here are the files on the ghost hand doctor. I've been tracking this for quite some time and only recently obtained them. Li Zhanting opened the yellow envelope, and the personal information of the ghost hand doctor instantly came into view. However, what captured his attention most was the gender section, which indicated male. Previously, he had suspected Gu Mo to be the ghost hand doctor, for her had been the most plausible suspect based on the events at the hospital that day. Yet now, this document suggested otherwise. It seems the informant might have intentionally provided false information to mislead us.
Montag Feng.
Let us instruct our people to feign relaxation in plain sight while secretly increasing our forces to conduct a thorough investigation on Gu Mo. With that, Li Zhanting pushed open the car door and stepped out. Mo Foam couldn't help but twitch his lips. He seriously doubted whether his boss was in his right mind, having nearly unearthed Gu Mo's entire background. The documents revealed that Gu Mo had always led a carefree and aimless life, often frequenting various bars and nightclubs over the past 5 years, mingling with the most prominent entertainers, making her appear to be a quintessential street urchin. Why then did Li Zong fixate all his investigative efforts on Gu Mo? Upon returning to the villa, Li Zhanting, as per his routine, took the medication to his son's bedroom. 2 days had passed since the child had cleverly evaded his medication, and today, he must ensure he takes it, no matter what. Zixiao, it's time for your medicine. He entered the room and discovered his son staring blankly at his robot. Who touched my belongings? He questioned coldly. The nanny, holding a glass of water, was perplexed and quickly explained, Young master, I haven't been to your room these past 2 days. Li Zixiao felt an unsettling certainty that something had transpired during his absence. given his father's level of concern. It was inconceivable for him to vanish for 2 days without eliciting any worry. However, Li Zixiao did not wish for his father to uncover the truth about his outings, so he refrained from pressing further. Li Zhanting gestured for the nanny to set down the glass, which she promptly did before exiting the room, leaving only the father and son behind. Zixiao, you did not take your medication yesterday. Be obedient and take it now, Li Zhanting stated once more. For reasons unknown to him, during the past 2 days spent with the fairy aunt, he had not taken his medicine, yet his head had not throbbed at all. Moreover, sleeping beside the fairy aunt at night brought him an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Were it not for his father's arrival at the amusement park, he would have had no desire to part from her. Previously, without painkillers, his son could hardly manage to sleep soundly. Over time, his body had developed a certain dependency on the medication. Although Li Zhanting was aware of the drawbacks of this reliance, he found himself with no alternative if he wished to achieve a good night's rest.
Now,
It had already been 3 days since his son had refused to take his medication for sleep. Could it be that his condition had improved? With this thought lingering, Li Zhanting remained uneasy and scheduled a comprehensive examination with the doctor that very night. In the VIP ward of the hospital, Li Zixiao lay on the expansive hospital bed as a group of doctors entered, armed with the results of the examinations. Mr. Li, we bring good news. The CT scan indicates that the young master's brain tumor has shrunk by a week since the last examination. Dr. Chun, Li Zixiao's attending physician, announced with a broad smile. Are you certain? Li Zhanting's tone may have been questioning, yet his face betrayed his overwhelming joy. Absolutely certain, Mr. Li. The CT results confirm that the tumor has indeed diminished in size. The young master's pain should have significantly lessened recently, correct? Indeed. While Li Zhanting was elated by this outcome, a seed of doubt began to sprout within him. Historically, aside from chemotherapy, there had been no viable methods for suppressing the tumor, and his son had adamantly refused hospitalization, leaving him with no choice but to pursue the most conservative treatment approach. How could it be possible for the tumor to shrink without any medication? This seemed utterly unrealistic. Dr. Chun, Li Zhanting said, steadying his voice. What is the reason for the tumor's reduction? Mr. Li, theoretically, a brain tumor should not shrink on its own, but as you know, there are many phenomena in medicine that defy complete explanation. Perhaps it is simply that the young master has been in good spirits lately, which could be the primary factor influencing the progression of his condition. He could not bring himself to believe that mere happiness could account for this. Although Zixiao's condition had indeed improved significantly over the past few days, it could not possibly yield such results. The doctor stood awkwardly, momentarily at a loss, as he could not ascertain the true reason behind the young master's recovery. This phenomenon is one that even the medical field struggles to elucidate. Yet, when confronted by the formidable Li Zhanting, the physician dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. Just as the doctor was becoming increasingly anxious, perspiration streaming down his brow, a sweet, youthful voice rang out. Daddy, Linger knows the reason why brother has suddenly improved. At the doorway, Li Qingling, dressed in a delicate light blue sundress and a white sheer overlay, peeked in, her face adorned with a cheerful smile.
you know?
Li Zhanting's voice, tinged with surprise, concealed a hint of indulgence. Yes. Linger joyfully stepped into the room, announcing, brother's recovery must be due to the beautiful auntie, just as my improvement is also thanks to her. Li Zhanting interjected, Doctor. What kind of reasoning is this? Regardless of whether Gu Momo can genuinely influence the emotions of these two children. His voice grew somber. Linger refrained from such statements in the future. Observing her father's displeasure and skepticism, Li Qingling felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Daddy, you still don't like the beautiful auntie, do you? Li Zhanting's striking brows knitted slightly, yet he softened his expression. Linger, you know that Daddy only loves your mommy. No one else can ever occupy a place in Daddy's heart, do you understand? When he awoke from his hospital stay and, despite excruciating pain, sought her out at the hotel, she had already vanished. For 5 long years, he would have excavated every inch of the earth if it meant finding her, regardless of the cost. He owed her far too much. Even a lifetime might not suffice to make amends. Li Qingling, astute as she was, quickly comprehended her father's sentiments. Pouting, she resolved to ignore her obstinate father and turned to exit the room. With a sigh, Li Zhanting stood and instructed the doctor. You have 3 days to uncover the true reason behind the young master's gradual recovery. Yes, Mr. Li, the doctor replied, wiping sweat from his brow while nodding in agreement. Chapter 37, discovered by Li Zhanting. Gu Momo, having learned of Li Zhanting's visit to the hospital with his daughter, hurried over. In the Lincoln, she sat in the back seat, her beautiful eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, closed in contemplation. Ms. Gu, we've arrived, Li Mo, in the passenger seat, gently reminded her. Gu Momo lifted her eyelids, observing the throngs of patients and their families at the entrance. She exited the vehicle, her heart heavy with concern over her daughter's potential asthma attack, prompting her to bring along medication. Although she had obtained tidings of Li Zhanting's presence at the hospital, other details remained tightly sealed, leaving her without a specific room number. She could only start her search from the VIP wards, investigating room by room. Upon reaching the entrance of the VIP corridor, a loud crash echoed from within, as if a heavy object had fallen. A crowd quickly gathered, curiosity piqued. Yet they were at a loss for action. During the lunch break, the nurses were occupied in the cafeteria, and the on-duty nurse was likely preoccupied with other tasks. Failing to hear the cries for help in time. Pushing through the throng, Gu Momo discovered a young man collapsed on the ground, his expression one of agony. His body convulsing, eyes rolling back, and shortly thereafter, he began to foam at the mouth. My heavens, this is a hospital. What on earth is taking the doctor so long? It is lunchtime. Hurry to the cafeteria and find a doctor. Does he not have any family members present? The onlookers were in a state of disarray, their hearts aching as they gazed at the man on the ground, yet none dared to step forward to offer assistance. It was an epileptic seizure. With just a glance, she confirmed the man's condition. As a doctor, her instinct compelled her not to turn a blind eye to the patient before her. Excuse me, I am a doctor. Please make way. Thank you. Gu Momo pushed through the crowd and approached the patient. However, she did not anticipate that upon her arrival, she would be met with a pair of intensely scrutinizing and aggressive eyes. Li Zhanting, clad in a dark suit, stood with his hands casually in his pockets. At a height of 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he exuded a chilling aura that spoke of innate nobility and aloofness. His slightly narrowed, deep-set eyes radiated an air of danger. Mo Feng sensed the perilous energy emanating from Li Zhanting. Sir, this is Gu Momo. Li Zhanting's penetrating gaze seemed to seek to unravel Gu Momo's very essence. Could someone assist me in restraining his hands? She implored, looking up for help. Soon, a gentleman approached to help her hold down the patient's uncontrollable hands, which were convulsing violently. Gu Momo swiftly unraveled her decorative silk scarf, folded it, and placed it in the man's mouth, instructing crisply, "Bite down on it." This was to prevent him from inadvertently biting off his own tongue during the seizure. Subsequently, with the assistance of a gentleman, she turned the patient onto his side to prevent choking in the event of vomiting while lying on his back. To date, epilepsy remains an incurable lifelong ailment within the medical realm. Much like Ling Er's congenital asthma, it can only be managed through meticulous care to reduce the frequency of its episodes. However, for Gu Momo, this was not a daunting challenge. Her visit was not solely driven by concern for her daughter and the need to deliver medication. She also sought an opportunity to take her daughter away and help her achieve a complete recovery from asthma. 2 minutes later, the patient's condition stabilized, and the doctor rushed over, neglecting even to eat. How is he? What is the patient's status? Doctor, had you not arrived? I fear the patient would have already lost his life. Is this the level of service in a VIP ward? An onlooker could not help but voice a complaint. The doctor, visibly embarrassed, could only repeatedly apologize to the patient's family. Gu Momo grasped the doctor's arm, saying, "You cannot be blamed. You are not omniscient and cannot be present at every moment." The onlookers felt somewhat sheepish, murmuring, "There is no need for apologies. We ought to express our gratitude to this young lady. Had it not been for her, your hospital could have faced a serious medical incident." The doctor glanced over and recognized that her emergency response techniques were exceptionally standard and well considered in every aspect. "Miss, are you also a doctor? May I inquire where you practice?" the doctor asked, intrigued. Gu Momo stood up, realizing she had been crouching for too long and her legs had gone numb. Having spoken, she pushed through the crowd and ventured deeper into the corridor, leaving behind a bewildered doctor and a gathering of onlookers. Hadn't this young lady just claimed to be a physician? It was perplexing. As Gu Mo turned, she sensed a wave of danger permeating the air. With keen intuition, she raised her gaze and met the cold, profound black eyes of Li Zhanting. He stood there half smiling, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that accentuated his perfect physique, his obsidian-like eyes fixated on her as if ensnaring his prey. The corners of his lips curled slightly. "I must admit, your medical skills are quite impressive." Gu Mo met his gaze with a captivating smile. "Oh, Mr. Li, are you suddenly so concerned for me? Have you been enchanted by my beauty?" Li Zhanting's smile took on a nonchalant air. "Rest assured, even if I were interested in a dog, I would not harbor any interest in you." Gu Mo laughed charmingly. "Mr. Li, don't speak too soon. What if you end up being the one to be embarrassed?" The expression on Li Zhanting's handsome face darkened. This woman certainly had a sharp tongue. A hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he observed the ebb and flow of patients and their families around them. He grasped Gu Mo's wrist, pulling her into the safety corridor of the stairwell. A sudden chill ran down her back as she found herself enveloped in his warm embrace, his heated breath brushing against her ear. Gu Mo, do not feign innocence before me. Just tell me, do you truly possess medical skills? She stood on her toes, her chin slightly raised. Mr. Lee, I only treat one ailment, and that is the delusion of self-importance. Her tone was leisurely, stretching the final syllable, both alluring and chilling. The faint scent of jasmine emanating from her neck enveloped him, evoking a sense of nostalgic familiarity. This fragrance stirred something within Li Zhanting, reminiscent of a distant memory he could not quite grasp. As he felt her body inching closer, an overwhelming sense of pressure left her breathless. With a glint of mischief in her exquisite eyes, she lightly tiptoed, coiling her arms around his neck like a serpent, whispering sweetly into his ear, Mr. Lee, is this how you inquire of others? Your approach leaves much to be desired. Her sultry voice ignited a stiffness within him. Chapter 38. You are the saint of ghostly hands. The subtle fragrance of jasmine wafted towards him, a delightful sensation that seemed to tease his very essence. Li Zhanting's earlobes flushed with a hint of color as he frowned, attempting to push Gu Mo away. Are you not aware that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Step aside. Gu Mo observed the unease in his deep gaze, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. You said it yourself, so you cannot stop me later. Anticipating her intention to escape, Li Zhanting narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening as he pulled her back towards him. Do you think you can leave just like that? You have yet to openly admit that you are the saint of ghostly hands. Gu Mo's gaze fell upon the hand that held her, and her smile deepened with intrigue. The man, clearly reluctant to engage in physical contact with her, nonetheless seemed unwilling to let her go, displaying an unexpected boldness. She gently draped her arms around Li Zhanting's neck, smiling sweetly. Well then, Mr. Lee, tell me what reward I shall receive if I admit it. If admitting grants me the title of Mrs. Lee, I could easily oblige. Her voice was so melodious that Li Zhanting momentarily forgot to push her away. Just as the pair found themselves entangled in a delicate moment, Li Zhanting suddenly let out a low groan and stepped back, distancing himself from Gu Momo.
Licking.
With her hair styled into two adorable buns, donned a youthful, vibrant yellow dress, her white patent leather shoes still gleaming under the dim light. She positioned herself between them, turning her back to Gu Momo, extending her tiny hand to shield her mother, and inquired, Daddy, what are you planning to do to the pretty ant? Li Zhanting, angered by the soiled shoes, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, his handsome face reflecting his resignation. Linger, this is an adult matter. The business of the pretty ant is my business too. I won't let you bully her. Linger vowed fiercely, displaying a sense of righteousness that suggested she would not hesitate to stand against her own father if he persisted in his misguided intentions. At that moment, Li Zhanting, the very father, found himself at a loss, nearly in tears. His own daughter was prepared to challenge him for the sake of an outsider? Gu Momo, seeing her daughter safely standing before her, was filled with a mix of surprise and joy, completely unperturbed by Li Zhanting's presence. She knelt down, turning Linger to face her, and softly asked, Linger, are you feeling unwell in any way? That's good, Gu Momo sighed in relief. She had feared that something serious had occurred, prompting Li Zhanting's urgent trip to the hospital. Li Zhanting, watching his precious daughter conversing with another woman, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. How dare Gu Momo touch her? How dare she be affectionate towards Linger? Consumed by jealousy, Li Zhanting gently pulled Linger into his embrace, deliberately creating distance between her and Gu Momo. Regardless of whether you are a miraculous healer, I require your assistance in caring for a patient. The conditions are entirely at your discretion. Gu Momo lifted her head in discontent, glaring at him. Did he think she was merely a servant at his beck and call? Her time was invaluable. Yet, upon hearing that he would allow her to set the conditions, she found herself inexplicably swayed. She had come for Linger, and although the child appeared to be fine at the moment, she could not guarantee that she would be able to respond swiftly should an emergency arise. The best course of action would be to seize this opportunity to completely cure Linger's asthma. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhanting's handsome face darkened, as if ink could drip from it. He had anticipated that Gu Momo would propose terms related to money or status. The bitterness he felt was palpable. Li Qingling, with her round, sparkling eyes, beamed with joy, exuberantly diving into Gu Momo's embrace. This is wonderful. Linger is happy to stay with the pretty ant. Li Zhanting furrowed his brows as he gazed at his little traitorous daughter, his complexion shifting from a pallid hue to a deep shade of purple. He could almost envision the dismal scene of being abandoned in a corner by his little darling. Ling Er, sensing her father's plight, attempted to console him. Look at your poor daddy. His heart is breaking with sorrow. Li Qingling's delicate visage was filled with disdain as she retorted, Daddy, are you afraid that Ling Er will be taken away by a beautiful aunt? How foolish of you! As your own flesh and blood, you should possess a modicum of confidence. Li Zhanting, unable to tolerate his daughter's contempt, gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Fine, I promise you. With thoughts of living alongside a beautiful aunt, Ling Er's face blossomed with anticipation and excitement. Yet, as he observed the innocence and purity reflected in her eyes, a wave of worry and unease washed over him. Would he truly be relegated to irrelevance? In that moment, he found himself regretting his agreement to Gu Momo's request. Ling Er, there is a gift for the aunt in my car. Could you assist your father in retrieving it? Li Qingling eyed her father skeptically. What kind of gift? Is it for the beautiful aunt? Indeed, Li Zhanting replied, maintaining a steady demeanor. Gu Mo chuckled at his serious tone, gently ruffling Ling Er's hair and reassuring her, do not worry. Your daddy wouldn't dare to act against me. With that, Ling Er felt at ease. She cast a lingering glance at the beautiful aunt before darting out of the room. In the dimly lit stairwell, only Gu Mo and Li Zhanting remained. Is there anything else you wish to say, Mr. Li? Gu Mo inquired, raising an eyebrow. Come with me, Li Zhanting declared, firmly grasping her wrist and leading her toward the elevator without allowing for any objections. Gu Mo made no resistance, allowing him to guide her to the underground parking lot of the hospital. She was curious to discover what Li Zhanting intended to convey by sending Ling Er away. Chapter 39. Captivated by the handsome Master Ting, the car cruised toward the Li family villa. Li Zhanting parked in the garage, gripping Gu Mo's wrist as he led her to a particular room within the villa. The room was expansive, adorned with dark-hued medieval oil paintings that hung from the walls, while the opulent crystal floor sparkled magnificently, exuding an air of wealth. However, Gu Mo quickly discerned that this was a cleverly designed trap room. Each painting and even each crystal tile concealed mechanisms. Entering was effortless, but exiting was another matter entirely. Mr. Li, though you profess reluctance, your body tells a different tale. Before Li Zhanting could utter a word, Gu Mo had already leapt onto a plush chair. She reclined slightly, her legs draped over the armrest, supporting her upper body with her hands, and playfully remarked, a solitary man and woman in a room together. Wouldn't this table be more suitable as a bed? This was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to Li Zhanting. Indeed, in the next moment, Li Zhanting had already moved to her side, his body leaning in with an overwhelming presence. Gu Momo, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but if you intend to take Ling Er away from me. Gu Momo felt the man's face was so close that her nose seemed to be merely a centimeter away from his. Her heart inexplicably raced, for after all, such an extraordinary visage would leave anyone spellbound. With her eyes slightly lifted and an enchanting smile gracing her lips, she replied, what does Mr. Li mean? Of course, I approached you intentionally for your sake. Who could remain indifferent to such striking handsomeness? As she spoke, she raised her fingertip, feigning nonchalance, as if to caress the man as healthy and smooth skin. Li Zhanting, gritting his teeth, simultaneously seized her hand, halting her advance. Perhaps it was due to his own rising anger, for the grip he held was significantly tighter than before. She furrowed her brow slightly, yet her cool demeanor betrayed no hint of submission. Before you now lies but one path. Cure my son's brain tumor.
Li Zhanting's lips parted,
Each word laden with an irresistible gravity. I solemnly promise you, should you heal my son, I shall grant any request you make, save for taking my daughter. Beyond that, even if you demand my life, I would willingly offer it to you. Gu Momo was momentarily taken aback. Li Zhanting had a son? She found it hard to believe, for none of the information she had previously gathered hinted at such a fact. Was this son an illegitimate child with another woman? A frown creased her forehead, her heart constricted with an urgent desire to uncover the truth. When she was imprisoned by the Gu family, she had endured a harrowing childbirth without anesthesia, fainting several times from the pain. Upon regaining consciousness, she had seen Gu Shanshan take away her newly born daughter. Surely, she could not have given birth to 3 children at once? With a light smile gracing her lips, she wrapped her arms playfully around Li Zhanting's neck, her expression blooming like a flower. Mr. Li, you truly dote on your son, willing to agree to any condition for him? This time, to her surprise, Li Zhanting did not push her away. He recognized that Gu Momo was deliberately attempting to confuse his judgment. His cold, penetrating gaze resembled a deep, frigid pool.
exuding en imposing aura.
I have stated, as long as you can cure my son, I would offer even my life in return. Seeing him so earnest, Gu Momo could not help but laugh. This man was already remarkably handsome, but his seriousness rendered him even more striking. She entertained the notion of teasing him further. How about this? If I manage to heal your son, you shall marry me. What do you say? Li Jianting stiffened momentarily, taken aback by her audacious proposal. If her intention was to claim the Li family's fortune, would it not be more straightforward for her to demand all his assets outright? His lips pressed tightly together. Neither the child nor this proposition could be entertained. He has been burdened by his feelings for Liu Li for 5 long years, enduring immense torment every single day without finding her. He has wronged Liu Li far too much and does not wish to treat her as a bargaining chip. This is a matter of principle. Li Jianting's lips twitched involuntarily. What did this woman mean? Did she imply that he was worthless, merely a handsome vase? He acknowledged that his looks indeed elicited both admiration and envy, yet that visage was the least of his assets. Was it not apparent that he possessed far greater strengths behind that facade? How shallow she was to focus solely on his appearance. Gu Mo. Wouldn't that mean she could move around for quite some time? She hadn't yet had her fill of playing with her precious Ling air. Unable to contain herself, Gu Mo exclaimed, "Hey, Li Jianting, to your son still unprepared? What gives you the right to prevent me from spending some time with Ling air?" Li Jianting smirked slightly. "Ling air is not your child. Why do you always insist on competing with me for her?" Gu Mo. "Ling air is indeed my child." Seeing her flustered expression, Li Jianting felt a flicker of satisfaction within his heart, his smile growing more mischievous. "Besides, didn't you just say that you approached me for my looks? As long as you wish to see my face, I am at your beck and call. Is that not sufficient?" Gu Mo was greatly exasperated. This man had seized upon her weakness and was relentless. Observing her discomfort, Li Jianting felt quite pleased. "Wait here. I will have my subordinates make the necessary arrangements. They will come to fetch you when the time is right." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away with confidence. Once he had departed, Gu Mo hastily pulled out her phone for a quick check. Indeed, there was no signal here. Raising her gaze to the corner of the room, she noticed a 360-degree surveillance camera, indicating that there was likely a monitoring room outside, keeping constant watch over her movements. Now, unarmed and ensnared in this high-tech interrogation room, escaping to have a clandestine encounter with her beloved Ling heir seemed nearly impossible. It appeared her only recourse was to contact her precious son. Propping herself elegantly against the table, Gu Mo gracefully leapt to the ground, then pulled out a chair and sat down, feigning resignation. Beneath the table, however, her right hand was subtly tapping on the watch on her left wrist. This was a program her son, Gu Jingxing, had installed in her watch, enabling him to receive and decipher Morse code through taps on the watch's face. Furthermore, her son had anticipated potential signal interference when he set this up, ensuring that the program connected to a satellite signal belonging to the SK Group, impervious to ordinary signal blockers. After informing her son of her location and situation, cautioning him to be extremely careful, she pretended to be fatigued and lay down to feign sleep. In the monitoring room, Li Jianting observed her calm demeanor, and a sudden wave of unexplainable anger surged within him. Had she not just claimed to covet his looks? Now that he had left, she exhibited no signs of missing that face at all. As the subordinate glanced at the stern visage of Li Jianting, his heart quivered with trepidation. "Sir, the notification has been dispatched. The surgical equipment will be ready in 2 hours. Shall we prepare some food and drink for Miss Gu?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Jianting instructed the chef, renowned for his culinary skills with Linger and Shower, to prepare the finest delicacies for her. Furthermore, he commanded that a multitude of his photographs be made available, ensuring she could behold his handsome countenance at all times. After all, did she not admire his visage? Thus, he resolved to let her gaze upon it until she could bear it no longer. Indeed, his allure was meant solely for his beloved Liu Li. Gu Momo had no right to covet his striking features. The subordinate was left in a state of bewilderment. Had their master always harbored such vanity? Once Li Jianting departed, the subordinate hurriedly engaged in a flurry of gossip within their friend group, exclaiming, "Brothers, I am utterly astounded. Our master is, in fact, quite the enigmatic romantic. He clearly yearns for the young lady while feigning indifference, secretly slipping her his handsome photographs." Friend group, "No way, how thrilling." However, Li Jianting did not foresee that Gu Momo's information would indeed draw Gu Jingxing in. Chapter 40. The Two Young Masters. Gu Jingxing awoke from a brief slumber, having slept until the afternoon. Upon rising, he was startled to hear the sound of Morse code emanating from the watch on his bedside table. Grasping the watch, he listened intently for a minute before exclaiming, "Oh no, mother is in danger." Without a moment's hesitation, He hastily donned a random garment from his wardrobe and scampered towards the door. 15 minutes later, Gu Jingxing arrived outside the Li family's villa by taxi. However, he recalled that the servants' lounge in the side hall lacked any high-tech security measures. With this thought, he altered his route, stealthily entering the side hall, intending to slip from the elevator there to steal the key for the interrogation room. Just as he was tiptoeing past the busy servants, preparing to enter the elevator, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Young master, what brings you here?" The young master typically confined himself to his bedroom outside of mealtimes. The maid had worked there for 2 years and had never once seen him in the side hall. Gu Jingxing's finely crafted eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Did he truly resemble Li Zhanting's son to such an extent that not even Li Zhanting himself could discern the difference? A flicker of delight surged within him, prompting him to swiftly abandon his furtive demeanor. With an air of nonchalance, he placed his hands behind his back and approached the maid, adopting the posture of a young master. "I merely came to see how diligently you all are working. Nothing else. Carry on with your duties." He waved his hand dismissively, causing the maid's expression to shift from astonishment to sheer disbelief. The young master rarely acknowledged them. How could he possibly come to oversee their work? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. "Oh, by the way, where is my father?" Gu Jingxing's sudden inquiry left the maid flustered, nearly causing her to drop a vase. The maid's lips twitched. The young master seems to have misunderstood something. This is hardly a prison for Master Ting. Miss Gu's treatment in the room is nothing short of that befitting a favored concubine. The servant quickly maintained a smile, stating, "Young master, you jest. The key to the villa's VIP area has always been under Master Ting's control, typically kept in his room. We ordinary servants are not qualified to directly interact with esteemed guests in the VIP area." A glint of cunning flickered in Gu Jingxing's eyes. "Oh, is that so? Very well. Then, I shall leave you to your duties." Once assured that Li Zhanting was not at home, Gu Jingxing swaggered into the living room of the Li family villa. The servant, observing Gu Jingxing's retreating figure, was filled with questions. How curious. Today, the young master seems to have transformed into a different person. Relying on his memory, Gu Jingxing navigated through numerous rooms until he found Li Zhanting's bedroom. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. He stealthily pushed the door open, closed it gently behind him, and began searching for the key. After a thorough search, without success, he became somewhat frustrated, anxiously running his fingers through his hair, worried he might fail to rescue his mother. Then, a corner safe caught his attention. Such a cautious individual as Li Zhanting would not leave something as crucial as that key lying around carelessly, would he? Approaching the safe, he was astonished to discover it was equipped with facial recognition technology. He stepped in front of the camera, aligning his small face with the screen. With a chime, the door miraculously clicked open. Gu Jingxing's face lit up with delight. Wow, the Li family is incredibly convenient. Inside, he found a set of keys and, in a fit of mischief, carelessly tossed out all the other documents from the safe, feeling quite satisfied as he clutched the keys and headed toward the basement. "Humph. You bully my mother. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Using his mother's locator, he identified the room where Gu Mo was located. He noticed a surveillance camera in the upper right corner of the door. Making a face at the camera, Gu Jingxing retrieved a small homemade pistol from his bag and gently squeezed the trigger, launching a rubber-like substance that quickly sealed the camera's lens. "You bully my mother, and I shall return the favor. That should not be too much to ask, right?" Humph. In the monitoring room, a security guard lounged with his feet propped on the desk, his head tilted back against a chair, sound asleep and utterly oblivious to any anomalies. Gu Jingxing began trying the keys one by one until he finally unlocked the door before him. Gu Mo, seeing her precious child enter, quickly set aside her delicious meal. "Darling, how did you get in? Were you not discovered?" "Don't worry, Mommy, they didn't notice me at all," Gu Jingxing assured, patting his chest confidently. Gu Mo blinked in disbelief. "They didn't notice? Surely not. Is the security at Li Zhanting's home really that incompetent?" Though her child was clever, it was hard to believe the Li family had failed to notice anything at all. Gu Jingxing hurriedly attempted to pull Gu Mo away. "Mommy, we must leave quickly. If they find us, it will be disastrous." Gu Mo. She truly yearned to express that the chef hired by Li Zhanting had prepared an exquisite feast, so delightful that she found herself reluctant to depart. Her gaze deepened thoughtfully. "Perhaps, my dear, you should leave first? Li Zhanting has asked me to stay to assist in treating a patient, and I wish to seize the opportunity to investigate the individual he mentioned." Gu Jingxing sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Observing how joyfully his mother indulged in the meal, he mused whether she had become infatuated with the culinary offerings of Li Zhanting's household. Without further ado, he promptly whisked Gu Mo away. Li Mo had long been waiting in the car near the Li family villa. Once Gu Mo and her son entered the vehicle, Gu Jingxing immediately requested a laptop. Fortunately, Li Mo had one on hand and handed it over to Gu Jingxing. Darling, what do you need the computer for? At that moment, within the grand hall of the Li residence, chaos reigned supreme. The robot crafted by Li Zixiao had activated, its red eyes glowing ominously as it wielded a wooden stick, wreaking havoc upon anything within reach. The servants, one after another, attempted to intervene, only to be deterred by its menacing mechanical claws. No, that's the vase master loves most. A servant, caught in the frenzy, snatched a vase just in time. A resounding crash echoed as another potted plant was sent tumbling to the ground. Good heavens, that was a plant specially airlifted from Ireland. It's not available anywhere in the country. They cried out in desperation. Please don't break it. I beg you. Before long, the entire living room of the Li family was left in utter disarray. Gu Mo observed the chaotic scene transmitted in real time from the surveillance footage, arching an eyebrow nonchalantly. Jing Xing, do you harbor a grudge against Li Zhanting? Chapter 41. A meeting of two sons. Gu Jingxing's delicate face instantly reflected obedience as he earnestly declared, we cannot allow this scoundrel to bully mommy. The first time he wronged her, if she shows any mercy, he will undoubtedly become more brazen. He must learn a lesson to understand that mommy is not to be trifled with. Only then will he think twice before bullying her. This was a matter of principle for Gu Jingxing. His mother meant everything to him, and he would never allow her to endure even the slightest injustice. Gu Mo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her beloved son's vengeful spirit was indeed a mirror of her own. Alas! She could manage her son to some extent, but when it came to Li Zhanting, perhaps it was best to refrain. She knew her son all too well. Little Jingxing was far from naive. She couldn't help but harbor a tinge of resentment towards his biological father. A flicker of unmasked emotion crossed Gu Momo's clear eyes as she languidly leaned against her seat, propping her chin elegantly with one hand. Her mind swirling with complex thoughts. Li Mo, drive on. At the Li family villa, Li Zhanting gazed into the empty room, his brows furrowed tightly, his dark eyes resembling a profound and icy abyss, cold and terrifying. An aura of chilling intensity enveloped him, rendering the very air around him palpable with tension. Gu Mo. Very well, he murmured, lifting his foot to kick a chair belonging to the security guard. The security guard, still in the depths of slumber, found himself abruptly overturned. Awakened by the violent outburst, he stumbled to his feet, only to be met by the seething fury in Li Zhanting's eyes, which blazed like an uncontrollable wildfire spreading across an endless prairie, growing ever more intense, causing the guard to tremble in fear. Where is Director Li? Li Zhanting's voice was ominously deep, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. It was only then that the guard comprehended the gravity of the situation. Realizing he was alone in the interrogation room, he fell to the ground, pleading for forgiveness.
Direttori.
It was my negligence in sleeping. At that moment, Mo Foam arrived. Without a glance at the bowing guard, Li Zhanting coldly instructed Mo Foam. Immediately investigate Gu Momo's whereabouts and notify me as soon as you have any information. An aura of menace enveloped Li Zhanting as he turned to enter his room. He had initially sought solitude, but upon entering, he was confronted by the chaotic state of his study. The man's countenance was so frigid that words could hardly convey it. Mo Foam, upon seeing the scattered confidential documents, turned pale with fright. Mo Foam. Li Zhanting's gaze was piercing. Find out who has been in my room immediately. Yes.
Montagfeng replied, trembling.
Minutes later, Mo Foam presented the gathered information to Li Zhanting. Report, Master Ting. All servants and surveillance have been checked. No outsiders entered the Li residence today. The only person recorded entering your room was the young master. The young master? Li Zhanting was momentarily taken aback. You mean Zixiao? Mo Foam hesitated before responding. Yes, only the young master. The revelation left even Mo Foam in shock. Though the young master was typically reserved, this seemed to be the first time he had engaged in such behavior. Li Zhanting's tension dissipated instantly. Oh, it's a son. Then it's nothing to worry about. The Li residence held little of value aside from its expensive possessions. If his dear child had grown weary of them and shattered a few items, it was of no consequence. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, so, does this mean Gu Momo was also set free by Zixiao? Mo Foam cleared his throat awkwardly. Yes, master. Ah, I see. Li Zhanting's mood brightened in an instant. The fact that his son had released Gu Momo indicated that he did not harbor any feelings for her. After all, he had let her go, clearly wishing her absence from the Li household. The intense jealousy Li Zhanting had felt towards Gu Momo found its equilibrium. and even the corners of his mouth began to lift in a smile. Have someone tidy my room.
Additionally,
Investigate what objects the young master S robot has damaged and prepare a few items to place in the villa. When he is in a foul mood, let him break a few more things. With that, he turned to seek out his son. Mo Foam couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Master Ting is truly a doting father. Such fury vanishes the moment he sees the young master. Impressive. Li Zhanting soon knocked on the door of his son, Li Zixiao. Li Zixiao, due to his frail health since childhood, requires a serene environment for recuperation. Consequently, his room is equipped with a specialized soundproof system, ensuring that no external noise, regardless of its intensity, can penetrate his sanctuary. Zixiao has always been somewhat reclusive, relishing the solitude of his room. Even if his father's adjacent room were to be flooded, he would likely remain oblivious to it. When Li Zhanting entered, he found his son engrossed in advanced calculus problems. Unable to suppress a cough, he gently teased, "My dear, have you begun to experience your ailments again in my absence?" His son, usually obedient, would only exhibit such behavior when suffering from a brain tumor, or so he believed. Zixiao cast a look of disdain, as if to imply that it was his father who was unwell. Feeling the sting of his son's unyielding gaze, Li Zhanting coughed awkwardly and spoke tenderly, "I have arranged for someone to prepare whatever you desire. Feel free to break anything you wish, as long as it brings you joy. Do you understand?" Zixiao pondered if his father was truly unwell. However, even without stepping outside today, he suspected that his robot had malfunctioned. Once Li Zhanting departed, Zixiao promptly disassembled and reassembled the robot, connecting it to a computer to extract the implanted Trojan software. To his surprise, he discovered that it was a code not yet prevalent in the market. Who could be the fool capable of developing such a program? This was an extraordinary piece of software. Was there any way to crack it? Its sophistication seemed to rival that of the top 3 hackers in the world. Since he couldn't resolve it himself, he would await the intervention of an expert. A fervent discussion erupted among hackers in a forum, and this information quickly ascended to the forefront of the hacking website. On his way home, Gu Jingxing, feeling bored while perusing the forum, stumbled upon this message and, upon delving into the program's description, was taken aback. This was the very program he had implanted into Li Zhanting's son's robot. After examining the poster's details, he speculated that this individual might be the renowned hacker he had long sought, associated with Li Zhanting. After all, no ordinary person would think to exploit a robot's memory function to access his program. Thus, he initiated a conversation under the guise of a casual visitor.
Jingtan.
I've seen that program before, but it's rather intricate. Do you have time now? I would like to meet and discuss in person. It's too complex to convey online. At the Leaf family villa, Zixiao sat before his computer, continuing to scrutinize the program when a notification pinged in the lower right corner. Upon opening it, he discovered an invitation to meet from an unfamiliar account. As an avid hacker, this was his sole passion. The prospect of encountering someone who claimed to possess knowledge about the conundrum he faced was irresistibly enticing.
Jingtian.
At Beihuan Mountain. Unknown but close enough. Then let us meet at the Li family villa. You are aware of its location, correct? Upon reading the message on his screen, Gu Jingxing couldn't contain his excitement. He knew he had not misjudged. This person was indeed connected to the Li family. Beside him, Gu Momo observed her son's sudden surge of emotion with astonishment. "Darling, what is the matter?" she inquired. Without delay, she commanded Li Mo to halt the vehicle, hastily flinging open the door and exiting. "Gu Jingxing, where are you going?" Momo called out, her head protruding from the window as she shouted at her son, who was running further away. "President Gu, what should we do now? Should we follow the young master?" Li Mo, seated in the front, hesitated uncertain, and voiced his concern regarding Gu Momo's decision. Throughout, her son's intellect had always surpassed that of his peers, and she was reluctant to interfere in his personal matters. Chapter 42. Are we twin brothers? Baihuanshan, renowned as the affluent mountain of the capital, boasted lush greenery, meticulously nurtured and pruned by human hands. Numerous pavilions had been constructed amid these woods. Gu Jingxing, having reached the mountainside, arrived at the designated spot an hour later. However, instead of approaching directly, he chose to maintain a distance, concealing himself behind a grove to observe quietly. After all, he was uncertain whether the other party was benevolent. From his concealed vantage point, Gu Jingxing discerned a figure in the pavilion, a child of similar age to himself. No way. Could that top hacker be a child? He couldn't help but mutter. Who is it? Li Zixiao turned his head warily. In that instant, Gu Jingxing found himself frozen behind the branches. Upon spotting him, Li Zixiao appeared equally astounded. This sensation felt akin to gazing into a mirror. Could there truly be two individuals so remarkably alike in this world? Are you the unknown? After a moment, Gu Jingxing was the first to regain his composure, leaping from behind the tree and stepping into the pavilion. Li Zixiao remained in shock, his eyes fixated on him. With the curiosity of a child, Gu Jingxing's eyes sparkled.
Wow.
This is truly remarkable. We really do look identical. No wonder your father mistook us for one another. Thus, this little fool was the one who had previously impersonated him beside mommy? Oh my, it turns out he is even more handsome than my reflection. Li Zixiao's delicate face bore an unsettling calmness that belied his age. Do you know my father? Then who is your father? Having long been in the company of Li Zhanting, Li Zixiao had been influenced by the austere and chilling aura surrounding him from a young age. The rationality and maturity he exuded were qualities many adults could scarcely attain. Gu Jingxing found himself at a loss with Li Zixiao's question. He had no knowledge of his father. From the moment he could remember, he had only known his mother, and based on the information he had gathered, there was an 80% chance that Li Zhanting was his father. I don't know. I have no father, only mommy. Upon hearing this, Li Zixiao inexplicably felt a sense of sympathy. He had no mother, while the person before him had no father. Gu Jingxing, somewhat narcissistically caressing his chin, inquired, "What about you? Do you have a mother?" "I do not have a mother." As he spoke, the light in Li Zixiao's eyes, which had never been particularly bright, dimmed once more. Yet, those profound eyes retained their vigilance and rationality. "No mother? How pitiful," Gu Jingxing remarked with a hint of pride. "I may not have a father, but my mother is extraordinarily beautiful and treats me exceptionally well." Li Zixiao felt a pang of bitterness surge within him and pressed on with curiosity. "Is that so? Who is your mother?" "My mother?" Upon mentioning Gu Momo, Gu Jingxing's eyes sparkled with joy and pride. "She is the best person in the world. Her name is Gu Momo. Gu Momo is my mother." At these words, Li Zixiao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind momentarily blank. What followed was a feeling he had never experienced before: jealousy. His mother was Gu Momo, the enchanting lady he had dreamt would be his mother. No wonder she had mistaken him. Furrowing his brow, Li Zixiao pondered. A twin brother? He already had a twin sister. How could there possibly be another twin brother? Gu Jingxing's charming little tiger teeth glinted as he cheerfully replied, "Otherwise, why do you think we look so alike? You don't really believe there are so many coincidences in this world, do you?" Li Zixiao paused, slightly taken aback. There was indeed some validity to his words. He pursed his lips, asserting, "Even if we happen to look identical, this world is full of coincidences, and I still firmly believe in DNA testing results. Moreover, if we truly were twin brothers, there would be no reason for us to be separated." Speaking of separation, a hint of discontent flickered across Gu Jingxing's face. He turned away, muttering, "It's all because your father is biased. He only loves you and doesn't care about me or my mother. He must have abandoned her. He is the worst person in the world. You're talking nonsense." Li Zixiao's face flushed slightly as he interrupted Gu Jingxing. It was the first time he had not held back, immediately countering someone else's words. While he often appeared indifferent, in his heart, his father and sister remained the most cherished and significant people to him. Of course, now it seemed he had gained an enchanting lady as well. "I'm not talking nonsense. Your father is a scoundrel," Gu Jingxing retorted defiantly, reiterating his stance. Li Zixiao responded earnestly, "If what you say is true, and we are indeed twin brothers, then he is also your father." Gu Jingxing's eyes flickered momentarily, but he quickly pouted. "He is not my father. He does not deserve to be called that. He abandoned my mommy back then, and even if he seeks forgiveness, he should ask my mommy for it. Until she forgives him, I will never betray her or acknowledge him as my father." The tension between them thickened instantaneously. Li Zixiao was never one for eloquence. In fact, he loathed speaking. Thus, he ultimately devised a solution to end the debate over whether his father was indeed a scoundrel. "Rather than speculate here, let us experience it ourselves. Let us swap identities." "What?" Gu Jingxing was momentarily stunned. "You incessantly declare that our father is a scoundrel. Perhaps you should experience it for yourself," Li Zixiao remarked coldly, expressing a hope that you could cast aside your prejudices and truly appreciate his kindness towards you. Gu Jingxing, of course, was more than willing to oblige, as their previous plan to prank Gu Shanshan had only been half executed. Regardless, he would never acknowledge that Li Zhanting was his father. He would rather perish than admit it. Li Zixiao nodded in agreement. "Wait," he called out, pointing at Gu Jingxing's attire. "Are you truly going out like that?" Gu Jingxing finally realized the oversight, and they both retreated to a nearby grove to exchange their garments. "Why does a young lad like you favor such a monotonous style?" Gu Jingxing remarked disdainfully, wrinkling his nose at the vibrant clothing. Li Zixiao's expression mirrored his distaste. He could not fathom wearing Gu Jingxing's flamboyant clothes. Had it not been for the desire to be near the fairy ant, he would likely never don such attire in his lifetime. Chapter 43. Zixiao, mommy. Is daddy a scoundrel? The two youngsters meticulously swapped their outfits, even exchanging their watches and phones. Although Li Zixiao was quite intrigued, he feigned indifference and reminded Gu Jingxing. My phone has my father's location. I can track him at any time. Gu Jingxing was pleasantly surprised by this clever maneuver and playfully patted Li Zixiao on the shoulder, exclaiming, impressive. This way, I can always keep tabs on that scoundrel of a dad. Upon hearing the derogatory term, Li Zixiao's demeanor instantly soured. Gu Jingxing, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly added, all right, I understand. I won't speak ill of your father in front of you anymore. Is that acceptable? With that, he swaggered away, waving his arms as he headed towards the Li family villa. Even if he refrains from insulting him in person, he can still do so in secret. Once Li Zixiao noticed that Gu Jingxing had walked away, he turned and dashed down the hillside, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect of seeing the fairy ant. At the foot of Beihuan Mountain, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Li Mo retrieved a black umbrella from the trunk and approached Gu Momo, holding it over her. Gu Momo glanced at her watch intermittently, then looked towards the direction where Gu Jingxing had vanished, feeling increasingly anxious. The sudden downpour only heightened her concern.
Li Montag.
Drive us up the mountain, she instructed, turning to get into the vehicle. Following his gesture, Gu Momo spotted her son approaching. In that moment, he had shed his mature demeanor, taking small, obedient steps towards her, appearing as charming as a character plucked from a comic book. Though the rain was light, resembling mist, she could clearly see that his hair was dampened by the drizzle. Without a second thought, she took the umbrella from Li Mo and hurried forward to meet her son. Darling, it's raining. Why didn't you call mommy to pick you up? She shared the umbrella with him, gently wiping the raindrops from his forehead. Li Zixiao stood there, gazing up at her with wide eyes, entranced by the fairy ant before him. Today, the fairy ant donned a delicate lilac petal gown, her hair flowing gracefully and her skin as white as snow. He had never seen her in such a gentle hue, and she looked truly enchanting. Darling, why do you keep staring at mommy? Gu Momo felt flustered under his gaze and instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. How peculiar. How did this child, after a mere trip up the mountain, become so elusive? It dawned on Li Zixiao that, having lived with the fairy ant every day, Gu Jingxing likely did not scrutinize her appearance as he did. A warm sensation enveloped him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and change the subject. Mommy, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Mommy will take you out to treat you for your efforts in rescuing her today. Gu Momo extended her hand, playfully tapping her son's nose. Li Zixiao felt a warmth in his heart from this small gesture, and with a shy smile, he lowered his head. After a moment, his cheeks flushed as he cautiously asked, can we have burgers and fried chicken? Due to his illness, Li Zhanting had strictly regulated Li Zixiao's diet. Moreover, he was the type of child who never voiced his desires, so he had missed out on many things that other children enjoyed. Gu Momo was slightly taken aback. Although she usually avoided letting her child eat junk food, she did not impose strict restrictions. Gu Jingxing was a carnivore. Every time Gu Momo wanted to reward him, his first choice was always steak, yet this time, he had chosen something unexpected. Sweetheart, how about I make you a burger myself? I've recently learned a new recipe from an Italian chef. Gu Momo took her son's hand, and they both settled into the car. Li Zixiao obediently got into the car, nodding eagerly. The prospect of savoring a burger made by the fairy ant was far more enticing than fast food. Gu Momo playfully tousled her darling's handsome face. What a good boy. She instructed her son to wait in the living room while she busied herself in the kitchen with a heap of ingredients. Before long, she presented a beautifully crafted Wagyu burger with a distinct French flair. Darling, do try it. Gu Momo rested her chin on her hand, her elbow propped on the table, gazing at her son with eager anticipation. This dish was one she had learned just days ago from Michelin-starred chef Yul. In Italy, it could fetch a price of 4,000 euros and was a rarity to encounter. Li Zixiao looked at the exquisitely plated burger, feeling reluctant to disrupt its beauty, especially since it was crafted by the fairy ant. Yet, seeing her expectant gaze, he picked up the knife and fork and took a bite of the bun and meat. The beef melted in his mouth, while the black truffle shavings balanced the richness of the sauce. He had never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Even the five-star chefs at the Li family's hotels had never prepared a dish that made him crave a second or third bite after the first. How is it? Gu Momo felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Due to the nature of his son, he does not always grant his mother the courtesy during tasting. In a hurry, Gu Mo poured him a glass of milk, chuckling, take your time, I am not competing with you. After he finished the entire glass of milk, he shyly glanced at the fairy ant, as if he could only truly become a child, one filled with desires, emotions, and a yearning for love and care when he was in her presence. He gazed earnestly at Gu Mo, his eyes cautious and tentative.
Vomit.
Do you think Daddy is a scoundrel? Gu Mo let out a soft laugh. Darling, why are you asking that again today? She gently stirred the steaming milk before her, contemplating. Well, your father cannot exactly be labeled a scoundrel, can he? Li Zixiao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired. Then why doesn't he mommy live with Daddy? If Mommy says Daddy isn't a scoundrel, does that mean there is hope for them?
Gu Montag smilet.
It's a matter of fate. He didn't want me back then, and now I no longer desire him. She had waited in vain for him to return, only to find her hopes dashed. Thus, it could be said that he had abandoned her. Now, apart from taking their child with her, she wished to sever all ties with Li Zhanting. The sparkle in Li Zixiao's eyes gradually dimmed. It appeared to be true. As Gu Jingxing had said, his father did not want his mother. Clenching his fingers tightly around the milk cup, he thought, what a wicked man Daddy is. Chapter 44. The short-lived ghost teaches the bully how to behave. The maids of the Li household had tidied the previously chaotic room to perfection. Though the shattered vase and the old lady's beloved plants had been replaced with substitutes. With a beaming smile, he raised an eyebrow and approached the newly placed violet pot, questioning, why does this look different? The butler, Li, dared not speak the truth. Believing the young master remained unaware that his robot had malfunctioned, Gu Jingxing chose not to expose him. After indulging in his amusement, he prepared to take the elevator upstairs. The young master paused the butler, saying, your tutor has arrived and has been waiting in the study for quite some time. Miss Gu Shanshan was looking for you everywhere. Gu Jingxing frowned slightly, realizing that Li Zixiao had not attended kindergarten due to health issues, prompting Li Zhanting to hire a tutor to teach him at home.
All right.
I understand. Gu Jingxing waved his hand dismissively while stepping into the elevator. Although he detested studying and disliked being lectured, Li Zixiao, with his laid-back, easygoing demeanor, had likely never rebelled against it. Having changed identities, one must play the part convincingly. Thus, upon exiting the elevator, he made his way to the study. Coincidentally, in the corridor, he encountered Gu Shanshan, who had been searching for him. Upon seeing Gu Jingxing, she feigned urgency and approached him. Zixiao, where have you been? Annie has been looking for you everywhere. Your tutor has been waiting for you, for quite a while. Gu Jingxing shot her a sidelong glance, showing no intention of stopping, and walked straight into the study. The amiable smile of Gu Shanshan abruptly froze at the corners of her mouth, fortunately, as the surroundings were devoid of onlookers. This moment of humiliation went unnoticed by the servants. Although she had successfully entered the Li family, to win over these two children and ascend to the position of Li Zhanting's partner would require significantly more effort. In her quest to swiftly earn the approval of Li Zixiao and Li Qingling, Gu Shanshan quickly composed herself and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the two children and Li Zhanting. Upon entering the study, Gu Jingxing was greeted by the smiling face of the tutor, who stood up. Young master, you have arrived. Are you alone today? A cursory glance at the middle-aged man before him revealed a dark complexion, sharp features, and eyes reminiscent of a cunning fox, exuding an air of both craftiness and worldly wisdom. How had Li Zhanting managed to recruit such an unattractive individual to tutor Li Zixiao? However, the unfolding events soon made Gu Jingxing realize that the tutor was not as simple as he appeared. The tutor's irritation flared upon seeing this short-lived child. As the president of the Calligraphy Association in the capital, renowned from a young age, he would not have come to instruct this near-death child had it not been for the lucrative offer from Li Zhanting. What did it matter if the family was wealthy? He was still a short-lived wretch. Gu Jingxing was left astounded by the tutor's duplicitous nature. Copying historical records? Or practicing calligraphy? Although he held little fondness for literary pursuits, he understood the arduousness of such tasks. Reviewing previous records, he discovered that Li Zixiao had never once resisted, obediently copying everything down. Was this individual a bit deranged? He furrowed his brow at the tutor, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. My father specially hired you to teach me? And this is how you choose to instruct? The tutor, reclining with his legs draped over a soft chair, angrily flicked a piece of sunflower seed shell that fortuitously landed on the blank paper before Gu Jingxing. A master of classical studies of his caliber ought to teach illustrious disciples, not this soon-to-be-deceased child. Gu Jingxing's handsome face contorted with rage. Are you implying I lack the life to learn? Observing Gu Jingxing's defiance only fueled the tutor's arrogance further. He jabbed the sunflower seed at Gu Jingxing's forehead, his breath foul. Indeed, you are a short-lived wretch. No wonder your mother abandoned you, who would cherish a child destined for an early grave. Living a few more years would merely squander the Li family's resources. Teaching you is a complete waste of my energy. Gu Jingxing's expression soured to the utmost degree. The tutor's familiarity with this behavior suggested it was not his first encounter. Did Li Zixiao typically endure such bullying? A glint of cunning flickered in his exquisite eyes as his cheeks bore a compliant smile. Understood, teacher. His demeanor was so obedient that the tutor momentarily paused, questioning whether he had imagined the flicker of a little devil in the child's gaze. Gu Jingxing was far from the type to endure humiliation silently. He feigned writing a few characters while covertly slacking off. Before long, the tutor, fatigued from cracking sunflower seeds, stretched languidly and succumbed to slumber. As he succumbed to the thunderous sounds of his own snoring, Gu Jingxing cautiously approached his side with a brush in hand. His bright eyes sparkled with mischief, a smirk adorning his face as he thought, "Let us see you flaunt your authority now." Half an hour later, the tutor awoke, yawning and disoriented. He made his way to the restroom, and Gu Jingxing could no longer contain his laughter. Sure enough, a minute later, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the bathroom. Who did this? Who's responsible? Li Zixiao, it must be you. The tutor emerged from the restroom, his face transformed into a comical pig shape, with the words "I am a fool" scrawled across his forehead. Gu Jingxing finally burst into laughter, unable to hold back any longer. How could you possibly wash that off? Teacher, I added a little something to your ink. This can only be removed with sulfuric acid dissolving your skin. Otherwise, you'll have to wait 48 hours for it to evaporate on its own. Ha ha ha, you have a pig-ass face. The tutor's face turned a vivid shade of blue and purple from anger. How dare this short-lived rascal play such tricks on him? No wonder his life was so brief. He truly deserved it. At that moment, Li Zhanting, hearing the commotion, hurried over with purposeful strides. Upon seeing him, the tutor suddenly felt emboldened. He immediately donned a woeful expression and complained, "Mr. Li, your precious son is beyond my teaching capabilities. I implore you to seek another tutor. It's not that I don't wish to teach, but as you can see, I've been reduced to this state. For the next few days, I dare not step outside. Who knows what other tricks he might devise to torment me." Li Zhanting frowned deeply. Although he usually indulged his son this time, his behavior was indeed excessive. Yet, after much contemplation, he found it hard to believe his son would engage in such antics. Gu Jingxing leapt from his chair, immediately adopting an adorable demeanor. He scampered over to Li Zhanting, tugging at his pants, appearing as though he had been wronged. "Daddy, am I a short-lived ghost?" Li Zhanting was momentarily taken aback. Years ago, a doctor had diagnosed Zixiao, stating he might not live past 7. However, he had never shared this with his son. Why would his precious child ask such a question today? Li Zhanting's heart softened at his son's innocent voice. He knelt down, ruffling Gu Jingxing's hair, assuring him, "Zixiao is certainly not a short-lived ghost. He will live a long and prosperous life." Gu Jingxing's large, innocent eyes sparkled like black grapes as he tilted his head. "Daddy, you're so peculiar. You always teach me to listen to my teacher, yet it seems you don't heed the teacher's words yourself." Upon hearing his name mentioned, the tutor felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over him. Why was this short-lived rascal bringing him up? Did he intend to complain? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. If the boy were truly inclined to complain, would he have waited this long? Li Zhanting immediately discerned the underlying meaning, casting a warning glance at the tutor. His tone softening as he inquired, "Pray tell, how has your teacher instructed you?" The tutor's heart raced, taken aback by the rapid suspicion cast upon him by Li Zhanting. No, this mischievous child would never betray him. Yet, Gu Jingxing innocently raised his head, declaring, "The teacher says I am a short-lived ghost, and that someone of his esteemed stature should be teaching students who will leave a lasting legacy in the annals of history, implying that I am unworthy of his tutelage." Li Zhanting's profound gaze pierced through the tutor like an arrow, causing him to shiver under the intensity. He hastily defended himself. "Master Ting, I am a renowned scholar of classical literature, and such scholars place great importance on character and decorum. My moral integrity is acknowledged by the public. How could I possibly utter such words?" Gaining confidence, he continued, "If Master Ting doubts me based on a child's words, then I must have misjudged you. There is no need for you to retain me. I could leave at this very moment." With that, he indeed began to make his exit. "Stop!" Gu Jingxing exclaimed urgently. The tutor turned, bewildered that it was not Li Zhanting attempting to retain him, but rather this so-called short-lived ghost. A mischievous smile crept across Gu Jingxing's lips. "If you depart like this, won't others think I have slandered you? Let us discuss the evidence and see who truly lacks shame. Father, please observe, this tutor has physically punished me, forcing me to transcribe records of the grand historian while he sat idly by, munching on seeds and berating me as a short-lived ghost. Although our family is affluent, it did not come from thin air. Surely, the services of this conniving old man come at a hefty price for an hour?" Li Zhanting's gaze fell to the content on the screen, his pupils dilating sharply, his deep-set eyes becoming even more inscrutable, as if a storm were imminent. He could not bear the thought of anyone laying a finger on his precious son. How dare a tutor humiliate him in such a manner? The tutor, feeling his resolve falter, collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. Master Ting, I did not intend to bully the young master. I have always been diligent. I merely spoke out of frustration today. I implore you, forgive me. Li Zhanting's cold eyes glimmered with a chilling fury. If you cannot teach with respect, then you shall never teach again.
Guards.
4 or 5 security personnel swiftly entered, standing in formation. Throw this man out. Furthermore, Li Zhanting paused, his voice icy. The events of today will be broadcast online. He dares to insult my son. I shall ensure his social demise is permanent. Yes, Master Ting. The tutor, upon hearing this, felt as though all the air had been sucked from him, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen as he was ejected by the security staff. He had initially believed that Li Zhanting held disdain for his son, preventing him from attending kindergarten. Little did he know, Li Zhanting valued this so-called short-lived ghost far more than he had presumed. A trace of guilt flickered across Li Zhanting's handsome face as he gently ruffled his son's hair, murmuring, Zixiao, I am sorry. This matter was a neglect on my part. His voice was undeniably gentle, yet a flicker of disdain passed through Gu Jingxing's bright eyes. No matter how tender he might be, that warmth was directed towards his son, Li Zixiao, not towards him. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he sauntered out, declaring, I am hungry. I shall summon the servant to prepare a meal. Li Zhanting raised an eyebrow. Was he referring to Gu Shanshan? Although he detested her presence in the Li family villa, it seemed that his son was intentionally targeting Gu Shanshan. How intriguing. Gu Jingxing followed Li Zhanting downstairs, where the dining table was already adorned with several dishes. However, compared to the grand rectangular rotating table of the Li family dining room, these carefully prepared dishes by Gu Shanshan appeared rather lonely. Indeed, for her first attempt at cooking, managing to create something that at least looked palatable was quite the achievement. Nevertheless, no matter how well she fared, Gu Jingxing remained indifferent. Noticing the absence of Li Qingling, he couldn't help but inquire, where's my sister? Oddly enough, wasn't he his own son well aware of such matters?
Oh.
Gu Jingxing instantly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He picked up his chopsticks and absent-mindedly selected a small piece of fish, savoring it as he carelessly placed the chopsticks on the placemat. How is it? Is it delicious? Gu Shanshan asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. That little wretch. She, a distinguished heiress of the Gu family, had always been catered to. When had she ever served anyone? Once she became Mrs. Li, she would be sure to put an end to that little wretch. Gu Jingxing disdainfully poked at the dishes before him, deliberately wrinkling his brow. Then, he lifted his handsome yet innocent face. Aunt Shanshan, has Zixiao offended you in some way? Why must you intentionally make things difficult for him? Gu Shanshan. Gu Jingxing feigned deep contemplation as he tasted another bite, his eyes appearing as if they had suffered a slight injustice. Did you pour all the salt into this dish? It's unbearably salty. And this one. Did I not mention that I have a fire in my stomach today and cannot eat anything spicy? Yet the peppers in this dish are so fiery they could smoke. Also, this dish still has the garlic skin on. And this one is overwhelmingly sweet. And this dish. Gu Jingxing meticulously extracted a strand of hair from the food, deliberately showing it to Li Zhanting. Your hair has made its way into the dish. Just how unclean is this food? While it's understandable if you dislike Zixiao, there is no need to bully him in this manner. Gu Shanshan's complexion instantaneously turned a shade akin to that of pig liver. How could this be? She had spent several hours preparing these dishes, personally tasting each one. How could there be any mistakes? Internally, she felt her composure teetering on the edge of collapse, yet she maintained a smile. Zixiao, could it be that you are mistaken? The flavor. That little wretch was slandering her. It must be so. Gu Jingxing set down his chopsticks. Gu Shanshan's heart raced, an instinctual warning flaring within her. She sensed that this little wretch was up to no good. Indeed. Gu Jingxing gazed at his father with a demeanor both innocent and earnest, his delicate visage conveying a sense of vulnerability. Father, it appears that Zixiao truly is not a good child. Just moments ago, the teacher accused me of slandering him. And now this woman claims I have defamed her as well. Is Zixiao truly perceived as so wicked in their eyes? The more he displayed his obedience, the more it tugged at one's heartstrings. Li Zhanting's brow furrowed tightly, an intangible aura of pressure enveloping him, as if he could freeze anyone in place with a mere glance. Gu Shanshan, visibly frightened, paled and stammered, Master Ting, that was not my intention. I merely, Li Zhan's icy demeanor was chilling. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. You are here at the Li family villa as my son's servant, as per his wishes. Since you cannot even fulfill his request, your presence is of no further use.
Someone.
Remove her and prepare new meals. Chapter 46. Why impersonate my brother? Master Ting. Gu Shanshan cried in terror, yet was forcibly dragged away by the bodyguards. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Gu Jingxing's eyes, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. This was his way of turning the tables on the scheming individuals, leaving them with no path to retreat. Before long, news of Gu Shanshan's humiliation spread throughout the Li family villa. I see that the young lady from the Gu family is merely trying to ingratiate herself with the young master. What a disgrace. And to think she calls herself a lady of the Gu family. Indeed, if I were in her position, I would be too embarrassed to remain in the Li household. It seems our young master, and little miss are not particularly fond of her. What could she possibly hope to gain? Truly shameless. Dressed in a pink princess gown, her shoulders adorned with a charming little backpack, she appeared as exquisite as a porcelain doll, soft and endearing. Aunties, what are you discussing? Little miss. The servant nearly dropped the tray in her hands from surprise. Li Qingling dutifully placed her backpack on a chair, her delicate cheeks adorned with a sweet, innocent smile. Who dealt with Gu Shanshan? Li Qingling scampered over to the servants, her face radiating sweetness. Rest assured, aunties, I promise not to tell anyone else. Let it be our little secret, shall we? Her cherubic voice melted the hearts of the servants, who quickly recounted the day's events. Was it all my brother's doing? Li Qingling inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her fair face expressed increasing astonishment, her round, inquisitive eyes brimming with confusion. Then she sweetly smiled. All right, I understand now. Thank you, dear aunties. With that, Li Qingling darted away, leaving the servants entranced by her retreating figure, their hearts softened by such a charming little princess. It was no wonder Master Ting held her in such high regard. Half an hour later, Gu Jingxing embarked on his mischievous scheme once more. Early in the morning, he summoned Gu Shanshan, claiming he wished to indulge in the steamed buns she had personally kneaded. Clad in an apron, Gu Shanshan rummaged for flour at the dining table in the living room. Stewardly, it's so hot. I'm nearly suffocating here. Please bring over a large electric fan at once. Gu Jingxing lounged leisurely on the sofa, propping his legs up. Steward Li dared not delay in fulfilling his request. Soon, he instructed the other servants to procure a substantial fan. Beside him, Li Qingling swiftly discerned his intentions. Observing the fan whirring at high speed, she playfully remarked, Butler Li, I too am feeling the heat. Direct the breeze towards me. Her position was perfectly angled above Gu Shanshan, who was kneading dough. As Butler Li turned the fan in her direction, flour flew from Gu Shanshan's bowl, enveloping her face and penetrating her nostrils with each breath. Coughing, she attempted to fan away the airborne powder with her hands. Gu Jingxing noticed that Li Qingling seemed to be deliberately playing along with him. A hint of a smile graced his youthful yet strikingly handsome face, and he subsequently complained to Gu Shanshan, Could you be a tad more careful? We can't possibly eat if you spray saliva into the basin. It's not me, it's the fan. Gu Shanshan attempted to explain, but was promptly interrupted by Li Qingling. My brother and I are sweltering. Do you wish to roast us alive? Gu Shanshan was rendered speechless, stifling her breath, unable to cough, and soon her entire face flushed a deep crimson. Li Qingling's glassy eyes sparkled with confusion. The person before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. Yet their demeanor and character were vastly different. This could hardly be her brother. It was as if he were an entirely different individual. An hour later, Gu Shanshan emerged from the kitchen, proudly presenting the buns she had laboriously kneaded. Zixiao Linger, do taste and see if they are delicious. Her face and hands were still smeared with dough, rendering her appearance quite comical. Gu Jingxing pouted. It's been so long. Who still wishes to eat? He turned to Li Qingling. Can you still manage to eat? Li Qingling tilted her head in feigned contemplation, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, indicating her lack of appetite. Then, let us ascend to the upper floor. Gu Jingxing proposed, and Li Qingling immediately leapt from her children's chair, darting into the elevator. Behind them, Gu Shanshan called out, her voice tinged with grievance, I toiled all morning. At least taste a bite. Once assured that no one was around, she tiptoed to lock the door before settling beside Gu Jingxing. Observing her careful maneuvers, he found her endearing. Speak up. What do you wish to ask? Li Qingling was forthright, tilting her little face to ask, Why are you impersonating my brother? Gu Jingxing thought to himself. How could this clever little girl detect what others have not? If it were anyone else, he could have easily deceived them with his silver tongue. But gazing into his sister Li Qingling's sparkling, innocent eyes, he found himself unable to utter a single lie. Whoever deceives such a soft and adorable sister is truly a rogue. Li Qingling's luminous eyes shone brightly as she sweetly continued, My brother rarely leaves his room. often isolating himself in his own little world, conversing only occasionally with me. Yet you are different. You seem to revel in being the center of attention. Gu Jingxing replied. Is it that obvious? He could no longer contain himself and candidly confessed, all right, I admit it, I am not your brother Li Zixiao. My name is Gu Jingxing, Jing as in scenery, and Xing as in to travel thousands of miles. Gu, you seem to share the same surname with a beautiful aunt. Li Qingling's focus was always rather peculiar. Isn't that how romance novels typically portray it? Wouldn't Linger also be silenced?
Hey, hold on.
Before Li Qingling could immerse herself in a dramatic fantasy of a wealthy family's sibling rivalry over inheritance, Gu Jingxing swiftly interrupted her musings. He gently pinched Linger's soft little face and coaxed, Do I look like a villain to you? Villains aren't as handsome and talented as I am. Yet. Once he started that gentle pinch, it seemed he found it hard to stop. His sister's little face was so soft and bouncy, tender like jelly. A light squeeze would make it spring back. Chapter 47. The siblings' reunion. Li Qingling's cheeks flushed as he pinched her, reminding her of her brother. With her clear, innocent eyes blinking in hesitation, she asked, Are you really my brother? Gu Jingxing confidently patted his chest, of course. If you and Li Zixiao are still uncertain, we could always do a DNA test, right? But, sister, you must promise to keep it a secret, otherwise, it would be quite difficult for us to uncover the truth from back then. Linger's soft, tender lips pouted, but how can you be so sure you are my brother? What if you were born after me? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage calling you brother?
Cough, cough. Wam Jingxing playfully patali Qingling's shoulder.
Doesn't my little sister need her brother's protection? As your brother, I can protect my precious Linger better. A flicker of doubt crossed Linger's eyes as she softly replied, All right. Then you're my brother too. By the way, brother, can I meet Zixiao brother? I worry about him. Gu Jingxing pondered for a moment. Li Zixiao is currently with mommy. We can only see him when she comes out. Oh, and tomorrow mommy will attend the Gu family's birthday banquet. Li Qingling's eyes sparkled. Tomorrow, daddy will also go to the Gu family's birthday banquet. Then it's settled for tomorrow. The anticipated tomorrow soon arrived. At Jiupin Mingyuan, Gu Momo selected 2 dresses from a row of formal wear and held them up before Li Zixiao, asking, Darling, which one looks better? Li Zixiao raised his head, attentively considering, and eventually pointed to the champagne-colored gown on Gu Momo's right hand. This dress, handcrafted by Chanel, featured intricate hand-sewn designs from the collar to the hem, adorned with tiny diamonds placed every centimeter, shimmering beautifully under the lights. Gu Momo hesitated, glancing at the sleek black dress to her right, as she preferred not to be overly ostentatious. Would you like to see mommy wear this one?
Li Zixiao nudda vigorously. All right.
Then it shall be this one. Gu Momo decisively concluded. In truth, she rarely sought her son's opinion on her attire, but recently, he had been exceptionally well-behaved, prompting her to inquire about his thoughts. Upon hearing her suggestion, Li Zixiao's lips curved into a subtle smile, his cheerful thoughts betraying his excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously inquired, Mommy, may I accompany you to the banquet this evening? Gu Momo, who had paused mid-action while adjusting her attire, had always shielded her son from the harsh realities of life. Although she had never fabricated her past experiences, she had concealed the truth of her son's existence, fearing that malicious individuals might exploit this knowledge and endanger him. Moreover, the endeavors she was about to undertake were fraught with peril, and she wished to keep her son from becoming entangled in such dangers. Yet, gazing into her son's expectant eyes, she found it difficult to deny him. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely replied, Of course you can. But you must promise Mommy to stay put in the car and not wander off, all right? Li Zixiao nodded vigorously in agreement. The birthday celebration for Gu Jinting was to be held at the Imperial Hotel, and due to the Li family's special attention towards Gu Shanshan, rumors had circulated in high society suggesting that Gu Shanshan might be the fiancé of Li Zhanting. Thus, the occasion had attracted numerous individuals eager to curry favor. As Gu Momo's vehicle came to a halt at the hotel entrance, a throng of guests had already gathered. She retrieved her handbag, and, after a final check of her makeup, gently instructed, Darling, I've asked Li Mo to keep you company here. You must be obedient and wait patiently in the car for me, understood? With a sense of relief, Gu Momo then exited the vehicle. However, just as Gu Momo departed, Li Zixiao received a message from Gu Jingxing, informing him that he and Linga had arrived at the hotel's lounge area and proposed a meeting in the hotel's rear garden. Casting a glance at Li Mo, who was vigilantly stationed beside him, Li Zixiao coldly declared, I want some water. The chill in his voice led Li Mo to believe that the young master who had just spoken with President Gu was an entirely different person from the one addressing him now. I said I want water. Li Zixiao reiterated, his demands now starkly simple and unyielding. With a disdainful frown, Li Zixiao thought to himself how childish Gu Jingxing's habits were. Reluctantly, Li Mo nodded. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Please wait a moment. With that, he opened the car door and dashed across the road. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zixiao swiftly opened the rear door and slipped out, making his way directly to the hotel's rear garden to reunite with Gu Jingxing and Linger. In the garden, Li Qingling sat on a swing beneath the branches, while Gu Jingxing leaned against the tree trunk, gently pulling the ropes to push her forward. Where is my brother?
Li Qingling bota.
Gu Jingxing chuckled. Your brother has yet to experience the plight of being under my mother's watchful eye, with his wits. It might take him some time to escape successfully. As his words fell, Li Zixiao arrived, breathless, standing before them. Brother! Li Qingling exclaimed, leaping off the swing, her pink skirt swirling like a freshly picked peach as she rushed to Li Zixiao. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Li Zixiao's voice remained calm, yet his tone was imbued with a rare tenderness. During their conversation, Gu Jingxing and Li Zixiao's eyes met, and Li Qingling's words served as a poignant reminder. It was now unequivocally established that the three siblings shared a blood connection. As Li Qingling was a girl and naturally Li Zixiao's sister, she also qualified as Gu Jingxing's sister. However, how should they delineate their age hierarchy? I am older than you. I should be the elder brother, Gu Jingxing declared assertively. I was born in August too, Gu Jingxing countered, unwilling to concede. I was born on August 25th. Gu Jingxing paused, realizing. I was born on the afternoon of August 25th. Are you indeed earlier than me? Upon hearing this, Li Zixiao was momentarily taken aback. He recalled a significant matter. Chapter 48. Is the president of SK Group Gu Momo? A hint of premature maturity washed over his youthful cheeks. We must undoubtedly be twin siblings. Your mother, Gu Momo, must also be my and Linger's mother. Yet their father had always told him and Linger that their mother was Lu Li. Li Zixiao held his breath, pondering whether it was possible that Gu Momo was indeed Lu Li. At this revelation, even Linger was astonished. Her delicate eyes sparkled with excitement, her tender face glowing. Yes, brother. Father has always said that our mother is Lu Li, so Gu Momo must surely be Lu Li. Gu Jingxing contemplated her words seriously, hesitating. But it seems that mother is not Lu Li. Over the past few years, living abroad with his mother, Gu Jingxing witnessed the hardships she endured, which pained him deeply. The success she had achieved today was the result of her relentless efforts, and he understood that she concealed numerous facets of her identity. However, in his memories, his mother did not possess the alias of Lu Li. Li Qingling's cherubic face visibly fell. Her soft lips pouted as she murmured, how could that be? But we are indeed mother's children. The disappointment in Li Zixiao's eyes flickered and vanished. We can investigate this matter gradually, but we must not let father know of your existence. If he truly abandoned you and mother back then, he might take action against you both. Gu Jingxing smiled readily. I share that sentiment. All right, we cannot linger here any longer. I have important business to attend to today. Li Qingling blinked innocently. What important matter is there? Aren't we here to see brother? As he spoke, he took Li Zixiao and Li Qingling by the hand and headed toward the surveillance room. At that moment, the lobby of the Imperial Capital Hotel was bustling with guests arriving to celebrate Li Zhenting's birthday, all gathering around him to extend their congratulations. Happy birthday, General Gu. General Gu, though the numbers of your age may increase, you remain as youthful as ever. Indeed, you seem to be growing younger. Listening to the flattery surrounding him, Gu Zhenting's smile could no longer be concealed, graciously urging everyone to enjoy themselves without reservation. By the way, Shan, it seems you are still waiting for some esteemed guests. Might there be any significant guests arriving today? Amidst the crowd, an enigmatic remark was made, instantly igniting the curiosity of those present. Gu Shanshan, fully aware of the implications behind their words, feigned modesty as she replied, well, my father and I have invited the president of SK Group, and we are eagerly awaiting his arrival. The revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the gathering. The president of SK Group? The very same entity that holds the pinnacle of the global business rankings, boasting immeasurable assets and reigning atop the Forbes list for 3 consecutive years? Goodness. It is said that this illustrious figure has never graced a public occasion since arriving in Kyoto, and yet, today he is personally attending the Gu family's birthday celebration. Rumor has it that even the esteemed Master Ting had extended invitations multiple times, but the president of SK Group had never obliged. How fortunate is Miss Shanshan. Indeed. It is he, Gu Shanshan replied with a subtle smile, her eyes shimmering with unmistakable pride. The identity of the SK Group president remains an enigma on the international stage. If they could behold this elusive figure, often depicted only as a shadow in financial publications, at Gu Jinting's birthday banquet, it would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Surely, the shares of the Gu Group and Gu Jinting's stature would skyrocket as a result. The crowd, initially drawn by flattery, now intensified their efforts to curry favor with the Gu family. Wow, Mr. Gu, we never realized you had such connections. How come we were unaware before? Indeed, once you ascend to the ranks of the Forbes elite, do not forget us. The presence of the world's two wealthiest individuals at Mr. Gu's birthday celebration speaks volumes about his standing. Oh, no, it is all thanks to Shanshan. She is the one who invited them. Gu Jinting cast a warm glance at his daughter, prompting the crowd to shower further compliments upon Gu Shanshan. Their attention shifted entirely to her. Shanshan, you have truly outdone yourself. Yes, thanks to you, we have the chance to meet such giants, whom we might never encounter otherwise. Gu Shanshan, feigning humility, lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. Not at all, I merely consider myself fortunate. At that moment, a security guard responsible for verifying the invitations approached, whispering in Gu Shanshan's ear, Miss, we have received all the RSVPs, and only the president of SK Group has yet to arrive. Just the SK Group president? Gu Shanshan murmured, a smile blossoming on her lips. She had already inquired and learned that once the invitation was received, the president would undoubtedly attend. Was he planning to surprise her? All right, I understand. Gu Shanshan nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, the security guard received a phone call and exclaimed excitedly, Miss. The last invitation has been received. The president of SK Group is on his way to the hotel lobby. At this news, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The president of SK Group was truly granting her this opportunity. Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan hurriedly adjusted their appearances. While the esteemed guests of the elite strained to rise on their toes, countless pairs of eyes fixated intently on the imposing double doors of the hotel lobby. The true identity of the president of SK Group has been unveiled, promising to create a significant stir across the globe. The sound of heels echoed through the corridor, ethereal and melodious. Gu Shanshan frowned. The president of SK Group is a woman? At that moment, the creamy Roman-style double doors were pushed open by a staff member. Gu Momo entered, adorned in an exquisite champagne-colored gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette. With graceful strides, she emanated an undeniable air of elegance. The confidence and poise reflected in her eyes and demeanor seemed to radiate from her very essence, captivating all who beheld her. The smiles on Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan's faces froze instantly. Gu Momo, how could it be you? Gu Shanshan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Her emotions a blend of astonishment, surprise, and disdain. Chapter 49. Gu Momo's resounding comeback. Gu Jinting's expression shifted from shock to fury in an instant, his deep voice booming. What are you doing here? This is my birthday banquet. Do you intend to embarrass me? The guests behind him, upon realizing that the so-called president of SK Group was none other than the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Momo, who had previously been cast out, were momentarily stunned before breaking into mocking laughter. Mr. Gu, are you suggesting that the president of SK Group is your daughter? Are you jesting with us? They chuckled. Surely, the Gu family did not lack the ability to invite the president of SK Group, only to feign such grandeur. It's embarrassing enough not to have the means to invite her, but to pretend otherwise is truly a disgrace. Yet did they not notice? Gu Momo was stunningly beautiful, radiating charm and grace, far surpassing Gu Shanshan in every conceivable way. As the derision of the crowd echoed around him, Gu Jinting felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "Look at your status. How dare you impersonate the president of SK Group here? Do not disgrace yourself. Leave at once." A slight smile graced Gu Momo's lips, her cold gaze filled with disdain. Mr. Gu, the invitation was personally sent to me by your daughter. After all, I was once your daughter, and it is only fitting that I come to celebrate your birthday, is it not? Gu Shanshan's face stiffened, and she couldn't help but hiss in a low voice, "Do not speak nonsense. When did I send you an invitation? It was for the president of SK Group."
Not you.
But it somehow ended up in my hands, and there is nothing I can do about it. Gu Momo feigned regret with a slight smile, entirely disregarding the two of them, and took her seat among the guests. Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan were reminded by her words that Gu Shanshan had an undisclosed connection with a senior executive at SK Group. It must be that the president had some pressing matter preventing her attendance, prompting Gu Momo to eagerly join the festivities. Gu Shanshan seethed, her teeth grinding. Could this wretched woman have indeed climbed into the bed of the president of SK Group? Both were infuriated, yet due to the face-saving invitation, they reluctantly allowed Gu Momo to remain. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the absence of the president of the SK Group today, due to unforeseen circumstances. He has entrusted Gu Momo to represent him. Please do not misunderstand. We genuinely extended an invitation to him, and he had previously agreed to attend, but as fate would have it, plans have changed. Gu Jinting attempted to clarify the situation, but the guests remained unimpressed. Perceiving the father-daughter duo of the Gu family as presumptuous, believing they had elevated their status by associating with the Li family and the SK group, and thus began to boast excessively. Soon, the birthday celebration commenced in earnest. Dong Qingrun and Gu Shanshan's sister, Gu Wanru, arrived at the venue. Yet they failed to notice Gu Momo, who was already seated. Gu Shanshan had no intention of acknowledging her sister. Instead, in front of all the guests, she presented a gift she had personally selected for Gu Jinting. Father, this is the exquisite titanium crystal tiger talisman pendant I meticulously chose for you, symbolizing peace and joy. I hope you will cherish it. On this special day, I wish you a very happy birthday. Upon finishing her words, Gu Shanshan unveiled the box, revealing a delicate titanium crystal tiger talisman pendant, pure and devoid of any impurities, its composition truly captivating. The guests quickly recognized the origin of the pendant, and their eyes gleamed with admiration. Miss Gu Shanshan, is this tiger pendant not a design piece from the illustrious jewelry queen, Xing Chen, released for the spring and summer? Indeed, Gu Shanshan replied with a subtle smile, discreetly glancing in Gu Momo's direction. The inquirer gasped in astonishment, while some guests, unfamiliar with the pendant, were promptly enlightened. You may not be aware, but Xing Chen is the only individual in the world to have won nearly every award at the global art and design competitions. The tiger pendant Miss Gu Shanshan gifted to Mr. Gu is a newly released masterpiece from this spring and summer collection, the only one of its kind in existence. It was snatched up at a premium price upon its release, and who would have thought that it was purchased by Miss Gu Shanshan? This piece is valued at tens of millions. Upon hearing this, the guests marveled at Gu Shanshan's newfound status since her association with the Li family. Such an extravagant item was procured without a hint of hesitation. The Gu family must possess immense wealth. Oh, this pendant is truly stunning. One cannot deny Miss Shanshan's impeccable taste. Gu Shanshan cast a cold smirk in Gu Momo's direction, brimming with pride. What of your relationship with the magnate? You're still merely a commodity. Does your powerful benefactor truly invest such sums on you? As the other guests extolled Gu Jinting, he soon forgot the unease stirred by Gu Momo's presence, his tone softening slightly. Ah, Shanshan, you are thoughtful. Your father greatly appreciates this gift. Gu Momo, who had been silent, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Gu Jinting treating a mere imitation of a tiger pendant as if it were a treasure. And she let out a derisive snort. This sound was fortuitously overheard by Dong Qingrun, who momentarily paused, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. Seizing the opportunity to reprimand this insolent girl, she sneered, "Oh dear, Annie understands that you lost your mother 5 years ago and have been toiling to make ends meet. But while it is one thing to arrive empty-handed, it is quite another to display such blatant rudeness." In an instant, the guest's attention was once again drawn to Gu Mo. Dong Qingrun's words served as a reminder. Indeed, Gu Mo's reputation from 5 years prior seemed rather tarnished. Gu Mo yawned leisurely, lifting her eyelids slightly, and remarked, "What is the matter? Coming empty-handed is certainly better than flaunting a counterfeit gift, isn't it?" Upon hearing her insinuation that her gift was fake, Gu Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief.
Gu Montag.
Whose gift are you claiming to be fake? Is it not so? Gu Mo replied with a light laugh. Can your Gu Shanshan simply touch a piece crafted by the master jeweler Xingchen? It appeared that Gu Shanshan was oblivious to the fact that her item was indeed a counterfeit. Thus, she naively protested. On what grounds do you assert that my possession is fake? This is a piece by the master jeweler Xingchen. Do you have any idea how much I spent? 50 million. Since you were expelled from the Gu family, you probably have never seen such wealth, have you? I won't blame your ignorance, but you must apologize. And I shall pretend this incident never happened. Apologize?
Gu Montag scoffed.
She had no intention of engaging in further debate with Gu Shanshan, and instead approached her directly. Gu Shanshan, frightened by her advance, instinctively recoiled, raising her hand to shield her forehead. However, Gu Mo bypassed her and politely asked a nearby guest, "Miss, would you kindly remove your necklace for me?" The addressed guest, taken aback, found herself compelled by Gu Mo's clear eyes to acquiesce, removing the necklace from her neck. Unbeknownst to them, in the exclusive VIP room above, Li Zhanting, with his long legs crossed, regarded the scene with a bemused smile. His alabaster fingers gently swirled the red wine in his goblet, his dark eyes locking onto Gu Mo's animated face, the corners of his lips curling into a slow smile. Mo Feng observed Gu Mo's actions and couldn't help but comment, "Master Ting, Gu Mo surely has quite the audacity." Chapter 50. Master Ting actually protects Gu Mo no matter how one might argue. Gu Shanshan was still a daughter of the Gu family. There was no need for her to resort to deception. Yet, Gu Mo was a different story, as she bore countless blemishes upon her character.
Is that so?
Li Zhanting mused with a playful smile. This woman, aside from her incessant attempts to capture my attention, is actually quite inscrutable. Mo Feng remarked, Master Ting must be out of his mind. I have thoroughly examined Gu Mo's background. It's utterly chaotic. How could Master Ting claim she is hidden beneath layers? At that moment, Gu Mo announced from below, ladies and gentlemen, Xing Chun has a rather unique habit. She engraves her exclusive symbol, a star, at the base of all her works using a utility knife. This lady's necklace happens to be an early piece by Xing Chun. Feel free to pass it around for examination. As for the tiger pendant in President Gu's possession, I am uncertain of its authenticity. Upon hearing this, the guests grew increasingly curious, flocking to Gu Mo to inspect the necklace she held. Indeed, there is a star, they exclaimed. I wonder if President Gu's pendant bears one as well? Yes, President Gu. Please show it to us. Gu Zhenting's expression suddenly shifted, his face contorting in a manner akin to having ingested something distasteful, leaving him speechless. In truth, he had furtively glanced at the item while Gu Mo was explaining to the crowd earlier and had noted that the base bore no engraving. However, in front of so many guests, he found it impossible to save face, so he attempted to smooth over the situation, stating, I want to inspect it further. I'm content with knowing it myself. Regardless, it is Shan Shan's sentiment that matters to me. I appreciate it. The moment these words were uttered, the truth was apparent to all. The guests could not help but murmur among themselves, realizing that it was a counterfeit. How shameless of the Gu family's young lady. Observing her practiced demeanor, it was evident that she had frequently engaged in such pretentious acts. The notion of her being a socialite was utterly laughable. Gu Shanshan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, wishing fervently to tear Gu Mo apart. To be publicly exposed by Gu Mo was a humiliation she could hardly bear. Where could she hide her face now? She hurriedly tugged at Gu Zhenting's sleeve, pleading, Father, you must clarify this to everyone. Gu Zhenting's countenance darkened immediately as he cautioned her in a low voice, Shan, do not create a scene. Dong Qingrun also discerned the tension and quickly intervened, pulling Gu Shanshan aside. Shan, do not make this more embarrassing than it already is. With both her parents urging her, Gu Shanshan had no choice but to suppress her indignation. Yet, the guests' gazes towards her had unmistakably shifted from flattery to derision. Someone even whispered, what a farce. Clearly attempting to flaunt a fake and then claiming to have been deceived. It's utterly ridiculous. In the exclusive lounge upstairs, Li Zhanting raised an eyebrow casually as he turned to Mo Feng. So, are you convinced now? Mo Feng replied, Master Ting. Why are you now defending Gu Mo? When other women have drawn your attention in the same manner, you wouldn't even cast them a glance. What has changed with Gu Mo? Dong Qingrun, accompanied by her two daughters, proceeded to toast and greet the guests. Upon reaching Gu Mo's table, she directly led Gu Shanshan to stand before her. Gu Mo, your audacious and shameless intrusion is quite the spectacle. However, since you are here, I shall raise a glass with my daughters in your honor. After all, you will never experience the joy of a harmonious family celebration like this in your lifetime. Dong Qingrun taunted, each word striking at Gu Mo's most tender spots. Unable to restrain herself, Gu Mo let out a cold laugh, her eyes icy. It was they who had driven her mother to her demise, and now they had the audacity to mock her for being alone, without parents. It was utterly ludicrous. Nearby, Gu Wanro, upon hearing her mother's words, stepped forward to shield Dong Qingrun from Gu Mo hearing Gu Wanro's voice. Gu Mo raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Though she harbored deep disdain for the Gu family, she could not muster any animosity towards this youngest daughter. Gu Wanro's appearance was a stark contrast to Gu Shanshan's sharp features. Instead, she embodied grace and gentleness. With her long, flowing black hair, she favored wearing a variety of simple, understated dresses. The temperament of an individual stands in stark contrast to the insatiable demons of the Gu family. At times, Gu Mo has pondered whether Gu Wanro has somehow taken a wrong turn in life. Thank you, Wanro. In the future, I would be delighted if you came to reminisce with me, Gu Mo remarked with a gentle smile, lightly clinking her glass. Both Dong Qingrun and Gu Shanshan recognized that their sister was deliberately supporting Gu Mo, and after toasting, Dong Qingrun pulled her aside, expressing her discontent. Wanro, what are you doing? That is Gu Mo. Why are you being so courteous to her? You're grown now, yet you still turn your elbow outward? Gu Shanshan chimed in, indeed, sister. It's one thing not to support your elder sister, but to assist her instead? Are you even truly one of us? Isn't Mo also our father's child? Mother, sister, you are aware of your own actions, so please refrain from being so aggressive. It is better to accumulate virtue in life, Gu Wanro replied, her speech measured, reflecting her nature, yet each word landed with precision. Dong Qingrun and Gu Shanshan exchanged awkward glances, rendered momentarily speechless. In her youth, Gu Wanro had indeed been betrothed to the second young master of the Li family, Li Zhanfeng, who was the younger brother of Li Zhanting.
Now,
Both have reached the age of marriage, and should this union come to fruition, Gu Wanro would become the second young mistress of the Li family, who would dare to offend her. Even Dong Qingrun and Gu Zhanting would have to yield to her to some extent. All right, just you being reasonable and kind-hearted. Is it? Enough of this. Gu Shanshan grumbled before stepping aside. Once Dong Qingrun and Gu Shanshan departed, Gu Mo immediately relaxed her guard. Raising her glass, she took a delicate sip and softly addressed Gu Wanro. You truly have endured much. Not at all. I merely do what I believe is right. Gu Wanro replied. Sister Mo, how have you been these past years? She inquired with genuine concern, though she quickly felt her question was somewhat unwarranted. The Gu Mo of today is a far cry from the one 5 years ago. Not only has she become more enchanting and beautiful, but she also emanates an indescribable strength from within. Particularly her eyes, which seem to have been tempered by trials, possess a depth that, when directed at you, leaves you feeling vulnerably diminished. There exists a term, rebirth through nirvana, which is fitting for her essence. Gu Mo smiled faintly, quite well. In just 3 words, she encapsulated the hardships and tribulations of the years. After a brief exchange, the large screen in the hotel suddenly illuminated, stirring a wave of excitement. However, Gu Zhanting could never have anticipated that this small surprise would ultimately transform into a fright. Chapter 51 Strike. Beat them mercilessly observing the harmonious scene of this family. Gu Mo felt an inexplicable discomfort. Had it not been for Dong Wenrun's intervening actions years ago, perhaps she would not have lost her mother. With this thought, she raised a glass from the table and downed it in one go. In the birthday celebration video, the laughter and joy captured in the vlog struck Gu Momo's ears like a dissonant chord. Revel in your happiness while you can. Soon you will find yourselves drowning in tears, wishing for death. She set her wine glass down and prepared to leave when, abruptly, the video on the large screen stuttered. The Gu family and their guests exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief pause, the video resumed, revealing a scene that was almost too scandalous to behold. Madam Gu, what excuse have you concocted this time to meet me? The video showcased a young man, bare-chested and seemingly in his early 20s, reclining sideways with his right hand propping up his head, a pose that was decidedly provocative. Beside him lay a woman, her upper body concealed beneath the covers. Only half of her face visible as she was nestled deeply within the bedding. Subsequently, her arm coiled around the man's neck, her manicured red nails tracing his features, suggesting that she was not as youthful as she appeared. I need no excuse to see you. You are so young and robust, you've nearly stolen my very soul. Her voice dripped with a lewdness that instantly repulsed everyone present. What is this nonsense? How disgusting, gasped one guest. Is this a mistake from the hotel? Questioned another. Surely, this woman must be keeping a toy boy, murmured yet another. Yet, amidst the chaos, Gu Momo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Dong Qingruan's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched her wine glass tightly. No. How could this video be here? Her pallor drained, she shouted furiously. What is this? Take it down immediately. Cut the power. Dong Qingrun bellowed. The staff, caught off guard, fumbled. Before they could disconnect the power, the woman in the video abruptly sat up, revealing a face that left the audience in stunned silence. An uproar erupted. Isn't that Madame Gu? Heavens! So Madame Gu has been keeping a toy boy behind President Gu's back. Is it that impressive? Or has President Gu grown too old to satisfy her? Laughter filled the room as the absurdity of the situation unfolded. The myriad of voices echoed through the hall. Even Gu Shanshan and Gu Wanru's faces shifted from pale to flushed. Mother, is that really you in the video? Gu Shanshan pointed at the screen, incredulous. At that moment, Dong Wenrun felt despair clawing at her heart. With a mournful expression, she pleaded, Shanshan, let me explain. It's not what you think. It's not what everyone believes. But before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking her face with such force that she crumpled to the ground, dazed and blood trickling from her lips. Gu Zhanting's forehead pulsed with fury, his nostrils flaring as he trembled, pointing at her in a rage. You wretched woman. Gu Zhanting, where have I wronged you? How dare you secretly indulge in a young lover? How low can you stoop? As he spoke, he seized a nearby stool, ready to strike Dong Wenrun. Gu Shanshan and Gu Wanru were horrified and rushed to either side, restraining the nearly uncontrollable Gu Jinting. Yes, Dad, please calm down, Gu Wanru urged. Yet, Gu Jinting, being a man, could never let such an affront go unpunished. In a fit of rage, he hurled a wine glass at Dong Qingruan's face. So you enjoy keeping a young lover outside, do you? I shall ruin this face of yours, and see how you can continue to do so. The glass shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. Gu Jinting grasped a shard and aimed it at Dong Qingruan's face. A piercing scream escaped her lips as blood flowed freely. Gu Shanshan and Gu Wanru hurried to intervene, pleading, Dad, please spare Mom. Spare her? Who will spare me? Gu Jinting's eyes were ablaze as he unleashed a flurry of slaps against Dong Qingruan's face. She was his youthful muse, and he could overlook any of her transgressions, but he could not allow her to trample upon his dignity as a man. She had brought him disgrace, and he believed that only through violence could he assert his position as a man. Simply put, he may seem powerless in the outside world, but in front of his own woman, his hand held undeniable authority. Dong Qingrun quickly knelt, pleading, husband, you have wronged me. How could the person in that video be me? Someone must be slandering me. I am always obedient. You must believe me, dear husband. Her desperate pleas finally reinstated a sense of manly pride within Gu Jinting. Thus, he struck with even greater vigor, begging her to plead further. The surrounding guests began to whip out their phones to capture the scene, jeering with malicious amusement. Gu Zong truly possesses resolve. Such a woman deserves this treatment. This is what a man looks like. We should all learn from Gu Zong. Let us see if the women at home dare to cause trouble again. The derogatory flattery from the guests inexplicably uplifted Gu Jinting's spirits, and he finally decided to spare Dong Qingrun. Gu Momo, listening to the men's raucous laughter, felt an overwhelming discomfort and furrowed her brow. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Gu Jinting's debased companions were mere opportunists who thrived on exploiting women. She quickly prepared to leave, but Dong Qingrun swung a hand towards her, accusing Gu Momo. Do you still wish to leave? You orchestrated this event and deliberately slandered me. Didn't you? A glint of icy resolve flashed in Gu Momo's eyes as she swiftly grasped Dong Qingruan's wrist and kicked her away forcefully. Chapter 52, Drunkanas, Li Zhanting. You are a liar, Dong Qingrun let out a cry, attempting to rise, but Gu Momo stepped on her cheek. If you have no guilty conscience, you need not fear ghosts at your door. The consequences of your own actions are yours to bear. Of course, the misdeeds you committed in the past will eventually demand their due. With that, she decisively lifted her foot and left. Gu Shanshan hurried to block her. Gu Momo, wait. You haven't finished speaking. Gu Wanru stepped in front of Gu Shanshan, asserting, even if one resorts to unreasonable tactics, there must be limits. Could it be that such actions were the fault of Momo? Gu Shanshan glared fiercely at Gu Wanru, truly a wretched person. How could she betray her own family? Only then did Gu Wanru turn around, her tone gentle, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Gu Mo. Thank you. It's nothing. As long as you are unharmed, Gu Mo replied lightly. It seems I am not particularly welcome here, so I shall take my leave. With a faint smile, she rubbed her temples. Having consumed some alcohol earlier, she now felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her tolerance for liquor was notoriously poor. One drink would be enough to put her under. In the past, whenever socializing, it was always Li Mo who stood in for her. She had little interest in continuing to witness the farce unfolding within the Gu family. A glint of scheming flashed in Gu Shanshan's eyes. Why was Gu Mo so eager to depart? Of course. She recalled that Gu Mo was the worst drinker. Surely, she had imbibed too much. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. She hurried to a corner, pulled out her phone, and quickly sent a message. Gu Mo is now in your hands. I want her utterly disgraced. Make sure to torment her mercilessly, understood? In the corner, Li Zhanting coldly observed the Gu family's spectacle, his face an impassive mask. With a wave of impatience, he rose to leave. Exiting through the hotel's side door, he passed by the security room, where he encountered a flurry of security personnel, all scurrying about as if in pursuit of someone. Search more thoroughly. They must be nearby after escaping from the surveillance room. The leader of the security team commanded, and instantly, everyone responded, scattering in different directions to pursue. Li Zhanting's brow furrowed at the mention of children. What sort of children possess the audacity to infiltrate a five-star hotel surveillance room and manipulate their video feeds? Aside from his son, Li Zixiao, he had yet to encounter such prodigious talent. This thought piqued Li Zhanting's interest, prompting him to change direction and head toward the surveillance room. Meanwhile, having just fled from the surveillance room, Gu Jingxing Li Zixiao. And Li Qingling hid within the hotel's emergency exit, waiting until the surroundings fell silent before daring to peek into the corridor. Gu Jingxing opened the door just enough for his head to poke through, scanning the area. Behind him, Li Qingling tugged at his shirt, whispering, "Jingo, what is happening? Are you alright? Are they still outside?" Seeing his pained expression, she grew increasingly anxious. Gu Jingxing was in such agony that he could barely speak, gritting his teeth as he pointed toward the door. "That damned father of yours is coming. He's heading right our way." Li Qingling felt a surge of urgency. If it were true that their father had intentionally abandoned her brother and mother, now that he was aware of Gu Jingxing's existence, there was no guarantee he wouldn't forsake them again. Speaking with an unusually mature tone, he reassured the others, instilling a sense of trust. "All right, let us go." Just as Li Zhanting reached the doorway, Gu Jingxing swiftly covered his face and darted away in a flash. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar sensation surged within Li Zhanting's heart. He turned his head and spotted a small figure, nearly identical to Li Zixiao, hastily disappearing down the corridor. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, and the strange feeling intensified. Instinctively, he yearned to pursue the child, when suddenly, Li Zixiao and Li Qingling rushed out from behind the fire door.
Daddy!
"Linger misses you so much," Li Qingling exclaimed, her voice sweet as she dashed towards him, clinging tightly to his leg, as if wishing to hang on to him entirely. Li Zhanting glanced at the distant figure that was growing increasingly remote, then looked down at his son, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. The child who had just dashed past bore an uncanny resemblance to Zixiao. He had initially thought it was Zixiao himself. "What are you doing here? Who was that child just now?"
Li Zhanting prasa.
"A friend?" A hint of skepticism flashed in Li Zhanting's eyes. His son had always preferred solitude and rarely ventured outside. Where could this friend have come from? Li Qingling seemed to sense her father's suspicion and promptly extended her arms, requesting a hug.
Daddy, Linger is tired.
"Can you please hold me?" The little girl's tender cheeks were sweet and soft, endearing her to Li Zhanting. He squatted down, enveloping both Li Qingling and Li Zixiao in his embrace, his eyes radiating warmth and affection. "Good girl, Daddy can hold both of you." Li Zixiao, being cradled, thought to himself, is Daddy being foolish? Engaging in such childish antics. Meanwhile, Gu Momo had just exited the hotel building. Due to the effects of alcohol, coupled with the brisk wind, she felt increasingly dizzy. Unable to wait to call Li Mo, she decided to sit on the steps by the roadside for a brief respite. "Hey, beautiful, all alone? Where's your friend? Why are you sitting here in broad daylight? Have you drunk too much? Or are you feeling unwell?" A middle-aged man approached Gu Momo, his words seemingly laced with concern, yet his tone dripped with insidious contempt. Gu Momo lifted her gaze, taking in the man who was dressed in tattered clothing, his hair disheveled, resembling a vagabond. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she coldly retorted, "Get lost." To her surprise, the vagabond persisted, extending a filthy hand towards her fair shoulder. "Come on, don't be so fierce. I'm just looking out for you. I found a hotel room card today. How about I take you to a hotel room to rest?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Gu Momo's beautiful eyes. Was he courting death? She decided to take no prisoners. Just then, a pair of hands reached out from behind, grasping her arm and shielding her firmly. The man then delivered a swift kick, sending the vagabond sprawling to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. And he even coughed up a mouthful of blood. "If you cannot control your hands, I shall gladly sever them for you." The man's deep and magnetic voice resonated in Gu Momo's ears, his breathing heavy with fury. That voice, she could never forget, even in her inebriated state. 5 years ago, it was this very voice that gently assured her, "Do not worry, I will take responsibility for you." Chapter 53. Unveiling the secret of her child. Gu Mo felt her head spinning, the alcohol intoxicating her senses and blurring the line between reality and illusion. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Did she truly hear Li Zhanting's voice? Yet, how could he possibly intertwine with her life again? 5 years ago, he had failed to fulfill his promise, and now, 5 years later, she no longer needed him. Thus, this must surely be a dream, right? Leaning against Li Zhanting's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she murmured, "Li Zhanting, you are a liar." Li Zhanting stiffened. Her delicate form collapsed into his embrace, exuding a unique fragrance that evoked a sense of familiarity within him. However, a liar? When had he ever deceived her? The homeless man still lay on the ground, coughing violently as if trying to expel his very organs. Li Zhanting furrowed his brows and cast a glance at him, devoid of any sympathy, much like a sovereign observing mere ants scurrying below. In a composed tone, he commanded, "Throw him to the police. Never let him out again."
Montag fing nodded in acquiescence.
Then, Li Zhanting glanced down at the now slumbering Gu Mo, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation before bending down to lift her effortlessly, proceeding towards the sedan parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, Li Zishao and Li Qingling fidgeted restlessly. Only upon witnessing their father safely rescuing Gu Mo did the two little ones finally exhale in relief. Father, how is the beautiful aunt? Li Zishao, seated by the window, could hardly contain his anxiety and jumped out of the car before the others reached it. Li Zhanting was taken aback. His son had never met Gu Mo, so why the sudden concern for her? Even calling her the beautiful aunt. Do you know her? In his moment of urgency, Li Zishao momentarily overlooked the implications of his words. Upon realizing his slip, he quickly masked his worry with a calm demeanor, stating, I've heard my sister mention her. She seems like a really nice aunt. Shortly thereafter, Ling Er leaned out of the car window, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Daddy, the beautiful aunt. She is all right. Isn't she?
Yet.
A pang of sourness welled up within her. What was it about Gu Mo that captivated both her brother and herself? Li Qingling's sparkling eyes darted with intrigue as a plan formed in her mind. She promptly nudged Li Zishao, who understood her cue and cooperatively retrieved his phone, connecting it to the car and activating the autopilot mode. In an instant, the vehicle sped away. Li Zhanting pondered. Why does it feel as though he is the outsider in the Li family? Mo Foam arrived just in time to see the car drive off, standing beside Li Zhanting in a state of confusion. Presently Li Zhanting, suppressing the urge to abandon the woman in his arms by the roadside, instructed Mo Foam book a room. In the presidential suite of the Imperial Capital Hotel, Li Zhanting unceremoniously tossed the intoxicated Gu Mo onto the bed, then removed his suit and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, striding over to the bar to pour himself a glass of ice water. Mo Foam stood to the side, holding a stack of documents, and spoke in a formulaic manner. Mr. Li, you requested that I revisit Miss Gu Momo's information, and I have indeed uncovered some additional details, which required considerable effort to obtain. As he spoke, he bent down and neatly placed the documents on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Li Zhanting set down the glass he had been holding, walked over to the sofa, and sat down, his long legs casually crossed. He did not exhibit any overt urgency, but simply stated, provide me with the pertinent information. Mo Foam felt somewhat troubled. Having perused the materials himself, he realized that, even as a man, he found Miss Gu's life to be rather arduous. For a young woman to endure such criticism and worldly suffering was undeniably challenging. Among the information, there was a particularly private segment that he found difficult to articulate. Thus, he cautiously suggested, Mr. Li, I recommend that you peruse it yourself. After speaking, Mo Foam bowed deeply and exited the room. Once the door closed, Li Zhanting's gaze fell upon the yellowed envelope. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately picked up the documents and opened them. He had heard Gu Shanshan mention aspects of Gu Momo's past, which primarily revolved around her alleged lack of propriety in her personal life, her self-neglect, and her frequent associations with various men, ultimately leading to her loss of a child with one of them. The Gu family deemed her a disgrace and expelled her from their home. Thereafter, she left the capital, and all records pertaining to her were deliberately erased.
Now,
as Li Zhanting held the documents, his fingers momentarily paused, and his eyes narrowed. Had Gu Momo once lost a child? A wave of unease coursed through him, compelling him to seek the subsequent information, only to find that it had all been obliterated. Gazing at the incomplete report, he felt as though something had been hollowed out within him, leaving an unsettling emptiness. Oddly enough, Gu Momo's past loss bore no relevance to him. Why did his heart react with such alarm? Lost in thought, a sudden crash from the bedroom interrupted his contemplation. Li Zhanting's heart raced as he swiftly made his way toward the sound. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Gu Momo had awakened, yet despite her consciousness, the effects of intoxication remained evident. The flush from her inebriation accentuated her fair complexion, and her long eyelashes fluttered alluringly, her gaze hazy and imbued with a captivating charm. Her gown, having been carelessly discarded in her slumber, had fallen from one shoulder, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. I haven't bathed yet. I can't go to bed, she pouted, attempting to adjust the already slipping garment. Li Zhanting's deep, cold eyes narrowed dangerously as he rushed forward, seizing her hand that was in the process of removing her dress. Chapter 54. Li Zhanting, let me kiss you. Gu Momo, if you wish to avoid being cast out, you must behave and sleep properly, without any antics. As his hand grazed her feverish skin, he was momentarily taken aback, only to discover that Gu Momo's gaze was hazy, still ensnared in a state of inebriation. Li Zhanting felt a throbbing at his temples, aside from that one encounter with Liu Li 5 years ago. He had never touched another woman in his life. Now, he found himself in the absurd situation of having laid hands on Momo. A surge of frustration urged him to cast her aside, yet he suppressed his agitation long enough to assist her onto the bed. Seemingly displeased by the shift in her position, Momo furrowed her brow, her dazed eyes settling on Li Zhanting's chiseled features. Beneath his thick, unruly brows and long, slightly curled lashes lay a pair of deep, inky eyes that seemed to plunge into an abyss. A mere glance left Momo's head spinning. Below his pronounced nose, his lips, perfectly proportioned, were pressed together, emanating an intense masculine allure. Li Zhanting, you appear even more handsome. Momo tilted her head, pondering how this stoic figure could possibly find himself in her room. Li Zhanting was reluctant to squander time with a drunken fool. With a casual smirk, he replied, I am aware of the situation without your prompting. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. However, Momo, her gaze clouded yet playful, chuckled softly, her tongue lightly brushing her rosy lips as she wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. Li Zhanting felt a surge of irritation coursing through him, prompting a desire to push her away. Unexpectedly, Momo seized his tie, pulling him downward, causing their noses to brush against each other, her delicate features magnified in his sight. If you take advantage of me, I shall do the same to you. That way, we will be even, won't we? She giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. Li Zhanting attempted to retreat, but her grip on his tie was steadfast, leaving him only half a centimeter away from her. In that instant, her soft lips brushed against his, sending an electric jolt through his body. He should have immediately pushed Momo away, yet the sweet, girlish fragrance enveloped him, stirring a sense of familiarity that was almost overwhelming. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt her soft tongue daringly attempting to breach his defenses, deepening the kiss. In that moment, he realized that the more he resisted, the more the blanket slipped away, revealing her nearly undraped form. Her shoulders were elegantly defined, her collarbone pronounced, merging seamlessly with a graceful curve of her neck. Her skin glowing under the light. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her body radiated warmth, beads of sweat matting her hair against her neck, exuding a blend of sensuality and fragility. Li Zhanting's eyes narrowed in distress as he turned away. How could he have gazed upon another woman's body, aside from Li? Unable to endure any longer, he swiftly turned his back, snatching a nearby sheet to envelop Momo's body, including her restless hands. She was cocooned like a rice dumpling, with only her small head peeking out from beneath the covers. Momo, stop this. It's time to sleep. Li Zhanting's strikingly handsome face was shrouded in darkness as he warned her through clenched teeth. Momo attempted to inch closer to him, yet no matter how she struggled, she remained immobile, akin to a caterpillar ensconced within its chrysalis. Coupled with Li Zhanting's earlier ferocity, her eyes brimmed with tears as she pouted in a petulant yet endearing manner. It seemed she was on the verge of tears at any moment. Was it not true? When he desired her, he was ever so gentle, but now, donned in his trousers, he had turned fierce. Li Zhanting felt as though his head might explode. This woman, inebriated, was a stark contrast to her usual assertive demeanor. Were she to unleash a drunken tirade with no regard for reason, he could have managed. Yet, her pitiful appearance inexplicably rendered him unable to speak harshly. I did not scold you. You were clearly fierce with me just now. Momo would not relent. Li Zhanting felt the veins on his forehead throb as he suppressed his anger, speaking softly. Yes, I was fierce with you. I apologize. Then let me have a kiss. If you give me a kiss, I shall forgive you. She smiled dreamily, her eyes nearly squinting into slits, her long eyelashes fluttering adorably. Li Zhanting, unable to tolerate her any longer, hoisted her onto his back and marched toward the bathroom. He intended to rouse her from her stupor. After filling a tub with water, he unceremoniously tossed both her and the sheets into the cold water. Ah! I've fallen in. Help! Help! Momo screamed, and soon after, the damp sheets unraveled, and she flailed within the bathtub, splashing water all over Li Zhanting. Li Zhanting thought to himself, it is evident that attempting to wake a drunken fool is a fruitless endeavor. He gritted his teeth, wiping the water from his face, and turned to call room service. Send up your attendants immediately, and make sure they are women. Before long, 2 female attendants knocked at the door. Li Zhanting pointed at the giant baby playing in the bathtub. Clean her up. The 2 attendants exchanged glances, hesitating before closing the door and entering the bathroom. Outside, Li Zhanting, his legs crossed, intended to rest on the sofa before departing. However, the cacophony of Momo's off-key singing soon erupted from the bathroom. The weather today is so bright, everywhere are handsome men. You are handsome, and he is handsome. I will kiss you, you kiss me. Wash, 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 bathing. Muscular boys are a must. Touch my hands, touch my legs, and after washing, we shall sleep in bed. As Li Jianting listened to Gu Momo's improvised song, his head felt as though it might burst. What on earth was this woman's mind filled with daily? After her bath, Gu Momo finally settled down, resembling a languid kitten, clutching the blanket tightly as she slept soundly. Psychologically, it is said that if one needs to hold onto something while sleeping, it indicates a lack of security. Observing her peaceful slumber, Li Jianting reflected on this occasionally sharp-tongued woman who bore the scars of having lost a child. And his heart softened. At that moment, in her slumber, Gu Momo seemed to dream of something blissful. Her pristine cheeks were adorned with a sweet smile as she gently murmured, "Sweetheart, do not be afraid. Mama is here. Mama misses you dearly, sweetheart." Li Jianting was taken aback. Sweetheart. Was that the child she had lost? Chapter 55. Li Jianting, you rogue, you scoundrel. With this thought, a tender part of Li Jianting's heart felt as if it had been unearthed. His compassion and sympathy for her surged forth. Observing her current state, he feared that trouble might arise, and thus, he resolved to watch over her. He carefully tucked the blanket around Gu Momo, saying, "You can sleep peacefully. I shall take the sofa." He shook his head in resignation and turned towards the sofa, crossing his arms as he settled onto the unadorned couch. Although the night was cool, he was a man. Such discomfort was trivial to him. Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving a call from her informant. "What? You say Gu Momo was taken to a hotel by a rogue man?" The informant was exhilarated. "Indeed. I witnessed it myself. Gu Momo was so intoxicated that she was carried into the hotel by a man in a suit. He even had bodyguards with him. It was evident she had fallen prey to some debauched young master." Gu Shanshan was elated. She knew Gu Momo had a low tolerance for alcohol, but she never expected her to be so easily taken advantage of. If she were to publicize this incident, Gu Momo's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. At that point, Li Jianting would surely wish to kick her out. "Excellent. Quickly provide me with the hotel address. I will contact the reporters at once." The informant swiftly relayed the hotel address and room number to Gu Shanshan, who felt a surge of triumph as a gleam of malice flickered in her eyes. "Gu Momo, prepare for your downfall." As dawn broke, the sun shone warmly, and the pure white curtains of the hotel billowed gently in the breeze, carrying the fresh scent of morning due to the bedside. Gu Momo, still nestled in bed, inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet aroma. She stretched and sat up, but in just a heartbeat, her tranquil expression vanished, replaced by shock as she nearly leapt from the bed. If her memory served her right, she had drunk excessively the previous night, losing consciousness. Before she regained her clarity, she recalled being teased by a vagrant, and then, hadn't Li Jianting come to her rescue? With this realization, Gu Momo instinctively looked down at her attire and body. Her gown from the previous night had been replaced by pajamas, and her undergarments were nowhere to be found. Glancing around the hotel-like environment, her heart raced. Where were her clothes? Where were her undergarments? Goodness! Do not tell her that Li Jianting had stripped her of them. Her eyes darted around the room, and indeed, upon raising her gaze, she spotted Li Jianting reclining on the sofa. Furious, Gu Momo gritted her teeth and hurled a pillow at Li Jianting's head, exclaiming, "Li Jianting!" Li Jianting was awakened by Gu Momo's piercing scream. Rubbing his somewhat disheveled hair, he gazed at her with a look of bewilderment, only to have a pillow hurled at him. With swift reflexes, he caught the pillow in midair, casting a dark glare at the culprit perched on the bed. "You scoundrel! You rogue!" Gu Momo shouted. Before Li Jianting could utter a word, she seized another object from the bedside and threw it at him. This time, it was not a soft pillow, but a glass ashtray. Li Jianting quickly sprang from the sofa, darting 2 steps to the right, narrowly evading the hefty ashtray. It smashed against the wall, creating a significant dent before falling onto the soft floor with a dull thud. "Gu Momo, have you lost your mind from drinking?" Li Jianting teased, raising an eyebrow. Despite her unreasonable behavior, there was a certain charm to her when she was angry. Gu Momo, her face flushed, tightly wrapped the towel around herself and exclaimed, "Are you unaware of your own actions? Who told you to undress me? And where is my lingerie?" That scoundrel had taken advantage of her 5 years ago, and now he was at it again. The audacity to hide her lingerie was utterly unforgivable. Li Jianting's lips twitched at her peculiar thoughts. Did she really think he had a peculiar penchant for hiding lingerie? With a sigh of resignation, he patiently explained, "Rest assured, the clothes were replaced by room service. Moreover, I have someone I care for. If I were genuinely interested in you, you would not have awakened alone in this bed." He added, "By the way, I did save you. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Gu Momo felt a twinge of embarrassment. So I misunderstood him? She blushed slightly and said, "Well, thank you then." Rising from the bed, she walked barefoot around the room, searching for her dress from the previous day.
Li Zhanting.
Perceiving her intention, pointed to an unopened gift box on the sofa. "Your dress was stained, so I discarded it. This is a new one I purchased. You may try it on to see if it fits." Gu Momo's hand froze in midair as she lifted a cushion, her gaze fixed on the black gift box before her, rendered motionless. She hadn't anticipated Li Zhanting's thoughtfulness, and warmth filled her heart as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will have the money transferred to your company account." "I do not lack money. What I lack is a doctor to treat my son," Li Zhanting said, raising his elbow to adjust the cuffs of his white shirt. Gu Momo realized that this man held grudges. It was not as if she was refusing to treat his son. Her agreement to elope with Xiao Jingxing was merely to avoid detection by the Li family. Acknowledging her fault, she decided not to dwell on it and opened the box to change in the dressing room. Although Li Zhanting's aesthetic was predominantly dark, he had surprisingly chosen a pure white long dress for her. After changing, Gu Momo went to the bathroom for a quick freshen up. Perhaps due to the remnants of a hangover, she felt a pervasive sense of soreness throughout her body, her face slightly puffy. After splashing her face with cold water, she exited the bathroom. Li Zhanting had called for room service, ordering a salad accompanied by a sandwich, along with a bowl of seafood porridge. The room boasted a coffee machine, and he leisurely prepared a pot of coffee, instantly filling the air with its rich aroma. "Are you ready? Let us have breakfast," he remarked without casting a glance at Gu Momo. With one hand, he selected 2 unadorned coffee cups from the rack, while the other poured the freshly brewed coffee into them with deliberate calmness. Gu Momo instinctively recalled how, 5 years prior, she had willingly engaged in that affair with him, perhaps for good reason. It was challenging to remain rational in the presence of such exquisite beauty, especially since she was quite captivated by appearances. Upon reflection, if she hadn't harbored feelings for him, why would she have yearned for his rescue so desperately? Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Thus, when she found herself trapped in the Gu family, waiting in vain for his arrival, she resolutely vowed to strive for success on her own, never again placing her hopes in another. Chapter 56. Master Ting takes charge. Who dares? "Are you waiting for me to feed you?" In the blink of an eye, Li Zhanting had already set 2 cups of coffee on the dining table. He showed no intention of waiting for her. After seated, he began to consume the sandwich before him. "Oh," Gu Momo muttered in discontent, her feet moving uncontrollably to sit opposite him. Glancing at the bland seafood porridge in front of her, she couldn't help but eye Li Zhanting's sandwich filled with ham, beef, bacon, and cheese, swallowing hard. "You overindulged yesterday. Greasy food will only exacerbate your discomfort," he remarked, seemingly piercing through her thoughts. Gu Momo felt as if she had seen a ghost, defiantly scooping a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. "If you won't let me eat, then I shall eat anyway." Seeing her stubborn demeanor, Li Zhanting's lips curled into a faint smile. This woman, when not harboring ulterior motives, could be rather endearing. He elegantly picked up a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth. "I'm finished. I'll take a shower first." Gu Momo shot him a puzzled look, laughing. "Really? Showering after a meal?" Observing her carefree laughter, a flicker of exasperation crossed Li Zhanting's eyes. "You occupied the bathroom earlier. I was accommodating.
Besides,
I'm a man. I can handle a post-meal shower." "All right then," Gu Momo mused, realizing this man was actually quite considerate. Li Zhanting soon retreated to the bathroom, and she happily indulged in her feast. At that moment, the direct line telephone in the room rang. Gu Momo answered, and the hotel manager's panicked voice immediately filled her ear. "Miss Gu, this is bad. Dong Qingrun has stormed in with a host of reporters. They claim they're here to catch you in the act. I've tried to stop them, but to no avail. Miss Gu, you and Master Ting must escape at once." Gu Momo raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Why should she flee from Dong Qingrun's arrival? A seductive smile graced her lips as she retorted, "Let them come. Who's afraid?" The hotel manager was left utterly bewildered. Is Miss Gu still under the influence? She is perhaps unaware of the formidable presence that Dong Qingrun brings. Gu Momo ended the call and joyfully indulged in her breakfast. Soon, the corridor echoed with a multitude of footsteps, and the door was pounded with a resounding thud. "Gu Momo, you wretched girl. I know you're inside, fooling around. Hurry up and come out." Outside, Dong Qingrun seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in fury. Having just received a call from Gu Shanshan, she rushed over, without delay. How dare that little wretch, Gu Momo, bring such disgrace upon her at the banquet? Even if it cost her life, she would drag Gu Momo down with her. Countless reporters fervently directed their cameras towards the room, chanting, "Gu Momo, open the door." These unscrupulous journalists had long been compensated by the Gu family. eager to bring Gu Momo to her knees for another financial gain. Ha ha ha. Is it not merely a matter of stealing a man? Were you not once fond of such escapades? What is there to be ashamed of? Ha ha ha. Is this the demeanor of a young lady from the Gu family? Infatuated with the thought of seducing men, how lowly indeed. Their laughter grew increasingly boisterous when, at that moment, the door swung open. Before the reporters could discern her features, Gu Momo raised her leg and delivered a fierce sidekick, sending numerous journalists sprawling to the ground. Gu Momo,
How dare you?
they fell, bruised and battered. Their equipment scattered across the floor. Gu Momo viciously stamped her foot on one reporter's face, looking down upon them with disdain. What is it that I cannot do? Once a noble profession, journalism has been tarnished by the presence of such notorious figures like you, transforming the industry into one perceived as mere paparazzi by many. Should you not be punished?
Huh?
Her stiletto heel contorted the reporter's features as they writhed in agony on the ground, nearly begging for mercy. Who is this fierce woman? Dong Qingruan's face contorted with rage as she screamed to stop Gu Momo. You shameless wretch! Do you think that by assaulting reporters, you can conceal your infidelity? A woman as filthy as you wishes to compete with my daughter for Tingyi? Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Momo kicked her away. Dong Qingruan's face collided with the wall, eliciting a pained whimper from her lips. Furiously, she pointed at Gu Momo. You dare strike me? Gu Momo smiled elegantly and leisurely crouched down. It appears no one has informed you of your daughter's beating. Allow me to enlighten you today. Remember, should you utter words I dislike, your face will not remain unscathed. With that, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she slapped Dong Qingruan across the face. This slap served as a reminder that she was no longer the Gu Momo who could be easily bullied 5 years ago. Smack. Another slap followed. This one warned her that calamity arises from careless speech. Speak incorrectly, and you shall suffer for it. Smack. Yet another slap. This was a caution that should there be a next time, her tongue would be at risk. Smack, smack, smack. Gu Momo delivered a resounding slap, sending Dong Qingruan crashing against the wall. As Dong Qingruan fell heavily to the ground, she felt as if her very bones had shattered. With tears streaming down her face, she began to wail, Reporters, what are you waiting for? Can't you see this woman stealing men and resorting to violence? Oh, how could I have been her stepmother? Every time she got into trouble, I was the one who cleaned it up for her, and now she resorts to violence. With tear-filled eyes, she picked up her phone. Exclaiming, No. If I indulge her, I am only harming her. I must call the police at once. I cannot allow her to continue this way. The reporters, unwilling to be mere spectators while Gu Momo unleashed her fury, hastily grabbed their phones, declaring, Absolutely. We are witnesses. How can one attack another with such impunity? This shameless woman must be sent to prison today. Gu Momo, seemingly unfazed, raised an eyebrow and mused. Oh, call the police? Who fears whom? Just then a deep, cold voice resonated from within the room. Let us see who dares. Li Zhanting's voice echoed, and the reporters were momentarily taken aback, the voice striking a familiar chord. Before they could process this, the door swung open, revealing Li Zhanting's strikingly handsome, yet stern visage. His piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, bore down upon the reporters, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. He appeared to have just emerged from a bath, his tall, muscular figure clad in a pristine white robe, with only a glimpse of his powerful skin visible at the collar. Water droplets still clung to his hair, cascading down the exquisite contours of his face and trickling down to his neck, quietly slipping into the robe, inciting a curiosity to explore the depths of his captivating physique. Gu Momo blinked in astonishment, her gaze lingering on the alluring skin at his collar, unable to suppress a gulp. This man was so tantalizing even in attire. One could only imagine the allure he would possess undraped. Truly, he was a favored child of the heavens. The reporters stood dumbfounded.
Li Zhanting?
Wasn't he supposed to be the illicit lover? How could the one within turn out to be him? Who was Li Zhanting, the undisputed sovereign of the empire? Wielding control over the vital arteries of the global economy, he was notorious for his aversion to being photographed. Legend has it that when a media outlet dared to pry into his privacy, the entire press office vanished that very night. With a collective thud, the reporters knelt, pleading, Li Zhanting, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare us. They implored. We were merely deceived by this woman. Even if you gave us 1,000 or 10,000 lives, we would never dare to cross you. Please grant us an opportunity. Dong Qingruan was utterly bewildered. Wasn't the man supposed to be the illicit lover? How had he suddenly become Li Zhanting? Overwhelmed, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she bowed her head in repentance. Li Zhanting, it was not me. These reporters have slandered me. I beg for your mercy. Dong Qingrun felt herself teetering on the edge of despair. It was bad enough to have been bested by Gu Momo repeatedly, but now, how was it possible that even Li Zhanting had fallen under her influence? Please don't tell her that Li Zhanting had already shared a bed with Gu Momo. What would become of her daughter's future?
Li Zhanting sigigasa radiata a shilling intensity.
Spare your life? What is your life worth? Dong Qingrun felt a sudden rigidity throughout her body, utterly astounded by Li Zhanting's heartless demeanor. After all, the Gu family had been benefactors in delivering his child to the Li household. Li Zhanting narrowed his cold eyes, his voice resonating with an icy finality, as if announcing the demise of certain individuals. You all appear quite seasoned in the world of paparazzi. Thus, I shall spare your lives, granting you half an hour to unearth scandalous material on Dong Qingrun to disseminate online. The more sensational the event, the lighter your punishment shall be. Understood? The reporters froze momentarily, quickly bowing their heads in compliance. Yes, yes. Master Ting, we shall certainly comply. Dong Qingruan's face turned pale with fear, her eyes widening in disbelief. Master Ting, how could you do this? Shanshan is a benefactor of the Li family. How can you treat a benefactor in such a manner? At the mention of this matter, an unmistakable displeasure flickered in Li Zhanting's gaze. 5 years ago, when Gu Shanshan had presented the child to him, he had harbored suspicions that she had stolen the child. Thus, he had spared her life over the years, hoping to extract information regarding Liuli's whereabouts from Gu Shanshan. However, Gu Shanshan proved to be unyielding, revealing nothing and lacking evidence to directly implicate the Gu family. He had ultimately let them off the hook. As a prominent family in the imperial capital, the Li household was rife with internal conflicts, and his rivals sought every opportunity to undermine him, manipulating the Gu family to usurp his position as heir. Hence, the narrative of the Gu family's benefaction to the Li family emerged. Yet now, the Gu family had audaciously overstepped their bounds. Benefactors, were they? A cold smirk crossed Li Zhanting's lips as he declared, then let it be known, the Gu family shall henceforth sever all ties with the Li family. Should anyone from the Gu family dare to mention the Li family again, rest assured, the Li family possesses the means to erase the Gu family from the imperial capital.
Begone.
His frigid voice plunged Dong Qingrun into despair. She attempted to plead for mercy, but the reporters, pulling and dragging her away, exclaimed, You wretched woman! If it weren't for you, would we have drawn Master Ting's ire? Your face is already ruined. Let us deal with you later. Dong Qingrun was swiftly taken away, her voice stifled. Observing the man's imposing presence, Gu Momo couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by how formidable Master Ting truly was. As she watched Li Zhanting turn to enter the building, she quickly interjected, I know the way. I can manage on my own. Li Zhanting glanced back at her with an exasperated look. Wait a moment. I shall be but a moment. Her well-being weighed heavily on him. He felt a knot in his heart until he could ensure she returned home safely. With Li Zhanting insisting on escorting her, Gu Momo ceased her protests, ultimately allowing him to drive her downstairs. She exited the car, closing the door with a graceful smile. Thank you. A playful glint danced in Li Zhanting's eyes as he leaned casually against the car window. Remember, from this moment forth, I am your benefactor. In gratitude for my kindness, starting tomorrow, you shall come to the Li family villa to serve as my son's private physician. If you dare to run away like last time, that enchanting yet perilous smile in his eyes will spell your doom, Gu Momo. Is it true that this person is aiding her merely to ensnare her in a debt of gratitude? Gu Momo casually acquiesced, hastily ascending the stairs. Observing her hurried departure, Li Zhanting's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. This woman, upon closer acquaintance, does not seem so repugnant after all. As she entered, Gu Jingxing anxiously dove into her embrace, exclaiming, Mommy, where have you been? I called you several times, yet you did not answer. Gu Momo placed her hands on her son's shoulders, crouching to meet his gaze. I am sorry, my dear, for worrying you. Mommy promises this is the last time. Gu Jingxing, skeptical of his mother's assurances, thought it best to be cautious. Rising, she lifted Gu Jingxing and set him gently on the sofa, taking a seat beside him. Darling, there is something I wish to share with you. Gu Jingxing displayed his characteristic generosity, replying, Go ahead, Mommy. Given our wealth, why would you choose to serve as a private physician for the Li family? Gu Momo explained, The reason I agreed was to find an opportunity to draw closer to Linger. I have yet to tell you that you have a sister. Sister? Gu Jingxing feigned surprise. Really? His joy was palpable. As Gu Momo retreated to change, he promptly relayed the news to Li Qingling and Li Zixiao via his phone. Yet, he pondered, it seemed peculiar that Mommy appeared unaware of Li Zixiao's existence. He furrowed his brow, dismissing the thought. All that mattered was that Mommy would soon visit the Li family, allowing him to meet his siblings. Thus, Gu Jingxing declared himself the elder brother of Li Zixiao and Li Qingling. In her room, just as Gu Momo had shed her garments, a notification chimed from her WeChat. She glanced at her phone, nearly dropping it in shock. Good heavens! Was Li Zhanting truly so adept at seizing the moment? He called her via video, just as she was undressing. Chapter 58 Foot Li Zhanting. What are you doing? Gu Momo hurriedly attempted to disconnect the video call, but her swift actions inadvertently accepted it. On the other end, Li Zhanting had anticipated seeing her face, only to be greeted by the sight of her delicate skin. Li Zhanting's handsome features instantly darkened, and he promptly terminated the call, gritting his teeth as he messaged Gu Momo. Gu Momo. Let me emphasize this clearly. Our relationship is strictly that of doctor and patient-s family member, not an improper one between the sexes. Please uphold the ethics of your profession and refrain from actions that might tarnish your reputation. Even through the screen, Gu Momo could sense his fury. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter, finding his adherence to propriety unexpectedly charming. With a beaming smile, she messaged back. Oh, my apologies, Master Ting. I pressed the wrong button. What can I do for you, Master Ting? Li Zhanting's handsome face bore an expression of displeasure. Did this woman truly feel the need to speak to him in such a sarcastic manner every time? Gu Momo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his exasperated demeanor. However, her curiosity was piqued. Who could possibly hold such significance for Li Zhanting? Early the next morning, Li Zhanting had Mo phone waiting in the garage of Jupin Mingyuan. As she fastened her seatbelt and slid it into place, she unexpectedly noticed a phone resting in the central console. It wasn't that she intended to pry into someone else's privacy, but the phone was positioned conveniently in the cup holder, unlocked, with the screen facing her directly. Was it not compelling her to look? Gu Momo's gaze fell upon the screen, which displayed what appeared to be a cloud storage interface, reminiscent of Baidu Cloud. A single glance at the directory left her utterly astonished. Titles such as The Love-Hate Relationship with My Male Superior, Cold Uncle vs. Youthful Boy, My Wild Wolf CEO, and How to Turn Your Good Bro Gay caught her eye. Gu Momo thought, oh, this is quite thrilling, isn't it? Mo phone, upon noticing his unlocked phone and the knowing expression on Gu Momo's face, froze in place. He awkwardly chuckled and hastily locked the screen. Miss Gu, please don't misunderstand. These are all things I downloaded on behalf of Mr. Li. You absolutely must not tell anyone, or I would be in serious trouble. Are you saying all of this is for Li Zhanting? Gu Momo raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. But something didn't add up. From her observations, Li Zhanting did not strike her as a gay man. Could he possibly be bisexual? Seeing Gu Momo smirk like a typical fangirl, Mo Feng felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly lamented, Miss Gu. Please don't overthink it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Mr. Ting's sexual orientation. He was desperate to clarify, fearing that if she misconstrued the situation, Mr. Ting would surely have his head. Gu Momo cast him a knowing glance, her smile playful as she reassured him, don't worry. I understand. It's rather normal, isn't it? Nothing to be embarrassed about. Mo Feng couldn't help but shiver at her teasing expression. Why did her knowing look send chills down his spine? The vehicle soon made its way toward the Li family villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Xiao Yifeng was fuming, having had his phone snatched by Li Zhanting.
Hey.
Li Zhanting, if you want to become a monk, don't drag me into it. Give me back my sister. Li Zhanting didn't even glance at the screen before shutting off the phone. I'm merely following Aunt Zhao's advice to keep an eye on you. So, you don't fall into the traps of women at such a young age and end up causing the Xiao family to suffer. End up causing the family to suffer? Xiao Yifeng exploded. Li Zhanting, must you be so venomous with your words? My mother isn't even here. Just give it back. As he spoke, he lunged toward Li Zhanting. With a swift turn, Li Zhanting dodged, causing Xiao Yifeng to crash into the wall. Bitterly muttering curses, he prepared to charge again. At that moment, Mo Feng emerged from the elevator, with Gu Momo. The sound of the elevator door caught Li Zhanting's attention. Was Gu Momo finally here? Xiao Yifeng believed he had seized the moment, leaping forward like a ravenous wolf. Li Zhanting, with remarkable agility, swiftly extended his palm to block Xiao Yifeng's chin, forcefully pushing him away. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Yifeng grasped Li Zhanting's wrist, refusing to relent. To onlookers, the scene appeared as if Xiao Yifeng was attempting to kiss him forcefully, while Li Zhanting resolutely resisted. Just then, Gu Momo entered and witnessed the spectacle. Had she not experienced something similar 5 years prior, she might have genuinely believed that Li Zhanting's orientation was questionable. Without hesitation,
Li Zhanting pusha Xiao Yifeng asida.
He sat upright with an air of noble elegance, casting a peculiar glance at Gu Momo. Sensing an oddity in her gaze directed at him, unable to suppress a teasing smile, Gu Momo quipped, Mr. Ting, it seems you two are quite enjoying yourselves. The moment Xiao Yifeng laid eyes upon Gu Momo, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Despite his extensive encounters with stunning women, he was struck by a sense of awe upon seeing her for the first time. She was ethereal and striking, her demeanor exquisite. Even adorned in the simplest combination of light denim and a white shirt, there emanated a refined grace that captivated all who beheld her. Fair maiden, may I inquire your name? Where do you reside? What brings you to the Li household? Xiao Yifeng, with his signature charming yet mischievous smile, attempted a cliché pickup line. Gu Momo thought to herself, it seems every domineering CEO has a playful companion by their side, a standard feature indeed. Xiao Yifeng eagerly hopped over to Gu Momo's side, only to find Li Zhanting's robust form blocking the path between them. What are you doing, Li Zhanting? He exclaimed, feigning indignation. Li Zhanting, with an air of regal elegance, extended an arm protectively around Gu Momo, asserting dominantly, this is my son's private physician. Since I invited her to my home, it is my duty to ensure her safety and protection from any potential offense or harm. So, I suggest you leave at once. Xiao Yifeng was taken aback. What? Is the sun rising in the west today? In the past, whenever he fancied a lady, Li Zhanting would keep his distance, scarcely glancing at those beautiful women.
Now,
He was openly shielding this private physician? Li Zhanting shot a warning glance at Xiao Yifeng, commanding, follow me to the study. In the study, Li Zhanting retrieved a stack of documents from the safe and tossed them onto the desk. This is Zixiao's medical file. You may review it. The specifics regarding the case will be explained by his attending physician when they arrive. Gu Momo began to peruse the documents. With each page she turned, her heart fluttered with unease. The information suggested that the child's brain tumor was largely due to his reclusive nature. How profound must the loneliness be for such a young soul to suffer from a brain tumor? Somehow, the further she delved into the materials, Gu Momo felt her heart tighten with an unbearable ache, a fervent desire to meet the child overwhelming her. At that very moment, outside the gates of the Li family villa, a woman's piercing voice suddenly rang out. Outrageous. I am the eldest daughter of the Li family. This is our territory. Do you dare deny me entry? The voice was youthful yet commanding, unmistakably belonging to a strong-willed heiress from a wealthy family. The butler replied calmly, Miss Li, the young master is currently engaged in discussions with a distinguished guest and cannot see you. Perhaps you could address your concerns at a later time. The Li family, as the most prominent aristocratic family in the capital, harbored intricate internal dynamics, with countless individuals eager to usurp Li Zhanting from his position as heir. Among his rivals, none were more ambitious than the family of his uncle, Li Mingyue. It was she who had initially sought to entangle Li Zhanting in a web of deceit, hoping to drag him into the abyss through her relentless scheming. Thus, the butler would never permit her entry. Li Mingyue's eyes glinted with derision as she coldly scoffed. A distinguished guest? You must be referring to that fraudulent doctor, Gu Momo. With her level of deceit, how dare she attempt to treat our family's treasure? If anything were to happen to Zixiao, could Gu Momo possibly bear the consequences? With that, she forcefully pushed past the butler and strode toward the inner courtyard. Just as she was about to ascend the steps, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her. She quickly raised her gaze, only to meet the icy, penetrating stare of Li Zhanting, whose presence cast a formidable shadow over her. His tall, imposing figure exuded an intimidating authority. Was she so eager to rush into the North Huanshan villa to report to the King of Hell? Li Mingyue instinctively shuddered, beads of sweat trickling down her spine. Li Zhanting held a unique status within the Li family, wielding immense power and exhibiting a ruthless disposition, having been raised in a harsh and unyielding environment. Who among the Li family would dare not fear him? Furthermore, entry to the North Huanshan villa was strictly forbidden for Li family members. Struggling to maintain her smile, Li Mingyue said, Zhanting, I heard you intend to appoint a new family doctor for Zixiao. Li Zhanting furrowed his brow tightly, his expression icy as he interrupted her. If you wish to live, leave immediately. Li Mingyue's countenance froze. How could Li Zhanting treat her this way, despite being of the same lineage? Just as she was about to retort, Gu Momo's light laughter floated over from a distance.
oh,
Since you are so adamant that I am a fraud, why not summon your doctor and see for yourself? Gu Momo approached gracefully, her serene smile and refined demeanor evoking an aura of elegance that was truly delightful. After all, if she wished to take the child away from the Li family, she must first navigate this formidable obstacle. Upon her first glance at Gu Momo, Li Mingyue's eyes brimmed with hostility. Her meticulous schemes to assist Gu Shanshan were aimed at placing her in Li Zhanting's orbit. After all, a simple-minded person like Gu Shanshan was the easiest to manipulate and the most likely to bring Li Zhanting down from his pedestal.
yet.
Who could have predicted that Gu Momo would emerge as an unexpected rival? Li Mingyue smiled as she said, I specifically reached out to a senior from my university. He is the chief physician of the International Medical Association and a recipient of the prestigious Lasker Award, the highest honor in the field of international medicine. It took considerable effort to invite him here. Jean Ting, you must meet him. She waved towards the door, and a middle-aged gentleman in a gray suit entered. The man, impeccably dressed, approached Li Jean Ting with an air of undeniable arrogance. Hello, Mr. Li, I am He Mengqin. I have already been briefed by Miss Mingyue regarding the young master's condition on my way here. I believe I possess a 70% chance of successfully treating him. I hope, Sir Ting, that you will not be misled by others. He Mengqin's gaze subtly darted towards Gu Momo, his eyes filled with derision. Li Mingyue concurred, indeed. Jean Ting, even if you wish to change doctors, you cannot allow someone of Gu Momo's dubious background to treat him. Zixiao is a treasure of the Li family. What responsibility would Gu Momo bear if something were to go awry? Li Jean Ting's expression darkened, clearly contemplating expelling Li Mingyue. Sensing this, Li Mingyue quickly exchanged glances with He Mengqin. He Mengqin understood her cue and stepped forward, addressing Gu Momo with a sharp tone. I've heard that you do not even possess a medical license, yet you are parading around in the Imperial Capital Hospital? Gu Momo turned and sat back comfortably on the sofa in the reception area, crossing her legs with nonchalance. So, what if I lack a license? Is it something I require? The so-called medical license is merely a threshold for entry into the profession. For someone like her, who is already established and secured in her power, it is entirely superfluous. He Mengqin was momentarily taken aback, believing he had found a flaw in Gu Momo's credibility, and gleefully exclaimed, Sir Ting, she has admitted it herself. She does not even have a medical license. Allowing such a person to treat the young master would be a disservice to him. Li Mingyue gently added, yes, let He Mengqin examine him. Shanshan has spent considerable time seeking out Professor He. However, Li Jean Ting remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow in disinterest. He trusted his judgment. Gu Momo was not someone to be underestimated. Upon hearing Gu Shanshan's name, Gu Momo perked up. Hey, don't be so quick to dismiss me. I may not have a medical license, but my assistant is on the way. Perhaps I can ask if he possesses one? Li Mingyue and He Mengqin were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. An assistant? Gu Momo, how shameless can you be? You cannot even produce a medical license, and yet you claim to have an assistant? You are merely a charlatan. Your assistant wouldn't he happen to be a beggar picked up from some corner, would he? In this day and age, even con artists have learned to package themselves. No wonder even our Sir Ting has been deceived. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall call the authorities. Their banter flowed with delight, while Gu Momo impatiently rubbed her ears. Just then, a powerful voice resonated from outside. I believe it is you who should leave this place immediately. Chapter 60. Her other son He Mengqin, who had just been so arrogant, turned pale upon seeing the elderly gentleman, murmuring in disbelief, how could the president be here? Li Mingyue did not recognize the elder, but deduced from He Mengqin's address that the man held a significant status. Though the elder appeared somewhat aged, he walked with an air of dignity. A mere glance at He Mengqin was enough for him to snort coldly before hastening to Gu Momo's side, slightly bowing his head and respectfully saying, Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness due to traffic. It was only then that Gu Momo slowly opened her eyes. President Liang, this is Dr. He from your association, who just claimed that I lack a medical license and am unworthy of treating patients here. President Liang's piercing gaze fell upon He Mengqin, who turned pale with fear. He had never anticipated that the assistant Gu Momo mentioned would be the president of the medical association. But how could this be possible? President Liang was a pillar of the medical association in the capital, renowned internationally, and countless medical giants in the capital had sought to study under him, only to be turned away. Yet, such a titan of the medical field was willingly assisting Gu Momo? Trembling, He Mengqin stammered, President Liang, you cannot have come here because of Gu Momo, can you? President Liang's sharp gaze fixed on He Mengqin as he replied sternly, this young lady, Miss Gu, is a specially invited consultant of our association. The reason she holds this title is that there are no positions within the association that are worthy of her status. Even if I were to step aside for her, it would still be a disservice to her. As for your claim that Miss Gu lacks a medical license, that is utterly ridiculous. A medical license is merely a basic requirement for beginners. Miss Gu has been invited multiple times to serve as the president of the Lasco Medical Award Selection Committee. The patients she encounters are far from ordinary. Do you truly believe she needs a medical license? What? He Mengqin felt as if his head had exploded. He never imagined that Gu Momo, so young, could possess such formidable medical skills. Overcome with regret, he suddenly knelt before her, begging for mercy. Miss Gu, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. I was deceived, or else I would never have dared to disrespect you. This was it. Having offended such a prominent figure, would his medical career come to an end? Li Mingyue's mind felt as if it had been struck with great force, rendering her speechless. How could Gu Momo, whom she deemed a worthless person, have achieved nearly every accolade in the medical field?
Impossible.
This could not be true. If she truly became Li Zhanting's right hand, how could she possibly find a way to place Gu Shanshan by his side? The more she thought, the angrier she became, and she raised her hand to strike Gu Momo, exclaiming, "You arrogant wretch! Do you truly believe that a little ability elevates you above others? This is the Li family. I still hold the power here." A cold smile played at the corners of Gu Momo's lips as she prepared to retaliate. But Li Zhanting's tall figure stood protectively in front of her. He seized Li Mingyue's wrist with a firm grip, a chilling malice playing upon his lips. "Since you are so averse to your hand, let it be rendered useless. Butler, fetch the family discipline and administer it to her." Li Mingyue's body stiffened, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Family discipline? She was acutely aware that Li Zhanting's notion of family discipline was not merely conventional. It was a cruel punishment devised for those who defy. "Li Zhanting, how dare you?" Before she could finish her protest, several bodyguards pinned her down. She struggled fiercely, screaming, but her mouth was swiftly silenced. In the next moment, excruciating pain coursed through her fingers, akin to countless serpents gnawing at her flesh, rendering her existence unbearable. The scene was too gruesome, prompting Li Zhanting to shield Gu Momo from the macabre display. "This spectacle is unsuitable for you." Gu Momo's lips curled into a seductive smile. "If you can indulge in such entertainment, why should I be deemed unfit? Do you look down upon me?" Li Zhanting cast a wordless glance in her direction, pondering whether it was her nightmares he feared. Yet, the woman appeared utterly ungrateful for his concerns. President Liang politely inclined his head in apology. "Mr. Li, the situation was urgent, and I failed to inform you beforehand. I hope for your understanding." He smiled, adding, "I am merely a supporting character. The true healer of the young master is none other than Miss Gu." "Butler, summon the young master," Li Zhanting instructed, his gaze toward Gu Momo devoid of its previous severity. Meanwhile, Li Mingyue, resembling a ghost, dashed to the study door, slamming it shut and bracing herself against it. "Li Zhanting, what right do you have to protect this woman? Would you rather believe this outsider than trust me, a member of the Li family?"
Outside.
The butler had already summoned Li Zixiao, who, gazing at the firmly shut door, felt uncertain of what to do. Knowing his mother was inside, he was eager to act. "Butler, break down the door." Suddenly, an immense force collided with Li Mingyue, sending her sprawling to the ground. The door crashing open as the villa's bodyguards forced their way in. Li Mingyue felt as if her very insides were being crushed as she struggled to crawl out from behind the door. Abruptly, she felt a weight upon her as Li Zixiao stepped onto the door and entered.
"Ah!
"Don't step on me. I'm still underneath. Help! Help!" she cried out. But Li Zixiao seemed unfazed, treading upon her as he leaped off the door and stood before Gu Momo. Gu Momo blinked in astonishment, a peculiar sensation rising within her. "Darling, how did you end up here?" Yet, as the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. This was Li Zhanting's home, and her little Jingxing would never brazenly appear in the Li residence while Li Zhanting was present. Moreover, although the child bore a striking resemblance to Jingxing in appearance and stature, his demeanor was vastly different. In a daze, images of Jingxing's unusual behavior from a few days prior flashed in Gu Momo's mind, and a thought flickered through her consciousness. Indeed, how could she have been so naive? When she sensed Xiao Jingxing's peculiar behavior, why did she not contemplate this possibility? Chapter 61. The reunion of mother and son 5 years ago. She was ensnared by the Gu family for several months. During those harrowing months, she endured torments so severe that it was akin to a living death, her belly swelling to an extraordinary size. At that time, she suspected she might be carrying triplets or even quadruplets. However, being trapped by the Gu family, she had no opportunity for prenatal examinations and remained oblivious to the actual number of children she bore. When she finally gave birth, she fainted several times due to the complications of labor. The last time she regained consciousness, she vaguely heard Gu Shanshan conversing with the doctor about taking her daughter away, leading her to believe that only one daughter had been taken from her. Little did she realize that, during her unconsciousness, Gu Shanshan had also taken away a boy. Gu Shanshan had deliberately left 2 children in her womb, intending for her to perish during childbirth. Thus, for 5 years, Gu Momo believed she had carried triplets, neglecting the boy who had been taken by Gu Shanshan. Gu Shanshan wished for her demise, yet she survived. She successfully gave birth to Xiao Jingxing and Tianbao. Initially, her intention was merely to take Linger away from Li Zhanting, but now she sought to take Zixiao from him as well. When Li Zixiao met Gu Momo's eyes, which were deeply burdened with suppressed sorrow, his little heart ached. He understood that mommy must have recognized him. He quickly approached Momo, his fair hand clasping her cold one, and for the first time, he revealed a sweet smile, saying, "Hello, beautiful auntie. My name is Li Zixiao, and I am 5 years old. My birthday is on August 25th. Li Zhanting was profoundly shocked by the smile on his son's face. Had he just experienced an illusion? His Zixiao was displaying such an adorable smile. She smiled softly as she knelt down, her gaze fixed on Li Zixiao, yet her words were directed at Li Zhanting. Mr. Ting, before the surgery, I would like to conduct an examination on your son. May I request a moment of privacy?" In their shared gaze, Li Zixiao and Momo comprehended their profound longing for one another. Momo understood the implication within Zixiao's introduction. He was revealing to her that he was indeed her biological child. Li Zixiao then turned to his father, saying, "Daddy, I would like the beautiful auntie to conduct my examination alone." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Zhanting's eyes. Previously, any mention of an examination would provoke his son's strong resistance, requiring lengthy coaxing. Yet this time, he was actively requesting to undergo the examination. Moreover, Momo's presence felt exceedingly peculiar. Nevertheless, his son's request was not one to be overlooked. He cast a glance at Li Mingyue, who was still struggling on the floor, and coldly instructed, "Butler, throw this one and her companion out. From this day forth, she is forbidden from entering the Li residence without my permission." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyue struggled to crawl out from beneath the door panel but was far too heavy to make any progress. Beside her, He Mengqin couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Had he known that Li Mingyue was utterly incapable of dealing with Li Zhanting, he would have never accompanied her to provoke Momo. Indeed, the butler arrived promptly, instructing the bodyguards to remove the heavy door panel pressing down on Li Mingyue and unceremoniously tossed her out of the Li residence. Li Zixiao showed no inclination to evade the situation, nodding heavily in agreement. Observing the boy's demeanor, which combined maturity with an endearing innocence, Momo ultimately succumbed to her emotions, shedding a tear. She quickly wiped her face dry and ushered Li Zixiao inside, her heart warmed by his obedient nature. The door to the room was gently closed. Before Momo could bend down, Li Zixiao gently tugged at her small hand, his handsome face revealing a hint of urgency. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Momo crouched down, asking, "What is it, my darling?" Just as she settled, Li Zixiao placed a soft kiss on her cheek, tenderly brushing away the tear that had lingered there. Was he truly kissing her? Li Zixiao struggled to muster a smile, obediently saying, "Mommy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to conceal our body swap with Jingxing from you." Would Mommy be angry with Zixiao? He promised to make her proud, just like Jingxing did. A wave of heartache surged within Momo as she embraced Li Zixiao tightly, both joyful and tearful. "My sweet child, how could you ever be at fault? Even if there were a mistake, it would rest upon me. How could I possibly blame you?" Held closely in her embrace, Li Zixiao felt a profound sense of happiness. Mommy is so gentle, and her embrace is so warm. He finally realized he no longer needed to borrow another's body to seek his mother's affection. He was also her little treasure, deserving of her love. Clinging to Momo, he declared, "Mommy, I really like you." Momo smiled through her tears, "My dear, I adore you as well." Time seemed to be eternally etched in that moment, and Momo wished for it to last forever. After a while, she released Li Zixiao, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Darling, do you like your daddy?" Just how much? She intended to take Zixiao and linger with her in the future, and directly asking him might not yield the best outcome, so she sought to gauge his feelings first. Li Zixiao instantly perceived Momo's intention and, without hesitation, expressed his willingness to accompany her. Momo was taken aback. Really? Had he seen through her desire to take him away? Li Zixiao's small hand anxiously gripped Momo's sleeve, his expression earnest and serious. "If Mommy wishes to go anywhere in the future, may I come along too? I promise to be obedient and never cause you trouble." "Oh, and I can help you take Linger. I will never tell Daddy. That will be our little secret." His anxiety stemmed from the fear of being abandoned, while his seriousness arose from a vow to never deceive her. Momo, however, was thoroughly amused by the little fellow's expression. My goodness, what an extraordinary little cutie. How utterly adorable. She joyfully caressed Li Zixiao's earnest little face, showering him with kisses and affection, exclaiming, "Oh, my darling, how could you be so obedient? Mommy simply adores you." She leaned in closer, whispering a secret between them. "Now, let's agree that this shall remain our little secret, one that Daddy must never discover." Upon witnessing Momo's delight, Li Zixiao felt his own spirit soar. At that moment, an urgent knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a voice that belonged to Li Zhanting. "Momo, what on earth are you doing in there for so long?" The more he pondered, the more unease settled within him. An inexplicable premonition suggested that Momo was conspiring with their son about something monumental. Chapter 62. Linga called her mommy Li Zixiao, feeling impatient, cast a glance at the door before turning to Momo with a look of innocence. Mommy, should I go? And so daddy's mouth shut? His affection for her was boundless. He would do anything to please her. Momo couldn't help but laugh at the little rascal, playfully ruffling his hair.
Well,
Your daddy will inevitably come in soon. I need to discuss a few matters with him first. But you must be good and not reveal our little secret to him. Otherwise, it may become quite challenging for mommy to take you and your sister away. Hearing this, Li Zixiao promptly nodded in agreement. He hurried to open the door for his mother, secretly plotting that if daddy dared to send mommy away, he would escape with his sister under the covers that very night. When Li Zhanting saw the door swing open, his first instinct was to search for his son. A tender smile graced his handsome features as he called out, Zixiao, but was met with a sulky face from Li Zixiao, who then obediently hid behind Momo. Li Zhanting stood there, bewildered. What on earth has Momo fed my son and daughter? His stern demeanor turned towards Momo, lacking any trace of warmth. Miss Gu, may I inquire how the examination of my son went? Li Zhanting was taken aback by the articulate and astute child he was addressing. Could this truly be his son? A wave of frustration bubbled within him, tinged with jealousy. For years, even a simple conversation with his own son required him to humble himself for days to win his affection. Yet, after a brief moment alone with Momo, his son displayed such fierce loyalty toward her. Maintaining a facade of composure, he forced a smile and lowered his tone, asking Miss Gu, how did the examination of my son go? Is there anything I can assist you with? Observing Li Zhanting's flustered state, Momo's lips curled into a playful smile. She joyfully lifted Li Zixiao and strolled toward the door, teasing him as she went, completely disregarding Li Zhanting's presence. No need for that, Mr. Ting. I've already informed my assistant to bring the equipment. You merely need to stand at the door, as my bodyguard. Li Zhanting stood there, bewildered. Wait, something feels off. This is my home, my son. Why do I suddenly feel like a neglected elder? Momo is flaunting her affection for my son right in front of me. Li Zhanting felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, ultimately relegating himself to the role of a mere sentry at the doorway. Soon, Li Mo delivered the apparatus meticulously crafted by Momo for examination. The room designated for this purpose was securely locked, with President Liang personally assisting Momo, simultaneously gleaning insights from her expertise. Li Zixiao lay obediently upon the retractable medical bed, his upper garments unfastened by Momo. Various tubes monitoring his vital signs affixed to his body, and a semicircular mechanical cap perched upon his head. His small hands anxiously grasped the hem of Momo's attire. His gaze fixated on her, as he whispered, Mommy, will I be able to live well? A tinge of fear coursed through him, not due to a dread of death, but rather the sorrow of never again witnessing his beautiful mother. He feared that if he were to perish, it would cause his mother pain, a thought he could not bear. With a tender heart, Momo affectionately ruffled Li Zixiao's hair and planted a loving kiss on his cheek. Zixiao, my dear, you must trust Mommy and also believe in yourself. I will not let anything happen to you. We still have a world of wonders to explore together. A flicker of brightness illuminated Li Zixiao's dark eyes, filled with anticipation at the prospect of traveling the globe with his mother. His resolve strengthened. He nodded vigorously. At that moment, Momo sensed a movement beneath the table and promptly bent down to investigate. To her surprise, Linger, resembling a delightful rice dumpling, had wrapped her small arms around her leg, softly exclaiming, Mommy, Linga has come to help you too. Momo's heart swelled with sweetness at Linger's tender voice calling her Mommy. What delightful surprises would these three little ones bring her? She crouched down, gently lifting Linger and affectionately tousling her hair. Linger, my dear, what brings you here alone? Linger's bright, starry eyes sparkled as she explained. I heard Mommy was here to check on brother, so I came to help. President Liang, please don't tell Daddy about this. President Liang, meeting Linger's sparkling gaze, was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. Goodness! The biological mother of the young master of the Li family is none other than Miss Gu. This is more thrilling than bungee jumping. As Momo adjusted the parameters of the apparatus on the touchscreen, Linger sat obediently beside her, holding her brother's hand and gently patting his hand, as if to comfort him. Brother, don't be afraid. Mommy is incredibly skilled. The doctors who couldn't help you before were just not as capable as Mommy. You will be just fine. Occasionally, she acted as a little assistant, handing Momo various items. President Liang could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't he had said that the two little tyrants of the Li family were notoriously difficult to manage? Yet here they were, behaving so well in front of Miss Gu. Could this be the power of maternal love? Remarkable. Outside, Li Jianting sat restlessly upon the velvet sofa, glancing repeatedly at his watch, the minutes dragging on interminably. His handsome visage bore signs of agitation, and he felt a strong impulse to burst through the door to ascertain the situation. After such an extended absence, one cannot help but worry about the well-being of one's beloved. Just then, the door swung open, and Li Jianting strode in, his penetrating gaze fixated on Gu Momo's face. How is Zixiao? A profound chill enveloped Gu Momo's serene countenance as she clenched her fists, her entire being seemingly weighed down by immense anguish. Even her shoulders trembled slightly. Li Jianting, sensing her distress, lowered his voice. What has transpired? Drawing a deep breath, Gu Momo forcefully suppressed the discomfort rising within her. I have a general understanding of your son's condition. Given the current level of medical technology, the likelihood of a surgical removal is rather slim. Even if it is feasible, it entails certain risks. Li Jianting furrowed his brows. What shall we do then? Chapter 63. The confrontation between Li Jianting and Gu Jingxing. Upon hearing this news, the tension in Li Jianting's brow eased slightly. With such a treatment regimen, how long until the affliction is entirely eradicated? Once a month, it could take 1 to 2 years for complete resolution, Gu Momo replied earnestly, her voice suddenly catching in her throat. Li Jianting narrowed his eyes, an instinct telling him that her subsequent words held greater significance. Gu Momo tilted her head slightly, taking a deep breath, her gaze burning with intensity as she addressed him. I require a special pass from you, Master Li, allowing me unrestricted access within the Li family. Wherever Zixiao may go, I should be permitted to accompany him. This should not pose a challenge for you, should it? Meeting Gu Momo's resolute eyes, Li Jianting's expression hardened. Suddenly, he smiled, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, a playful glint in his eyes. So, can you enlighten me as to your reasoning? The Li family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, with strict family rules. Even internal members may not possess such privileges. For an outsider to seek such access merely to accompany Zixiao raises questions. Why would she care so deeply for his child? Gu Momo smiled. Yet it was devoid of warmth. Could she reveal to Li Jianting that Zixiao's brain tumor stemmed from years of profound internal torment and solitude? This type of tumor is rare and associated with a high mortality rate. However, she understood well that Li Jianting cared deeply for Zixiao. Logically, Zixiao should not lack for love and care. Thus, the reason for his affliction lies in the absence of her companionship and concern over the years. He merely longs for a mother. He yearns for his mother. Gu Momo's face remained devoid of any smile as she fixed her gaze on Li Jianting, stating firmly, there is no other reason. I am his personal physician, entitled to oversee and accompany him until he is fully recovered. It is my duty as a doctor. Li Jianting's brow furrowed slightly. Is that all? An overwhelming intuition warned him that this woman had not disclosed the true reason. With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, he replied, very well, as long as you can heal my son, I am willing to grant you whatever you desire. As he spoke, his profound gaze lingered on Gu Momo, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Yet, I have made it clear that aside from the roles of a mother and the wife of the Li family, there is nothing else. Gu Momo felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. With a casual flick of her wrist, she declared, enough of this idle chatter. I am about to perform a tumor excision on Zixiao. You may continue to play the role of a watchdog. With that, she turned and entered the room, slamming the door behind her. Left outside, Li Jianting thought to himself, this Gu Momo truly has audacity. Several hours later, the surgery was finally complete. Little Li Zixiao lay quietly on the medical bed, his pale face and trembling eyes, the long, thick lashes glistening with dew, evoked a deep sense of tenderness. My dear, how are you feeling? Are you in much discomfort? Gu Momo's heart ached as her fingers gently caressed his delicate face, her voice soft and soothing. Li Zixiao slowly shook his head. Though his consciousness was not entirely clear, he managed to grasp her hand resting on the bed's edge, whispering, Mommy, I am fine.
Please do not worry about me.
At that moment, Gu Momo's back stiffened. The word mommy pierced her heart like a knife, making each breath feel agonizingly painful. She believed that Li Zixiao, in his haze of consciousness, simply missed his mother. Yet, amidst her shock, her heart ached even more. Zixiao was of the same age as Jingxing, yet he appeared far more mature and rational. Contemplating how much sorrow and solitude this child had endured to bear such burdens at such a tender age brought her immense sorrow. Rest assured, my darling. Mommy will surely take you and your sister away from here soon. I promise, she said, bending down to place a lingering kiss on her son's forehead. Li Qingling obediently peeked out with her fluffy head, her sparkling eyes bright with curiosity. Mommy, Lingo wants a kiss too. Gu Momo smiled joyfully. cupping Linger's cheeks and planting a sweet kiss here. Mommy gives Linger one too. Mommy, Linger wants more. Alright, one for Linger and one for Zixiao as well. Just then, Li Zhanting pushed open the door. His deep gaze fell upon the scene before him, and though he should have felt anger, he found himself momentarily taken aback, perceiving an inexplicable harmony in the moment. Over the years, his greatest wish had been to find Liu Li and provide the children with a warm home, showering this sweet girl with all the love he could muster. He had envisioned the family reunited countless times, the warmth reminiscent of the scene unfolding before him. Alas, a glimmer of reason shone in Li Zhanting's eyes. Momo remained merely a passerby in the Li family. Momo was somewhat astonished that Li Zhanting was not angry this time. He promptly approached to check on Li Zixiao's condition, his tone gentle. Zixiao, how does your body feel? Is there anything amiss? Li Zixiao's gaze was fixed on Momo as he smiled obediently, with the beautiful auntie by my side. I feel great. Li Zhanting felt a twinge of jealousy, yet seeing his son well satisfied him completely. He gently stroked Li Zixiao's head, saying, Now, be a good child, and rest. Daddy has specially invited your favorite chef to prepare a sumptuous feast for you to nourish your health. This way, she would have the opportunity to create chances for Daddy and Mummy. Although Daddy currently held no affection for Mummy, she was such a wonderful person. Perhaps with some effort, he would come to understand her worth. Li Zhanting felt a pang in his heart. His greatest aversion was having unrelated individuals in the Li family villa, especially women. Nevertheless, what could he do? After all, she was his own daughter. He indulgently ruffled the heads of the two little treasures, his voice gentle. All right. Let us do as Linger suggested. A gleam of joy flickered in Li Zixiao's eyes, while Linger leaped with delight, exclaiming, Hooray! Momo happily proposed. Since I have some free time, why not let me personally prepare some dishes for the two little treasures? Daddy, we can enjoy a meal made by the beautiful auntie. Meanwhile, at Jupin Mingyuan, Gu Jingxing, concerned for Mummy's safety and fearful of her being bullied by a scoundrel, opened his computer and hacked into the Li family surveillance system to check on her situation. After entering the code, he swiftly accessed the Li family's monitoring system. However, unbeknownst to him, ever since the last incident, Li Zhanting had implanted a counter-surveillance system within the Li family's network. The moment Gu Jingxing infiltrated the system, Li Zhanting's phone received an intrusion alert. In his study, Li Zhanting immediately set aside his pen. His deep-set eyes narrowed with intensity as he quickly opened his computer and began typing furiously. It's that elusive hacker again. This time, I shall personally uncover who you are. As the battle of wits unfolded, Li Zhanting, a veritable titan of commerce in the capital, possessed an innate intelligence and exceptional wisdom. After the Li group was breached by hackers, he decisively embarked on an extensive study of hacking techniques. Despite having no prior experience in this domain, his remarkable IQ of 220 enabled him to master skills that would take an ordinary person years to acquire. He had quickly become adept at tracking down international hackers. His keen gaze remained fixated on the computer screen, his fingers moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. Soon, he successfully dismantled the firewall created by young Jingxing. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he thought, Now, let us see who you truly are. Simultaneously, the robotic systems at Jupin Mingyuan began to sound alarms, blaring, Alert! Alert! Young master! Someone is attempting to breach the firewall. Alert! Alert! Young master! An external system is trying to forcibly assimilate me. Gu Jingxing was still scanning the screen for Mummy's figure when a look of incredulity flashed across his face. Could it be? Aren't the Li family's hackers all clumsy fools except for Zixiao? Why have they suddenly become clever this time? He quickly exited the system, engaging in a tug-of-war with Li Zhanting. However, he soon realized it was too late. His computer had already been infected with the counter-surveillance virus implanted by Li Zhanting, and recovery would not be possible in the short term. Gu Jingxing trembled as he pressed the keyboard, terrified by the formidable presence that had emerged. An alarm blared. Young master, my firewall has been breached. To ensure information security, I am about to enter sleep mode. I can no longer protect you. It is advisable for you to swiftly shut down the computer and disconnect the power. Steer clear of all electronic devices. Upon the robot's utterance, the entire network in the room collapsed. Gu Jingxing was taken aback. As a young hacker, this was the first time he had been utterly outmatched. He hastily shut down the computer, only to discover that the camera adjacent to him was blinking with a red light. Oh no! He recalled his mother mentioning that the most elite hackers internationally could even disable a camera if the opponent glimpsed his face. Without hesitation, he lunged at the desk, seized the camera, and smashed it to the ground, shattering it instantly. In the Li family's villa, Li Jianting noticed the progress bar for disabling the opponent's camera abruptly halt, the image blurring and freezing on a small hand. He paused, slightly taken aback. It seemed the adversary had destroyed the camera, rendering him unable to see any footage. However, the captured image of the small hand was unmistakably that of a child, suggestive of a few years of age. It was implausible for a child to possess the capability to repeatedly infiltrate the Li family systems unless, like his own Zixiao, the child had exceptional talents from a young age. The more Li Jianting pondered, the more agitated he became, a shadow clouding his deep-set eyes. Such a prodigious talent was rare in the hacking world. Should they surface even slightly, it would be easy to trace them. It appeared it was time to investigate the young hacking genius. Within the Jiupin Mingyuan, Gu Jingxing gazed at the shattered camera on the floor, his heart still racing as he patted his chest. Truly, he was indeed the father of Zixiao. He seemed to possess some skill. To prevent Li Jianting from launching another attack on his system, he even disconnected the power supply. Now, he truly found himself at a loss. Yet, he could not abandon his mother. After much contemplation, he resolved to utilize his appearance to infiltrate the Li residence once more the following day. In the Li family villa, Gu Momo cheerfully brought bowls of delectable dishes to the dining table. "Dinner is served, my darlings. Look at the delightful meals that the lovely aunt has prepared for you. These are all premium nutritional supplements, highly beneficial for Zixiao's recovery." Li Zixiao and Li Qingling obediently sat in their children's chairs at the table, nearly moved to tears by the enticing spread. Each dish was visually appealing and fragrant, filling the air with the invigorating scent of medicinal herbs, creating an atmosphere of sheer culinary delight. Li Jianting sat upright at the dining table, astonished by the abundance of medicinal ingredients before him. These herbs appeared to surpass those valued in the market at tens of millions, and those circulating in the market were exceedingly rare, each difficult to procure. How many such herbs did Gu Momo possess, to use so casually in her cooking? Gu Momo specifically placed a set of specially crafted utensils before Li Zixiao. "Darling, your utensils are made from unique medicinal materials. Using them regularly will greatly benefit your health. Remember to use them every day." Li Zixiao smiled obediently, thanking the beautiful aunt. Gu Momo affectionately rubbed Li Zixiao's handsome cheeks, exclaiming that he was truly well-behaved. "Come, Annie will reward you with a kiss." "Me too." Li Qingling bounced over, eager to join in. "Fairness demands that I receive one as well." The trio unabashedly displayed their affection, the dining table filled with the sounds of affectionate kisses. Across from them, Li Jianting felt a surge of frustration, stabbing his chopsticks into the dish with annoyance. With a sharp crack, the perfectly shaped ginseng was split in two. He took a bite, instantly captivated by its exquisite flavor. The ginseng was tender, sweet, and melted in his mouth, surpassing even the finest varieties available in the market. He looked at Gu Momo in astonishment, inquiring where she had sourced such extraordinary ingredients. Seated in her delicate children's chair, Li Qingling happily swung her legs, chiming in. "Of course, it's all grown by the beautiful aunt herself." Li Jianting paused, taken aback. "Grown by herself?" Yes, yes. The beautiful aunt said. "She has cultivated an abundance." Gu Momo settled down, cheerfully announcing, "All right, let's enjoy our meal." Unbeknownst to them, the renowned medicinal herb plantation, known as the Valley of the Medicine King,
Was indeed her own.
It was a vast expanse filled with rare Chinese medicinal herbs, some even extinct, alongside genetically modified new varieties. Both the efficacy and taste of these herbs were unparalleled, rendering many items on the international black market, valued in the millions, as mere scraps in her possession. With such treasures at her disposal, what was the harm in using them to prepare a meal? Gu Momo sat between Li Zixiao and Li Qingling, busily serving dishes to the two little treasures, who, in turn, eagerly returned the favor. "Zixiao, Linger, try this. It's the most delicious. This one looks the best. Eating it will make the beautiful aunt even more beautiful." Meanwhile, Li Jianting, left alone across the table, lamented his solitude, feeling the pangs of loneliness. He could only serve himself, burying his head in his meal, without uttering a word. At that moment, Li Zixiao's innocent, yet earnest voice broke the silence. "Daddy, haven't you always sat between me and Linger?" Gu Momo and Li Qingling turned to him, as if just realizing Li Jianting's presence. "Son, don't dismantle the facade of humanity." Li Jianting replied dryly. Gu Momo cleared her throat, suggesting, "Shall I move you to a different spot?" Chapter 65. A lone man and woman in the same room. Li Jianting smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "Do I need charity from Gu Momo?" He chuckled. "No need. 3 is too cramped. I prefer to be alone and cool." Gu Momo laughed, finding his stubbornness amusing. Li Qingling, with a mischievous glint in her eye, scampered over to Li Jianting, tugging at his large hand and insisting he sit beside Gu Momo. Daddy, didn't you teach us never to lie? And here you are. A grown man telling fibs. How shameful. Just sit next to the beautiful aunt. In this manner, Linger and her brother have effectively encircled their father and the beautiful lady in the middle. Haven't they? Li Jianting, Gu Momo. Although it is a dinner for four, why does it feel as if there is an extra person here? Gu Momo remains unfazed, as she diligently tends to her precious son and daughter. Zishao, Linger, come. Let us dine.
All right.
After the meal, Li Qingling discreetly pulls Li Zixiao into a corner, where the two small figures discuss significant matters. Brother, what should we do? It seems that Dad truly does not like Mommy. This suggests that there is indeed a possibility that Dad did not want Mommy and Brother Jing. Linger feels a tinge of worry. If that foolish father drives Mommy away again, will she once more become the unfortunate little girl without a mother? Li Zixiao, still in the process of recovery, can only sit in the specially customized wheelchair by Gu Momo, and he earnestly assures her, do not fret. I believe Uncle Xiao may prove to be more capable in this matter than Dad. I have already messaged Uncle Xiao. He should have a solution. Just as he finishes speaking, a children's phone in Li Qingling's hands rings. She glances at the contact name and, filled with excitement, quickly answers, Uncle Xiao. Do you really have a way to bring Dad and Mommy together? Please tell me quickly. If you succeed, Linger will have Dad gift you a luxury car. It must be said, although Uncle Xiao can be somewhat unreliable at times, when it comes to pursuing women, his experience certainly surpasses that of her father. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yifeng chuckles heartily. Our Linger is so thoughtful, knowing how to appeal to Uncle Xiao. When it comes to matchmaking, you've indeed come to the right person. Let me share the best method with you. First, use an excuse to lead your lovely aunt into the guest room.
Oh.
And I have already arranged for those flowers to be delivered. You must place them in the room. Li Zixiao furrows his brow slightly. Is there really a flower named Qing Xirao? The name feels rather peculiar. Li Qingling curiously inquires, Uncle Xiao, is this flower truly so powerful? Xiao Yifeng confidently assures her. Absolutely. It was procured from the secret base of Yawang Valley. Once your father and the beautiful lady catch a whiff of its fragrance, they will develop feelings for one another and will be able to sit down and converse. Wow, how magical. I'll place it in the room right away. Li Qingling hangs up the phone, her little body scampering to the door to retrieve the flowers sent by Xiao Yifeng. She quietly pushes open the guest room door, faintly hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, indicating that Mommy is showering. She tiptoes to the table, gently rises on her toes, and sets the pot of flowers down, carefully closing the window. In the darkness, the vivid and dewy Qing Xirao emanates a delicate fragrance, weaving into the soul. Li Qingling beams with joy. Uncle Xiao said this flower can evoke feelings of happiness, and soon, Dad and Mommy will be able to sit down and have a heartfelt conversation. Before long, she quietly slips out of the room and knocks on Li Jianting's study door. She pushed open the door, revealing a pair of dark, grape-like eyes. Her father, Li Jianting, was currently irritated by an interruption to his thoughts. Upon turning to see his precious daughter's tender little face, his annoyance melted away into affection. Linger, what brings you here? He asked. Come, let Daddy hold you. Li Qingling dashed into Li Jianting's embrace, lifting her small head to say, Daddy, I accidentally made your bed wet. Perhaps you should sleep in the guest room tonight? She giggled, knowing that her father never cared which room guests occupied, thus she refrained from disclosing that her mother also slept in that very room. Li Jianting's lips twitched in bemusement. How on earth did you manage to wet a perfectly good bed? He pretended to scold her. Linger, have you been up to mischief again? Li Qingling quickly wriggled out of his arms, playfully sticking out her tongue.
What are you talking about?
I'm doing a good deed. I was watering the flowers on your windowsill and accidentally splashed the bed. She then added, Oh, Daddy, I've also prepared some super beautiful flowers for you in the guest room. You must go and see them. With that, she mischievously darted out. Stealthily pocketing the phone Li Jianting had left aside. She needed to hurry and lock the doors to the other guest rooms to prevent her father from entering the wrong one. The rare display of concern from his beloved daughter instantly lifted Li Jianting's spirits, prompting him to abandon his subsequent tasks. He was eager to see the flowers she had prepared for him. He could hardly wait to discover what exquisite blooms awaited him. As he approached the guest room, just after closing the door, he heard a click from outside, the sound of the door being locked. Li Jianting was taken aback. He attempted to open the door, but it was evidently secured from the outside, refusing to budge. A flicker of wariness crossed his deep-set eyes, and just then, the bathroom door swung open. He turned to see Gu Momo emerging, clad in a delicate sheer nightgown that accentuated her curves, revealing her fair, supple shoulders and long, smooth legs. She appeared as a water lily emerging from a pond, exquisite and enchanting. Li Jianting was momentarily stunned, narrowing his eyes in shock. He quickly turned his back, his voice cold and steady. Momo, what are you doing here? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he felt an unfamiliar sensation rising within him, a primal desire that ignited both his body and reason. Wait. What was this strange feeling? Momo was equally taken aback. She hastily grabbed a garment to drape over herself. You should be the one explaining. Why are you in my guest room instead of your own? However, as she spoke, she too sensed something was amiss. Her gaze swiftly scanned the room, landing in astonishment on the vibrant flowers adorning the table. Those were the genetically engineered emotions entwined she had created. How could they possibly be here? Chapter 66, Momo. Mr. Ting, shall we share a kiss? Li Zhanting's obsidian eyes were filled with uncontrollable desire as his large hand pressed against the wall. His voice was cold and heavy. Mo, is this your doing? The moment he spoke, he realized he had misspoken. Although Mo claimed to be enamored with his appearance, he could sense that her intentions were directed towards his child. Reflecting on the events of the evening, he wondered if it was Linger.
No.
Linger was too young to devise such a scheme. It was evident that someone had deliberately instructed Linger to act in this manner. Mo clenched her clothing tightly, taking a step towards the desk and hurling the Qingxi Rao out the window. Damn it, he had cultivated that substance purely for research purposes, only for it to be misused against her. Do you think I would engage in such actions? I would find you repugnant even if I looked at you a moment longer, she retorted. As she spoke, Li Zhanting strode to the desk, seized a cup, and drained a large container of water in one go. Momo's eyes widened in shock as she rushed to intervene. Wait, you. But it was too late. Li Zhanting had already consumed every drop of water. Her eyes widened in alarm, instinctively taking 2 steps back. She had failed to inform him that Qingxi Rao was a special concoction of her creation, unlike ordinary medications. Consuming cold water after taking it would not alleviate symptoms. Rather, it would accelerate the spread of toxins within the body. This was a disaster. Would Li Zhanting soon turn into a beast?
What?
Can't I drink? Li Zhanting leaned over the mahogany desk, his deep-set eyes narrowing as he gazed at Mo. His intense gaze, ignited by passion, radiated a primal desire in the darkness of the night. He shook his head vigorously, feeling an extraordinary magnetism emanating from Mo. His body was on the verge of exploding. He tugged at the collar of his shirt with his long, pale fingers, his voice gritted between clenched teeth. Mo. Who permitted you to place such things in this room? The man appeared to be forcefully suppressing his agony, his towering frame slumping into the velvet sofa, struggling against the venom of Qingxi Rao. The starlight of the late night fell softly upon his handsome features, accentuating his allure. The temptation stirred within her a mischievous inclination to tease this man. A playful smile danced at the corners of Momo's eyes as she gracefully approached Li Zhanting. Mr. Li, since we are both trapped in this room and have both been affected by Qingxi Rao, why don't we consider a little arrangement? Li Zhanting's consumption of water had intensified the effects of the toxin, while Mo had only inhaled a trace of its floral scent. At this moment, how could Li Zhanting hope to contend with Mo? With a gentle push, she sent him reclining against the velvet sofa. Li Zhanting's dark eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. Mo, have you finally revealed your true intentions? Rest assured, even if I perish, I will not grant you your wishes. His resolute demeanor only served to heighten Mo's desire to provoke him further. She truly had not anticipated this turn of events. The medicinal properties of the concoction she developed were astonishingly potent, surpassing those available on the market by several folds. Li Zhanting, having consumed cold water to amplify the effects, surprised her with his remarkable endurance. With nonchalant grace, she delicately lifted his chin, feeling a growing disinclination to suppress her own physical anguish. Did he truly wish to endure? Yet, she found herself unwilling to do the same. She reached to unfasten his collar, recalling that 5 years prior, it had been he who had first indulged in her. It seemed only fair that she now sought her own gratification. Li Zhanting, devoid of strength, exerted all his effort to push Mo away. But she seized his hand with fervor and pressed her lips against his in a forceful kiss, one that felt almost like an emotional release.
He was electrified.
His dark eyes flashing with a feral intensity. How dare this woman be so audacious? The last incident, when she had been intoxicated, could be deemed accidental, yet this time, her intentions were unmistakably deliberate. Mo, should you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall find it impossible to escape the grasp of the Li family in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Zhanting summoned a surge of strength, successfully pushing her away. However, this action momentarily halted her advance. It dawned on her, if she were to engage in anything with him tonight, neither he nor the Li family would allow her to go unpunished. The prospect of taking Zixiao and Ling Er away would become an insurmountable challenge. Regaining her composure, Gu Mo gracefully rose from his side and retrieved several bottles of cold beverages from the smart fridge on the wall, tossing them to him. While the concoction should not be mixed with cold water, the frozen products could still provide some relief from the heat coursing through her body. Stay put in the room. I shall wash my face with cold water in the bathroom. If he could endure, then she too would have to bear it. The long night ahead, however, promised to be arduous. Li Zhongting's handsome face was clouded with a terrifying darkness. Endurance was far easier said than done, especially with so much time still stretching before them. As Gu Mo headed to the restroom, he resolved to retreat to the bathroom to privately alleviate his own discomfort. Struggling against his own body, he pushed open the bathroom door, preparing to unfasten his zipper. Suddenly, he sensed an odd gaze upon him. Turning awkwardly, he was met by Gu Mo's wide, questioning eyes. Gu Mo, he began, his expression darkening ominously, almost consumed by a primal urge to lash out. Did you not claim you were going to the restroom? What are you doing here in the bathroom? With a casual demeanor, she picked up a towel and began to dry her face, a playful smile gracing her lips. I do apologize, Sir Ting, but the guest room's restroom and bathroom are conjoined. You walked in here on your own accord. That cannot be blamed on me. His face darkened further, frustration boiling over as he stormed out, his mind racing. In his naivety, he had assumed that all rooms in the Li Villa mirrored the layout of his own, with separate restrooms and bathrooms. Yet, this guest room was decidedly different. Gu Mo could hardly contain her amusement at his reaction, nearly collapsing with laughter. Wiping her hands dry with a towel, she picked up her phone from the sink and dialed Li Mo. Is there a way to circumvent the surveillance and spies of the Li family to deliver certain items to the location I mentioned? On the other end of the line, Li Mo responded earnestly, Mr. Gu, whatever you ask of me, I shall endeavor to accomplish, even at the peril of my own life. I will promptly reach out to the hacking and technical departments of the SK Group and utilize the remote-controlled model aircraft you devised to facilitate the delivery. Gu Momo smiled. Very well. The remote-controlled model aircraft that Li Mo referred to, while visually resembling an ordinary model plane, was, in truth, merely a facade. It was crafted from special materials, capable of bearing substantial weight. Within mere minutes, the model aircraft silently approached the window. Witnessing Gu Momo retrieve numerous bottles and jars from the window, Li Zhongting's expression darkens. This is his territory. Why does it feel as though Gu Momo treats it like her own home? Does she not regard the Li family surveillance system with any seriousness? Chapter 67. Jingxing was caught by Daddy Li Zhongting's countenance darkened as if coated in black paint. Gu Momo, what are you doing? Gu Momo swiftly dove beneath the covers, teasingly remarked, Mr. Ting, you shan't sleep in this bed tonight. Feel free to crouch in the corner. Whether it's too cold or too hot, do refrain from making any sounds. Should you disturb my slumber, I might just resort to some outrageous actions. Li Zhongting's expression grew even more somber. He consumed the antidote Gu Momo had thrown at him, donned a suit, and reclined on the nearby velvet sofa. In the deep blackness of the night, Gu Momo's gaze silently lingered on the man's strikingly handsome, yet cold visage. His naturally exquisite features were softly illuminated by the moonlight, casting a gentle glow on his stern cheeks, rendering him akin to a beautiful nobleman sleeping within a painting. Gu Momo mused that had it not been for the entrapment by the Gu family 5 years ago, she might have fallen madly in love with Li Zhongting. Alas, some opportunities are lost forever. The experiences of the past 5 years had taught her that the only person she could truly depend on in this world was herself. Throughout the night, Li Zhongting endured a torment of emotional turmoil. As dawn broke, the North Ring Mountain was alive with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, bathed in enchanting morning light. Xiao Yifeng arrived early at the Li family villa in North Ring Mountain, eagerly inquiring about gossip from Li Qingling. So, how did it go? My dear Linger, did you hear any peculiar sounds emanating from your beautiful aunt's room yesterday? Were your father and your lovely aunt engaged in a passionate affair? Indeed. To procure the rare emotional thread from the Medicine King Valley, he has spent quite a fortune. Although Li Zhongting claimed that his refusal to marry was in wait for Lu Li, Xiao Yifeng was not convinced. What man could resist the allure of beauty in his embrace? Last night's events presented the perfect opportunity to unveil Li Zhongting's facade. Clad in a delicate pink lotus princess dress, Li Qingling was enjoying the pampering of the servants as they styled her hair. She sweetly inquired, Uncle Xiao, didn't you say that those flowers could help my father and the beautiful aunt reconcile and have a heart-to-heart? Why then are my father and mother fighting? Could it be that Uncle Xiao was up to some mischief again? Xiao Yifeng chuckled with delight. Ah, Linger, you are unaware of the intricacies at play, are you? As the father and the beautiful lady engaged in conversation, it was inevitable that a quarrel would ensue. However, their disputes took place in the bedroom, a concept beyond the comprehension of young children. Li Qingling's delicate visage reflected her discontent. A fight? Her father exuded an intimidating aura. How could the beautiful lady possibly contend with him? She promptly dashed towards Momo's room, exclaiming, "Uncle Xiao, you scoundrel! How dare you allow my father to bully the beautiful lady? If he mistreats her, I shall hold you accountable." Xiao Yifeng laughed charmingly. "Oh, dear little one. Uncle Xiao is helping you. How could you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a chilling aura approaching him. Xiao Yifeng instinctively retreated, startled, as he met the gaze of Li Zhanting, whose eyes glinted with lethal intent. Terrified, Xiao Yifeng stumbled back 3 steps. "Good heavens, Li Zhanting. Must you tread so noisily in the early morning? My goodness, what has transpired to darken your countenance?" Li Zhanting flexed his wrists, a cold smile lurking in his eyes. So you are the one corrupting my daughter behind my back? Perfect, I too require some exercise this fine morning." Xiao Yifeng, in a panic, stammered, "Li Zhanting, you must cease this at once." Yet soon, the villa echoed with the sounds of scuffles and Xiao Yifeng's pitiful cries. Momo lazily stretched and knelt to embrace Li Qingling. "Dear Linger, the scene is too bloody for our eyes. Let us prepare breakfast together and deliver it to your brother, shall we?" "Yes, yes."
Li Qingling exclaimed joyfully.
"By the way, Mommy, how was your conversation with Daddy last night?" Clearing her throat softly, Momo affectionately ruffled Li Qingling's petite face. "You needn't worry about me, my dear. Am I so easily bullied? Your father is fortunate to escape my wrath." Li Qingling's sparkling eyes brimmed with admiration. "Wow, Mommy is so formidable. You can actually best Daddy." "Of course, your father is merely indulging me," Momo replied, lifting Li Qingling into her arms as they cheerfully made their way into the kitchen, ushering in yet another delightful morning. In the morning hours, Gu Jingxing, possessing a strikingly similar visage to Li Zixiao, unlocked the Li family's facial recognition system and stealthily infiltrated the villa. Familiar with the layout of the household, he surmised that if he were to treat Li Zixiao, it would likely occur in the bedroom he had been occupying under this assumed identity. As he pondered, he proceeded towards the room, but was halted midway by the sound of 2 servants conversing at the end of the corridor. "The new family doctor is truly stunning," one remarked. "Did you see her? She's breathtaking. With such a figure, she seems quite suited for our Master Ting." As their chatter grew closer, Gu Jingxing instinctively pushed open the nearest door and slipped inside, pressing his ear against the door until he confirmed the servants had moved on. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense that something was amiss. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Zixiao, so encountering a servant was of little consequence. Why not merely disguise himself as Li Zixiao? Pouting in frustration at his own guilty conscience, he surveyed the room around him, which felt oddly familiar. The sight of a safe in the corner instantly rekindled his memories. This was his father's bedroom. He recalled that it was in this very room that he had discovered the key to save his mother, subsequently throwing out all of his father's belongings from the safe. During his previous hurried visit, he had the chance to thoroughly explore his father's domain. With a decisive clap of his hands, he resolved to continue his exploration into the study. The desk was cluttered with company reports and data, which Gu Jingxing found uninteresting. After a cursory glance, he carelessly tossed them aside. However, a family photograph next to the desk captured his attention. In the image, his sister, Li Qingling, was cradled in their father's arms, her adorable bun hairstyle complemented by a sparkling diamond crown atop her head. His father, with his other hand, held Li Zixiao, who appeared to be quite uncomfortable with the photograph. His expression was stiff, and one could almost sense his impatience through the image. Beside this framed photograph lay an album. Upon opening it, Gu Jingxing discovered it was filled with pictures of Li Zixiao and Li Qingling. From their early childhood to the present, there were nearly hundreds of images. Most of Li Zixiao were candid shots, while Li Qingling smiled sweetly at the camera. As he flipped through the pages, a single photograph unexpectedly slipped out, prompting him to bend down and retrieve it. On the back, he found the date and location of the photo inscribed in strong, elegant handwriting. In disbelief, he turned over a few more pictures, discovering that they too bore similar annotations. Could it be that these mementos were all curated by his father? Gu Jingxing was taken aback. His father seemed to care deeply for his younger siblings, having collected so many of their photographs and meticulously noted the dates and locations, as if documenting their growth. This realization stirred a pang of envy within him, which swiftly morphed into a sense of grievance and anger. He loathed his father for abandoning him and his mother. Though his mother had treated him with utmost kindness, he had never once experienced the joy of being lifted high by his father. Lost in thought, the sound of the bedroom door lock turning snapped him back to reality. Someone was entering. Panic surged within him as footsteps approached. He hastily abandoned his search and concealed himself behind the desk. Li Zhanting strode into the room, heading directly for the desk. Gu Jingxing, peering through the reflection in the nearby bookshelf, feared he had been discovered as Li Zhanting approached without hesitation, causing his heart to race. Fortunately, just then, he heard the ringing of Li Zhanting's phone. Li Zhanting answered the call, his voice icy and stern. "I've given you ample time. Do not tell me you still have no leads." A voice, cold and distant, emanated with an irresistible aura of sovereignty. This was the first time Gu Jingxing felt the terrifying presence of Li Zhanting. Yet, what exactly was his disreputable father investigating? Why was this matter of such paramount importance to him? On the other end of the line, a subordinate spoke with utmost respect. "Master Ting, we have conducted a thorough investigation of millions of women named Lu Li across the nation, yet we have found no one who meets your criteria. We have even scrutinized every trademark, storefront, and pseudonym associated with Lu Li, but to no avail."
Li Zhanting's brow furrowed.
A palpable aura of menace radiating from him, as if he could consume everything around him.
No one?
How is that possible? He was certain he and T misheard that night. She had indeed spoken the name Lu Li. Over the past 5 years, he had scoured the entirety of the imperial capital in search of her, even employing the clandestine forces of the Li family to probe the entire country. How could there be no trace of her? Gripping the phone tightly, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a thorn. He found it incomprehensible to envision what she had endured over these 5 years, rendering even the Li family's secretive operatives incapable of locating her. The subordinate, trembling with trepidation, finally expressed a candid thought. Might that mysterious lady have given you a false name? Or perhaps Lu Li is not a common name at all. Not a common name? A glimmer of insight sparked in Li Zhanting's eyes. All overt forces had been exhausted in their inquiries. Could it be that the term Lu Li was a code name for a clandestine organization? Suddenly, a shadowy glint flickered in his profound gaze. Speaking of secretive forces, the most renowned entity bearing the name Lu Li was none other than his old adversary, the Lu Li Pavilion. A cold, steely resolve enveloped him as he commanded, "If we cannot find her through legitimate channels, we shall delve into the shadows. Investigate any international organizations or factions associated with the name Lu Li." Ending the call, Li Zhanting's countenance remained shrouded in dark clouds. As long as she could be found, he would not hesitate to eradicate any clandestine forces in his path. The atmosphere around him was tense, while Gu Jingxing, concealed behind the desk, dared not even breathe. Who was this Lu Li that his father was so fervently searching for? Could it be that his father had abandoned him and his mother for the sake of this woman? At that moment, Li Zhanting approached the desk, settling into the chair, and instinctively glanced at the framed photo on the surface, only to realize it had seemingly been moved. Observing the nearby album, he noticed signs of having been rifled through, and his gaze darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly. As he shifted his stance, a faint sound emanated from behind the desk. "Who is there? Step forward," he bellowed, his voice steady and commanding. Gu Jingxing trembled at the sound, reluctant to reveal himself, fearing the consequences of his guilt. Li Zhanting surveyed the room, ultimately pinpointing his location, and rose to confront him. Whoever it was, if he caught them, they would face dire repercussions. As the sound of footsteps drew closer, Gu Jingxing realized he could no longer evade the inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he sprang forth, exclaiming, "Ha! Daddy, it's me." Li Zhanting paused, his gaze falling upon his son, whose face was alight with the glee of a successful prank. The tension that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. "Ah, it's my precious child. Then all is well." A gentle smile graced Li Zhanting's handsome features as he crouched down to meet Gu Jingxing's gaze. "Zixiao, are you feeling better? Shouldn't you be resting in your room? What brings you to Daddy's room?" Gu Jingxing quickly feigned a cough, striving to appear less energetic. Lowering his voice, he replied, "I'm fine now, Daddy. It's just that Aunt Momo's medical skills are exceptional. Although I felt a bit unwell at first, I should be fully recovered now." Relieved, Li Zhanting turned to the desk and picked up a photograph that had fallen to the ground. "Did you do all this?" he asked. "I was just browsing through." Gu Jingxing felt a twinge of guilt as his mind raced to divert the conversation. "Oh, by the way, Daddy, may I ask you for something?" "Oh, what is it?" Li Zhanting inquired with keen interest, a smile playing on his lips. It was rather unexpected for his son to make a request of him. Earlier, he had seen pictures of his younger sister from the kindergarten in the album. He had anticipated that his younger brother, Li Zixiao, would never voluntarily ask to attend kindergarten. However, he had read a message from Mommy stating that Zixiao's illness stemmed from loneliness, and it would be impossible for him to thrive without attending school. As fate would have it, Mommy was about to transfer him to an elite kindergarten in the capital. This meant he could spend every day with his siblings. The thought filled him with joy. Li Zhanting's pupils constricted in surprise at such a proposal. His son had always been averse to socializing, and after being diagnosed with a brain tumor a year ago, he had withdrawn from school, seemingly unaffected and rather at ease. During this period, he had hired a tutor, only to have his son dismiss him a few days prior. Just when he was troubled by this, his son had taken the initiative to request attending kindergarten. Li Zhanting's heart swelled with warmth as he affectionately ruffled his son's hair. If Zixiao wishes to go, Daddy will certainly arrange it. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Gu Jingxing beamed with a smile that could melt the hardest of hearts. With that, he skipped away with cheerful strides. Watching his son's retreating figure, Li Zhanting's mood darkened. Was it merely his imagination? Suddenly, a sense of unease gripped him, and he called out, "Stop." Gu Jingxing felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing. Oh no! Could this negligent father have figured something out? Observing his son's swift movements, Li Zhanting was engulfed by a wave of disbelief. His son had only undergone surgery yesterday. How could he possibly move so quickly? Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to pursue him. Chapter 69, Seeking a Child Who Resembles the Young Master Guided by Memory. Gu Jingxing darted swiftly towards Li Zixiao's room, moving with the agility of a little mouse. Inside the chamber, Li Qingling was vigilantly stationed by her brother's bedside, her soft little hands alternately feeling his forehead and rubbing her own face, her earnestness palpable. Meanwhile, Li Zixiao, composed and traditional, leaned against the headboard, diligently engrossed in solving advanced calculus problems related to international competitions. Suddenly, Gu Jingxing pushed open the door and locked it with a decisive bang. Zixiao, hurry. We need to change clothes. That scoundrel of a father is after us. Li Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Jing, what brings you here? Gu Jingxing, in a flurry, began shedding his own garments. I came to see Mummy. By the way, I just encountered that scoundrel father. I used your identity to inform him that I wish to attend kindergarten. This way, the three of us can be together every day. Li Zixiao shot him a look that suggested disapproval, as if to say, just because I have not objected does not mean you can impersonate me to make demands. His serious expression remained unfazed. Call me brother, and I shall oblige with the change of clothes. Gu Jingxing, flustered, exclaimed, how can you still be thinking about that? Look at me, I am older. This is not good. The scoundrel is here. Outside, Li Zhanting pounded on the door. Zixiao, Linger, who are you speaking with in there? If you do not open the door, I will come in directly. Gu Jingxing's face morphed through various exaggerated expressions of panic. Isn't that scoundrel supposed to be nice to Zixiao? Why is he knocking so urgently now? Yet, Li Zixiao maintained his calm and collected demeanor. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Gu Jingxing quickly conceded. All right, I will be your brother, just hurry. Only then did Li Zixiao methodically begin to remove his clothing, his demeanor reminiscent of Li Zhanting's unhurried poise. Quickly, wear my clothes. I will escape through the window, Gu Jingxing declared, striding towards the balcony. Li Qingling gasped, promptly grasping his arm. No, brother Jing, that is too dangerous. Fear not. I have been with Mummy for years. Unlike you two, I have learned quite a bit. Gu Jingxing raised an eyebrow and retrieved a length of rope from his pocket. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the scoundrel father's trap. Is that really safe? Li Qingling eyed the slender rope with skepticism regarding its strength.
Rest assured, Billionaire.
This rope is crafted from ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, the strongest type available in the world, Li Zixiao explained with expertise, gently pressing a miniature switch at his waist that activated a robust protective apparatus. Li Qingling's beautiful eyes shimmered with awe. Wow, brother, you are amazing.
Outside.
Li Zhanting's brows knit tightly. He summoned his subordinates with determination. Break the door lock. His subordinates trembled in fear at Li Zhanting's fierce presence. Is that really advisable? Li Zhanting's voice was stern. You have 10 seconds. If you cannot open the door, you'll be expelled from the Li family. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of his subordinates as they hastily replied, Yes, Master Ting, we will attend to it immediately. Li Zhanting felt an unsettling chill enveloping him, even causing cold sweat to bead in his palms. He believed he must have lost his mind the moment he glimpsed his son. He was struck by the bizarre notion that he had two sons. At that instant, a loud crash resounded as the door swung open. Li Zhanting's body jolted, and he hurriedly strode inside. However, upon entering, deep surprise flickered in his profound gaze. Inside the room, Li Qingling was attentively watching over Li Zixiao, who was adeptly clutching a calculus textbook, still donned in the colorful children's attire he had just seen. The garish outfit, with its flamboyant patterns, was entirely unlike Li Zixiao's usual sartorial choices. Noticing only the two of them in the room, Li Zhanting hesitated momentarily. Yet he soon arrived at a conclusion. Something was amiss. Although the previous sound had been faint, coupled with the room's excellent soundproofing, it was plausible that he had misheard. Nevertheless, he was certain that 3 voices had spoken moments before. His demeanor softened as he addressed them gently. Zixiao Linger, who are you conversing with just now? Li Zhanting's expression darkened. He scanned the surroundings and noted that the balcony door, which was typically shut tight, had been flung open. The wind billowed the white curtains in a dance, prompting him to stride towards it. Daddy, really, no one else has come. The window was opened because brother felt too stifled. Li Qingling exclaimed, rushing forward to obstruct Li Zhanting's path, concerned that Jingo might not have gone far. Li Zhanting squinted slightly, sensing something was amiss. He gently lifted his daughter and set her aside. Linger, be good. We shall discuss it shortly. With that, he hastened to the balcony's edge, finding no one in sight, but he did see a rope made of a material stronger than steel. Below, Gu Jingxing noticed the intensity of Li Zhanting's gaze and pressed himself against the wall, cleverly concealed by the air conditioning unit above, thus escaping detection. Yet, he lacked the time to retrieve the rope. A storm of emotion surged within Li Zhanting's eyes as he swiftly turned and strode out of the room with urgency. The bodyguards outside promptly followed, creating an imposing presence that exuded authority. He spoke coldly, immediately issue orders to search the entire Li family villa and the northern mountain. If we fail to find a child who bears an uncanny resemblance to the young master, we shall scour the entirety of the imperial capital. The bodyguards were left puzzled, questioning the need to find a child identical to the young master. Was the master in a frenzy or under some enchantment? Yet, Li Zhanting's commands were absolute and must not be defied. His subordinates respectfully replied, yes, master. We shall commence the search at once. Li Zhanting hastened to the surveillance room of the Li family villa, an aura of coldness surrounding him. He had been careless, never considering that there could be another child in the world who looked exactly like his son, which had led him to dismiss any suspicions previously. However, with such occurrences becoming more frequent, how could he, the father most attuned to his son, remain oblivious? If there truly existed a child identical to Zixiao, could that child also be his and Liuli's offspring? Upon contemplating this possibility, Li Zhanting felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was about to boil over. If that child had been deliberately hiding from him alongside Liuli, then finding the child would undoubtedly lead him to Liuli. Chapter 70. Mummy, save me. I've been discovered in the room. Li Qingling anxiously grasped Li Zixiao's hand. Brother, what should we do? It seems that Daddy has discovered Jing Gij. He shouldn't be far. If Daddy catches him, he will surely drive both him and Mummy away. Li Zixiao's delicate features remained composed as he gently ruffled Li Qingling's hair. Let us not rush. I will inform him first. With that, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a specially crafted wristwatch on his arm. This watch, a gift from Gu Jingxing, was connected to the exclusive signal of the SK Group, impervious even to the hacking prowess of the Li family's elite cyber team. 2 seconds later, Gu Jingxing's youthful face appeared on the watch's screen. How is it? Has your scoundrel of a father moved away? Can I escape through the path I took earlier? Gu Jingxing's heart raced with anxiety. No way. How did this scoundrel suddenly become so astute? Fearing capture, his striking visage turned serious. Rest assured, I am your brother. How could I possibly lose face in front of my younger sibling? This matter is on me. He quickly darted away from beneath the air conditioning unit, his legs moving swiftly as his fingers danced over the watch's screen. In less than 10 seconds, he successfully infiltrated the surveillance system of the Li family villa. Though he had previously faced a counterhack from an unknown hacker within the Li family that resulted in the destruction of the camera, the urgency of the situation compelled him to erase the footage of his entry before the scoundrel father could review the surveillance. The staff at the Li family villa immediately commenced a thorough search. 5 minutes later, Li Zhanting arrived at the monitoring room of the Beihuan Manor. Within the monitoring room, he emanated an air of chilling authority, his profound gaze fixated on the surveillance screens. Today, Zixiao had not left the estate. If there truly existed a child resembling Zixiao within the manor, that child could not possibly evade the omnipresent surveillance system. Yes, Master Ting. The Li family staff, intimidated by Li Zhanting's presence, were drenched in sweat, their foreheads glistening with cold perspiration. There was little they could do. After all, Master Ting's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, within the expansive monitoring room, all screens crackled with blinding electrical interference, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The room, which housed over 1,000 real-time surveillance feeds, was engulfed in a blizzard of static. The Li family staff, gripped by fear, felt their palms grow clammy as their fingers hurriedly activated the emergency system. Reporting, Master Ting. It is that same hacker who previously infiltrated the manor. Wait, this is disastrous. He has caused all 1,000 surveillance cameras in the estate to self-destruct. At this moment, the Lee family staff were terrified beyond measure. The monitoring system of the Beihuan Manor had been crafted through the collaboration of countless renowned international hackers, personally invited by Master Ting. The last successful breach had already been shocking enough, but this remote manipulation that led to the self-destruction of all surveillance cameras was truly unprecedented. Could this serve as evidence that this hacker surpasses even the hundreds of renowned international hacking masters? Li Zhanting furrowed his brow, his obsidian-like eyes reflecting an obscure glimmer. Suddenly, he recalled the petite hands he had glimpsed after disrupting the opponent's camera. Those delicate hands unmistakably belonged to a child. With narrowed, icy eyes, Li Zhanting promptly took his seat as the head of surveillance, declaring, "I will handle this personally." Meanwhile, in Gumo's room, she was seated before her computer, engaged in a video conference. All the meetings she attended transcended international borders, with influential figures from around the globe displayed on the screen, representing a multitude of ethnicities. Amidst these powerhouses, Gu Mo remained the focal point of attention. Speaking fluently in impeccable English, she stated, "I will soon deliver that land to the Gu Group, which will undoubtedly invest fully in it. You must act according to my plan. Should the Gu Group falter, I assure you all will profit." The influential figures eagerly concurred, their screens filled with appreciative comments. "Miss Gu, it is our honor to assist you. Indeed, we previously sought opportunities to converse with Miss Gu, and now, being invited to participate in her plan, we are thrilled." Although these individuals were titans in their respective fields, they felt dwarfed in Gumo's presence, lacking the standing to even speak. Just then, a hurried knock echoed through the door. "Mommy, open the door quickly, it's Jingxing." Gumo's mind raced with suspicion. Why was Jingxing here at this hour? Maintaining her composure, she smiled. "I will conclude my plan here, as I have other matters to attend to." Swiftly shutting down her computer, she opened the door to find her son, Gu Jingxing, nimbly darting inside. "Mommy, help me hide. That villain with the surname Li is chasing me. I think he has spotted me." A flicker of doubt crossed Gumo's eyes. Had she not instructed the little one to stay at Jupin Mingyuan? She couldn't help but chuckle, lightly ruffling Gu Jingxing's nose. "Little one, why have you come here? Have you gotten yourself into trouble?" At that moment, a shrill alarm blared from the watch on Gu Jingxing's wrist, announcing, "Intrusion detected. Self-destruct imminent." His heart raced with anxiety. The watch would only activate its self-destruct mechanism upon a successful breach. In a panic, he swiftly removed the watch and hurled it out the window. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of black smoke erupted outside the window, obliterating the watch entirely. A flash of cold light flickered in Gumo's eyes as she hurriedly led Jingxing to the bathroom, turning on the shower head while urgently instructing, "Remember, no matter what happens outside, do not come out, understood?" The little one obediently nodded, observing her son's compliant demeanor. Gumo's eyes brimmed with affection as she tousled Gu Jingxing's hair, exclaiming, "Such a good boy." In the monitoring room of the Li residence, Li Zhanting had just successfully infiltrated the opposing signal when the screen suddenly turned to static. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, he had discerned the scene on the other side. If his intuition was correct, it must have been Gu Momo's room. Did Gu Momo disable the surveillance of the Li family, or was that child hidden within her chamber? Chapter 71. Gu Momo, do you dare to conceal my son? If the hacker was indeed Gu Momo, what motivation did she have to assist that child? It was plausible that Gu Momo was aware of the child's existence and had intentionally concealed him.
But why?
Li Zhanting rushed towards Gu Momo's room with astonishing speed. The door to her room was firmly shut. Standing before it, he knocked vigorously. "Gu Momo, open the door." Silence emanated from within, and a sudden wave of agitation washed over him. The mere thought of a child resembling Zixiao hidden within the Li estate stirred an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. 3 seconds later, his patience was utterly exhausted. He stepped back 2 paces. "There's no need to spare the door. I shall break it down." His subordinates remarked, "Master Ting is ruthless. For the sake of finding someone, he will destroy his own multi-million-dollar door." "Yes, Master Ting." Though they lamented the cost. His subordinates fetched the tools, preparing to demolish the door. Just then, it opened from the inside, revealing Gu Momo's pristine and youthful visage. "Li Zhanting, what are you doing? Although this house belongs to you, I am currently bathing inside. How dare you attempt to break in? Bathing? At this hour of the day?" His skeptical gaze scrutinized her, taking in her simple white bathrobe that enveloped her long, fair legs and graceful form. The corners of her crimson lips curled nonchalantly, and as she leaned lightly against the door, her enchanting eyes radiated allure, every smile and frown captivating. It appeared she had just emerged from the bathroom, droplets of water glistening on her smooth skin, cascading down into the towel draped across her chest. With a playful smile, she coiled her arms around Li Zhanting's neck. Master Ting, still watching? Would you like to come inside? I can show you once I'm done. Her sultry voice was utterly beguiling. The subordinates of the Li family instinctively turned away, transforming into blind and deaf wooden posts. My goodness, had they misjudged? Their Master Ting was being seduced. Li Zhanting felt his body stiffen, hastily attempting to push Gu Momo away. Gu Momo, please maintain your decorum. However, she tightened her grip on his tie, gently pulling him into the room. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. Outside, the Li family subordinates were buzzing with excitement. This is thrilling. We're witnessing a feast. Miss Gu had indeed ensnared Master Ting. Before Li Zhanting could react, the fragrance from Gu Momo's lips wafted toward his cheek. Master Ting, are you not being hypocritical? Was it not your gaze that beckoned me first? Gu Mo. There was an unmistakable edge in Li Zhanting's voice, as if he were gritting his teeth. Had he just been observing her, feigning a bath? When had he ever desired to behold her form? With a swift motion, he pushed Gu Mo aside and forcefully adjusted his disheveled tie. Clarify this for me, Gu Mo. Where have you concealed him? Gu Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement, feigning ignorance. What are you saying, Master Ting? I seem to be at a loss. Am I not the only one here? How could I possibly hide someone? Li Zhanting was infuriated by her cheerful demeanor. Oh, you refuse to speak, do you? Very well. I'll find out myself. With that, he strode purposefully towards the bathroom. Gu Momo's heart raced as she dashed to block his path. Li Zhanting, halt. Surely you wouldn't dare enter a woman's bathing chamber. His narrowed eyes glinted with a dangerous smile. I am merely searching for someone. And you, Gu Mo. Why do you seem so anxious? What are you deliberately concealing? Could it be that you have hidden my son? Gu Mo felt her heart constrict under his scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, Li Zhanting possessed an astute sense of observation. How could he deduce that their child, Xiao Jingxing, was his, even without having seen him? If he were to discover the child's existence, he would undoubtedly seize him from her grasp. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Gu Mo replied, Master Ting, surely you jest. Your son is resting soundly in his room. How could he possibly be in my bathroom? Even if you wish to invade my privacy, you ought to have a more plausible excuse. Li Zhanting, hands buried in his pockets, narrowed his eyes with a smile. Step aside. With that, he forcefully pushed her aside and opened the bathroom door. Gu Momo's heart leapt into her throat. Li Zhanting. The door swung open with a resounding thud against the wall, producing a crisp sound. Both Gu Mo and Li Zhanting peered into the bathroom. But aside from the hazy mist, there was no one present. Gu Mo thought to herself, where is Xiao Jingxing? Li Zhanting's eyes flashed with profound surprise. He was certain that when he had successfully breached the room earlier, he had not been mistaken. The child had been in Gu Momo's chamber. Given her deliberate attempts to obstruct him, how could there possibly be no one here? He turned to Gu Mo, demanding, where is the child who is hiding in your room? Gu Mo casually swept a lock of hair from her forehead, smiling gracefully. Master Ting, have you perhaps taken the wrong medicine today? You only have one son. Why search for another? Did you not know how many sons you possess? Her laughter was carefree, while Li Zhanting felt a surge of frustration welling within him. He shot her a cold glare before turning to exit the room. As Gu Mo watched him leave, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, patting her chest in a calming gesture. Stealthily, she peered out the window, just in time to catch a glimpse of a small figure darting into the bushes, causing her to stifle a giggle. Xiao Jingxing had always been clever for his age. Only he would dare descend from such a high floor. She hurriedly ran to the door, peeking outside but finding no sign of Li Zhanting. Quickly, she locked the door tightly and pulled out her phone to call Gu Jingxing. Hello, Jingxing? Is everything all right on your end? Were you able to slip away successfully? On the other end, Gu Jingxing's voice was tinged with a hint of pride. Don't worry, Mommy. The Li family surveillance system has been completely destroyed. They won't catch me. He continued, by the way, can you let Xiao and my little sister come to kindergarten with me next week? Gu Momo was somewhat astonished. Xiao agreed to go with you? Gu Jingxing puffed out his chest proudly. With me as his older brother. How could he not want to go? Don't worry, Mommy. I promise to take good care of him. Hearing the cheerful tone in Gu Jingxing's voice, Gu Momo couldn't help but tease him. Who told you Xiao is your brother? At that moment, Xiao and Linger had been born before him, and he had a little sister, Tiantao. However, Gu Momo did not voice this. 5 years ago, After she had escaped from the Gu family, exhausted and disheveled, her youngest, Tiantao, was forced to pass away within hours. At that time, the place where the Gu family had imprisoned her was a remote mountainous area. She escaped amidst a torrential storm, struggling desperately on the rugged mountain path for survival. Yet, in the endless depths of the mountains, her cries went unheard, and she was met only with profound despair. Thus, when she was rescued from the mountains, she vowed that the first thing she would do was to study medicine. She would never allow past regrets to occur again, and would ensure the protection of her future beloved little treasures. Gu Jingxing. His innocent face fell, feeling utterly defeated. Why was the world so blind? He was so handsome and filled with a sense of responsibility, yet wasn't he the older brother? Just then, Gu Momo's phone rang. She picked it up, a mocking smile crossing her face. The Gu family was still daring to stir up trouble at this time. It was just perfect for her to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 72. Sister Mo's aura fully unleashed. Look it for me at this moment. The Gu family was in utter chaos. Ever since the last incident where Dong Qingrun was exposed for infidelity at a hotel by Li Zhanting, a wave of scorn nearly drove her to the brink of madness. The relationship between Dong Qingrun and Gu Zhanting had plummeted to new lows. What are we going to do, dear? It's all that Gu Momo's fault. Dong Qingrun seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing she could devour Gu Momo whole. But in front of Gu Zhanting, she dared not unleash her fury. Having grown up as childhood sweethearts, she was Gu Zhanting's ideal woman, gentle and virtuous, forever marked as his cherished image. Yet now, her perfect facade had been stripped away by Gu Momo, revealing her ugly truth, which ignited Gu Zhanting's wrath. In a fit of rage, Gu Zhanting slapped Dong Qingrun across the face. Did Gu Momo force you to keep a young lover? Did she compel you to engage in those sordid acts with Master Ting? If it weren't for your clandestine actions, would Master Ting have found a handle on you like this?
Gu Shen Ting calculated meticulously.
Yet he never anticipated that Lord Ting would stand by Gu Momo's side. Following the exposure of Dong Qingrun's numerous scandals, the stock of the Gu Corporation plummeted, resulting in a staggering loss of over 10 billion in just a few days. With tears streaming down her face, Dong Qingrun pitifully wiped her eyes, lamenting, "What shall we do, my husband?" Gu Zhanting felt a surge of anger rise within him, almost wishing to slap her, but recalling that she was his beloved Moonlight, he managed to stifle his frustration. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly. He hastily answered, only to hear his subordinate's frantic voice on the other end. "President Gu, you must come to the shareholders' meeting immediately. It's dire news. Gu Mo has reportedly obtained the land transfer document from SK Group and has already notified all shareholders to attend the meeting." What? Gu Zhanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't that land acquired by Shan Shan? How could it possibly belong to Gu Mo? A surge of blood rushed to his head, nearly overwhelming him with fury.
Quick.
Prepare the vehicle. We must head to the Gu Corporation at once. He recalled the wager between Gu Mo and Gu Shan Shan, where they agreed that whoever secured the land from SK Group would ascend to the position of chief designer. If Gu Mo truly acquired that land, it would irrevocably shatter Gu Shan Shan's aspirations for that coveted role. At the Gu Corporation's shareholders' meeting, laughter echoed through the conference room as shareholders mocked. Gu Mo managed to obtain the land from SK Group?
Ha!
What a ridiculous notion. Miss Shan Shan is the one who could achieve that. She possesses wealth, status, and is a benefactor of the Li family. What does Gu Mo have? Perhaps her connection with the president of SK Group? Gu Shan Shan chuckled with delight. If she really secures that land, I shall drag my tongue across the floor. Count me in, came the chorus of agreement. At that moment, Gu Momo's icy voice broke through. Very well then, you all may prostrate yourselves on the ground and drag your tongues along the floor. Dressed in a Chanel spring haute couture ensemble, her long hair styled in retro waves, tucked behind her ears, a mysterious smile graced her features, radiating an aura of aloofness that deterred any approach. The shareholders were taken aback by her entrance, captivated by her icy demeanor. Gu Shan Shan's smile faded instantly, replaced by an awkward chuckle. Sister, I was merely joking. Joking? Gu Mo nonchalantly tossed the land transfer contract onto the table. This is a shareholders' meeting. As the chief designer of the company, can you afford to make jest? The land transfer document from SK Group lay before them, an undeniable reality. The shareholders gaped at the contract, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor in astonishment. Their hands trembled with excitement, hardly believing their eyes. Did you truly acquire this?
They gasped.
Who exactly is Gu Mo? SK Group, a global multinational corporation, is not easily accessible even to the likes of Li Zhanting in the capital. How could Gu Mo have acquired this land so effortlessly? Gu Shanshan's face turned a shade of green with rage, having pleaded with the president of SK Group several times without even receiving an audience. How did Gu Mo manage to acquire this piece of land from the president of the SK Group? Gu Shanshan quickly forced a smile, sister. We were just joking earlier, this isn't appropriate. Isn't it rather amusing to drag one's tongue on the ground? Gu Mo replied, her eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. If you are unwilling to do it yourselves, I would be more than happy to assist you. Suddenly, the playful smile vanished from Gu Mo's eyes as she seized Gu Shanshan by the neck and forcefully slammed her head onto the floor.
Ah!
Gu Shanshan cried out in agony. The shareholders stood up in alarm. Miss Gu Shanshan, what are you doing, Gu Mo? Gu Mo looked up and, with a swift kick, sent a chair flying towards the raucous shareholders, standing tall with one foot planted on Gu Shanshan's head. Her commanding presence radiating authority. Since you all seem so fond of following Gu Shanshan, you might as well witness the consequences for anyone who dares to gossip about her. Gu Shanshan's chin struck the unforgiving floor, and she felt as though her jaw might shatter, tears streaming down her face in pain. Sister, please spare me. I was merely joking. Gu Mo pressed down harder. If you refuse to comply, then perhaps your jaw should be relinquished today.
Ah!
Gu Shanshan sobbed, fearing her jaw would indeed break.
Gu Montag was ruthless.
She had witnessed this before. If Gu Shanshan did not submit, Gu Mo would not relent. Sister, please be gentle. I will do it, I will. In despair, Gu Shanshan succumbed to humiliation, extending her tongue to lick the floor. Thus, the shareholder meeting took on a bizarre atmosphere. Gu Mo stood cold and domineering, surveying the room from a position of power, while the once lofty Gu Shanshan lay humiliated at her feet, licking the floor with no shred of dignity remaining. The seasoned business veterans present understood all too well what was unfolding. Gu Mo was clearly asserting her dominance over them all. In Chapter 73, Gu Mo coldly regarded Gu Shanshan, observing her various humiliating postures with a frigid smile. The thought of crushing Gu Shanshan was as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, to simply end her life would be too merciful. All the anguish Gu Shanshan had inflicted upon her deserved to be repaid in slow, torturous increments, making her existence more unbearable than death itself. Death was but a fleeting moment. The slow, agonizing torment of living was the true essence of a fate worse than death. The shareholders were petrified by Gu Mo's icy demeanor, finding her more terrifying than a vengeful spirit. Gu Shanshan's tongue grew numb from the effort, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sister, I can't take it anymore. Please, I beg you, spare me. Gu Mo's eyes flashed with a derisive coldness as she finally released Gu Shanshan, indifferently taking a seat. Gu Shanshan, feeling a profound ache throughout her body, rose from the ground in disbelief, her ears still ringing with the words of Gu Momo. What did you just say? Are you jesting? The pinnacle of her life's achievements was undoubtedly the position of chief designer at the Gu Corporation, and now Gu Momo dared to covet it. Gu Momo, with an air of nonchalance, chuckled softly. Did your ears fail you? Allow me to clarify. Having lost our contest, the position of chief designer is now mine. Enraged, Gu Shanshan ground her teeth in fury, imagining nothing less than devouring Gu Momo alive. Why must you take what is rightfully mine? Do you not comprehend the immense significance this position holds for me? It is my lifeblood. Why would you seek to strip me of my very existence? Though the shareholders trembled at Gu Momo's formidable presence, they hesitated and suggested, Miss Momo, perhaps you could exchange for something else? Indeed. Miss Shanshan is an internationally renowned designer, while you possess no such skills. Even if you were to inherit the role, you would only lead the Gu Corporation into decline. Yes, this pertains to the company's future. It cannot be trifled with. Gu Shanshan, a graduate of the prestigious Lancy Design Institute, had garnered a plethora of global jewelry design awards, establishing herself as an undeniable design prodigy. Her reputation resonated worldwide, and it was her acclaim that had laid the foundation for the Gu Corporation's jewelry division. This position was not merely a testament to her abilities. It was her leverage within the elite circles of the capital. Without it, how could she compete with the other women of high society? How could she vie for the position of Mrs. Li? Gu Momo, with a casual smile playing at the corners of her lips, retorted, Oh, is that so? It seems this land transfer agreement is of no consequence to you. If that is the case, I shall take it back. With that, she prepared to rise. The shareholders, in a state of alarm, interjected, Wait. Miss Momo, let us negotiate. The stock prices of the Gu Corporation are plummeting. If this land is utilized properly, it could yield hundreds of billions in profit. We cannot afford to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Desperate, they implored Miss Shanshan. You are a daughter of the Gu family, Can you not endure this minor grievance? Though the position may no longer be yours, your design talent still belongs to you. The shareholders' soothing words pierced Gu Shanshan's heart like needles. Just moments ago, they had supported her. Now, for the sake of profit, they would cast her aside without a second thought. With tears of frustration welling in her eyes, Gu Shanshan looked at Gu Momo, pleading, "Sister, can you truly be so heartless as to take away something so vital to me?" Gu Momo's lips curled into a seductive smile as she reveled in Gu Shanshan's torment. Taking away what others hold dear? I learned it from you. 5 years ago, you seized my most treasured possession. Now, 5 years later, I shall extract the most precious part of your heart, piece by piece. I find it quite delightful. Gu Shanshan trembled at Gu Momo's enigmatic smile. Despite the apparent cheerfulness, she could not shake the feeling that Gu Momo resembled a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Was it solely because she had stolen her child 5 years ago? Yet, she had not brought harm to those two wretched beings. Should not Gu Mo feel a sense of gratitude toward her?
Ah.
Gu Shanshan could no longer endure the provocation, lunging at Gu Mo like a beast, vowing that Gu Mo would not escape unscathed. Gu Mo grasped her wrist with such force that it seemed she might strip the skin from Gu Shanshan's arm. It appears you have no objections. From this day forth, the position of design director shall be mine. With that, she coldly smirked, released Gu Shanshan, and departed the conference room with indifference. Gu Shanshan collapsed in despair against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Gu Mo had usurped the most crucial position in her career. How could she contend for the role of Madame Li now? Gu Jinting rushed in, and upon witnessing Gu Shanshan's distraught state, he immediately surmised the unfolding events. He hurried to assist her. Shanshan, do not lose heart. You still have a future. There is still hope. Although the company's stock had recently plummeted, largely due to Dong Qingrun's actions, Dong Qingrun was, after all, his beloved, and Gu Shanshan was the fruit of their love. How could Gu Jinting redirect his ire towards her? Gu Shanshan sobbed uncontrollably in his embrace. Father, that is the position of design director. Will she not be able to do as she pleases within the company now? Gu Jinting smiled gently, a warmth in his expression that Gu Mo had never witnessed. Have you forgotten? The Junna's jewelry design competition is approaching. You gained fame in that very contest. And it was through the support of numerous luminaries in the jewelry industry that you ascended to this position. If you can reconnect with those influential figures. Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could she have overlooked such a pivotal opportunity? President Gu, the land under the Gu Corporation, upon preliminary assessment, could yield profits in the tens of billions. Are you truly willing to relinquish it so easily? Having long followed Gu Mo, Li Mo had grown accustomed to her penchant for vengeance. Therefore, there must be something amiss. Gu Mo delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her gaze fixed on the window, reflecting, why rush? One must be willing to sacrifice a little flesh to catch a larger fish. Very well then. She would ensure that they suffered immeasurable losses over this land. They arrived brimming with hope, only to depart in despair. Screams of agony echoing. Such a vision was utterly delightful to contemplate. Gu Mo mused. Engage with me? Let us see who outlasts whom. Chapter 74. It is you who ought to be cast out. Gu Mo pondered momentarily, shaking her head as she made her way to the International Exhibition Center. The International Exhibition Center is the most renowned venue in the capital, where major corporations and media convene for meetings, exhibitions, and competitions. If Gu Mo recalled correctly, there was an upcoming Junna's jewelry design competition. The association organizing this grand competition was established several years ago and possesses substantial authority within the jewelry industry. Contestants who win accolades in this design competition often leapfrog the arduous years typically spent navigating the industry, swiftly ascending to the status of design luminaries. When Gu Momo first ventured into the realm of jewelry, she had already secured numerous prestigious awards under a pseudonym, including the coveted Zena's jewelry design competition accolade, which she claimed a year prior. However, her identity as Gu Momo remains relatively unknown in the jewelry world. Having recently taken over the position of design director from Gu Shanshan, it was improbable that Gu Shanshan would concede without a fight. Since Gu Shanshan harbored aspirations, Gu Momo felt compelled to let her experience the bitterness of despair. The car swiftly entered the garage of the International Exhibition Center, where Gu Momo instructed Li Mo to wait downstairs while she ascended in the elevator. Typically, before the commencement of such events, the organizers and hosts would occupy the premises. Gu Momo had come to seek out the judge of the Zena's jewelry design competition, Smith, in hopes of securing a spot in the contest. As she exited the elevator, the door adjacent to hers opened simultaneously, revealing Gu Shanshan, who stepped out in tandem. Gu Momo, is that you again? Gu Shanshan's expression shifted faster than a page could turn. Are you haunting me? Gu Momo's light brown eyes narrowed slightly, despite the smile gracing her lips. It did not reach her eyes. Who is truly haunting whom? Are you not aware of your own circumstances? You. Gu Shanshan's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving. But she soon appeared to spot someone. Instantly suppressing her fury, she mockingly remarked, "This must be your first visit to such a venue. Given your status, I doubt the president of SK Group would bring you to a public event like this. Do you realize that accessing the office area from this elevator requires a card? Without one, you will be ejected." With that, Gu Shanshan tossed her head and bypassed Gu Momo, adopting a pretentious smile as she approached Assistant Chen. "Hello, Assistant Chen. Thank you for coming down to greet me personally." The assistant responded with utmost deference. "Miss Gu, it is my duty to escort you to meet Evan. Please, right this way." Gu Shanshan then turned to Gu Momo, a cold sneer on her lips. "Assistant Chen, is this place open to just anyone? She lacks both reputation and credentials in the design world and dares to accompany me to court favor with the affluent? Gu Momo, do you truly believe that following me will allow you to leverage my reputation to gain the support of industry magnates? What of Gu Momo snatching her position as design director? She would still need to rely on Gu Shanshan's name to gain the favor of the wealthy. Without her backing, Gu Momo would be worse than a dog." Upon hearing this, Assistant Chen's brow furrowed in concern. The exhibition center is a realm reserved for the elite of the design industry, and if Gu Momo truly is as incompetent as Gu Shanshan claimed, an incident could very well unfold. Gu Mo casually curved her crimson lips into a smile, sitting leisurely beside me. "There was no need for you to worry about how I would enter. Someone will naturally come to escort me shortly." "Escort you?" Gu Shanshan let out a laugh, raising her eyebrows haughtily. "Gu Mo, I have truly never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Relying on men to ascend the ranks and usurping my position within the Gu Corporation, now you brazenly exploit my identity to cozy up to wealthy patrons. And still dare to claim it is your own merit? Assistant Churn. Why hasn't someone expelled her yet? Allowing her to remain here will only tarnish the reputation of our exhibition center." Gu Shanshan finally found her psychological equilibrium, having suffered defeats at Gu Momo's hands several times before. Now that she had an opportunity to put Gu Mo in an uncomfortable position, she was determined to seize it fiercely. Assistant Chen glanced at Gu Mo, who sat there with an air of tranquility and poise, exuding elegance in every gesture. She hardly resembled a troublemaker. On the contrary, the renowned designer Gu Shanshan appeared to be nothing more than an uncouth shrew. Thus, Assistant Chen chuckled lightly. "Miss Shanshan, Miss Mo might be here waiting for someone. You must have important matters to attend to inside. Shall I escort you?" Gu Shanshan, noticing Assistant Chen's insubordination, frowned with irritation. "You choose not to heed my words, do you? Very well, if you want to dismiss her, then I shall do it myself." With fierce determination, Gu Shanshan strode towards Gu Mo, who was engrossed in her phone, her eyes glimmering with a chilling clarity. In that instant, a sharp glint flickered in her gaze. Dozens of impeccably dressed bodyguards stood in a row, blocking the elevator doors, and soon, a distinguished middle-aged man emerged from within. Gu Shanshan, unfamiliar with him, could not help but be captivated by the scene. Noticing her curiosity, Assistant Chen explained, "That gentleman is President Tang of the Exhibition Center. Our participation in this design competition is thanks to his unwavering support. Any organization wishing to hold events at the center must receive his approval." "Oh, I see. No wonder he holds such high regard," Gu Shanshan mused. "If President Tang personally comes to greet someone, their status must be quite exceptional. Indeed, in the entire capital, the only person who could warrant such an honor from President Tang is likely the young master of the Li family, Li Zhanting. Moreover, in my time here, I have never seen President Tang personally welcome anyone. It seems a significant figure is truly arriving." Upon hearing the name, Li Zhanting, Gu Shanshan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The man she admired garnered attention wherever he went, and if she were to become Mrs. Li in the future, she too would command respect and admiration. "Miss Gu, this way please." As Assistant Chen's words faded, President Tang, flanked by bodyguards, approached the two of them with a grand presence. Gu Shanshan's heart raced as President Tang's gaze landed squarely on her, leaving her both thrilled and astonished. Could it be that he was here to greet her? Gu Shanshan was filled with excitement as she realized that President Tang was approaching her. However, at that moment, she noticed that his gaze seemed to pass through her, directed towards the woman behind her. Gu Mo. Chapter 75. A slap on your face, Miss Gu. Why did you come here without informing Assistant Li? I am truly remorseful for making you wait so long, President Tang said, bending slightly and speaking with great caution. Gu Momo's delicate face bore a faint, elusive smile, and as she raised her eyes to glance in Gu Shanshan's direction, her amber-like, bright, and clear pupils held a hint of coldness. President Tang, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. I am not here to see you today. However, I would appreciate your assistance with someone. In an instant, President Tang and his bodyguards turned their curious gazes toward Gu Shanshan. Gu Shanshan stood there in shock. Feeling like a monkey performing tricks in a zoo, surrounded by onlookers, her face burning with embarrassment. How could that wretched Gu Mo have the audacity to have the president personally welcome her? She could not accept it. Ahem, Assistant Chen cleared his throat. Miss Gu, I believe it would be best to reschedule our meeting for another time. I will explain everything to Evan. Please take care. With that, Assistant Chen hurriedly departed, leaving Gu Shanshan in a state of panic as she called after him. Hey, Assistant Chen, wait for me. Gu Shanshan anxiously pursued him, but after just a few steps, the expressionless bodyguards surrounding President Tang moved forward to block her path. This way, Mississippi Miss Mo has something to discuss with you. The bodyguard's cold, mechanical voice sent a wave of fear through Gu Shanshan. Gritting her teeth, she turned and walked to Gu Momo's side. At that moment, President Tang obediently stood behind Gu Mo, a figure of authority reduced to a mere subordinate. How utterly contemptible. Gu Momo's eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer as she savored Gu Shanshan's unsightly expression. Gu Shanshan, did you not say that I needed to rely on your connections to climb the social ladder? What do you think? Should you kneel and beg me now? Perhaps in a generous mood, I might allow you to benefit from my status as well. Gu Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson under Gu Momo's mocking gaze, feeling as if her face were being scorched by flames. She glared at Gu Mo with disgust, sneering. Gu Mo, what makes you so special? Others may be oblivious to how you ascended, but I am not. President Tang, do not be deceived by this wretched woman. Hearing this, President Tang looked alarmed. Casting a cautious glance at Gu Mo, seeing only a mocking smile on her face, he quickly admonished Miss Shanshan, enough. Please cease your remarks at once. Do you not realize who this lady is standing before you? Gu Shanshan, emboldened, continued her tirade with increasing fervor, her desperation revealing a foul stench of desperation as she resorted to any means to achieve her goals. Design is a profoundly sacred and pristine industry. How could such a person be allowed here? Before she could finish her words, Gu Momo's expression revealed her impatience. From today onwards, Miss Gu Shanshan is not permitted to set foot here. President Tang, do you understand? Her tone was light, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Gu Shanshan felt her words choke in her throat. What? Was it merely her illusion? Why did it seem as though Gu Mo was issuing a command to President Tang? President Tang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, repeatedly affirming, yes.
Miss Montag.
I understand. He turned to Gu Shanshan, his gaze suddenly sharp. What are you still doing here? Did you not hear what Miss Mo said? Hurry, and throw her out. As soon as he finished speaking, two bodyguards stepped forward, seizing Gu Shanshan by her shoulders and lifting her off the ground. What are you doing?
Put me down.
This is assault. I can report you to the police. Gu Shanshan screamed desperately, her feet flailing in the air, occasionally kicking the legs of the bodyguards. Yet, their faces remained impassive as they continued to carry her, unceremoniously tossing her out of the exhibition hall like a discarded object. Curious onlookers gathered around, whispering and pointing at Gu Shanshan. They murmured that she had offended some invisible big shot and was being expelled. Isn't this woman the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, Gu Shanshan? Oh my, it truly is her. How embarrassing. Wasn't she thrown out of a charity auction before? And now again? How thick-skinned can one be? Listening to the murmurs around her, Gu Shanshan noticed some people even taking photos of her with their phones. Quickly, she raised one hand to shield her face, scrambling to her feet.
What are you looking at?
What's so interesting? Move aside. Move aside. With her other hand, she wildly gestured through the air, pushing her way through the crowd in a frenzy, clutching her clothes as she hastily fled, her expression twisted with fury and malice. That wretched Gu Mo truly has no shame. So, she has indeed managed to attach herself to the president of SK Group? Otherwise, how could one explain her bizarre behavior? Why does it seem that all good fortune falls upon Gu Mo while she is left with none? Inside the exhibition center, after expelling the bothersome Gu Shanshan, Gu Mo ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Seated in President Tang's office, she savored the freshly brewed coffee before her, its aroma wafting in the air. Before long, a knock sounded at the door, and Judge Smith entered, accompanied by President Tang. Upon seeing Gu Mo, Judge Smith's eyes sparkled with evident surprise. He stood respectfully before her. Ms. Gu, I have heard from President Tang about the general situation. Do you wish to participate in our Zena's jewelry design competition? Gu Mo lifted her cup of coffee, taking a small sip as the rich aroma spread through her mouth. She smiled lightly. Mr. Smith, I am aware of the competition's rules, which require prior participation in the preliminaries. However, I had not intended to compete before, but now I require a spot. Her words were not a request, but rather a statement of intent. Smith was utterly perplexed. Did someone of Miss Gu's stature truly need to participate in the competition personally? However, he dared not speculate on Gu Mo's intentions, so he respectfully assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Gu. I will promptly notify the competition organizers to add an entry for you." Very well. As Gu Mo rose and made her way out of the office, she paused momentarily beside President Tang and Smith, as if a sudden thought had struck her. "Judge Smith, while I have solicited your assistance in the registration process, I would prefer you to refrain from excessive intervention during the competition." Judge Smith was taken aback for a moment but quickly reassured her, "You need not worry, Miss Gu. The Zenith Jewelry Design Competition is renowned for its fairness and transparency. We would never interfere in your affairs. Besides, with your formidable influence, do we even need to intervene? The collective authority of all our judges pales in comparison to your astute intellect." Satisfied with his response, Gu Mo nodded and subsequently departed from the International Exhibition Center. As she settled into her vehicle, Li Mo, the driver, anxiously informed her, "Miss Gu, the Li family just called, urging you to come over immediately. They mentioned that something seems to have happened to the young master." A pang of alarm struck Gu Mo's heart. The young master? Has something happened to Zi Xiao? Chapter 76. Gu Mo, this is my son at the North Ring Manor. Butler Li stood in the corner of the living room, his already wrinkled visage appearing even more weary. His gaze was filled with concern as he observed the lonely little figure seated on the carpet. Li Zi Xiao sat cross-legged, clutching his knees tightly, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the entrance, unblinking like a statue. "Mummy cares for me so much. She wouldn't abandon me, would she?" Yet, the more he pondered, the more his tiny heart ached with worry. What if Mummy disappeared again, just like before? Suddenly, the elevator doors opened behind him, and Li Ting stepped out, impeccably dressed in a suit. The butler voiced his concerns. "Indeed, Miss Mo seems to have pressing matters today and has yet to come and check on the young master. He has been sitting here since dawn, refusing to eat or drink, fixated on the front door. I have urged him several times, but he has not responded at all. The food has been reheated multiple times already." Li Ting furrowed his brow, his deep-set eyes filled with worry. "Have the kitchen prepare some of the young master's favorite dishes and send them to his room. I will take him upstairs." He quickly made his way to his son. Li Zi Xiao remained motionless on the carpet, his expression vacant. Though only 5 years old, he appeared as if he had already seen through everything. Li Ting realized that the only person capable of stirring his son's emotions was Gu Mo adjusting his suit pants. Li Ting knelt on the carpet, one leg resting while he half squatted in front of Li Zi Xiao. The young boy continued to stare blankly at the entrance hall, treating his father, who knelt beside him, as if he were merely a part of the scenery. He even extended his soft little hand to push Li Ting gently. "The implication is that you are obstructing my view of Mommy." Li Ting sighed, conceding, "Well, who can blame him? After all, he is my son." He felt somewhat helpless and could only feign a frown. "If you continue like this, I shall no longer allow Gu Momo to be your family physician. Do you understand?" Li Zi Xiao turned to Li Ting, asserting, "You wouldn't dare, for no one possesses medical skills superior to aunties." Li Ting found himself utterly defeated by his son. Unable to contend with him and too apprehensive to be forceful, he placed his hopes upon his daughter, Li Qingling. Thus, Li Ting had no choice but to call for Li Qingling. Clad in a white nightgown adorned with strawberry patterns brought over by Gu Momo just days prior, she cherished this attire and wore it religiously whenever she remained indoors. Approaching her brother, she knelt on the soft carpet, sitting on her little feet, her small hands grasping his. With a sweet, gentle voice, she said, "Brother, not eating is not what a good child does. Auntie wouldn't like it." Li Zi Xiao, understanding, tenderly patted his sister's head. "Silly girl, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need you to coax me." He turned to meet the pure, sparkling gaze of Linger and found himself in agreement with her concern. In the next moment, however, he suddenly collapsed onto the carpet. Li Qingling's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, brother, that was too fast." Realizing what had happened, she urgently called out to Li Ting, "Daddy, brother has fainted. Brother has fainted. Come quickly." Upon hearing her cries, Li Ting rushed down the stairs. Coincidentally, Gu Momo arrived at the villa just then, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they both hurried to Li Zi Xiao's side. Gu Momo was quicker than Li Ting. Lifting Li Zi Xiao and placing him on the bed, Li Ting's brow furrowed, his expression stern. "How is Zi Xiao?" Gu Momo, preoccupied, ignored his inquiry. She took hold of her son's wrist, her slender, fair fingers pressing against it to locate his pulse. She preferred not to rely on Western medical examinations. However, as she felt his pulse, a faint, playful expression crossed her initially worried face. Is this child merely feigning illness? At that moment, Li Zixiao's small hand unexpectedly grasped her pinky, giving it a gentle squeeze. Momo looked up, astonished, as he blinked a few times. This little rascal has learned to be mischievous too? Understanding that her darling missed her, she turned to Li Zhanting and said, I need to administer some simple treatment now, requiring absolute tranquility. Your presence here is quite distracting. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment? Li Zhanting's full attention remained fixed on Li Zixiao. Hearing Momo's words, he frowned deeply, irritation flickering in his brow. He wished to warn her that this was his son, his own son. Did he not have the right to be concerned for his child? Mo couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her gaze indifferent as she looked at Li Zhanting. Master Ting, you invited me to the Beihuan Manor to be your son's private physician. Although you are the child's father, shouldn't you adhere to the doctor's instructions? Her fair and radiant cheeks remained impassive as she regarded Li Zhanting, her glass-like eyes shimmering with a defiant glimmer. The inherent coolness in her demeanor captivated him entirely. Those eyes were truly exquisite, clear and pure, resembling natural crystal. Li Zhanting momentarily lost his train of thought, as he found those eyes reminiscent of the girl named Liuli from that fateful night, an image forever etched in his memory. On that dark night, the timid girl lay beneath him, her crystalline eyes reflecting the moonlight, glistening like precious stones. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet those eyes, shimmering with moonlight, were indelibly imprinted in Li Zhanting's mind. Chapter 77. Suspecting Mo is Liuli Mo sensed something amiss in Li Zhanting's gaze and stepped back half a pace, unable to suppress a light laugh. What's the matter, Master Ting? Are you truly reluctant to leave? Meeting her pristine gaze, Li Zhanting felt a surge of irritation. He impatiently tugged at his tie, turned, and strode with his long legs toward the courtyard. Mo Feng, noticing Li Zhanting's foul mood, hurried after him. Li Zhanting's long strides were swift, and he quickly reached the path outside the courtyard, opening the door of his parked Rolls-Royce with a slam. Lighting a cigarette, the curling smoke rose slowly, enveloping his handsome face in an alluring haze of restraint. Mo Feng understood that Master Ting was preoccupied with thoughts, so he silently took his position by the car window, vigilantly guarding Li Zhanting. In the past, Li Zhanting had never smoked, maintaining a pristine image before his son and daughter. Yet only Mo Feng knew that after each failed attempt to find Liuli, Li Zhanting would lock himself in the car, smoking alone. When his frustration peaked, he would retreat to the boxing gym to vent his emotions. No one truly comprehended the depth of Li Zhanting's feelings for the elusive Liuli, nor the hardships he endured in his pursuit of her. Mo merely requested some private space for herself and the children, yet it did not imply that he should be driven here. Li Zhanting's obsidian-like eyes shimmered through the smoke, revealing an inscrutable depth. Suddenly, he spoke in a grave tone. Mo Feng, I think I am losing my mind. I actually believe that Mo is Liuli. He was no fool. Mo's concern for Zixiao and Ling Er surpassed that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his suspicion that Mo was deliberately aiding the children, her blatant actions were enough to warrant his doubt. If he did not suspect, he would truly be a fool. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mo Feng's eyes as he exclaimed, Master Ting, could it be? If Mo were truly Liuli, she would have long since come forward to acknowledge you. Moreover, observing how much Mo cherishes the young master and young lady, if she were to acknowledge her connection with Master Ting, wouldn't she be able to remain with them forever? This simply defies logic. Li Zhanting's dark eyes were shrouded in a layer of frost. He had pondered this question long ago. If Mo truly is Liuli, the only reason for her denial could be that he had wounded her heart. Mo Feng suddenly had a thought and quickly inquired in a hushed tone. What shall we do now, Master Ting? Li Zhanting's gaze turned icy. What else can we do? As long as we locate that child. Whether Mo is Li will soon be evident. Mo Feng promptly replied, Yes, Master Ting, I shall immediately assist you in making arrangements. In the room, Li Zixiao quietly opened his eyes, casting a mournful glance at Mo, his pitiful expression tugging at the heartstrings. Sweetheart, how could mommy ever abandon you? Mo chuckled softly, her tone brimming with affection. Next time, you mustn't frighten mommy like that again, understood? Ling Er immediately ran to Mo's side, nestling into her embrace while playfully saying, Mommy, you have no idea. Even though my brother always pretends to be grown up, he actually lacks security and clings to mommy even more than I do. Li Zixiao shot an incredulous look at his sister. wondering why she would reveal his vulnerabilities in front of Mommy. Mo was amused by the two little bundles of joy, gently rubbing their cheeks with her hands. Alright, Mommy only needs to step out for a little while to handle some matters. How about I postpone a few things to specifically accompany you? Li Zixiao's heart stirred. He quickly shook his head, insisting, no, Mommy, you should continue with your daily activities as usual. I only need to see you sometimes. I don't require your constant presence. Though he cherished the thought of being with Mommy at all times. He wanted to be a good boy and not be a burden to her. Mo affectionately pinched Li Zixiao's cheek. Xiao, you are truly obedient. Mommy must also give Ling Er a pinch. Li Qingling, like a little kitten, nuzzled closer to Mo, exuding cuteness. Alright. Mommy will also pinch Ling Er. 10 minutes later, Mo, holding the hands of Li Zixiao and Li Qingling, appeared in the living room of the Li residence. The servants were left in a state of astonishment at the sight before them. Such a scene had not transpired in the past 5 years. Who on earth was this Miss Mo that she could so swiftly capture the hearts of the young master and young lady? In the garden pathway, amidst swirling smoke, Li Zhanting held a burning cigarette delicately between his long fingers. He took a drag, his chiseled profile emanating an inexplicable allure. Upon hearing the commotion from the servants, he swiftly exhaled the smoke, extinguishing the cigarette in the crystal ashtray before hastily making his way towards the living room. From a distance, he saw Mo guiding their son and daughter to the dining table, a warm current sweeping through his chest, and a pleased smile gracing his lips. The presence of Mo in the house felt rather delightful. His mood lifted significantly, and the curve of his smile became even more pronounced.
How is Xiao?
Mo cast a curious glance at Li Zhanting, pondering what delightful occurrence had transpired to elevate his spirits so remarkably. Just moments ago, she had overheard the servant mention that he had abstained from both food and water for an entire day. You must not let it happen again, she gently admonished. Her tone tender despite the reprimand. Even when you're unwell, it's essential to consume something. We cannot allow your father, sister, or aunt to worry, do you understand? Li Zhanting furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized his son, eager to gauge his reaction. Li Zixiao exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, he obediently nodded and, with a playful demeanor, reached for a small spoon nearby, presenting it to Mo with a hint of childlike affection. Would you like Ani to feed you? Mo inquired. He nodded eagerly in response. Very well. Mo accepted the spoon, lifted the bowl of soup before her, and carefully ladled a spoonful, blowing on it to cool it down before bringing it to Li Zixiao's lips. He willingly opened his mouth and consumed it in one go. In a short while, the steaming chicken soup was entirely devoured by him. Although the two little ones were well-behaved, their sparkling eyes remained fixed on Li Zhanting and Mo, with Li Qingling displaying signs of impatience. Is Daddy really so oblivious? Mommy is helping them eat, yet Daddy is not assisting her. Her youthful cheeks puffed up in indignation as she placed her bowl and utensils down with a thud, pouting at Li Zhanting. Daddy, the beautiful auntie is working hard to take care of brother. Aren't you going to help Mommy serve the food? Li Zhanting. Chapter 78. Is Li Zhanting testing her? Mommy? Li Zhanting's cold, sharp gaze fixated oddly on Mo and Li Qingling. Both Mo and Li Qingling felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, with her sparkling, crystalline eyes darting back and forth. Li Qingling explained in her innocent voice, regardless, I have already decided that the beautiful auntie is my mommy. Daddy won't be able to stop it. Mo couldn't help but mentally commend her little darling, thinking how perceptive her child was. Li Zhanting's stern countenance darkened slightly. From the moment Li Qingling first laid eyes on Mo, she had desired her to be her mother. Now, to voice it so directly in his presence? Nevertheless, he found himself contemplating that Mo was not as difficult to engage with as he had initially thought. With this realization, a faint smile graced his lips as he leisurely picked up his chopsticks to serve Mo some food. This braised sea bass is my favorite. It should taste delightful. Do give it a try. Mo was taken aback. Was Li Zhanting genuinely serving her food? Was he perhaps concocting a plan to poison her meals in the future? Li Zixiao and Li Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Daddy is truly willing to help Mommy serve food. Could this indicate a possible improvement in their parents' relationship? A flicker of hope crossed Li Zixiao's serious face as he quickly exchanged a knowing glance with his sister. Li Qingling understood immediately and hurriedly brought over the freshly brewed tea, presenting it to Li Zhanting while soothingly saying, Daddy, the beautiful auntie cannot just eat the dishes. You must also serve her the tea. Mo felt as if two wild horses were galloping through her mind. Sensing that her little treasures were conspiring against her, Li Jianting raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful glint dancing in his deep, ink-black eyes as he turned his gaze to Gu Momo. Miss Gu, this is a request from Linger. Given your fondness for her, I trust you wouldn't deny her wish. Would you? Gu Momo felt a sudden tension at her temples, sensing that this man was probing her. Was he assessing the significance she placed on Linga? Reacting swiftly, she snatched the teacup from him. No need, Master Ting. I can manage on my own. I've finished and have matters to attend to. With that, she gulped down the tea in one go, deliberately splashing some onto Li Jianting's face. Feigning surprise, she quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry, Master Ting. I didn't mean to splash tea on your face. Please forgive me. I've never been well-mannered, you see. Eating and drinking, I lack the propriety. Surely, you must find my lack of decorum quite irksome? Li Jianting's handsome visage darkened, his expression akin to that of a stormy sky. He calmly wiped the tea from his face, his countenance reflecting profound displeasure. He acknowledged that his previous demeanor toward her had been less than favorable, but was it truly necessary for her to act so evasively? A dangerous smirk played on his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. It's quite all right after all. Some individuals aren't truly devoid of manners. I merely need to exercise a bit more patience. Uncovering her hidden intentions will prove to be a simple task. So, she wished to feign innocence, did she? He was determined to see just how long she could maintain the charade. Gu Momo's heart fluttered with unease as she regarded Li Jianting warily. Indeed, he was testing her. With a forced smile that barely concealed her discomfort, she replied, Master Ting, I assure you, I am no seductress. I possess no foxtail for you to capture. Having said that, she seated herself and resumed her meal in silence. Li Zixiao and Li Qingling exchanged concerned glances, their cherubic faces marred by worry. What should they do? It seemed that their mother truly harbored disdain for their father. After dinner, Li Qingling discreetly pulled Li Zixiao to a corner, whispering anxiously, Brother, what should we do? It feels like Mommy is even more displeased with Daddy now. In her eyes, Mommy was the most wonderful person in the world, irreplaceable. She understood that Daddy had once rejected Mommy, and now Mommy blamed him. She could empathize with her feelings. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Li Qingling considered her brother's words. They seemed to hold some truth. Yet, she still wished for her parents to be together. It appeared she would need to devise a plan. In the ensuing hours, Gu Momo busied herself with the rehabilitation of Li Zixiao and Li Qingling. The medicinal herbs she used for Li Zixiao were cultivated from a secret planting base. And to her surprise, his condition improved more swiftly than she had anticipated. Li Qingling's minor ailments also showed significant recovery under her careful nurturing. By the time all her tasks were completed, evening had nearly arrived. Gu Momo sat in the room specially prepared for her by Li Jianting, diligently reviewing SK Group's financial statements for the month while organizing contract orders from various countries. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Director Chen from the Imperial Capital Auction House calling. With one hand swiftly gliding the mouse to annotate the financial report on her computer screen, she wedged the phone between her shoulder and ear, responding in a nonchalant tone. Haven't the matters at the auction been entrusted to you? Is there something else? Director Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and promptly replied with respect, General Manager Gu, there is indeed something urgent at the auction tonight. Have you forgotten that you took a divine pearl herb from the cultivation base to auction? Both the Li and Rong families have their eyes on it. The two parties are currently in a fierce dispute. You know, both the Li and Rong families are formidable figures in the imperial capital. Offending either side would be unwise. Gu Momo's fingers froze mid-motion on the mouse, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The Rong family? Were they not her mother's relatives? Her mother had divorced Gu Jinting long ago, and since she could remember, she had lived separately with her mother. In her memories, although her mother owned a company, she rarely managed it. Her greatest joy lay in traveling the world, frequently sending her a myriad of travel photos. Besides that, her mother devoted nearly all her time to nurturing Gu Momo's interests, imparting knowledge, and often recounting stories about the Rong family. In the past, her mother had sneakily slipped away from the Rong family. A smile crept onto Gu Momo's lips as she chuckled softly. All right, I'll head over now. I heard from my mother that she used to be the little princess of the Rong family, but she didn't want to be a caged canary, so she secretly left. Director Chen urged, please hurry, General Manager Gu. The auction is making quite a commotion. Chapter 79, Dominance in a Single Word. Wealth Gu Momo swiftly drove to the auction house. As she left the Li family villa, she noticed Li Jianting working on the balcony with his laptop. A flicker of doubt crossed his dark eyes. It was nearly dusk. What could Gu Momo be doing outside? The Imperial Capital Auction House, resplendent with grandeur, radiated an ambience of opulence and indulgence. Renowned worldwide, the auction consistently attracted countless tycoons from the imperial capital. It was rumored that the auction was backed by a mysterious figure whose status eclipsed even the most powerful in the city. Only the Li and Rong families would dare to stir trouble at the Imperial Capital Auction House. Dressed in an elegant sheer gown, Momo gracefully entered the auction venue. Her high-end stilettos accentuated her slender figure, cinched at the waist with a belt, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a celestial being fallen to earth, unparalleled in beauty. As soon as she stepped inside, Director Chen spotted her from afar, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over to greet her. "General Manager, you have finally arrived. The Li and Rong families have already driven the price of the divine pearl herb up to 50 billion. Were it not for your esteemed reputation, I fear these two families would have overturned the auction." Momo nodded lightly, and after Director Chen gestured for her to enter, she strolled in unhurriedly. She deliberately chose a window-side seat on the top floor, where the view was splendid, allowing her to witness the entire auction. Sitting here signified the utmost status of the auction's behind-the-scenes master. Director Chen respectfully drew back the curtains for her, and the raucous sounds of the auction flooded in. Accompanied by a sharp and arrogant voice, "Old Master Rong, you old fool, are you trying to oppose me?" Li Mingyue stood up from the southern VIP section, slamming down the tea on the table with a bang, her brows furrowed as she glared at the elder in the northern VIP section. The Divine Pearl Herb was a genetically engineered new drug specifically developed by the Ghost Hand Saint Doctor, the only remedy capable of dispelling cancer cells in today's world. There was only one specimen available on the market, and countless individuals were eager to seize it. After much effort, she had finally uncovered the whereabouts of the Divine Pearl Herb, only to encounter the Rong family unexpectedly. In the northern VIP section, Old Master Rong smiled benignly. Holding a teacup, his deep-set eyes glinting with cunning wisdom, his demeanor both calm and imposing. "If you bid 50 billion for the Divine Pearl Herb, that is your purchase. If I raise it to 60 billion, that is also a purchase. Am I opposing you? I am merely engaging in fair competition." If the little girl cannot articulate herself, it would be wise to remain silent, lest she appear foolish. "You." Li Mingyue gritted her teeth in fury. "When I initially bid 20 billion, no one dared to compete with me. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, this Divine Pearl Herb would have already been mine. Is this not a deliberate attempt to thwart me?" Old Master Rong's aged eyes sparkled with mirth as he chuckled softly, his gaze radiating determination. "I have already raised my bid to 60 billion. Now tell me, will you continue to bid? If not, the Divine Pearl Herb belongs to the Rong family." Frustrated and desperate, Li Mingyue had tirelessly pursued the Divine Pearl Herb to please Old Master Li. The cancer cells within Old Master Li had spread, and the entire Li family was on the verge of upheaval. Should his health deteriorate, chaos would surely ensue within the family. If she could acquire the Divine Pearl Herb to alleviate his condition, securing her youngest son's position as the heir of the Li family would become considerably easier. If she hesitated now, she would jeopardize her son's future. Cornered by Old Master Rong, she gritted her teeth and raised her paddle. 70 billion. I shall have the Divine Pearl Herb. Old Master Rong's eyelids twitched in surprise, yet he remained unfazed. 80 billion. 80 billion. Li Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Li family, her share of the family's wealth was limited. Being pushed to the brink by tens of billions was already a strain, yet Old Master Rong nonchalantly bid 80 billion without a flicker of hesitation. Heartache surged through her. Nonetheless, she tremblingly raised her paddle. 90 billion. Old Master Rong, without a moment's thought, countered. 100 billion. As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous gasp erupted from the audience. Goodness. Is this the world of affluent families? 100 billion. Without so much as a blink? Li Mingyue was clearly cornered. Yet Elder Rong did not hesitate even for a moment, demonstrating an overwhelming display of power. Naturally, Elder Rong had procured this for the esteemed Lady Rong, and in their youth, they were a legendary couple in the capital. Who hadn't he heard their tale back then? Though they may be advanced in age now, Elder Rong would scatter money like dust for the sake of Lady Rong, a devotion that is truly unparalleled. If you ask me, it's the miraculous physician Li who is truly remarkable. Should the Divine Pearl grass be cultivated on a large scale, it would greatly benefit humanity. The audience's astonishment drowned out the scene. Director Chen, his forehead slick with cold sweat, wiped his brow and cautiously approached Momo. "Ms. Gu, what shall we do now?" Both the Li and Rong families were renowned aristocratic lineages, and while Momo remained unperturbed, Director Chen, lacking her formidable influence and background, couldn't he help but feel intimidated by the challenge from the two families. Yet, he found it curious how composed Ms. Gu appeared. Momo nonchalantly blew on her coffee, sipping it leisurely, a serene smile gracing her lips. "The Rong family need not spend a single cent at our auction," Director Chen exclaimed, Pardon? Surely he hadn't misheard. Did Ms. Gu just imply that the Rong family could acquire this item without paying a dime? This was a rare medicinal herb worth billions, not something easily obtainable. Yet Ms. Gu suggested giving it away freely? Ms. Gu, if you are truly this affluent, might you share some of that wealth with me? Gu Momo raised a brow. Her gaze fixed on Director Chin, an enigmatic smile in her clear eyes, imbued with an unspoken authority that sent shivers down his spine. Director Chin quickly grasped her intent. Hastily, he moved to the microphone, projecting his voice across the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for further contention. Our auction as owner has declared that the divine pearl grass will be generously gifted to Elder Rong. Moreover, she has expressed a special bond with Elder Rong. Should the Rong family wish for any item from our auction, they need not bid. They may simply request it from us. Furthermore, we pledge that everything requested by the Rong family will be entirely complimentary. Chapter 80. Lord Ting protects his wife. Impudent wretch? As his declaration echoed, a momentary silence enveloped the venue. The next instant, the auction hall erupted into cheers and shrieks. Is this a joke? The divine pearl grass, valued in the billions, is being given away for free? Wasn't considerable effort invested to obtain it? Countless forces were inquiring about its whereabouts globally. And now the auction as owner simply states it as a gift? As if the divine pearl grass holds no value at all. My goodness! Previously, I was aware of the formidable influence wielded by the auction house proprietors, but it is only now that I truly comprehend the extent of their power. I beseech the master of the auction house, if you have no need for this wealth, might you bestow it upon me? I am in dire straits. Speaking of which, what is the background of this auction house owner? They exhibit an extraordinary opulence. Li Mingyue's face contorted in frustration, her expression breaking as she stood frozen in disbelief for a considerable time. To give the Rong family such a treasure for free? What nonsense is this? Here she was, embroiled in a heated dispute with old Master Rong, and yet the auction house owner casually offered the divine pearl grass to the Rong family? Old Master Rong was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltered, and amidst his astonishment, he found the situation utterly perplexing. The Rong family had no previous connections with the auction house owner. Why would they grant the divine pearl grass to the Rong family? This divine pearl grass is no ordinary treasure. Curiously, he turned his gaze towards the top-tier VIP room, where the curtains were gradually drawn, slowly obscuring the pristine visage of Gu Momo. Deep within old Master Rong's soul, it felt as though something had ensnared him, stirring an extraordinary sentiment within his heart. The curtains were drawn swiftly, preventing him from fully discerning Gu Momo's face, yet the exquisite contours of her visage had not eluded his keen observation. That familiar outline bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife's youthful appearance. Without pausing to contemplate further, old Master Rong hastily rose and made his way towards the auction hall to intercept her.
Li Mingyue.
Unable to contain her ire at the sight of old Master Rong's rapid departure, followed closely behind. How dare this old man abscond with something belonging to the Li family? In the bustling hall, onlookers regarded old Master Rong with astonishment. So the esteemed elder had hidden depths. He was acquainted with the enigmatic owner of the auction house. Congratulations to old Master Rong. He had certainly struck a lucrative deal this time, saving a considerable sum in the future. Old Master Rong's focus was entirely consumed by his search through the crowd. Upon catching a glimpse of Gu Momo's silhouette, his aged eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried after her. Miss, please do pause. Gu Momo turned, momentarily taken aback at the sight of old Master Rong hastening towards her. True to his reputation as the once mighty ruler of the capital, even in his advanced years, he approached with a vigor that belied his age. As he drew closer, the excitement in his weary eyes intensified. Indeed, he could see clearly now. This young lady bore an astonishing likeness to his beloved wife in her youth. Gu Momo seemed to grasp the situation, a knowing glimmer passing through her eyes as she smiled at old Master Rong. May I inquire what you seek, sir? Old Master Rong, captivated by Gu Momo's pure smile, felt a refreshing wave wash over him. Look at that, this girl even smiles just like his wife did. It would be truly strange if she were not from the Rong family. He had 3 sons, and he was perpetually urging them to grant him a granddaughter. Yet all they offered were excuses, either childless by choice or hopelessly single. It appeared they were not averse to having daughters. Rather, they were secretly concealing them away. Old Master Rong, fearing that he might frighten Gu Momo, wore a benevolent smile and gently inquired, "Little girl, may I ask who your father is?" Gu Momo subtly raised her eyebrows, sensing that he might mistakenly believe she was the daughter of a son, which is why he was curious about her parentage. She had heard her mother mention that old Master Rong had 3 sons, who were her uncles. Upon hearing the surname Gu, old Master Rong felt a sudden dissonance. This girl must undoubtedly be a descendant of the Rong family. If she were indeed his son's daughter, she should bear the Rong surname.
No.
The descendants of the Rong family must not be left to wander outside. Li Mingyue hurriedly arrived, initially intending to confront old Master Rong. However, upon seeing Gu Momo, she could not resist her fury. How dare that wretched girl appear here? She recalled Gu Shanshan mentioning that Gu Momo was a platinum member of the auction. And if there were any mischief afoot at this event, it could only be orchestrated by her. With a derisive sneer, Li Mingyue, in her 8-centimeter stilettos, strutted forward and raised her hand to slap Gu Momo, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! Have you once again taken to the bed of the auction's mastermind to ruin my plans?" A chilling glint flashed in Gu Momo's eyes as she prepared to retaliate, but a commanding force pulled her back. Li Zhanting, standing tall before her, gripped Li Mingyue's wrist with a fierce hold. His cold gaze pierced through her. "If you can be here, why can't she?" Li Mingyue winced as her wrist was tightly constricted, pain contorting her features. Had she not been mistaken? Li Zhanting was indeed protecting Gu Momo. Despite her fear of him, she endeavored to uphold her noble demeanor. "Li Zhanting, I am your sister. How dare you treat me this way? Let go of me."
Sister?
Li Zhanting's deep eyes narrowed dangerously, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "You think you can claim that title? Do not forget, you belong to your second uncle's family." With a forceful release, he let go of Li Mingyue, causing her to stagger back several steps, her wrist marked by vivid red imprints. Seeing that Gu Momo was unharmed, old Master Rong finally relaxed, his gaze shifting to Li Zhanting with a hint of scrutiny.
Oh.
"Isn't this little Ting? Is he interested in a girl from the Rong family?" Li Mingyue, humiliated and burning with embarrassment, coldly surveyed those around her. "What are you staring at? Do you want to lose your eyes?" Her roar sent the onlookers scurrying away, trembling with fear. It was not merely the fear of Li Mingyue that drove them, but rather their dread of provoking Li Zhanting. After all, he was notorious in the capital as a living demon, and a single misstep could spell their doom. Shameless wretch? Li Zhanting's hands plunged into his pockets, his cold eyes radiating a dangerous and ruthless amusement. "Who are you referring to?" Chapter 81. She insists on pampering the Rong family. What of it? Li Mingyue trembled under the chilling glare of Li Zhanting, cold sweat trickling down her back. She had always been aware of his formidable nature. Yet she never anticipated that he would resort to such intimidation on account of Gu Momo. Shivering, Li Mingyue raised her head with an air of arrogance, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Who else could it be but Gu Momo? "Oh, Li Zhanting, it seems you are truly fond of this woman. Perhaps you are unaware that she is a platinum member of the auction house. In all of Imperial City, you are the only platinum member, which implies that this woman has indeed shared a bed with the mastermind behind the auction house. For a wretched woman like her, you truly have fallen low." Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped her, causing Li Mingyue's excited voice to falter. She looked up in shock, only to find Li Zhanting's handsome face etched with frost. He chuckled softly, the mirth in his eyes sending shivers down her spine. "Since she no longer desires her mouth, let us simply tear it from her." Li Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. What had Li Zhanting just uttered? "Li Zhanting, how dare you?" Before she could finish her protest, a throng of bodyguards surged forth, pinning her onto the cold ground. They pried her mouth open with brutal force, ripping it asunder.
Ah!
Li Mingyue's piercing screams echoed as she writhed on the ground, filled with resentment and hatred. Her gaze fixed on Li Zhanting. His icy, piercing eyes regarded her as one might a lifeless corpse. He slowly crouched before her, stating, "As a member of the Li family, you should comprehend that I am fiercely protective of my own. If you harm me, I might return the favor 100-fold. However, should you injure those I hold dear." A bloodthirsty smile curled on his lips. "The consequences would be far from simple. Do you understand?" With that, he elegantly rose, leaving behind a chilling silhouette that sent shivers down Li Mingyue's spine. She finally grasped the meaning behind Li Zhanting's gaze. He was issuing a warning. He truly would go to such lengths for Gu Momo. Li Zhanting approached Gu Momo, initially concerned that the gruesome scene might distress her. Yet, upon observing the playful smile at the corners of her eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Naturally, how could she possibly be frightened? Gu Momo harbored countless secrets within her. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Momo, with her hands clasped behind her back, approached Li Mingyue with a light-hearted gait and a sly grin. "You must be Li Mingyue, the esteemed daughter of the second elder of the Li family, am I correct?" Li Mingyue's eyes welled with tears from the pain, yet she defiantly glared at Gu Momo, her pride as a Li family heiress refusing to be trampled upon. Even when crushed beneath others' feet, she would never submit. Observing her haughty demeanor, a playful smile danced across Gu Momo's face as she gently beckoned to Director Chen. Having been by Gu Momo's side for years, Director Chen understood her intent without hesitation, promptly turning to retrieve something for her.
Moments latte.
Director Chen respectfully presented a precious herb to Gu Momo. Miss Gu, here is the item you requested. Miss Gu, perhaps we should set this matter aside for the time being. The divine pearl grass is indeed a treasure. You must understand that countless individuals covet this precious herb. If you truly do not wish to keep it, I would gladly accept it. Gu Momo cast a languid glance at Director Chen, demanding, will you yield it or not? Startled, Director Chen trembled and, without a second thought, relinquished the divine pearl grass, exclaiming, I will. Though disheartened, he recognized that the person before him was his superior. Li Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the divine pearl grass, fixating intently on Gu Momo. This was the very herb she yearned for. Gu Momo seized her chin. Noting the gruesome state of her mouth, torn and bleeding, a stark contrast to her noble status. Yet, Gu Momo appeared to be admiring a splendid masterpiece. A chilling smile graced her lips as she taunted, you truly desire the divine pearl grass, do you? I regret to inform you that I take great pleasure in extinguishing the desires of others. The more one covets something, the more I relish in its destruction. With that, her smile vanished, and before Li Mingyue's horrified gaze, she crushed the divine pearl grass into oblivion. Director Chen and Elder Rong were heartbroken. How could such a valuable herb worth billions be so carelessly destroyed? Even Li Zhanting displayed a hint of astonishment. Such a precious item could be deemed worthless in her eyes. Li Mingyue seethed with rage, gnashing her teeth. This was the divine pearl grass she cherished, and this wretched girl had the audacity to destroy it before her. Was something she held dear so trivial in Gu Momo's view? Observing the anguish etched on Li Mingyue's face, Gu Momo's lips curled into a frigid smile. She approached Elder Rong, bowing respectfully. You need not fret, Mr. Rong. Should you require anything, simply have Director Chen assist you. She intended to indulge the Rong family. What could others do to her? Elder Rong chuckled heartily. Miss Gu, you are far too courteous. Surely, this young lady must be jesting. The divine pearl grass was exceedingly rare. It was a challenge to procure even a single specimen at auction. Hearing Gu Momo's words, Director Chen beamed with delight. Did this imply he could acquire more precious herbs from her? He would be in for a substantial windfall. Thus, Director Chen eagerly interjected, Mr. Rong need not be so formal with Miss Gu. Whatever quantity of divine pearl grass you desire, she can provide. Elder Rong could not contain his surprise. Ahem, what? Chapter 82, who secretly gave birth to a daughter outside. Gu Momo gently interrupted Director Chen, offering her support to Elder Rong. Mr. Rong, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. Please travel safely. With a slight bow to Elder Rong, she turned gracefully and departed. Li Zhanting, witnessing Gu Momo's exit, also smiled and bowed to Elder Rong, his demeanor warm. Mr. Rong, I shall visit the Rong family again when I have the opportunity. As Li Zhanting prepared to depart, the elder Mr. Rong observed him with keen scrutiny, a smile gracing his features as he reached out to detain Li Zhanting. Ah. Little Ting, do you recall the matter I previously mentioned? Li Zhanting casually raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the conversation to which the elder was alluding. The Rong family currently lacked a granddaughter, yet the elder persistently entertained thoughts of a union between their families. With a gentle smile adorning his handsome visage, Li Zhanting maintained a respectful demeanor towards Mr. Rong, yet he exuded an air of noble elegance. There is no need for that, Mr. Rong. I have someone I hold dear. I cannot aspire to the matrimonial affairs of the Rong family. With that, he swiftly elongated his strides, hastening towards the direction in which Gu Momo had departed. Mr. Rong watched as Li Zhanting hurriedly retreated, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Oh, you young rascal. Do not speak too soon. At that moment, the night deepened, and Li Zhanting gazed at Gu Momo's graceful silhouette from afar, his ebony eyes growing increasingly profound. The city's neon lights cast a brilliant halo around her slender figure, accentuating her delicate frame, which appeared somewhat fragile. Yet, within her cool demeanor lay an unmistakable aura of unique nobility. Li Zhanting's intense gaze shimmered with a mysterious light. Initially, he had merely admired Gu Momo for her formidable background, but now, alongside admiration, an inexplicable pang of sympathy stirred within him. Young women of her age often found themselves enraptured by the illusions of love. How much hardship had she endured to metamorphose from a seemingly delicate girl into such a formidable and icy powerhouse? The night breeze carried a chill that made Gu Momo shiver involuntarily. Distracted, she nearly stumbled from the crystal staircase. A robust male presence enveloped her from behind, his gentle hand resting upon her frigid skin, sending a tremor through her heart. Mr. Ting, do not forget to send the child to kindergarten tomorrow, she reminded him. Noticing her determined retreat, Li Zhanting furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. He promptly contacted his subordinate. Momo, flustered, hailed a taxi by the roadside, slamming the door behind her, her eyes reflecting a heart-wrenching coldness. What did his concern matter now? 5 years prior, when their paths had crossed, she had confided her name as Lioli. Outsiders might be oblivious to the significance of that name, yet she had entrusted her very life to him. Fearing he might not grasp the importance of her name, she had even written a note detailing her true name and address, pressing it into his palm before departing. Yet, she had awaited him in vain. During her time confined within the Gu family, enduring dark days devoid of light, she had not received his arrival. It seemed he had sensed her plight, but by then, her need for him had waned. One day, she would leave this sorrowful city with her beloved ones. In the depths of the night, the Rong residents stood silent. The Rong family, a prestigious and renowned lineage in the imperial capital, boasts deep roots and a rich heritage. The late Mr. Rong was once a formidable titan of commerce, dominating the business landscape of the capital. Even in his advanced years, the Rong family, fortified by its historical legacy, remains one of the 4 prominent families of the imperial city. Mrs. Rong, perhaps wearied by her battle with cancer, bears a frail visage. Yet despite her condition, Mr. Rong dedicates countless hours each day to tenderly groom her and cleanse her face, cherishing her more than his own life. Observing her husband's tireless efforts, Mrs. Rong feels a pang of sorrow, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, you needn't worry so. Death is but a natural fate we all share." I assent it. To this, Mr. Rong, casting aside his towel, retorts with fervor, "What do you mean, death? You must not speak of such things. Have you forgotten our promise? If you were to pass, I would follow you into the abyss. It is already a profound regret that we were not born together. Would you leave me to face this world alone? I refuse to accept it. You must live." Mrs. Rong, speechless, contemplates, who would desire to depart from life. Is she not already on that inevitable path? Suddenly, a thought strikes Mr. Rong, invigorating him. "Ah, dear wife, you cannot leave us. If you do, you may miss the chance to meet our beloved granddaughter."
What?
Mrs. Rong immediately perks up. Mr. Rong excitedly recounts the events from the auction, igniting a spark in her eyes. "What are we waiting for? Surely, it must be our Rong family's girl. Quickly, summon those 3 rascals. I must interrogate them personally." With that, she hastily throws off the covers and leaps from the bed, dashing barefoot toward the door. Mr. Rong watches her bound with astonishment and disbelief.
Wait.
"My dear, does your body no longer ache?" Since her cancer diagnosis, Mrs. Rong has been confined to her bed. With the Rong family having procured cutting-edge technology from around the globe to alleviate her suffering from the spreading cancer cells. Remarkably, she has not stepped out of bed for half a month, yet now she is able to run? As realization dawns upon Mrs. Rong, she gasps in surprise. "Oh my goodness, what a delightful shock." The Rong family, celebrated in the imperial capital for its exceptional talents, has seen Mr. Rong's 3 sons earn acclaim in their youth. Now wielding immense resources and power within the city, capable of altering its very fate with a mere flick of a finger. Upon witnessing their mother's apparent recovery, the 3 brothers sigh in relief, albeit puzzled about the current situation. "Father, mother, what exactly is going on?" Mr. Rong, empathetic toward Mrs. Rong, hastens to her side. Concerned she may be kept waiting, he strides toward his sons, delivering playful kicks to their legs. "Your mother commands you to kneel upon the washboard. Hasten." The 3 sons, realizing their parents' enduring love, observe with bemusement that their father continues to be a devoted servant to their mother even in their advanced years. Mrs. Rong, with an air of authority, slams a photograph onto the table. "You 3, confess at once. Who among you has concealed from your father and me the existence of a daughter born in secret? Behold the exquisite features of this young lady. Her brow, her eyes, and her cheeks are strikingly reminiscent of my youth." The 3 sons. How unjust. Chapter 83. The Rong family has finally welcomed a little princess. The 3rd son, Rong Mayun, has always been carefree and even in middle age, retains a hint of irreverence. He pointed at the photograph and exclaimed, "Mother, this girl bears a resemblance to father. Are you certain she is not his illegitimate daughter? There is no way my brothers and I could have sown any wild oats." Old Master Rong, busy serving tea to old Madame Rong, kicked him in response, exclaiming, "You rascal. My love for your mother is eternal, steadfast as the mountains and oceans. How dare you jeopardize the bond one share with your mother? Are you courting death?" He quickly turned to old Madame Rong, smiling warmly, "My dear, do not heed this foolish boy's words. My feelings for you are as constant as the stars. This girl is undoubtedly the offspring of these 3 rascals." Old Madame Rong's eyes brimmed with affection as she gently pulled old Master Rong closer, saying, "Oh, I know you well enough." Rong Moyen pouted, pondering how difficult it would be to disrupt their parents' affection. With old Madame Rong's approval, old Master Rong felt invigorated. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "You all must clarify this matter, otherwise, none shall escape today." Rong Chongqing, the eldest son of the Rong family, wielding significant influence in the imperial capital's economy, remained respectful before his parents despite his extensive experience in business. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his profound gaze as he calmly stated, "Father, this cannot be my daughter. This young lady appears to be in her 20s, and I have been married to Tao Dao for 30 years. I would never betray her." Rong Mayan quickly chimed in, grinning. "It certainly isn't me. After being rejected by Ying, I vowed never to engage with another woman. I am wholly dedicated to managing my prosperous entertainment business." Old Master Rong paused, realizing the validity of their claims. Trusting in the character of his sons, his shrewd gaze darted to his second son, Rong Fengyun, who knelt in the middle, and he grinned like a cat catching a mouse. "Then, it must be you. Speak up, who is the starlet involved?" Rong Fengyun, once the heartthrob of countless young women, had matured into a man of striking beauty, his charm only enhanced by the passage of time. Retaining his status as the most handsome man in the entertainment industry, wherever he went, rumors of romantic entanglements with various starlets seemed to follow him, making him a veritable magnet for affection. In light of this, it seemed almost inevitable. Rong Mayun immediately raised his thumb in admiration for his second brother, declaring, "Impressive. Second brother, not only do you have rumors swirling with top-tier starlets, but you have a child as well?" Rong Fengyun, being singled out, remained unruffled, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he replied, "Father, have you forgotten? Back in the day, my sister did everything possible to marry into the Fu family, even resorting to a night with the renowned Master Fu." As the words left his lips, the atmosphere thickened, and both old Master Rong and old Madame Rong could no longer maintain their composure. In those days, their precious daughter had boldly stormed into the Fu family, determined to win over the esteemed Master Fu, even fleeing while heavily pregnant. Since then, the Rong family had expended countless efforts to locate her, yet to no avail. When one considers the passage of time, the age of Miss Gu Momo coincides precisely with the moment their beloved daughter departed from the Rong household. The three sons of the Rong family could not help but feel a flicker of excitement. Had they finally gained a niece? At last, the Rong family was blessed with a little princess. The following morning, Gu Momo personally drove a sleek black Rolls-Royce to the prestigious Imperial Capital Kindergarten. This institution was renowned as the pinnacle of early childhood education, boasting the most comprehensive facilities and elite educators. To secure a place for their child here, parents not only needed wealth, but also a prominent social standing. Inside the vehicle, Gu Momo joyfully arranged her son's attire, planting a sweet kiss on his face. "Jingxing, from today onward, you will be learning alongside Zixiao and Linger at this kindergarten. Zixiao may find it a bit challenging at first, so please take good care of him." She glanced at her watch. She arrived quite early, and it would likely be another half-hour before Li Zhanting brought Zixiao here. Gu Jingxing proudly thumped his chest, revealing his charming little tiger teeth. "Don't worry, Mommy. I am going to be a big brother. There's no way I could neglect my little brother." He eagerly donned his Ultraman mask and grinned at Gu Momo. "Look how handsome I am, Mommy. This is the special Ultraman mask I prepared." He huffed, knowing his irresponsible father would undoubtedly come to the kindergarten to investigate the situation. He must not be caught by his father, or else he and Mommy would be unable to secretly take away his sister and little brother Zixiao. Unable to suppress her laughter, Gu Momo remarked, "How many times must I remind you? You are the younger brother. Zixiao and Linger are older than you." Gu Jingxing's delicate face beamed obediently. "Oh, Mommy, I understand. But don't we still need to go to the principal's office to complete the paperwork? Let us hurry." He knew he should heed his mother's words, but when she was not around, he was indeed the big brother. "All right, let us first attend to the formalities." Gu Momo took her precious son's small hand as they exited the car, and together they strolled through the kindergarten, resembling a beautiful scene that captivated the attention of countless children. "Wow, that lady is so beautiful. Is she a big star from somewhere?" one child exclaimed. "Don't you think the little boy beside her looks just like Li Zixiao? But he can't be Li Zixiao. He hasn't attended school in ages." Hearing the children discuss Li Zixiao, Gu Jingxing turned and playfully struck a fearsome pose, exclaiming, "Roar. Ultraman has transformed into a monster, ready to gobble up disobedient children." The pampered children, startled, cried out and scurried away to find their teacher. "Teacher, there's a monster that wants to eat adorable children. Teacher, help." Gu Momo's lips involuntarily twitched as she adjusted Gu Jingxing's Ultraman mask. She gently admonished her son, reminding him that he must not cause trouble at kindergarten, nor bully the teachers or other children. Do you understand? Gu Jingxing immediately drooped his little head, instantly transforming into a well-behaved boy. Oh, okay, mommy. Gu Mo soon led Gu Jingxing to the entrance of the principal's office. She wiped down the bench outside with care, instructing Gu Jingxing. You sit here for a while. Mommy will be back in a few minutes. Don't run around until I return. Gu Jingxing earnestly promised. You can count on me. Mommy. Gu Mo knocked and entered the office. However, as soon as she stepped inside, a woman's soft yet domineering voice unexpectedly echoed. It's her. Principal. This is the most prestigious kindergarten in the capital. How can just any child come here to study? Chapter 84. Ignorance? Then pay the price of ignorance. Gu Mo casually turned her head, spotting several women standing proudly in front of the principal's desk. The most striking among them was a woman of exquisite beauty. Her delicate and gentle face radiating charm, clad in a clean and elegant Chanel haute couture gown that accentuated her snow-white skin, making her look like a water lily, tender enough to draw tears. Gu Mo raised an eyebrow, recognizing her as Rong Xuejiao, the one who treated the elderly matriarch of the Rong family. Since the matriarch fell ill, Rong Xuejiao had stayed with the family due to her exceptional medical skills, even being taken in as a foster granddaughter out of pity. Confronted with the haughty and disdainful gazes of the women, Gu Mo could not help but chuckle lightly. She gracefully brushed a strand of hair from her shoulder, asserting, every child deserves an equal opportunity for education. If other children can attend this school, why can't my son, Gu Mo? Upon hearing Gu Mo introduce herself, a flicker of hatred and wariness appeared in Rong Xuejiao's soft eyes. So, this is Gu Mo, she thought, recalling how much Gu Mo resembled the elderly matriarch in her youth. With a gentle smile that belied her contempt, Rong Xuejiao donned the demeanor of a refined young lady, masking her derision. Miss Gu, we are not intentionally targeting you. It's just that the spots at the capital's kindergarten are exceedingly scarce, and your family background does not quite match. What qualifies your child to study here? She had already conducted her research and discovered that Gu Mo was a woman of questionable virtue, known for her promiscuity. The identity of the father of her child was uncertain, yet she dared to enroll in the capital's kindergarten? A child born to a woman of such lowly status should forever remain in the shadows, unable to hold their head high. Rong Xuejiao's affluent companions could hardly conceal their mockery, eager to see Gu Mo expelled. Exactly. Do you know what kind of background the children who come to the capital kindergarten possess? The institution only enrolls fewer than 50 children worldwide each year. There are only 10 spots available in the entire capital, and even the prominent families are vying to place their offspring here. Who do you think you are? One of the women, sharp-tongued and haughty, looked down upon the principal with an air of superiority. Principal, you must have noticed. Miss Rong Jiao is the cherished daughter of the Rong family, the apple of their eye. Surely, you possess enough discernment to recognize that? These so-called young ladies of noble birth, accustomed to wielding power to intimidate, were unfortunately facing the formidable principal who governed the entire imperial capital kindergarten. With an annual admission of fewer than 50 children worldwide, those who occupied such esteemed positions were far from ordinary. Gu Mo chuckled softly, her gaze directed at the principal. Principal, what is your opinion? Upon hearing her voice, he lazily raised his eyes, which shimmered with a profound amusement. Miss Gu, since there are those dissatisfied with you, shall we proceed through the proper channels to ensure their defeat is both convincing and agreeable? What do you think? As Gu Mo met the principal's deep-set gaze, she could easily discern his intentions. With an unhurried smile, she replied, very well. Rong Xuejiao, the Imperial Capital Kindergarten has a special admission exception. Anyone who demonstrates exceptional talent in a specific field may be granted admission. Why don't we proceed according to this regulation? Rong Xuejiao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name. After all, she had not disclosed it to Gu Mo. How could Gu Mo possibly know? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as she became immersed in the exhilaration of Gu Mo's proposition. Unable to suppress a mocking smile, she retorted, surely you jest.
Gu Montag?
You cannot seriously believe your son is talented enough to pass the entrance examination for the Imperial Capital Kindergarten, can you? It is a truly elite institution, where ordinary individuals have no hope of admission. However, the kindergarten did not wish to overlook the genuine prodigies of the world, which is why such a regulation was established. If a family status did not meet the school's admission criteria, the child could opt to take the entrance examination. The difficulty of this examination was, without a doubt, hellish. To date, fewer than 5 children have succeeded in gaining admission, all of whom later became internationally renowned figures. Rome Shuejiao's friends laughed derisively, unable to contain their amusement at such ignorance. How foolish to choose to take the entrance examination. Surely, she could not be naive enough to think her son was clever enough to qualify as a genius. Could she? Did she truly believe that the tests at the Imperial Capital Kindergarten were child's play? The principal, his eyes half closed with a hint of amusement, shook the thick stack of admission materials on the table. Whether Gu and Momo's child can pass the entrance examination is not for you to determine with mere words. What type of test shall it be? You decide. Rome Shuejiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the principal had agreed, did it imply that he too disapproved of Gu and Momo's attempts to circumvent the rules? Indeed, who would desire an indiscreet woman infiltrating the Imperial Capital Kindergarten? Thus, with her mind racing, Rome Shuejiao raised her head and declared, "Then let it be the computer test. I researched beforehand, and the computer test at the Imperial Capital Kindergarten is the most difficult." At that moment, that little brat would embarrass himself in front of the entire kindergarten, leaving Gu Momo with no face to approach the Rome family for recognition. Gu Momo's brows furrowed slightly. She had initially hoped to use this opportunity to train Xiao Jingxing, aiming for Rome Shuejiao and her group to select a challenging project. Yet, what was this? Upon noticing Gu Momo's furrowed brow, Rome Shuejiao mistakenly believed Gu Momo was anxious about the upcoming test, which only heightened her own delight. Time was of the essence, and if a test was to be conducted, it should be done swiftly. I will go out and notify everyone to prepare. Observing the schadenfreude expressions on their faces, the principal's deep, dark eyes shimmered with a chilling, inscrutable glint. Ignorance? Soon, they would see who the truly ignorant ones were. Some individuals were about to face the consequences of their ignorance. Gu Jingxing was merrily catching little bugs in the woods when he was abruptly taken by Gu Momo for the test. Gripped by the collar, upon hearing Gu Momo mention a computer test, his handsome face beneath the Ultraman mask twisted into a grimace. "But I was supposed to take care of my little siblings. Why must I do a test?" He despised annoying questions. With a pitiful expression, he raised his little head, pleading, "Mommy, can we skip it? Dad is almost at the kindergarten." Glancing at her watch again, Gu Momo's eyes flickered with worry. Indeed, Li Zhanting was nearing. However, having come this far, could she really wait for Rome Shuejiao to humiliate her son? She had the means to silence Rome Shuejiao with her status, but in this situation, she wanted her son to establish his reputation at the kindergarten through his own abilities. Those who relied on power would think twice before bullying him in the future. Chapter 85. What is a genius? This is it. The on-site testing was soon prepared. The Imperial Capital Kindergarten, as a premier institution for preschool education, employed cutting-edge technology in all its facilities. Even the questions in the test database were of the highest industry difficulty, with countless children hailed as geniuses being advised to withdraw. Gu Jingxing, donning his Ultraman mask, sat listlessly in the machine designated for the tests, twirling a pen absent-mindedly while contemplating what to have for lunch. Upon hearing that a test was underway, the kindergarten children and teachers flocked over to watch. The little ones gazed at Gu Jingxing in the machine with awe, exclaiming, "Wow, that little friend looks so cool. My dad says that children who can sit there will become truly exceptional people." Rome Shuejiao's friends could hardly conceal their derisive smiles, elegantly crossing their arms as they mockingly remarked, "What genius! Anyone can boast." If he were truly a genius, would his mother need to sell herself? Indeed. If any illegitimate child could be considered a genius, then every illegitimate child would be one. The children glared at the ladies with their big, watery eyes, wondering where these annoying ants had come from. Rome Shuejiao sat at the control panel in the front, watching Gu Jingxing's indifferent demeanor, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, he was an ignorant little brat, dawdling and twirling a pen in such an important setting. Her face radiated a gentle warmth, her voice laced with a soft, endearing tone. "Little Jingxing, are you ready? Auntie is about to draw questions from the question bank. If they prove too challenging, do not hesitate to let me know, so that your mother can take you away from here promptly." Upon hearing the villain speak ill of his mother, Gu Jingxing finally lifted his head, slightly peeling back a corner of his Ultraman mask to reveal his delicate little canine teeth to Rome Shuejiao. "All right, Auntie, but you should not speak so confidently. If you lose, it will be quite embarrassing for you." Not far away, the principal and Gu Momo were sitting leisurely at a round table, sipping tea. The principal's shrewd eyes sparkled with a subtle amusement as he gently swirled his teacup, half smiling and reminding Miss Rome, "I must caution you that to ensure a wider audience for this test, we have arranged for a live broadcast." Rome Shuejiao and her friends froze, their smiles faltering in disbelief as they turned to see several cameras indeed present. Their expressions immediately stiffened, a surge of frustration bubbling within, yet they could only suppress it, donning expressions more grotesque than a ghost. How dare this principal scheme against them? As esteemed young ladies, their dignity and character were paramount. They had meticulously crafted their personas as flawless aristocrats through media portrayals, yet the principal had chosen to defy convention. The live stream was ablaze with a multitude of comments. Oh, is this the demeanor of Rong Xuejiao? A daughter of the Rong family, making things difficult for a child? What daughter of the Rong family? I heard it was out of pity that old Madame Rong took her in, seeing her all alone. So ruthless towards a child. This woman must have a heart of stone. Oh my, this little one is adorable. What a refreshing retort. Wearing an Ultraman mask and making silly faces. Where did this exceptional cutie come from? Goodness, his speech is so delightful. What more could one desire? Sweet child, come to your mother's embrace. She loves you. Rong Xuejiao was on the verge of exploding with anger. Maintaining her facade was no easy task as she gently smiled, assisting Gu Jingxing in selecting questions. Little one, if you encounter difficulty, just tell Auntie. I won't pressure you. Yet, despite her words, she immediately pressed a button, sending a level 1 difficulty question from the computer's database to Gu Jingxing. You little rascal. For calling me ugly, I shall show you what social death truly means. On the device before Gu Jingxing, rows of questions promptly appeared. He glanced at them lazily, feeling utterly unimpressed. He had expected challenges, yet this was all? With a disdainful pout, he found it hardly worth engaging his intellect and began to scribble away. Rong Xuejiao and her friends observed the scene, unable to mask their ridicule. TSK, even if the questions are difficult, dear child, there's no need to give up so easily, is there? At the very least, you should put some thought into it. Even if you answer incorrectly, it would be understandable. But before they could finish their remarks, the machine's urgent announcement interrupted them. Questions 1 to 10, all correct. Questions 11 to 20, all correct. From question 21 to 30, every answer was correct. Rong Xuejiao and her friends turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief, and Rong Xuejiao trembled with rage. How could this be possible? Questions of such elementary difficulty had already been used in graduate entrance examinations. How could this little brat possibly understand them? Moreover, his speed in answering was so swift that one might think he was merely performing single-digit addition and subtraction. This is impossible. Gu Momo, you must have cheated. Xuejiao, unable to contain her fury, pressed a higher difficulty button and glared haughtily at Gu Momo. Surely answers to these elementary questions can be found online? Gu Momo, it seems you have gone to great lengths to ensure your son gains admission to the Imperial Capital Academy, having him memorize the answers in advance. Gu Jingxing cast a disdainful glance at Rong Xuejiao and made a face at her, subtly warning, Auntie, I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are no professional animal protection associations here to shield you. He then buried himself in his work again, scribbling chaotically on the paper. Rong Xuejiao felt as if her chest were ablaze with fury. What did that little brat mean by that? Did he dare to call her an animal? As the live broadcast progressed, an ever-increasing number of viewers flooded into the stream, witnessing Gu Jingxing's soft little hands and his lively, adorable gestures. The screen was filled with cheerful emoticons. Oh my goodness! Whose darling child is this? His retorts are simply delightful. Even while wearing a mask, he is so endearing. I can only imagine how many fans he would attract without it. Wait. Is that really the point? The real focus here is that this child is exceptionally brilliant. At just 4 or 5 years old, he can answer computer questions at the level of the Imperial Capital Kindergarten. He is practically a walking computer brain. Rong Xuejiao and her friends truly have no shame. Instead of acknowledging the child's success, they accuse him of cheating. Chapter 86. Discovering information about Gu Momo's child. While Rong Xuejiao frantically threw the most challenging questions at Gu Jingxing, she nervously monitored the barrage of comments. Upon seeing the flood of ridicule directed at her, her eyes reddened, cold sweat dripped down her back, and her legs felt weak. Today, she not only lost face but also became the laughingstock of the live stream. No way. Every question she tossed out must be of the highest difficulty. She absolutely could not allow that little brat to bask in glory today. The kindergarten teacher beside her was so excited that her hands trembled, and she could barely articulate her thoughts. Principal, this child is truly a genius. It has been ages since our kindergarten encountered such brilliance. These elementary-level computer questions are part of graduate entrance exams at internationally renowned institutions. Many professional computer students have been turned away. How could this child be anything less than a genius? The principal narrowed his eyes slightly, nonchalantly swaying his teacup as if the commotion of the outside world could not disturb him. While it was commendable that one could pass the preliminary examination, the principal's profound gaze harbored a mysterious smile. Although he had been dispatched to receive Gu Momo's child on orders from above, he was also eager to ascertain whether this child was truly worthy of their kindergarten. As the principal languidly prepared to sip his tea, the machine once again emitted an announcement. Questions 1 to 10. All correct. Questions 11 to 20. All correct. Questions 21 to 30. All correct. Coughing. The previously composed principal found himself choked by the tea, slamming the cup onto the table and springing to his feet. This was an international computing competition. A global event where the questions were crafted by the world's top hacker competitors, the difficulty of which made even the most skilled programmers hesitate. How could this child have answered them all correctly? And in such a brief span of time? This was not merely genius. This was a veritable ace among geniuses. The principal trembled with excitement, gripping his teacup and downing the tea in one gulp. With a talent so extraordinary, he would not only welcome Momo's child to his kindergarten, but would willingly kneel and plead for the opportunity, if necessary. The kindergarten children and teachers were elated. And the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tempest. Wow. Witnessing the birth of a computing prodigy? What is this child's name? I declare myself a loyal fan. Good child, come to mommy's embrace. What had Rong Xuejiao and her friends just said? Did they not feel the sting of embarrassment now? Some individuals, though outwardly appearing as noble young ladies, were nothing but petty competitors with childish grievances. The tide of insults from the live audience surged forth, leaving Rong Xuejiao and her companions flushed with humiliation, indignation, and disgrace. They were, after all, daughters of affluent families who typically valued their reputations above all else. Yet now faced such humiliation at the hands of a mere child? They seethed with mortification and could only shoot a furious glare at Momo before hastily fleeing as if to escape. Once they departed, the kindergarten children and teachers eagerly surrounded Gu Jingxing, exclaiming, "Wow, you are amazing! By the way, what is your name?" Gu Jingxing, undaunted, confidently patted his chest and declared, "I am little Jingxing. Sure, I'll let you in on a secret. Gu Momo is not actually my mommy, she is my godmother."
Wow.
So the beautiful aunt is your godmother? By the way, how did you become so proficient in computing? Gu Jingxing felt a twinge of exasperation. Were those questions really challenging? His mother had explained such concepts to him daily since he learned to read, and her questions had been far more difficult. Not far away, Gu Momo observed Gu Jingxing quickly bonding with the kindergarten children, unable to suppress a gentle smile. Jingxing was indeed a child who would never lack for friends, no matter where he went. At that moment, the principal, shedding his previous leisurely demeanor, hurriedly approached Gu Momo, his face alight with surprise and anxiety. "Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize. I truly failed to recognize your significance earlier. I implore you to allow your child to study at our imperial capital kindergarten. I can assure you that your child is destined for greatness." Gu Momo chuckled lightly, reassuring the principal. "Rest assured, I came here today precisely for that purpose."
Meanwhile,
on the tree-lined road outside the kindergarten, a sleek black Lincoln glided forward, stirring the fallen leaves from the ground. Li Zhanting's obsidian eyes were fixed intently on the bustling crowd in the distance, his brow furrowed as a wave of irritation surged within him. Moments earlier, while checking his phone in the car, he had come across a notification regarding the Imperial Capital Kindergarten, which was abuzz with rumors about a prodigious computer whiz. He initially dismissed it as mere marketing hype, but could it truly be authentic? His deep-set eyes narrowed, and he recalled the delicate hands of a child he had seen on the other side of a camera, intensifying his peculiar feelings.
Montag Feng.
Discerning the weight in Li Zhanting's voice, quickly responded, "Yes, Master Ting." In the back seat, Li Zixiao and Li Qingling exchanged worried glances, their soft, cherubic faces reflecting concern. It seemed that Jingxing had stirred up quite a commotion. What would happen if their father discovered it?
Daddy.
Ling wants a hug. Li Qingling's sparkling eyes twinkled as she wrapped her chubby arms around Li Zhanting's neck. Li Zhanting's lips curled into a gentle smile as he carefully embraced Li Qingling, wary of letting her fall, and then turned his warm gaze toward Li Zixiao. "Zixiao, would you like a hug from Daddy too?" "Yes. One for each arm would be just perfect." Li Zixiao shot him a flat look, as if regarding a tedious fool. "Daddy, I'm not a child anymore. I can manage myself." With that, he leisurely hopped out of the car, clutching his small backpack as he made his way toward the kindergarten. "Mummy said she would visit here often in the future, so I will have more opportunities to be with her," he mused, stealthily retrieving the communication watch given to him by Gu Jingxing to send a quick message. "Hurry up. Daddy is investigating your arrival." Just as he sent the message, Gu Jingxing's watch began to beep urgently. He glanced at his phone, his face tense beneath the Ultraman mask. "Oh no. I completely forgot that my scoundrel father is coming to the kindergarten today." He hurriedly wriggled out of the cluster of children, apologizing. "Excuse me? I need to go to the restroom." Gu Momo narrowed her eyes slightly, having spotted Imo Feng approaching from afar. She quickly grasped Gu Jingxing's hand. Jingxing, Mummy is here. Gu Jingxing beamed, revealing his little tiger teeth. Okay, Mummy. After Li Zhanting escorted Li Zixiao and Li Qingling into the kindergarten, he promptly turned to personally investigate the boy wearing the mask. However, just as he arrived at the kindergarten at the start of classes, he scoured the entire place but could not locate such a child. At that moment, Mo Feng rushed over, panting, Master Ting, I have uncovered some important news. Mo Feng, breathless and with a grave expression, revealed that the child registered at the kindergarten in the capital was named Jingxing, affectionately referred to as Little Jingxing. As he spoke, he handed over the gathered information and photographs to Li Zhanting. In Chapter 87, did Li Zhanting employ his charm? Li Zhanting casually tapped the thick stack of documents, frowning at its heft. His slender, fair fingers swiftly flipped through the materials, and upon encountering the information about the child named Jingxing, a subtle undercurrent stirred within his profound black eyes, their depths darkening. Was this child merely Gu Momo's godson? Was it confirmed that he was not her biological son? As Li Zhanting perused the extensive dossier, Mo Feng busily provided explanations. The confidentiality surrounding this child was exceptionally stringent. Several attempts to communicate with the kindergarten's teachers and principal had been rebuffed. I recently activated the Li family's hacker team to infiltrate the kindergarten's network archive, but discovered that the child's age and photographs were all heavily encrypted. Li Zhanting's penetrating gaze meticulously scanned one document after another, when suddenly, he seemed to uncover something particularly provocative, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. His eyes, glinting with a chilling light, fixated on a yellowed photograph. Who was the child cradled in Gu Momo's arms? Noticing the change in Li Zhanting's countenance, Mo Feng quickly interjected, Young master, I was just about to inform you. This photograph was obtained with great difficulty from an international assassin by our hacker team. All information regarding Gu Momo on the dark web has been erased. If it weren't for our subordinates abroad uncovering a traitor among Gu Momo's ranks, this photograph might never have reached us. According to the assassin's intel, this child is Gu Momo's biological son. Her biological son? The depths of Li Zhanting's eyes darkened, his thoughts inscrutable. If she already had a son, why would she need a godson? Or could it be that little Jingxing from the kindergarten was indeed Gu Momo's biological child? With a chilling glint in his eyes, Li Zhanting swiftly retrieved his phone to call Gu Momo. Gu Momo, where are you now? In the lounge, Gu Momo was engrossed in her computer, accessing the internal system of the organization to erase all data concerning the traitor. She had meticulously planned, yet never anticipated that her subordinate would be captured by Li Zhanting's people. At that moment, Gu Momo's phone rang. She raised an eyebrow, instantly aware of the caller's identity. With her delicate fingers, she retrieved the phone, her crimson lips curling into a beguiling smile. Young master, is there something you need, calling me so suddenly? Li Zhanting's cold voice carried an enigmatic smile. I suddenly wish to invite you to savor a fine wine. Is that permissible? Unable to suppress a light laugh, Gu Momo's clear eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curving playfully. Very well. Half an hour later, at the capital's premier aristocratic bar, Gu Momo, clad in a cream-red fitted dress, languidly leaned against a plush velvet chair, her delicate fingers gently swirling the glass of wine in her hand. Her expression bright as she gazed toward the entrance. Soon, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the cold and stern visage of Li Zhanting. Clad in a meticulously tailored bespoke suit, his tall and well-proportioned figure was accentuated by the sharply cut trousers, which highlighted the perfect symmetry of his legs. His handsome face, sculpted as if by divine hands, exuded a powerful presence merely by standing there. Gu Momo could not help but let out a playful chuckle. It must be said that this man was indeed a perfect darling of the heavens. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she teased Mr. Ting. You're dropping your son off at school today, yet you want to linger at the kindergarten for a while? Li Zhanting narrowed his deep-set eyes, observing that Gu Momo, though lazily leaning against the wall, possessed an effortless charm that seemed to tether him with an invisible thread. He instinctively leaned forward, his robust arms bracing against the sides of the velvet sofa, his imposing figure encroaching upon the narrow space, his piercing gaze fixed on her. Gu Momo, the child named Jingxing in kindergarten is your biological son. Isn't? A flutter stirred within Gu Momo's heart, her exquisite eyes sparkling as her fingers playfully entwined around Li Zhanting's tie. She draped her arms around his neck, winding herself around him like a delicate serpent. Mr. Ting, you're concerned for my son. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? She teased, her soft touch electrifying against his skin, causing him to stiffen. Unable to push her away, his eyes narrowed as he inquired, Isn't that so? Unable to contain a light laugh at his earnest demeanor, Gu Momo tugged at his tie with force, swiftly switching their positions. Li Zhanting's back pressed against the small space of the velvet sofa. And as he attempted to rise, Momo adeptly knelt on his legs. Without waiting for Li Zhanting to retaliate, she alluringly nestled into his embrace, playfully tracing her finger along his jawline. Jingxing is my godson, yet I do indeed have a son. The fragrant scent of her lips mingled with the crisp aroma of wine, wafting gently towards Li Zhanting's face. My son is the child of my late husband. If you truly have feelings for me, how about I package my son along with me for you? Her luscious red lips, enhanced by the wine's hue, appeared even more translucent and plump, like delicate blossoms beckoning to be plucked, stirring the heart. Li Zhanting felt a tightening in his throat. His profound gaze swirled with dark currents, and he suddenly clasped her waist firmly, drawing her closer. Unable to suppress a light laugh, his voice was as clear as fine wine. Very well. Why not send both your son and your godson together? His obsidian eyes sparkled with a captivating smile, leaving Momo's heart racing as if her soul had been swept away. This man was employing his charms on her. Very well. Why not send both your son and your godson together? She mirrored his playful tone, maintaining a composed facade as she probed. But I recall you mentioning, Mr. Ting, that you have someone you fancy. Surely, you cannot truly be interested in me? Within the depths of Li Zhanting's eyes, a playful and enigmatic smile danced. She was still capable of feeling nervous? Unbeknownst to her, Li Zhanting suddenly harbored a mischievous desire to tease her. He firmly grasped her chin with his fingers, inquiring if she was unaware that men often exhibit fickle inclinations. Having one more of you might not be a bad thing, he suggested. Momo's smile vanished in an instant. She swiftly rose and kicked Li Zhanting's leg. You, how dare you? She retorted coldly, grabbing her handbag from the side and hurling it at his head. Do you dare to treat me as a mere substitute? Do you know where the last man who toyed with my feelings ended up? The grass on his grave must be 2 meters high by now. Do you dare utter another word? Do you believe I won't erect a tombstone for you right now? Chapter 88. Momo. Are we returning to the Rome family? Li Zhanting extended his hand, elegantly seizing Momo's handbag. With a roguish grin adorning his handsome face, he remarked, Miss Gu, this is something you have willingly attached to me. If he did not provoke her, would she voluntarily distance herself from him? Strangely, her anger rendered her quite endearing. Humph. Momo was far from appeased. She kicked Li Zhanting once more, exclaiming, you dog. Her icy demeanor suggested she was on the verge of dismantling him piece by piece. Li Zhanting, unfazed by her assault, casually brushed off the dust from his trousers and, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, I heard that an important piece of land belonging to the Gu family was seized and subsequently returned to them by you. Are you planning to take action against the Gu family? Momo turned to him, her eyes glinting with warning. What, do you intend to tip off the Gu family? Li Zhanting delicately lifted a glass of red wine, his deep-set eyes casting a knowing gaze through the glass's crimson hue onto Momo's face, a smile in his eyes that held depths as unfathomable as the ocean. I can assist you in taking a more ruthless approach. Momo narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of suspicion crossing her gaze. How could Li Zhanting discern her plans against the Gu family, which involved the full might of international organizations? Was he truly just the head of the Li family, or was there more to him? At the kindergarten's dismissal hour in the capital, she found herself fretting when a small figure unexpectedly caught her eye. Li Zixiao had changed into Gu Jingxing's clothes and donned an Ultraman mask, obediently making his way toward the vehicle. Her eyes brightened as she hurriedly exited the car to help him with his little backpack, lifting him affectionately into her arms, showering him with kisses. Darling, mommy finally sees you. How was your day at kindergarten? Did you enjoy playing with your friends? Momo's kiss landed on Li Zixiao's cheek, which flushed with a faint hue. His dark, bright eyes gleamed with warmth and contentment as he fixated on Momo's face. Mommy is so warm, he thought, despite his aversion to kindergarten. Yet, he wrapped his small arms around her neck, his smile both endearing and heart-wrenching. Mommy, the children at kindergarten are very nice to me. I really like kindergarten. Although he despised the crowded environment, to him, any place that mommy arranged for him, even if it were akin to hell, felt like paradise. Mo joyfully rewarded Li Zixiao with several affectionate kisses, exclaiming, Mua, darling, you are simply remarkable, truly deserving of being mommy's treasure. From now on, you'll exchange identities with Jingxing, and we shall live together every day. How does that sound? Li Zixiao's bright, ebony eyes sparkled with delight as he obediently nodded. Being with mommy is the best. I am mommy's loyal little companion. My love for her knows no bounds. Such a good boy,
she praised.
Strangely, the few kicks she had playfully delivered earlier still stung a bit. At that moment, 2 adorable little figures settled into the back seat of the vehicle. Li Qingling stacked their small backpacks together and urged, "Daddy, brother, and I are already in the car. Are you going to drive or not?" Li Zhanting turned his head instinctively to glance at the back seat, his gaze softening yet scrutinizing as it landed on his son. "Ji Xiao, how does kindergarten feel? Is it truly enjoyable?" Li Qingling's heart skipped a beat, her small frame tensing up. Wow, just as Mommy said, Daddy is indeed probing. She couldn't help but curl her toes inside her little white shoes, wondering how to navigate this. Brother Jing was so lively and energetic. Would he give them away? She turned her gaze towards Gu Jingxing, who wore a serious expression, his dark eyes filled with a hint of vigilance as he regarded their father. His handsome little face seemed perpetually devoid of desire. "Father, if you find it interesting, why not join the children yourself?" Li Zhanting felt his irritation rising as he adjusted his position, tugging at his tie with force. This sharp-tongued child. Who else could it be but his own little rascal? It was indeed perplexing that he would feel the need to question the child who bore such a striking resemblance to Ji Xiao, as if he could sneak into his car. Irritated, Li Zhanting started the vehicle, while in the back seat, Li Qingling quickly gave Gu Jingxing a thumbs up. "Wow, Brother Jing, you're amazing. You can really imitate Brother Ji Xiao perfectly." Gu Jingxing flashed a proud grin, revealing his charming little tiger teeth. "Of course. I've practiced my performance with Mommy, seriously." In the prestigious Jiu Pin Mingyuan, the guard was preoccupied with the thrilling live footage from the Community S surveillance, but upon hearing Gu Momo's voice, he perked up and eagerly explained, "Miss Gu, you have no idea. This is monumental. It turns out our community houses the esteemed young lady of the Rong family. Since you just arrived in the capital, you might not realize that the Rong family is an influential lineage, commanding numerous economic arteries, a true elite of the capital. However, the daughter of the Rong family ran away years ago, and they have been searching for her ever since. The capital is home to countless wealthy families, but none could compare to the wealth of the Li and Rong families, not to mention the powerful hidden forces behind them. Although the guard had seen his fair share of wealth, how could anyone in Jiupin Mingyuan be compared to the Li and Rong families?
Montag reiset an Eierbro, so?
Chapter 89. The treatment deserved by the young lady of the Rong family. Gu Momo's brow furrowed in an attractive frown. No way. If the Rong family truly comes to acknowledge their kin so swiftly, would it not pose a threat to her if she ever wished to escape the imperial capital with the children? Gu Momo's concerns lingered, yet the grandiosity of the Rong family's display compelled her to take a look. She hastily drove into Jupin Mingyuan, and despite her mental preparations, the reality before her was still startling. Countless luxury cars lined the community's driveway like a stream of industrious ants, each accompanied by professional bodyguards, safeguarding an unimaginable number of antique treasures. The atmosphere within the community was electrifying as onlookers excitedly captured photographs and could hardly contain their cheers. Goodness. This is indeed the Rong family. What a remarkable display. The Rong family is renowned for their scholarly lineage, and each treasure they present must be worth a fortune. I can't believe they brought so much. Who is this fortunate individual to become the Rong family's granddaughter? I am utterly envious. The Rong family, with roots spanning centuries, promised endless wealth and splendor for anyone fortunate enough to be their granddaughter. The cacophony of applause flooded Gu Momo's ears, making it impossible for her vehicle to advance further. She gently ruffled Li Zixiao's hair and placed a tender kiss on his cheek, saying, "Sweetheart, Mommy needs to step out for a moment. Can you stay in the car for a little while? Mommy is worried about the crowd." Li Zixiao's clear eyes remained fixed on Gu Momo's face as he obediently nodded. "Yes, Mommy, go ahead. Zixiao will be very good." Seeing the little one's obedient demeanor brought a smile to Gu Momo's face, and she showered him with 2 affectionate kisses. How could her darling Zixiao be this adorable? Once he fully recovers, he will surely capture everyone's heart. Gu Momo handed Li Zixiao a small robot she had prepared just for him before exiting the vehicle. "Oh, honestly, there is no need for such flattery. I have indeed been well treated by the Rong family over the years. It is only natural for Grandpa Rong to wish to formally acknowledge me. My standing in the Rong family should remain unchanged." A playful smirk graced Gu Momo's delicate features as she remarked, "Oh, who would have thought I would encounter a jester here?" The crowd momentarily paused, their gazes toward Rong Xuejiao transforming into envy and admiration. "Xuejiao, is this true?" "Oh my, Xuejiao, I thought so. How could the Rong family suddenly have another granddaughter? They must wish to elevate you from a foster granddaughter to a true granddaughter. The Rong family is exceedingly generous." Cheers of congratulations from her neighbors left Rong Xuejiao floating on air, her delight evident as she beamed widely. Indeed, she was the undeniable jewel of the Rong family. What was Gu Momo in comparison? Even the life of old Madame Rong, depended on her medicine. She was being exalted to the heavens, and Gu Momo's cool, indifferent voice floated through the air, unhurried and calm. Indeed, she was nothing but a clown. Foolishly believing that the scenes from television where a true heiress is replaced could manifest in her reality. Her voice was as frigid as the snowflakes drifting down in early spring, imbued with a refreshing chill, yet strikingly beautiful enough to send shivers down one's spine. Rome Xuejiao's self-satisfied smile froze on her face as she turned in disbelief, only to find Gu Mo standing among the crowd, arms crossed and wearing a serene smile. Dressed in a bespoke suit dress, she exuded an air of elegance and poise. Shock flickered in Rome Xuejiao's eyes, and her mind raced with countless speculations. How could Gu Mo possibly be here? This wretched girl must have seen the Rong family coming to acknowledge her identity and had come to stir up trouble out of jealousy. But then she reconsidered. No, it couldn't be. How could Gu Mo afford to reside in the prestigious Jupin Mingyuan? Yet she herself had lived there comfortably. And it was clear that the Rong family had come for her sake. Rome Xuejiao quickly regained her composure, her gentle face adorned with a sweet smile. Miss, if you're jealous of me, you need only say so directly. There's no need to slander me here. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. After all, she was a prominent figure in Jupin Mingyuan, well known among many, and there was no reason not to support her. Xuejiao was a frequent visitor to the Rong family. Had it not been for her exceptional medical skills, the life of old Madame Rong might not have been spared. Indeed, the Rong family will undoubtedly acknowledge Xuejiao. None of us would be surprised at all. Oh dear, if you're feeling envious, just admit it. There's no need to be shy, ha ha ha. Amidst the crowd's mocking laughter, Gu Momo's lips curled into an enchanting smile. She casually tossed a few strands of hair over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mirth. But let us not speak too soon. Should you be proven wrong later, it would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Her words instantly ignited a sense of grave unease within Rong Xuejiao. Could Gu Mo be plotting to sabotage her good fortune? In a hurry to dismiss Gu Mo, she was interrupted by the sound of excited cheers from outside. Oh my, he's here. Mr. Rong himself has arrived. The crowd surged towards the entrance, many excitedly rising on their toes. The Rong family, a prestigious lineage in the capital for over a century, held deep-rooted prominence. Mr. Rong had once been a formidable force in the city, and since his daughter had left the family, he had gradually retreated from public life. Yet all these years, he remained a figure of reverence in the hearts of many. Gu Mo felt a stir of emotions within her. Claiming indifference towards the Rong family was simply impossible. Over the past 5 years, no one knew the extent of her suffering, nor did they realize that everything she had achieved today was born from countless nights of silent tears. The honors she now possessed were paid for with blood and sorrow. She had traversed this solitary path, learning to tend to her wounds in isolation. Yet, deep down, she truly yearned for a shoulder to lean on. At that moment, a sleek black Lincoln, of the highest specifications, came to a halt with a soft screech by the roadside. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, old Master Rong hurriedly disembarked from the car, leaning on his cane. Chapter 90, Recognition and Return to the Rong Family. Gu Momo's gaze was intently fixed on the Lincoln, and when she finally caught sight of old Master Rong, a surge of elation and excitement flooded her chest, reminiscent of a torrent. This was her second encounter with old Master Rong, yet her sentiments were markedly different from the first. As the onlookers witnessed the old gentleman's descent, they swiftly converged, encircling him in a throng. How extraordinary it is to behold Mr. Rong in my lifetime. The charisma he once exuded is nothing short of textbook perfection. It has been over 20 years since old Master Rong last made a public appearance, and today, he does so openly for the sake of his beloved granddaughter. Such affection is truly enviable. Dressed in a handcrafted dark gray Zhongshan suit, with graying temples and meticulously styled short hair, his deep-set eyes sparkled with vitality. Despite his advanced age, traces of his former grandeur remained evident. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, his gaze swiftly traversed the crowd, as if in search of something. Suddenly, when his eyes landed on Gu Momo's delicate face, a flicker of excitement ignited in his elderly eyes. His trembling hands pushed through the throng as he made his way toward her. It is Momo, indeed my precious Momo. Rome Xuejiao felt her heart race with exhilaration as she observed old Master Rong approaching her, her fingers fidgeting anxiously. My goodness, this surprise comes too swiftly. Grandfather is truly coming toward me. She was on the cusp of officially stepping through the doors of the Rong family, transforming from an ugly duckling into a beautiful phoenix. With a gentle smile gracing her delicate features, she respectfully extended her hand in anticipation of welcoming old Master Rong. However, to her astonishment, he hurried past her, heading in the direction behind her. Rong Xuejiao, The smile that adorned her face abruptly froze, her outstretched hand suspended in midair, her eyes widening in disbelief. The grandfather coming to greet her was not for her? What a jest! She swiftly turned her head to see old Master Rong excitedly sprinting towards Momo, tears of joy welling in his aged eyes as his weathered hands firmly clasped hers. Old Master Rong, holding onto Momo's hand, seemed reluctant to let go.
Ah,
This is indeed the hand of my beloved granddaughter. So soft and obedient, it fills my heart with tenderness. As Momo felt his grip, she met the fervent gaze of her grandfather, an overwhelming warmth coursing through her, sweetening her spirit. How long had it been since she had basked in the affection of another? Grandfather, how could Momo ever hold anything against you? Momo playfully smiled. Charming the elderly gentleman. The last time Momo saw you, she failed to explain her situation, which was truly her oversight. Surely you wouldn't punish Momo, would you? Upon hearing Momo's admission, old Master Rong was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Oh my, you little girl. It seems you have known all along that I am your grandfather. I had a feeling that you wouldn't simply gift me the divine pearl grass without reason. So, it turns out that you, my dear girl, have been playing hide and seek with Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Mo quickly became familiar with the venerable Mr. Rong, charming him into a joyful state. Mo also intended to test whether her grandfather still remembered his granddaughter. Ha ha ha, it's my old man's fault.
Grandpa.
I apologize on your behalf, alright? Just moments ago, the onlookers who had been mocking Mo were taken aback. No way. Is this twist truly so explosive? The beloved of the Rong family is actually Mo, not the highly praised Rong Shuejiao? What a scandal. The astute old Master Rong, with his keen perception, could sense the implications in the crowd's eyes. Thus, he feigned authority, casting a joyful yet piercing gaze upon everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, ISNT my precious granddaughter, quite remarkable. His cheerful yet sharp gaze struck fear into the hearts of many, prompting hurried congratulations. Indeed. Only a girl as exceptional as Miss Mo deserves to be the granddaughter of the Rong family. One cannot deny that Miss Mo is indeed formidable. At such a young age, she has managed to acquire a residence in the prestigious 9th grade Mingyuan through her own merits, far superior to those women who linger in others' homes, vainly hoping to usurp their positions. Truly, what is genuine remains genuine, while falsehoods, regardless of how well disguised, remain mere impostors. The crowd's taunts pierce like daggers, causing Rong Shuejiao's chest to heave with fury, her exquisite face barely able to conceal her expression. How dare they mock her, both openly and covertly? Her status as a young lady of the Rong family was within reach. Yet it suddenly appeared to slip away to Mo. This wretched girl, when did she even become entangled with the Rong family? With a flicker of her eyes, she regarded Mo with amusement, realizing she had misspoken earlier due to her ignorance of the situation. After all, many would seek to impersonate her in this world. Surely, Mo wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge? The cold mirth concealed in Mo's eyes was unmistakable.
Ha!
Does she dare to threaten her? Mo cheerfully agreed. All right. Old Master Rong was elated, his eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, Mo is simply delightful.
Come.
Let Grandpa take you away. Thus, Mo was led away by the venerable Mr. Rong. As she passed by Rong Shuejiao, a deliberate, faint smile graced her lips. That smile was breathtaking, yet it felt like an ice blade piercing into Rong Shuejiao's heart. This wretched girl dared to flaunt her triumph. She must drive her out of the Rong family. She had worked so hard to solidify her position there. Why should this woman take it from her? Consequently, an array of luxurious cars from the Rong family cruised through the streets of the capital at night, their horns blaring like a colossal serpent, heading towards the Rong residence. The grand spectacle of the Rong family made headlines, sparking countless speculations from the outside world. Little did Mo expect that upon her arrival at the Rong family estate, she would receive a shocking phone call. Chapter 91. Li Zhanting. What ado to earn Momo's praise. Mo sat in the Lincoln car, her fair fingers idly tapping on the steering wheel, while the other hand held her phone, her brows slightly raised. What? Is it true that someone is competing with you for the Gu family's land? On the other end of the line, the subordinate hurriedly reported, Yes. We have confirmed that it is the PO Global Foundation that has intervened. A flicker of surprise crossed Momo's eyes. She was somewhat familiar with the PO Global Foundation. It is currently the largest foundation in the world, with trillions of funds circulating daily, possessing enough wealth to cause tremors in the global economy with the slightest movement. Momo had long desired to engage with the powerful figures behind the foundation, yet opportunities had eluded her. However, She could not comprehend why such a vast foundation would set its sights on the Gu family's land. The reason she intended to return that land to the Gu family was to exploit it and deal a significant blow to the Gu corporation. Gu Momo's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes shimmering with an undisguised delight. Oh? So, what has the PO Foundation done? The subordinate promptly perused various documents, revealing that the PO Foundation had established a partnership with the Gu Corporation. They requested the Gu Corporation to extract the valuable metals from that land for jewelry production, and the agreement reached a staggering 100 billion. If the collaboration succeeded, with the support of the PO Foundation, the Gu Corporation's international standing would undoubtedly soar, rendering its valuation incalculable. The amusement in Gu Momo's eyes deepened, her fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel with newfound ease. Well, since the PO Foundation has secured a 100 billion jewelry order with the Gu Corporation, we need not interfere any longer. Let us attend to other matters. The subordinate on the phone was puzzled, his mind filled with questions. Hadn't the CEO specifically returned that land to the Gu family to orchestrate a scheme against the Gu Corporation? Now that this opportunity had been seized by the PO Foundation, how could the CEO appear so pleased? Gu Momo's lips parted in a playful smile. Why not? The subordinate, startled, quickly replied with a grin. Of course not. Of course not. Very well, CEO, we shall temporarily set aside our plans regarding the Gu Corporation. After hanging up, Gu Momo found countless servants of the Rong family lined up in an orderly fashion, eagerly awaiting her arrival. As a prestigious family, with a rich heritage spanning a century, the Rong family dominated the entire Nanshan Biyuan, encompassing hundreds of hectares. This place, where spring prevails all year round, boasts breathtaking scenery, with vibrant roses blooming across the hills, resembling an ocean of blossoms. The elderly matriarch, disregarding her ailing health, hurried out to greet her, with her three uncles rushing to the forefront. Momo. As they gazed upon Gu Momo's exquisite face, waves of excitement surged within their chests, their fingers instinctively clenching. She truly is their beloved niece. Just look at that little face. She resembles not only their mother but also bears a striking resemblance to their sister from their memories. For so many years, their failure to locate their sister had filled them with regret. Now, they were determined to cherish and care for their sister's precious daughter. Aunt Gu Momo sweetly called out, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at old Madame Rong. This tender utterance struck a chord deep within old Madame Rong's heart, bringing her immense joy that made her hands tremble. Oh, she exclaimed, promptly raising her foot to kick her three sons. What on earth are you all dawdling for? What about the gifts prepared for Momo? I warn you, you three rascals, Momo is the treasure of our Rong family. If you do not shower her with affection, do not expect to escape the laundry board. Old Master Rong, filled with concern, hurriedly began to massage old Madame Rong's feet, soothing her as one would comfort a child. There, it's not good to hurt your feet with such kicks. Next time, just tell me, and I shall do the kicking. The three uncles felt wronged. After all, Momo was their darling as well. How could they not cherish her? In her arms, Gu Momo held Li Zixiao. But fearing that the little one might catch a chill, she had taken care to cover him with her clothing. Gently, she set Li Zixiao down and patted his back. Zixiao, this is great-grandma, and this is great-grandpa, and these are your three uncles. Don't be shy. The entire Rong family stood in stunned silence. What on earth? Who can explain why our beloved Momo has acquired a little friend? The three uncles were at a loss, their tempers flaring. Which wretched man dares to claim our precious niece? What are we to do? A child has appeared to vie for her affection. Do they even love her? Urgent. Waiting for a response. Li Zixiao's delicate face was soft and tender as he cautiously grasped Gu Momo's finger, his earnest little face breaking into a healing smile. Hello, great-grandma, great-grandpa, and uncles. My name is Li Zixiao, and I am Mommy's precious son. His youthful voice, laced with sincerity and sweetness, caused the Rong family to exclaim in astonishment. Goodness gracious! How could there be such an adorable little dumpling? Oh, what a delightful grandson. Come here, let uncle give you a kiss. Oh, dear. How can you be so cute? They exclaimed. With such an adorable little dumpling, who needs another child? Zixiao, dear, I want to kiss you too. Someone, go and double all the gifts I prepared for Momo. Whatever Momo has, our Zixiao must have too. Is this a joke? With so much wealth in the Rong family, are we to let it gather dust in the bank? Li Zixiao's face was covered in kisses from his uncles, and though he wiped them away with disdain, his little eyes gazed pitifully at them, his heart warmed and unwilling to part from the affection. This was what it felt like to be surrounded by family. And it felt wonderful. Gu Momo not only received countless property deeds from her uncles, but also numerous bank cards from the Rong family. Since she had no need for them, She casually handed them over to Li Zixiao, who, in an instant, became extraordinarily wealthy. As the night deepened, Li Zhanting sat upright at his desk, his imposing figure radiating a cold and severe aura. Mo Feng had organized the documents for him and kindly reminded Master Ting. "It is nearly midnight. Aren't you going to sleep?" Li Zhanting, unable to sleep, it was peculiar. Tonight, Master Ting appeared distracted, his gaze perpetually fixated on his phone and watch. With a cold, piercing look from his icy eyes, he seemed to convey a silent message: mind your own business. Mo Feng, rendered speechless, chose silence. "Master Ting, do you realize that your demeanor resembles that of a favored consort awaiting attention in a harem?" Glancing again at his watch, Li Zhanting noted that several hours had elapsed. He had assisted Gu Momo, yet she had shown no sign of gratitude. Surely, after his efforts, she ought to at least call to commend him, or perhaps even scold him for being in her way. For some inexplicable reason, the absence of a call from Gu Momo tonight left him feeling restless and agitated. Observing Li Zhanting's evident discontent, Mo Feng could not restrain his curiosity. "Master Ting, are you lovesick? Get lost." "Understood, Master Ting. I await your command." Mo Feng quickly scurried away to indulge in sleep. Ultimately, Li Zhanting, unable to resist, retrieved his phone and dialed Gu Momo. It was as if he had been poisoned, yearning for her praise like a child seeking validation. At that moment, Gu Momo was sitting upright before her computer, engaging in discussions with business magnates regarding the global economic landscape of yesteryears. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, a bemused smile crept onto her face. "Oh, this man dares to call me at such a time?" She casually placed the phone to her ear, muted the video conference, and smiled softly. "Master Ting, what brings you to call me at this hour? Is there something you need?" Chapter 92. Following Mother to a distant place, her melodious voice, imbued with a unique allure, resonated through the night, causing Li Zhanting's throat to tighten. He found her voice surprisingly enchanting. His eyes narrowed, and with a slight nervousness, he tapped his fingers gently on the table, his tone icy. "Do you not have anything to say to me?" A playful glint sparkled in Gu Momo's eyes as she lazily leaned back against her soft chair, squinting teasingly. "What is it that you wish for me to say, Master Ting?" Li Zhanting's fingers faltered momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. After personally assisting her, she had not expressed any appreciation? Had he not been sufficiently clear? He had specifically called. Surely, she ought to acknowledge his efforts. Li Zhanting, his voice became hoarse. "Shouldn't you?" Before he could finish, Gu Momo deliberately elongated her words, laughing softly. "Oh, Master Ting is concerned that his two little treasures lack proper care and wishes for me to look after them, correct? How about this, Master Ting? Why not send your two little treasures to me?" Li Zhanting found his words caught in his throat, his handsome face darkening with fury. What on earth was this woman thinking? She wished to take away his two little treasures? Gu Momo. His expression turned frostbitten, clearly infuriated. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Gu Mo, I never expected this person to possess such a temper. In the Leaf family's villa, Li Zhanting stared at the darkened screen of his phone, his handsome face shadowed by a forbidding expression. Did she still dare to attempt to steal his treasure? Ha! He would never allow her to succeed, no matter what. With significant upheavals occurring at the Gu Corporation, how could Gu Mo resist the allure of the unfolding drama? Thus, early the next morning, she adorned herself with a subtle makeup and stepped briskly into the Gu Corporation. At that moment, the Gu Corporation was enveloped in a frenzy of ecstatic celebration. In the top-floor conference room, numerous executives excitedly rushed to share the good news with Gu Jinting, their faces alight with joy. "President Gu, wonderful news. The PO Foundation has granted us additional jewelry orders. Our total orders from the PO Foundation have now exceeded 6 billion. And this is merely the revenue from the transactions. Once our collaboration is complete, the Gu Corporation's jewelry will reach an international audience. It will be a global promotion, making it nearly impossible for the Gu Corporation to go unnoticed. President Gu, thanks to the PO Foundation's investment, our stock market has surged beyond several times its previous value." Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan were beside themselves with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration any longer. This was nothing short of a divine opportunity to rescue the Gu family. Their stocks had plummeted to the brink of collapse, and just when they felt cornered, an international organization like the PO Foundation extended a hand to the Gu Corporation. What else could this be but divine intervention? Gu Shanshan grasped Gu Jinting's hand tightly, exclaiming, "This is fantastic, Dad. Perhaps the Gu Corporation will surpass the Rong and Li families." Huh. Would they still need to concern themselves with Gu Momo's opinions? Gu Mo would likely be begging at her feet, desperate for her favor. Just then, Gu Momo's cool voice drifted in from a distance, unhurried and calm. Is that so? Let us not speak too soon. Perhaps in a few days. Your family will find themselves begging at my feet, weeping and wailing for my assistance. Gu Jinting and Gu Shanshan turned in shock to see Gu Mo approaching with a composed smile. Her simple makeup accentuated her delicate skin, and her bright eyes radiated intensity, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Gu Shanshan, incensed by Gu Momo's seemingly mocking expression, retorted, "What are you so pleased about?
Gu Montag?
You must be unaware, right? The internationally renowned PO Foundation has collaborated with our Gu Corporation, with jewelry orders exceeding 6 billion. Her agitation grew as she scrutinized Gu Mo, adding with a sneer, "Oh, by the way, look at you, so oblivious to the world. You probably don't even know what the PO Foundation is. Let me enlighten you. This foundation is wealthier than many nations. While the Gu Corporation held a respectable position in the capital, it lacked any international recognition. The fact that an organization as esteemed as the PO Foundation had taken notice of the Gu Corporation suggested that they might hold some interest in her." Gu Momo's crystalline eyes sparkled with amusement as she boldly tossed a contract onto the desk. "I reiterate, it is premature to celebrate just yet.
Today.
I have already granted the Gu family an opportunity. From now on, if you come to seek my favor again, let us adhere strictly to the terms of our contract. Understood?" With that, she elegantly turned away, leaving the onlookers with a striking silhouette. That wretched Gu Momo. Gu Shanshan, infuriated, seized the contract and, in a fit of rage, tore it to shreds. What audacity. She expects me to plead with her in a few days and even to go live to kneel and apologize. What nonsense. Gu Jinting was equally enraged, yet he consoled Gu Shanshan, saying, "My dear, do not stoop to her level. She is merely envious of the opportunities that our family possesses. Once we achieve success, she will be the one begging us." Gu Shanshan smiled sweetly, deftly tucking her hair behind her ears. What father said was true. She is the only one from the Gu family to have graced an internationally renowned event. Surely, the PO Foundation has taken notice of her. If she seizes this opportunity, she might just catch the eye of the influential figures behind the PO Foundation. In the days that followed, Gu Momo took her precious Zixiao with her wherever she went. In just a few days, Zixiao's health had not only improved remarkably, but his smile had also grown more frequent. Within the presidential office of SK Group, Gu Momo knelt down, using a specially designed children's spoon to administer medicine to Li Zixiao. Her little treasure was truly remarkable. Look at him. He could finish all the medicine. As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled Li Zixiao's hair and planted a loving kiss on his cheek. A faint blush adorned Li Zixiao's handsome face, his innocent smile radiating admiration as he exclaimed, "Mommy, you're the president of SK Group?" He perceived her as an angel, not only gentle and sweet but also omnipotent. She was certainly far superior to that inept father at home. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Mommy is incredibly capable. She playfully pinched Li Zixiao's charming cheeks and said, "Once you are fully recovered, Mommy will take you far away from this city to soar high with me, all right? And we can take Linger and Jingxing with us. Will we really fly away together?" A glimmer of excitement shone in Li Zixiao's clear eyes, his youthful face displaying a mature and rational expression. He wished to follow his mother forever. Gu Momo was amused by the seriousness of the little fellow, joyfully pinching his small nose. "Zixiao, how can you be so adorable? You are truly Mommy's little angel." Suddenly, the door to the presidential office swung open, and Li Mo, adjusting his glasses, exclaimed with excitement, "President Gu, quick, look at the news. The Gu Group is in big trouble." Chapter 93. The forceful kiss. Gu Momo raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, a graceful smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes shimmering with playful intrigue. What is there to panic about? This was not unexpected. Gu Momo carefully cradled Li Zixiao in her arms and sat in the custom presidential chair, pulling out Zixiao's robot. "Look, my dear Zixiao, isn't the robot Mommy prepared beautiful?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zixiao replied, "Beautiful. Truly, Mommy, it is far more exquisite than the robot Daddy made." Gu Mo joyfully kissed Li Zixiao's cheek, proclaiming, "My dear, your little mouth is quite the charmer." She had noticed that over the past few days, Zixiao had been by her side more often, wearing an increasingly bright smile, with far fewer moments of frowning. She held on to the hope that one day, her precious Zixiao would experience as much joy as Jingxing does every day. Li Mo could no longer contain his excitement and reported, "President Gu, the situation is as follows. The PO Foundation has entered into a multi-billion jewelry contract with the Gu Group, requiring all jewels to be crafted from the rare man-Ted gold sourced from our land. However, upon completion, The PO Foundation discovered that this gold contained a significant amount of toxic elements, rendering all the jewelry worthless. According to the contractual agreement between the GU Group and the PO Foundation, the GU Group bears full responsibility and must compensate the Foundation threefold for their losses, amounting to nearly 20 billion. A mocking smile crept across GU Momo's delicate features, her eyes sparkling with deeper amusement. Man-Ted gold is an exceedingly rare and precious material, highly sought after for crafting aristocratic jewelry, desired by countless wealthy individuals worldwide. Yet, the GU Group was oblivious to the fact that the gold from their land was toxic, which explained its lack of buyers. Otherwise, why would such a coveted resource remain untouched on their land? One had to admit, Li Zhanting was indeed astute, arriving at the same conclusion as her. She smirked slightly. The GU family must be in quite the uproar now. Let's take a moment to observe the commotion. At that moment, chaos had erupted within the GU Group. Gu Shanshan's eyes were red with fury as she frantically flung documents to the ground, feeling as though she might explode from rage. The PO Foundation had handed them over an order worth over 60 billion, and they had believed they were on the brink of soaring to new heights. Instead, the toxic gold had rendered their jewelry worthless, and now they faced a compensation penalty of 200 billion. Gu Jinting was livid, his face flushed as he collapsed onto the sofa, relentlessly scrolling through news updates on his phone. The stock market for the GU Group had plummeted below the red line, with countless netizens mocking the GU family, their comments enhanced by perfectly timed memes. Huh? This is hilarious. The GU Group soared high only to crash down hard. 200 billion in compensation. Are they truly expecting the entire GU Group to pay the PO Foundation? It wasn't merely 200 billion. The total losses from the jewelry being rendered useless, alongside labor and material costs, as well as employee wages, amounted to an astronomical sum. The GU Group was on the verge of financial ruin. Hadn't his daughter Gu Shanshan always aspired to be the wife of the Li family? It seemed that now, that was the only path left to save the GU Group. What sort of powerful figure had the GU family offended to suffer such a catastrophic fate? It was evident, surely a colossal tycoon. Driven to madness, Gu Shanshan clung desperately to Gu Jinting, exclaiming, "Dad, what are we to do? The losses this time for the GU Group exceed at least 200 billion. Even selling the entire GU Group wouldn't yield that much money." Gu Jinting was in a daze, the overwhelming pressure nearly causing him to stumble. What a formidable PO Foundation this was. It felt less like a business meeting and more like a trap, compelling him to leap into a gaping pit. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he widened his eyes in shock before delivering a sharp slap to Gu Shanshan's face, demanding, "Is it your fault that the leader of the PO Foundation has taken an interest in us? How else would such a powerful international organization focus on the GU family? The GU Group has barely stepped onto the international stage. The PO Foundation could not possibly be aware of our existence. But Gu Shanshan is different. She is an internationally acclaimed winner of the Zena's jewelry design competition, with countless fans abroad. Who else could have possibly offended the big shots at the PO Foundation?" Gu Shanshan's cheek was red and swollen from the blow, and she covered her face with a look of grievance, her tear-filled eyes pleading, "Dad, it wasn't me. I've never even met the leader of the PO Foundation. Who else could it be but you? You good for nothing." Gu Jinting kicked Gu Shanshan in frustration and hurled the documents at her. The GU Group was on the brink of collapse. He could not afford to lose it. Suddenly, he remembered something and glared fiercely at Gu Shanshan. "This is crucial. Only Momo can save us. Hurry and plead with Gu Momo, go now." Gu Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Plead with Gu Momo? How could that be possible? That despicable person. How could someone of her noble status stoop to begging such a wretched individual? Meanwhile, Gu Momo leisurely parked her Rolls-Royce in the underground garage of the GU Group. As she stepped out of the car, she caught the intense gaze of Li Zhanting from another Rolls-Royce not far away. At that moment, clad in a simple, elegant white chiffon gown with her soft brown curls cascading over her shoulders, she exuded an ethereal beauty, fresh and untainted, like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm. Li Zhanting's throat felt dry. He had never noticed before how Gu Momo possessed a certain charm. He pulled out the documents prepared by his subordinates, his gaze darkening. His overseas organization had been investigating Gu Momo's son for several days, but had uncovered little more information. What had she endured to develop such a strong sense of vigilance? Feeling increasingly agitated, he tugged at his collar, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Gu Momo." Hearing her name, Gu Momo turned her head. She saw Li Zhanting leaning against the seat, the soft glow of the garage light illuminating his strikingly handsome features, accentuating his chiseled, resolute face, which emanated an innate aura of authority simply by his presence. A playful smile danced in Gu Momo's eyes.
Oh.
This charming man is rather enticing, she mused as she strolled towards his car window, gently cradling her chin with her hands. Mr. Ting. Don't look at me like that while dressed so attractively. You might just stir my desires. Chapter 94. Gu Mo, do you dare to kiss me? Li Ting's brows furrowed in a captivating manner as he regarded Gu Mo with intrigue.
Desire?
He acknowledged his striking handsomeness. Yet could it truly be the reason behind her infatuation? A derisive snort escaped him as he cast a mocking glance towards the front of the vehicle. His voice laced with amusement. Do not presume I am unaware. You are merely diverting your gaze. His dark, enigmatic eyes settled deeply upon Gu Momo's face, and he continued, how about this? Zixiao and Linger have never had particular playmates since childhood, and they seem quite fond of you. Why not bring your son and godson to the Li family villa to keep them company? What do you think? A pang of realization struck Gu Momo. Was he not subtly expressing a desire to meet her son? A charming smile danced upon her exquisitely crafted eyes as she languidly leaned against the window of Li Ting's car, her hand playfully toying with the door switch. Mr. Ting, are you inviting my son and godson to your home with the intention of providing for both of us? If you wish to be generous, one must first demonstrate sincerity. She teased, her crimson lips curving enticingly. Why not let me steal a kiss first? Li Ting's handsome visage darkened, as if ink could drip from it, struggling to suppress the urge to dismiss Gu Momo. She was not angered by him. Rather, she simply felt unwell, didn't she? Gu Momo. You had better. His warning hung in the air, but she abruptly pulled open the car door, skillfully sliding into the seat and tugging at his collar. Suddenly, her delicate face loomed large before him, and Li Ting's profound black eyes flickered with a hint of warning. He seized her wrist, trapping her between the seat and himself, his gaze laden with stern caution. Gu Momo, if you dare to make another move, what will you do? Gu Momo's alluring smile was beguiling, her enchanting eyes glimmering with mischief as her arms coiled like serpents around his neck. Mr. Ting, I have never been one to suppress my desires. If I desire something, I simply take it. With that, she tilted her fair neck and pressed her lips firmly against his. The last time she had kissed him forcefully, she had been intoxicated and hazy. Yet this time, she was fully aware of her actions. As she savored the soft texture of his lips, a wave of grievance surged within her chest. She would forever remember how wild he had been 5 years ago and how intoxicating his kiss had been. That night had been so enchanting, weaving a dream that she could never hope to recreate. She admitted she was still lost in the memory of him from 5 years prior, yet she knew she could never possess that version of him again. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, deepening the kiss as if to vent her emotions. Just then, the voices of Gu Shanshan and Gu Jinting echoed from the direction of the garage elevator.
Dad.
Listen closely, I distinctly heard Li Jinting speaking with Gu Momo just now. I must find out. What if that wretched Gu Momo manages to ensnare him again?
What will I do then?
Their hurried footsteps approached, turning the corner where Gu Momo was visible. Li Jinting's motion to push Gu Momo abruptly halted. If he were to push her away, their voices would betray their presence here. His relaxed gesture inadvertently facilitated Gu Momo, who seized his wrist with determination, firmly restraining him. Li Jinting. Is she out of her mind? The window of Li Jinting's car, crafted from a special material, permitted visibility from the inside while obscuring the view from the outside, thus they remained oblivious to the passionate kiss shared within the vehicle. The Gu group was drowning in astronomical debt, and Gu Jinting, already in a foul mood, found his temper flaring further upon witnessing Gu Shanshan's antics. Gu Shanshan. Have you not caused enough trouble? Do you wish to ruin the entire Gu family? With tears glistening in her eyes, Gu Shanshan bit her lip pitifully. Dad. You must believe me, I didn't. What do you mean you didn't? Gu Jinting's wrath boiled over. I warn you. The mess at the Gu group is of your making, and you must find a way to mend the financial abyss. I don't care if you charm the Li family, exploit the jewelry competition, or plead with Gu Momo for assistance. If the Gu group collapses, you will share its fate. With that, he forcefully released Gu Shanshan's hand and stormed out of the garage.
Dad.
This is not solely my fault. Gu Shanshan screamed in despair, her voice eventually dissolving into a heart-wrenching wail. She stomped her foot in frustration, tears cascading down onto the ground. The Gu group was on the brink of losing over 200 billion. Selling herself and the company would not suffice to cover such a sum. The father who once adored her was now pushing her to the brink for the sake of money. Wiping her tears and bitterness, she ultimately swallowed her grievances. At this juncture, she could only devise a way to extract benefits from the Li family. After all, she was their benefactor. Agitated, Gu Shanshan hurriedly sought out Gu Jinting. The garage soon fell into an eerie silence. Inside the black Rolls-Royce, an intimate atmosphere enveloped the cabin, causing Li Zhongting's cheeks to flush with heat. His dark eyes churned with concealed turmoil as he abruptly pushed Gu Momo away. In that moment, his impeccably tailored shirt lay disheveled, the collar completely torn, revealing a delicate collarbone marked by deep red imprints. Though he retained an air of elegance, he appeared utterly disarrayed. Sitting upright with composure, his dark eyes were laden with an unyielding frost. Had Gu Momo truly forcefully kissed him? The esteemed heir of the Li family, subjected to such an indignity by a woman. Li Zhongting longed to unleash his fury, yet the thought that Gu Momo might be leally quelled the raging fire within his chest. Observing the suppressed anger etched on Li Zhongting's handsome face, Gu Momo felt a surge of unexpected joy. Chapter 95. Is this what it feels like to have a father? 5 years ago, he had fallen victim to someone's scheme and desperately needed an antidote, leading to that fateful night. Nonetheless, he ultimately owes her. She breathed heavily, a playful yet carefree smile gracing her lips. Mr. Ling, consider this your compensation to me. From now on, we are even. With that, she elegantly pushed open the car door and strode away with her long legs. Li Zhongting narrowed his profound gaze, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes, and abruptly rose to seize Gu Momo's wrist. Startled, Gu Momo turned to meet his piercing, hawk-like gaze. His cold eyes locked onto her, as if he were a wolf that had ensnared its prey. As compensation? Clarify what you mean by compensation. The shock in Gu Momo's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle smile as she lightly pushed his hand away. Mr. Ling, I have made myself clear. We are no longer indebted to one another, rendering your question utterly meaningless. With that, she gracefully waved her hand and departed. A tumultuous undercurrent surged within Li Zhongting's deep-set eyes, the darkness threatening to engulf him. After a prolonged silence, he finally straightened his posture, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket to ignite. The curling smoke enveloped his strikingly stoic visage, accentuating the allure of his profound eyes amidst the hazy mist, a dangerous, yet subtly pleasurable aftermath of passion. Surprisingly, Gu Momo's kiss stirred no aversion within him. He sat quietly in the car, seemingly oblivious to the purpose of his presence there. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Abruptly, his phone rang, breaking the stillness. He calmly extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and answered the call. What is it? On the other end, Mo Fong inquired, perplexed. Is it just my imagination, or does Mr. Ling sound so pleasant? Li Zhongting was taken aback. Zixiao had actually entered the competition? The Genius Cup computer competition, a prestigious national event, attracts countless prodigious young minds from across the country each year, serving as a vital platform for selecting talent in the field of computer science. This grand competition, teeming with brilliance, only offers 2 spots for participants from even the elite kindergartens in the capital. Such a significant event, complete with live broadcasts. And Zixiao had agreed to participate? It was the first time he had seen Zixiao willing to appear in public, and a wave of pride washed over him. Genuinely delighted for his son. A faint smile played on his lips as his fingers nervously tapped the steering wheel. I will rally votes for Zixiao. What about that child named Jingxing? Is he competing as well? The remarkable computer skills of that child inevitably linked him to the mysterious hacker who had breached his company multiple times. If that child were to compete, he truly wished to see what he looked like. Suddenly, his fingers halted on the steering wheel. This year's computer competition promises to be quite the spectacle.
All right.
I understand. At the Huanbei Mountain Manor, the Li family villa, Gu Jingxing and Li Qingling quietly locked the door, crouching in the corner as they dialed Gu Momo's number on their phones. Li Qingling gently cradled her soft, delicate face with both hands, her petite bun hairstyle accentuating her exquisite and adorable features. Her voice was tender and sweet. Mommy, really? Are brother Zixiao and brother Jing going to compete on stage together? But they look exactly the same. What if it causes a sensation during the live broadcast? On the other end of the phone, Gu Mo had yet to respond. But Gu Jingxing confidently patted his chest and declared, Sister, rest assured, I will definitely wear a mask during the competition. They can't possibly uncover my identity, can they? Initially, he had no desire to partake in such a trivial contest, yet this was an excellent opportunity to help his younger brother Zixiao express himself more freely. The sooner Zixiao's condition improved, the sooner he and Mommy could take both Zixiao and Ling away from the capital. Li Qingling's bright, sparkling eyes resembled twinkling stars. Wow, Mommy. Both brothers are competing together. I am so eager to discover which brother is superior. Haven Tea they always argued about who is the younger brother? Let this competition determine it. Whoever loses shall be the younger brother. Gu Jingxing hastily ruffled Li Qingling's little head, a sly grin dancing in his eyes. Sister, how many times must I remind you? I am the elder brother, and that cannot be changed. Li Qingling's crystalline eyes shimmered with curiosity. She suspected there was something amiss with Brother Jing's insistence on being the elder brother. Meanwhile, Gu Mo listened to the lively exchange between the two little ones, unable to suppress a soft laugh. All right, that day Mommy had some business matters to attend to, so Jingxing will take care of Zixiao for me. A clever glint flickered in Gu Jingxing's eyes as he flashed a charming smile, revealing his cute little canines. Don't worry, Mommy, I promise to fulfill my duties. He gestured a farewell to Gu Mo and said, Mommy, we'll hang up now. After ending the call, Li Qingling quickly slipped on her adorable pink slippers and scampered to her desk, obediently picking up a pen. With her little head tilted, she began to tackle her math problems. Gu Jingxing promptly lay down on the bed, still clad in the pajamas Gu Mo had prepared for Li Zixiao. His previously mischievous expression transformed into one of seriousness and focus, emanating a mature and rational aura. His gaze mirrored that of the real Li Zixiao. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and Li Zhanting pushed it open. His indifferent eyes instantly softened as he beheld Li Qingling and Gu Jingxing in the room. Zixiao. Linger, did you not go out to play today? Li Qingling hurriedly trotted over to her father in her fluffy pink slippers. Daddy, the math problems are so difficult. It's easier to take care of my brother. I just want to look after him, not be friends with math problems. Li Zhanting's eyes radiated warmth and affection as he knelt down to ruffle Li Qingling's hair. How about I teach you tonight? Li Qingling sighed in exasperation. But I still have to learn. Daddy, why must you make me study these dreadful math problems? Li Zhanting gently sat on the edge of the bed, while Gu Jingxing mimicked Li Zixiao's serious expression quite well. Father, how did you come to the decision to participate in the computer competition? His voice was gentle, as if he feared startling his own son. In front of Li Zixiao, he, as a father, was willing to relinquish all his authority, softly coaxing and cherishing him. This was his precious son, the little heart he hoped would live a long and prosperous life.
Observing Li Zhanting's tan de dameano.
Gu Jingxing felt a slight stirring in his heart, as if a warm current was flowing within him. Did his father possess such a gentle side? However, even with this tenderness, it was not directed towards him. His father's affections had always been reserved for Zixiao, not him. If his father truly cared for him, he would not have abandoned him and his mother all those years ago. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a hint of melancholy flickered in Gu Jingxing's wise eyes. He grasped the quilt tightly, gently covering his mouth and nose, his small frame turning away in solitude. Father, I wish to rest now. Please, could you step outside? Li Zhanting faintly detected the sorrow in his son's voice and felt a twinge of concern. Yet, witnessing his son's evident reluctance to see him, a helpless smile crept onto his lips. He carefully tucked the corners of the quilt around Gu Jingxing, his tone affectionate. As long as you wish to pursue your interests, do not hesitate. Whatever you choose to undertake, rest assured that I will always support you from behind. Do you understand? As the Li family stood as the pinnacle of aristocracy in the imperial capital, internal strife was incessant, and Li Zhanting's position as heir had been forged through bloodshed. As the sole son of Li Zhanting, Li Zixiao naturally attracted considerable attention from the outside world, and countless eyes within the Li family were fixated upon him. Previously, many within the family had maliciously speculated that Li Zixiao would not survive past the age of 7, eagerly awaiting his demise. Now, with Li Zixiao appearing in public as a normal individual, it was bound to stir a considerable uproar. Gu Jingxing, still young, struggled to comprehend the implications of his father's words. Li Zhanting's gentle hand caressed Gu Jingxing's head. Then rest for now. If you need anything, call for me, and I will come immediately, all right? He earnestly instructed, before turning to refresh the tea on the table. He then called to Li Qingling, Linger, be a good girl. Your brother needs to rest. Let us go for a little stroll outside with father. Li Qingling's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. No more math problems. She joyfully hopped down from her chair, her small frame dashing into Li Zhanting's embrace. Her sweet voice chimed, Daddy, let us go quickly. Ling wants to eat the moose milk that the pretty aunt made last time. Can you make it for me, please? Li Zhanting eagerly opened his arms, afraid Li Qingling might tumble. He couldn't help but chuckle. All right, father will make it for you. That's wonderful. Daddy is the best.
Li Qingling beamat.
Showering Li Zhanting with 2 kisses. Brother Jingxing, make sure to rest well. Linga will bring you some delicious treats later. With that, she scampered over to Gu Jingxing's bedside, gently planting a kiss on his forehead before turning to pull Li Zhanting along. Li Qingling quickly led Li Zhanting out the door, but before leaving, Li Zhanting cast a lingering gaze at Gu Jingxing, who lay on the bed. His gaze lingered on his son, filled with an unwavering depth of concern. In the warmth of his blankets, Gu Jingxing listened to the voices of his sister and Li Zhanting conversing outside. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged through him, and he tightly wrapped himself in the covers, fearing that others might hear the sound of his sniffles. Truly, he felt a sense of shame. What did it matter if he lacked a father? He possessed the finest mother in the world, and that was sufficient. The Genius Cup computer competition was fast approaching. This prestigious event, recognized as the pinnacle of talent selection in the nation, attracted countless prodigies each year, specifically designed to unearth brilliance in the field of computing, thereby presenting an unparalleled level of difficulty. Unlike previous years, this time, Li Zhanting's son, Li Zixiao, would also participate. As the talk of the nation, Li Zhanting, revered as the crown jewel of the Li family, naturally drew significant attention, leading to an influx of media coverage even during the preliminary rounds. At the preliminary venue, reporters eagerly clicked their cameras, desperate to capture the visage of the Li family's young heir. Not far away, the VIP section was filled with successful figures from various sectors of society. In the far left corner sat a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, his face expressionless. His piercing gaze fixed intently on the red carpet. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with a luxurious limited-edition watch adorning his wrist, he bore a resemblance to Li Zhanting. Yet his eyes brimmed with icy mockery and disdain. He was none other than Li Zhanting's uncle, Li Mingde. Li Qinghao's face was contorted with derision and schadenfreude as he laughed. "Huh, I never imagined that frail wretch would dare to show his face in public. Is Li Zhanting hoping for him to perish even sooner?" Li Zixiao, the cherished gem of the Li family, the undisputed prince of the capital, stood in the way of his own succession to the family fortune. For years, Li Zhanting had safeguarded him as though he were a treasure, thwarting their numerous attempts to usurp his position. Now, this fragile being, who could scarcely withstand a breeze, had the audacity to appear before an audience. He was eager to witness the boy's downfall on stage. The chill on Li Mingde's face betrayed no hint of anxiety as he leisurely lifted a cup of tea. Just wait. Should anything happen to that boy, Li Zhanting would either perish or go mad. At that moment, he, the rightful heir of the Li family, would be poised to claim his position. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd erupted in excitement. "Wow. Is that the young prince? How adorable." Countless eyes darted past the innocent faces of children, swiftly landing on the front of the red carpet. Li Zixiao walked through the throng with unhurried poise. Clad in a specially tailored black suit, his youthful visage was marked by a serious demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that deterred any approach. His powerful strides radiated the same commanding presence that Li Zhanting possessed, despite his tender years. His composed and rational expression, juxtaposed with his youthful handsomeness, created a striking contrast that captivated the audience instantly.
Wow.
"The young prince is so handsome," they exclaimed. Previous photographs taken by reporters only captured his profile cradled in Li Zhanting's arms, which had already enchanted countless admirers. Little did they know, in reality, he was even more striking. My goodness, Zixiao is so cool. Just look at that impressive expression. He is truly a miniature version of Li Zhanting. Tingyi is undeniably cool, yet he forbids pursuit. However, Xiao Zixiao is different. Oh, how I long to be Zixiao's mother. To cradle the little prince in my arms and shower him with affection. In the VIP section, Li Mingde and Li Qinghao simultaneously rose, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Initially, the Li family had summoned countless esteemed doctors to diagnose Li Zixiao, and every assessment concluded that he would not survive beyond 6 years due to a brain tumor, his frail body so delicate that even the gentlest breeze could harm him. They had rushed over from the Li estate solely to witness Li Zixiao's demise, yet here he stood, radiantly healthy like any ordinary child.
Chapter 97, Explosion.
Li Zhanting's illegitimate son Li Mingde, already incensed, found himself even more agitated by Li Qinghao's interruption. "You ask me? Who should I ask? I still want to question you. Wasn't it you who suggested covertly having a doctor take measures against Li Zixiao? Why is he still thriving?" Li Qinghao was left speechless by the accusation. What could he do? Li Zhanting had protected him with more fervor than he would his own life. On the red carpet, Li Zixiao, amidst the cheers of the crowd, furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience etched upon his features. He was no monkey in a zoo. What was there to cheer about? Yet, the moment he frowned, the audience erupted into even louder cheers. Oh, even his frown was breathtakingly handsome. At this moment, in the conference room of Li Corporation's upper echelon, Li Zhanting sat stoically at the forefront, a laptop obscuring the lower half of his face. Nevertheless, his formidable presence exuded an unmistakable pressure. Countless executives sat tense, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows as they awaited Li Zhanting's scathing reprimand. Suddenly, the sounds of the crowd's cheers reached Li Zhanting's ears. I wish to raise him as my son. Countless executives exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be? Was Li Jianting openly using his phone during a meeting? And it appeared he was watching a live broadcast? What thrilling news! Li Jianting sensed the peculiar gazes directed his way, filled with a palpable curiosity. His lips twitched slightly, then, with an air of feigned innocence, he cleared his throat and declared, "The meeting concludes here. You are all dismissed." He rose nonchalantly and exited the conference room, as if the outburst from his phone had not originated from him at all. No sooner had he left the meeting room with composure than he dashed into his office, as if pursued by hounds, and unabashedly picked up his laptop to watch his son's captivating visage on the largest screen, regardless of his busy schedule. He could not neglect supporting his son in the competition. As he savored the cool expressions of his son, a sudden shriek from a female audience member pierced through the screen. Wow! Who is that child wearing an Ultraman mask? Why do I feel he resembles Prince Zixiao so much? This remark sent Li Jianting's heart racing, and the name Jingxing flashed vividly in his mind.
Indeed.
He had intended to observe this child named Jingxing during today's grand competition. He was anxiously awaiting the sight of Gu Jingxing when the camera suddenly shifted, and the screen displayed a child beside Li Zixiao, wearing an Ultraman mask. In that instant, Li Jianting felt as if he had been electrified, abruptly rising from his seat. His deep-set eyes were fixed on the image on the screen, his hands clenched tightly, as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. On the live broadcast, Gu Jingxing was clad in a vividly colored children's leisure outfit, the familiar Ultraman mask adorning his face. He stood upright, cheerfully greeting the audience. "Hello, uncles and aunties. My name is Jingxing. I'm just a little novice in computers here to support Zixiao, so please don't mind me." He walked alongside Li Zixiao, one still and composed, the other animated and lively, and aside from the Ultraman mask, he seemed to be a mirror image of Li Zixiao. Dark currents swirled within Li Jianting's onyx-like eyes. A thought that he had doubted countless times before suddenly solidified in his mind. He merely needed to see the child's face to confirm it. As he was about to call someone to rush him to the scene, he realized that the Li group was still quite far from the venue, and by the time he arrived, the event might have already concluded. He furrowed his brow, quickly seated himself, and drew the computer screen closer, nervously staring at it. This was merely the preliminary round. He had ample means to assist this child. At the competition venue, not only were numerous media outlets astonished, but the audience, with their keen eyes, quickly discerned the anomaly. Goodness, how does this child named Jingxing bear such a resemblance to the young Master Zixiao? The similarities were uncanny. I suspect that once the mask is removed, this child named Jingxing could be a perfect replica of the young Master Zixiao. Oh my, this is exhilarating. Could it be that Master Ting has not just one son, but a pair of twins? His genes are remarkably potent. The journalists were in a frenzy, eagerly capturing every moment with their cameras. What are you waiting for? Hurry and shoot. This is sensational news that will stir the entire capital. In the VIP section, Li Mingde and Li Qinghao exchanged astonished glances. Li Qinghao panicked. "Dad, this must be a joke, right? How could this child resemble Li Jianting's illegitimate son so closely? Dealing with just Li Zixiao is already quite a challenge. If another child emerges, he will never be able to wrest the position of heir from Li Jianting." Li Mingde's astute eyes flickered with uncertainty. He pondered the implications. If Li Jianting truly had another son, why wait until now? This situation was indeed suspicious. Gu Jingxing, however, remained oblivious to the chaotic speculations outside. His sole purpose was to support his younger brother Zixiao, ensuring they made it to the finals together. Since he was merely there to accompany, he thought he might as well engage with the tasks at hand. Soon, the little contestants took their places. Gu Jingxing glanced at Li Zixiao and noticed that his small face bore no signs of discomfort, prompting him to idly open his computer. Little did he realize that not far away, a contestant named Xue Lingbao was intently observing him. Xue Lingbao was nearly driven to exasperation by Gu Jingxing's popularity. Today's competitors were all prodigies of tender years, yet she alone harbored the secret that she was no true genius. In reality, she had surpassed the age of 20. However, due to a genetic mutation in her childhood, her physique was eternally trapped in the appearance of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Her parents had exhausted their life savings in pursuit of a cure and insisted she study computer science under a renowned professor, hoping to alter her fate. Regrettably, her aptitude for computers was rather mediocre, and despite over a decade of tutelage from the esteemed professor, she struggled to meet her parents' lofty expectations. Once she gained a modicum of fame, a behind-the-scenes talent agency sought her out, intent on bolstering her public image. Thus, she became a nascent computer genius of some repute in the capital. This time, the talent agency had conveyed that securing second place would yield substantial endorsement fees for the company. Li Zixiao was a well-known computer prodigy, who would dare to offend him. Therefore, achieving second place for her would essentially equate to victory. However, unexpectedly, a young boy emerged mid-competition, vying for the limelight. Gu Jingxing sensed he was being scrutinized and deliberately flashed a mischievous grin at Xue Lingbao. Annie, could you refrain from staring at me? I trust your eyes have seen better days. Xue Lingbao fumed internally. How dare this little brat call her auntie? She feigned an exaggerated twist of her body, purposefully brushing against the microphone, her voice laced with feigned innocence. Little Jingxing, I merely wish to remind you of the rules. Why must you silently insult me? Gu Jingxing regarded her with a look of perplexity. What was with this childish air of faux innocence? Xue Lingbao was a product of a professional talent agency marketing, and her fans were a product of various brainwashing tactics. Upon hearing her voice through the microphone, her fans immediately sprang to her defense. Do you know who our Xue Lingbao is? She is one of the capital S rare computer geniuses. By the time our Xue Lingbao rose to fame, this little brat was likely still in diapers. Let us see him cry after losing to our Xue Lingbao. Xue Lingbao. Let him witness what a true computer genius embodies. Li Zixiao's handsome face darkened, his brow furrowed, and his fists clenched, ready to rise. Gu Jingxing promptly restrained him, his expression of indignation swiftly replaced by a playful smile. Brother, don't act impulsively. Since she wishes to teach me a lesson in computer science, let us grant her that opportunity. If she seeks her own demise, why should we deny her the chance? Gu Jingxing straightened in his seat as the referee announced the commencement of the competition. Li Zixiao exchanged a speechless glance with Gu Jingxing, conceding to his whim. The computer competition was structured as a challenge mode, encompassing 20 levels of increasing difficulty. As the complexity escalated, the tests became more arduous. Even numerous scholars in the field could only advance to the 8th level. As of now, the highest level achieved by previous prodigious young competitors is the 9th level, accomplished by Li Zixiao 2 years ago. At that time, Li Zixiao was merely a child of 2 or 3 years. As the competition commenced, the audience erupted with excitement.
Wow.
Young Prince Zixiao reached level 9 2 years ago. How many levels will he conquer now, after 2 years? Who can say? I believe this year's favorites for the championship are young Prince Zixiao and Xue Lingbao. With Xue Lingbao's prowess, it's quite absurd for that boy named Jingxing to even compete with him. On the judging panel, dozens of impeccably dressed doctoral advisors gazed eagerly at the competitors. Li Zixiao and Xue Lingbao. These two children are rare prodigies in the realm of computer science, having attracted countless doctoral mentors eager to claim them. If they were to break through once more today, it would indeed be a boon for the field of computing. At that moment, on the gigantic screen, the level rankings of Li Zixiao and Xue Lingbao were ascending rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, they surged ahead from the ranks of countless other children, continuing their ascent at an astonishing pace, leaving the other young competitors far behind. The audience was ablaze with exhilaration. Young Prince and Xue Lingbao are truly remarkable. What defines a genius? This is it. There is no need for comparison. It is an overwhelming triumph.
Wow.
Truly deserving of the title of genius. They have already reached level 8 within mere minutes. It was practically certain that the first and second places would belong to young Master Zixiao and Xue Lingbao. Amidst the cheers of the countless spectators, Li Zixiao's youthful face remained composed and calm, his profound gaze reflecting a wisdom beyond his years. As his fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, propelling him toward the next level, Xue Lingbao's fingers struck the keys with increasing speed. Her youthful visage unable to conceal her pride. How remarkable it was for her to keep pace with Li Zixiao so swiftly. She had thought Li Zixiao was extraordinarily gifted. It turned out to be this level of performance? Delighted, Xue Lingbao felt herself soaring, when suddenly, the tumultuous cheers of the audience flooded her ears. Whoa.
Who is that?
How are they so brilliant? Am I seeing correctly? Oh my goodness. An 11th level master? Am I truly not mistaken? Many doctoral candidates in computer science have only managed to reach level 8. Li Zixiao's 9th level has already been the envy of countless experts, and now suddenly, there are 2 11th level masters?
Wait.
Not just one, but 2 11th level masters. One is our young Prince Zixiao, and the other, oh my, is the self-proclaimed computer prodigy, Gu Jingxing. As soon as the words left their lips, the dozens of doctoral advisors on the judging panel sprang to their feet, trembling as they adjusted their glasses to scrutinize the screen, scarcely daring to believe their own eyes. There on the screen, the level rankings of Gu Jingxing and Li Zixiao towered high above, a testament to their extraordinary prowess. The levels of other children sprawled across the screen like a dense thicket of grass, while the levels of these 2 individuals towered like majestic trees amidst the countless blades beneath them. The professors, mentors of doctoral candidates, were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in their eyes, rendering them nearly speechless. The challenges of the competition were meticulously designed by supercomputers, testing not merely the reservoir of computer knowledge, but rather the ability to respond to computational problems with agility and creative thought, essentially, an assessment of innate computational talent. The doctoral mentors present had once been prodigious talents themselves, having only reached a level of 8 in their own evaluations. Yet here were Li Zixiao and Jing Xing, at such tender ages, who had both astonishingly surpassed the 11th level. They were not merely prodigies, they were entities that overshadowed their predecessors.
How could this be?
Xue Lingbao's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on the two towering levels on the screen. She believed herself to be the only prodigy capable of standing alongside Li Zixiao. Why had another, Gu Jingxing, emerged? The professors, brimming with excitement, hastily wiped their hands and rushed towards the stage. Such prodigious talents were not to be missed. On stage, Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing exchanged a glance, both exuding calm composure. Yet their dark, shining eyes sparkled with the fierce determination of lions ready to compete. Between geniuses, there is always a palpable spirit of rivalry, a joy in encountering a worthy opponent, and a drive to surpass one's own limits. Remarkably, Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing had never before engaged in a true contest. As they locked eyes, a profound connection seemed to resonate between their souls. They quickly turned their focus back to their computers, their fingers dancing across the keyboards with such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable. In the audience, countless eyes and cameras were trained on the large screen, and a collective bewilderment arose. The outcome of the competition was already evident. So why were these two not leaving the stage? Suddenly, the screen displayed a dramatic leap in the levels of Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing. The atmosphere in the venue froze momentarily, and the next instant, a wave of cheering erupted. Oh my, how thrilling! Li Zixiao's 9th level had already set a record, and now it had surged past the 12th level. Many doctoral candidates struggle to reach even the 9th level. If those individuals are considered geniuses, then what are these two, combat aircraft among prodigies? If they are achieving such extraordinary feats at such a young age, what will they become in the future? The cheers continued to swell, when unexpectedly, the level on the screen leapt up yet again. It soared higher. It was still ascending. 14th level. 15th level. Finally, it came to rest at the 16th level. Goodness gracious. Are they truly this formidable? Li Zixiao's 9th level was already an extraordinary achievement, yet they had now reached the 16th. Doctoral candidates typically max out at an 8th level. What caliber of talent do these two represent? Are they truly anomalies among doctoral students? It was almost comical that Xue Lingbao had just mocked Jingxing moments ago. How could she have the audacity? Clearly, they did not regard her at all. In the office of the Li Group, Li Zhanting's obsidian eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. Suddenly, he rose abruptly, his piercing gaze locking onto the boy wearing an Ultraman mask. Even through the mask, he could assert with absolute certainty what this child looked like. Previously, when the Li Group had been the target of a cyber attack, he had harbored countless suspicions. Yet the lack of definitive evidence had thwarted his ability to fully affirm his conjectures. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament, devoid of irrefutable proof. However, in the face of undeniable reality, all other evidence seemed trivial. Apart from the twin, who else in this world could possess the same thought processes and intellect as Zixiao? A tempest of emotions surged within Li Zhanting's heart, his clenched fingers trembling with excitement, his chest overflowing with joy and elation. It dawned upon him that he indeed had another son. Yet amid the shock and joy, a myriad of complex emotions filled his heart. Given the child's previous actions, he should be well aware of who his father is. Why, then, had he not come forth to acknowledge him? Furthermore, it seemed he harbored animosity towards the Li Group, as he had attempted to seek revenge on several occasions. A frosty veneer clouded Li Zhanting's sharp eyes as he swiftly strode out of the CEO's office.
Montag Feng, prepare the car.
We must head to the venue of the computer competition immediately. I wish to see that child named Jingxing with mine own eyes. Mo Feng hurriedly arrived and urgently advised, Master Ting. It will take an hour to reach the competition site from the Li Group. By the time we arrive, the event would have concluded, and we would be unable to find anyone. However, this young boy, Jingxing, might still be present. While the audience was indeed supportive of him, the child named Zwellingbao was backed by a professional marketing firm, which thrived on leveraging financial resources to amplify popularity. Today, Jingxing's popularity was undeniably high. Yet how could a mere child compete against an army of marketing agents? Li Zhanting was resolute. He would not allow his child to suffer humiliation in front of a crowd. At the venue, Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing were utterly engrossed in their contest, unable to halt their fervent engagement. Their fingers danced swiftly over the keyboards, but the complex programs on the screen remained unchanged. Frustration flickered in their eyes as they both lightly kicked the table leg in unison. What kind of competition equipment was this? Had their usage caused it to lag? Feeling vexed, Gu Jingxing quickly adapted. He grasped a corner of his Ultraman mask and cheerfully waved to the audience. Dear uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, I sincerely apologize. The computer has been overworked today and is having a little tantrum. It suddenly lagged. His cherubic voice, coupled with his adorable and lively demeanor, made him appear like a little angel on stage, endearing him to countless spectators. Countless spectators at the scene were captivated, and his videos and audios were wildly circulated online. Both the live audience and the online viewers were collectively enchanted. You upstairs, who claimed this is your son, was my consent sought? I unilaterally declare him to be part of my family.
Ah.
Who wouldn't adore such a genius? I dream of having a son as clever as him. Zixiao and Jingxing's mommy, we adore you. Those upstairs are so superficial. If Jingxing had no mother, from where would he have sprung forth? I refuse to be a mother. I insist on being Jingxing's devoted fan. Number 1 fan.
Hey.
You bunch of fake fans. Are you betraying Zixiao? How is that possible? Only children make choices. We want both Zixiao and Jingxing. Is that not allowed? In just a few minutes, the competition footage was being feverishly shared online, and the number of fans for Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing surged to unprecedented heights. The excitement was unstoppable on forums and trending feeds. Shuling gazed at the throngs of spectators rushing towards Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing, her eyes welling with tears of anxiety. Just moments ago, she had basked in countless praises, but now she had devolved into an overlooked minor character. She stomped her feet in frustration, glaring at Gu Jingxing on stage, her teeth clenched in resentment. At this rate, how could she possibly break into the top 2? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, a mischievous glimmer flashing in her eyes. All she needed to do was subtly manipulate the audience votes. At this moment, within the bustling research hub of the capital, in the presidential office of the SK Group, Gu Momo concluded a 5-hour-long international video conference. Clad in a meticulously tailored pencil skirt suit, she strode confidently towards the president's chair. Just then her phone rang. She answered casually, "Hello?" On the other end, the kindergarten principal's voice came through, teeming with excitement. "Miss Gu, it's exploded. Your child has gone viral." Gu Momo responded. Perplexed, what? The principal, with tears of joy in her eyes, trembled as she conveyed the news. Jingxing had shattered the highest record in the competition, and alongside Zixiao, they had both emerged as co-champions. They were rapidly amassing a massive following online, likely to trend soon. Gu Momo quickly checked her phone. Whether on browsers or various video platforms, the footage of Jingxing answering questions while masked was spreading like wildfire, with comments and popularity soaring, almost rivaling top-tier celebrities. However, due to Li Zixiao being the young heir of the Li family, and with Li Zhongting's protection, no media dared to reveal Li Zixiao's appearance online. Only mentioning his name. A flicker of concern passed through her exquisitely expressive eyes as her fingers danced across the keyboard. I understand. I will handle this matter. The principal wondered, why did it seem that Miss Gu displayed not a hint of surprise or delight, but rather a semblance of worry? At the competition venue, the Genius Cup computer competition had commenced, and the popularity voting was underway. This round of voting accounted for 30% of the total score. Even if the previous results were stellar, a poor showing in popularity voting could drastically diminish their overall ranking. The popularity voting has just commenced. Snow Spirit, adorned in a delicate pink princess gown, gracefully faces the audience, bowing gently. Dear fans, while competition is second, friendship comes first. I sincerely hope that both the talented Jingxing and Zixiao receive the recognition they deserve, so I kindly ask all fans to support them. Her soft, melodious voice, coupled with her innocuous and exquisite visage, stirred a profound sense of protectiveness among countless fans. The adoration for Snow Spirit surged, as the live stream's comments overflowed with praise. Wow, this is what grace looks like. Snow Spirit is undoubtedly the true queen of popularity. She is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted and emotionally intelligent. I absolutely adore her. Li Zixiao, known since childhood as the young prince of the imperial capital, witnessed an unprecedented rise in popularity, leaving other children far behind, while Snow Spirit closely followed, even beginning to eclipse him. At his computer desk, Gu Jingxing gazed incredulously at the fluctuating numbers on the screen. I'm not currency. I don't require universal adoration. He shrugged off the situation with a nonchalant elegance, a playful glimmer in his smile as he said, Zixiao, you can wait here for your award. I have no interest in this event. I'm leaving. Li Zixiao's handsome countenance remained cool and indifferent. I'm feeling unwell. I'll take a rest. You can handle things in my stead. If the media wishes to conduct interviews later, let them speak with you. With that, he calmly rose from his seat and retreated backstage. Gu Jingxing mused, well, he is meant to be the elder brother. I suppose he will indulge his younger sibling. At that moment, the big screen displayed Li Zixiao achieving the highest popularity ever recorded, nearing 1 million votes. Just as everyone anticipated Zixiao to secure first place, Snow Spirit's popularity continued to surge without signs of abating, ascending at an almost imperceptible pace, and rapidly approaching Zixiao's leading vote count.
Wow.
Snow Spirit is the true queen of popularity. Just look at that enthusiasm. Oh, it turns out everyone adores Snow Spirit. If this trend continues, she might just secure second place. Perhaps she can indeed claim second. Have you seen Jingxing's vote count? Although he has significantly outperformed other children, the gap between him and Prince Zixiao and Snow Spirit is simply astronomical.
Exactly.
While Jingxing has performed admirably, his overall results cannot compare to Snow Spirit's. At the computer desk, Gu Jingxing sat in a state of ennui, his soft hands cradling his chin, a hint of despondency etched on his face. Though he originally paid little heed to the results, the chatter around him compelled him to glance at the screen. Upon seeing the figures, a subtle pang of hurt unexpectedly pierced his heart. Truth be told, he often envied Zixiao, who basked in the affection of their father and the adoration of many. In contrast, he had always felt the sting of his father's indifference, lacking the love and admiration that seemed so freely bestowed upon others. In the office of the Li Group, President Li Zhanting narrowed his deep-set eyes, his imposing stature radiating an aura of authority that rendered him distant and unapproachable. With years of experience in business, he immediately discerned discrepancies in Xue Lingbao's data, an ominous glint flickering in his gaze. How could his son endure such indignities? He straightened his back even further, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard as he swiftly infiltrated the official backend of the competition. Upon breaching the system, he discovered that the organizers had implemented strict regulations to prevent ballot stuffing. A hefty fee of 100,000 yuan would be incurred for each vote cast fraudulently. A chilling smile crept across Li Zhanting's lips, a blend of allure and danger lurking in his cold eyes. So, ballot stuffing equates to monetary expenditure, does it? Very well. For his son, money was in abundant supply. At the competition venue, Gu Jingxing's popularity surged instantaneously on the screen, soaring at a visible pace. From an initial count of 150,000, it skyrocketed to 180,000, then 200,000, and finally 300,000. In an instant, the audience, both present and watching the live stream, erupted in excitement. What the hell? With voting nearing its end, how did the popularity suddenly spike? Clearly, someone is manipulating the votes. Who on earth is this impressive benefactor? Not merely a benefactor, but someone so wealthy that they indulged in vote manipulation? Within mere seconds, hundreds of millions had been funneled into the voting. Who is this financial patron? How I long for the affection of such a benefactor. Dear benefactor, I am your beloved child. At the computer desk, Gu Jingxing's large, grape-like eyes widened in astonishment. It was hard to believe that anyone in the capital could muster such a sum in a short time. His mother would never squander money like this. So, who is aiding him in this voting frenzy? For a fleeting moment, Li Zhanting's handsome, gentle visage flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. His estranged father hardly knew him. How could he possibly be assisting him with votes? Moreover, if he were to vote, it would surely be for his younger brother, Zixiao, wouldn't it? Had the fools at the company made a grave mistake in their voting? Where had this little rascal acquired such wealth for vote manipulation? In a state of urgency, he stealthily retrieved his phone from under the desk to send a message to the company. Meanwhile, seated at the computer, Li Zhanting could not help but chuckle coldly. For the sake of his son's happiness, such monetary concerns were trivial. To him, his son's joy outweighed countless fortunes. Chapter 101. The Revelation of the Young Master. The sudden appearance of a mysterious wealthy benefactor at the competition stirred the higher-ups, who, in fear, hastily dispatched personnel to investigate. Offending such a prominent figure was not a matter to be taken lightly. At that very moment, across the capital, at the Rong family estate, astonishing news was also unfolding. The third master, Rong Moyun, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, rushed into Rong Chongqing's office, breathless and flustered. Grabbing a cup of water, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls before urgently exclaiming, "Elder brother, have you seen the news about that masked child? Just now, a friend of mine who works at a competition discreetly captured a photo of the lower half of the child's face while he was sneezing and momentarily removed his mask. Can you guess who this child is?" With that, he eagerly placed his phone on the table. Rong Chongqing, impeccably dressed in a suit, had his serious eyes fixated on the photo, his pupils dilating with excitement. The formidable Rong Chongqing, a figure who instills fear in countless business magnates, could hardly contain his exhilaration. Was Zixiao actually participating in such a competition? Though the image was unclear due to its clandestine nature, the jawline unmistakably belonged to his beloved nephew, Li Zixiao. Rong Mai thumped the table with exuberance, exclaiming, "Brother, if someone dares to bully our grandnephew, just say the word. Are you reluctant to spend the money?" Rong Chongqing abruptly rose, declaring, "What is money compared to the treasures of the Rong family? Spend it." At the competition venue, due to the support of the marketing agency, Xuelingbao's popularity was steadily rising. She shot a sinister glare at Gu Jingxing, her eyes betraying a sense of malicious glee. "So, what if you have someone backing you?" she thought. "I refuse to believe your funds surpass the resources of my entire company." Just as she reveled in her thoughts, Gu Jingxing's popularity skyrocketed at a breathtaking pace, soaring from 500,000 to 600,000, then to 700,000, 800,000, finally reaching 1,000,000. It even surpassed the historical record set by Li Zixiao. Perhaps due to the overwhelming influx of votes, the system crashed, and the large screen displayed the two accounts that were fervently voting. So far, these two accounts seemed to be in a fierce competition, racking up billions of votes. The audience was utterly ecstatic. "Oh my, is this what it feels like to be adored by a wealthy patron? I wish I could be cherished by a benefactor too," they exclaimed. Heavens! Are these two accounts in a showdown? Especially the account named Li, which has racked up an astounding number of zeros. Originally, one wealthy patron was already astonishing, and now two had emerged. Did no one notice that Xuelingbao was also voting? I had long been dissatisfied with her. And to think Jingxing had a benefactor supporting him, Xuelingbao had truly met her match.
Ha ha ha. Goodness.
With Jingxing's brilliance and his benefactor backing him, if I were Jingxing's mother, wouldn't I become a billionaire too? Ha ha ha. Xuelingbao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she was rendered speechless by the rapidly escalating numbers on the screen. The sheer amount of money being poured in left her dazed. How could she possibly compete with the child? She was up against a veritable monster. Gu Jingxing's crystalline eyes were fixated on Account Li, his dark, lustrous gaze blinking in suspicion, a series of questions swirling in his mind. Could it be? Was Li truly his despicable father?
But how could that be?
Mother, had he been discovered by his negligent father? Gu Jingxing's heart raced in terror, nearly ceasing to beat. He hastily grabbed the microphone, desperately seeking a way to disassociate himself from Li Zhanting, convinced that this must be a system error. Who would be foolish enough to engage in such a voting spree? It would be better to recount the votes. In the office of the Li Corporation, Li Zhanting listened to Gu Jingxing's youthful, innocent voice, his pupils constricting sharply as his fists clenched tightly. This voice was unmistakably identical to that of Li Zixiao. Li Zhanting felt his heart pound violently, a mixture of excitement and profound concern washing over him. Did this child think he was not spending enough money? Without considering the system's capacity to handle the influx, he hastened his efforts once more. Then, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to strike the keys any longer. Li Zhanting. He pounded the keyboard again, unable to contain his frustration as he kicked the table. Who on earth devised this faulty system? It had succumbed under his onslaught. On the large screen, due to the complete meltdown of the system, the account Li shockingly displayed the true name of its owner, Li Zhanting. A strange silence enveloped the room for a moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, the venue erupted in a cacophony of sound, the live comments soaring to unprecedented heights. What the hell?
No.
This must be a mistake. How could Elderly, with his aloof demeanor, possibly engage in such frivolity? Surely, he has cast the wrong votes. Shouldn't they have been for Zixiao? Why would they be for this boy named Jingxing? Soon, drawing on the comparisons made before the competition between Li Zixiao and Gu Jingxing, a chilling realization began to circulate fervently. Do we even need to say it? He must be Elder Li's illegitimate son. Exactly. I just mentioned that Jingxing is Elder Li's love child, and you all doubted me. If he is an Elder Li's illegitimate son, what reason would Elder Li have to vote for him? This is treatment reserved for a biological son. Countless young women, who once dreamed of marrying Li Zhanting, were left in utter despair. Why had he, who had vowed never to pursue women, already fathered one child and now revealed another? Within mere minutes, the footage from the event was shared across the internet in a frenzy, with viewership skyrocketing into the hundreds of millions. Breaking. Suspected revelation of Elder Li's illegitimate son. Are Jingxing and Zixiao twins? The topic of Elder Li's illegitimate son Jingxing surged into the top 3 trending searches, with views and comments skyrocketing to historic levels. At the competition's podium, Gu Jingxing's exquisite eyes blinked in disbelief, as if questioning the veracity of the situation. So, had his father discovered him? Had he not mistaken him for Zixiao? Had he even cast votes for him? Did this imply that perhaps, just perhaps, his father cared for him? Even if just a little? The mere thought sent his heart racing, and his fingers trembled with excitement. Yet, he quickly suppressed this notion. Swallowing the tears that threatened to spill, his gaze hardened with resolve. If his father truly loved him, why had he waited until now? Humph. At this moment, within the confines of the Rong family villa, Rong Chongqing and Rong Moyun gazed at the myriad of comments flooding the video. Their minds inundated with a succession of perplexing questions. Goodness gracious. They had indeed cast their votes for Zixiao, so why did the comments refer to this child as Jingxing? Their lack of attention to the competition rendered them oblivious to the fact that the real Zixiao was also present on the stage. Rong Moyun, filled with existential dread, exclaimed, "Brother, surely my eyes must be deceiving me. Just moments ago, my friend sent me a photo of this child wearing an Ultraman mask, and it is undeniably Zixiao. Although he is masked and his face is not fully visible, he is my grandnephew. How could I possibly be mistaken?" As he spoke, he hurriedly scrolled through the competition footage, seeking to uncover the entirety of the event. Upon witnessing Li Zixiao and the masked boy walking side by side on the red carpet, both men were struck with shock, their pupils narrowing in disbelief, grappling with the unsettling notion that they might be witnessing two Zixios.